Checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Indiana head football coach Curt Cignetti has adopted a new mantra. If you can't beat them, expose them. Cignetti currently called out Texas, Ohio State, Oregon, Notre Dame, Miami, and Texas Tech for taking advantage of the current NCAA uncertainty to spend wildly on their football programs, as in $40 million per roster. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Tuesday morning. Well, fun day yesterday here on WIP. Hope you enjoyed it with BG Day. We had BG live last night. We appreciate everyone who participated. As a spectator last night or a listener to our show yesterday, I thought it was special. And I could tell that Brandon really enjoyed it, which, of course, I guess we had two objectives. One was to entertain you, and two was to really make him feel honored and special. And I'm pretty certain he was. So, want to hear from you today. Kind of the aftermath. We'll get to that. Obviously, the Eagles moving forward without Brandon Graham yesterday. Yesterday was all about, looking back. Let's actually look ahead. We'll do that today in heavy dose. We'll get to the Phils as well. They start a new series tonight. Look, all of it with you on the phone lines at 215-592-9494. Rich.
Hello there, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
Antarctica has a lake so salty that it doesn't freeze.
Doesn't freeze. Is it more salty than the Dead Sea?
10 times more salty than the ocean.
Wow.
Which puts it on a salinity level that's similar to the Dead Sea, but even greater.
Wow.
And it stays liquid at, unbelievably extreme temperatures. The name of the lake, they went all in with this.
Hold on. Lake Salt.
Deep
Nailed it.
Lake.
Deep Lake.
Oh, that's scary.
Deep Lake.
Yeah.
I like Lake Salt.
That would have been a little more fitting, maybe.
Lake Salt. All right, how's everybody doing? So we got a lot to do today, and certainly want to hear from you at 215-592-9494. I want to encourage everyone listening right now, if you want to call in today, I would strongly encourage, particularly, those listening right now, early part of the day, to get in sooner than later. And the reason I say that, 7:20, thereabout today, we are going to re-air what I thought was one of the most special hours we've had in a long time around here on WIP, which was the 9 o'clock hour yesterday when initially Brandon Graham, then Jason Kelce, then Jeffrey Lurie joined our show. And for almost the entire hour, Jason and Brandon were together, and Jeffrey Lurie was about 15 minutes of it. And we covered a ton of ground with those guys, all part of the program, centered around BG to a large extent. It was a special hour. We're going to replay that around 7:20 today, and that'll take us near about 8 o'clock. So if you want to get in on any of the topics we are discussing, as they say, live, please do so at 215-592-9494, and we'll certainly try to get to you prior to around 7:20 when we re-air what really was a special hour. If you missed it late yesterday, we strongly encourage you to be tuned for that. So, John, let's crank it up today, as I said, kind of moving forward. Yesterday was the look back. Let's go forward. And let's go forward in the absence of Brandon Graham and what that represents for the Eagles and everyone's thoughts on kind of where they go from here. Let me just start with this. It's why John, here's my big thing. It's why Howie's season is so important, and it's why the Eagles have such an advantage. Ordinarily, we should be kind of freaked out to lose a player of Brandon Graham's capabilities. We've seen plenty of Philadelphia sports teams struggle when losing a legend, sometimes an even better player than Brandon Graham, like Mike Schmidt, not replaced for a long time, right? Brian Dawkins, when the Eagles lost Dawk, it took like 5 years to get another safety until Malcolm Jenkins finally settled the situation down. You can be in the wilderness.
Ron Hextall as a rookie, have we ever?
I mean, have the Flyers had a goalie and, pick
Since Bernie, I guess?
So, Pelly had it and Hexie had it, but, we understand both were short-lived for different reasons. The thing about this one, John, is I'm really not that concerned. And I'll say, like, if I'm in a court of law right now, I look at the judge, I look at the jury, I look at the judge, I look back at the jury, I say, guys, they just won a Super Bowl in the first season without Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox. They just did this, and they won the bowl. So, maybe I should be more concerned than I am, but I'm not, and it's because of Howie primarily picking, here we go, the right players, the right people. And when I think of both combined, I think of people like Nolan Smith, obviously at Brandon's position. I think of someone like Reed Blankenship. I was struck when Darius Slice, and I'm switching positions here, I'm talking about leadership, but also skill that contributes. Like, I remember when the Eagles season ended and they started making those moves and Darius Slay was on his way out, and Darius Slay talked about how Reed Blankenship is the leader in the defensive secondary. I wouldn't have known that. I know he's a solid player. I know he's better than I thought a couple of years ago. He's not the best player in the team, and he's far from it. But leadership matters. If that guy brings leadership, kudos to him. I was with Jordan Mailata last night. He was at the BG Live event. It is so obvious. I mean, we can see out there what a great player he is. He's one of the best left tackles in football. But hearing him talk, John, I can also just sense the leadership in that guy. So they got a lot to replace with Brandon. There is no sugarcoating that. But I feel really confident. Because really more than anything, John, and this is where we're so lucky as Philly sports fans, it comes back to Howie picking the guys, which he obviously is so good at. John, what's top of mind for you, Eagles moving forward without Brandon Graham?
I've been thinking a lot about Nick Sirianni.
Yep.
The way that he has presented, his memories of Brandon Graham and talking about the team a little bit more. Just this offseason, we've just had a few little bits, like when he was at the combine,
yep.
We had a chance to hear him. So it's been a little bit hit and miss at times, and it's been kind of informal and on all sorts of different things when we've heard from Nick Sirianni.
Including yesterday on WIP.
Yes. I thought when I heard, I thought while listening to Nick, wow, I really, really like this guy. I mean, this is a person, I'm talking about myself, who did not really like this guy. I was not a Nick Sirianni fan, like most of us for a long time there. And I held out.
You did. You really did. You held out the longest of us as a group.
He's, I still don't know that
he
would
go.
put together the ultimate
And it lasted
game
about
plan.
13 seconds.
I still don't know that he would
Here
put
comes
together
the Sean McVay love.
the
That right?
perfect
Here it is.
first 15 for me.
I love it.
But I do
short-lived.
think that it makes sense the way that guys rave about Nick Sirianni, because when you hear him talk about Brandon Graham and you hear some of the stories and you hear things, I don't know, it is interesting to hear about how they got a padded practice and Brandon Graham is showing up the very first meeting of the day with his pants on with the pads in them. That's just preparation. That's showing the enthusiasm. That's showing just, hey, I'm ready to go, guys. I'm here to play. I thought that really resonated with me because yesterday, when we were getting ready to talk to Brandon, he came into the studio. The time that he was supposed to be here was not the time that Brandon arrived here.
Half hour early.
I mean, it was, but as always,
right.
And of course, Ava knows in advance, this is just like the inside baseball view. Ava Graham knows that she has to get here, a half an hour earlier than she would normally get here because Brandon will certainly be here.
That's right.
A half an hour earlier than he's supposed to be here. It's just another one of those things. So yesterday, it just reminded me of when I saw Ava walking in saying, "Oh, well, there's Brandon here already. It was not time." And of course, we were here.
Yeah.
But we're the only ones.
Well, we're always here in the morning.
In the morning, right. At that point in time. And so we get to see the trickle in, and we get to see just how enthusiastic Brandon always is. And Nick Sirriani is very similar. And Nick Sirriani is similarly adored within the walls of the NovaCare complex, similarly adored within the fan base now. He's come a long way.
He has.
I did not think I would ever get to this point.
Well, I'd be interested if he's come a long way or if we've come a long way.
Well, that's true, too.
Honestly,
You're right. Maybe I just needed to open my mind
to
this idea that the guy that we brought in to call plays and be the offensive guru became the guy that became the manager of men who really does a great job as a CEO and is very well respected within that locker room, within the NFL, with good reason. He's now a Super Bowl winning head coach, and he deserves the credit. He deserves a lot more credit than I was willing to give for a long time.
Look, I think that's true, and I'm curious where you stand on this whole thing at 215-592-9494. By the way, if you were at BG Live last night, and I want to say it was around 600 people, I don't have the final tally, but I had heard it was going to be about 600 people. I thought it was an amazing event. We would love to hear from you if you were there, what stood out to you, and obviously share your perspective for the audience that was not there, which obviously is most Eagles fans. James, this thing we're talking about today, it's almost like the dust settles. Now what? What hit you?
Jalen Hurts, man. And it's what Brandon would say if he were in here talking about this. And it's because, we've actually had a really unique kind of thing with having this type of success without the quarterback being the main leader until now. With having Jason and Brandon and all these guys who've been here forever at not the quarterback position, we're transferring into what is the most effective way of having an NFL team where your quarterback is the leader, where they follow him. And who better? Whatever people want to say about him on the field, which I disagree with, but whatever. But in terms of just setting a tone, in knowing that a guy is going to be locked in every single day, every single moment, I just feel so good about this guy kind of taking the mantle from these guys and moving it forward, because I know that if nothing else, we're getting 100% of what this guy has.
Yeah, there's no Ben Simmons messing around. You get total, absolute, total focus.
I love focus. And we need some slack to be picked up here. This was another tying back into the Nick Sirianni needed some help, admitted he needed help. He wasn't where he needed to be. He had the four, the
core four,
Kelce and Fletch and Lane. Lane is the only one who remains.
Oh,
Brandon Graham is now gone.
Yeah.
And that is such a huge help. That is the guys would handle things for their coach. They kept things on track with the flowers and the dumb stuff. Yeah, I really believed that. And now Nick has Lane, but Nick has grown himself in a way that he doesn't need.
And to James's point, even guys like Jalen and on down the line now have grown into it as well. Are they as established as Lane Johnson, year whatever he is, 12? Of course not.
No.
But you got a lot of guys now that have won a lot of football games.
And experienced everything you can in the NFL. They've experienced the highs and the lows. They've gone through it now.
They have. It's a good thing to have.
Win it.
Yeah. All right, so look, 215-592-9494. As I said, I'd encourage you to call early in the show. Do that. Phone calls up ahead. Metallica tickets. How you can win them, we'll tell you next as well. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosion, even that loud, mysterious noise. Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today and stop worrying. No matter the time of year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because they have seen it all. You don't have to worry about waiting around for days for a plumber to arrive because Horizon Services has same-day service, so they'll make sure your problem is fixed fast. As always, with Horizon Services, the job will be done right the first time. And if it's a bigger job, say maybe a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Doesn't matter what season it is, you should not be worried about having enough hot water for everyone in your house. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services is available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Rays. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Deep left field, and that is gone. And Weston Wilson.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If a business has been strong for 150 years, they must be doing things right. Welcome to Mid-Penn Bank. Not only are we surviving, we're thriving and growing in the Philadelphia area with 59 financial centers throughout Pennsylvania and central and southern New Jersey.
What I love about Mid-Penn Bank is their involvement in the community and support of local public and nonprofit organizations.
See what we can do for you at midpennbank.com. Mid-Penn Bank, unwavering products and services.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Find mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Today, some sunshine with a few scattered showers. High 76.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
What?
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirriani, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council. Less than fun. Phil's open a 6-game road trip at the Tampa Bay Rays. 7 p.m. here on 94 WIP. Zach Wheeler on the mound. Well, the NHL lottery did not bounce the Flyers' way, despite finishing with the 4th worst record. Flyers fell to the 6th slot. Knicks stormed back from 20 down to beat the Celtics in Boston, 108-105 in overtime in their series opener. Mikal Bridges stole the ball with 3 seconds left to seal the win. Boston launched an NBA playoff record 60 3-pointers. They missed a record 45. Meantime, the Nuggets stunned OKC 121-119. Aaron Gordon the go-ahead 3 with 2.8 seconds left. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Storms today, high of 76, currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, disappointing outcome from a Flyers standpoint yesterday.
When isn't it these days?
Yeah, when was it?
That's
last
what I mean,
night?
right?
It was last night disappointing in the first round of the bubble
Yeah, the
in
pandemic,
2020.
yeah. And then prior to that, I guess Nolan Patrick.
Prior to that, yes, the concept of Nolan Patrick.
That's what I mean, yeah. The draft. I'm talking the lottery, yeah, exactly.
The lottery. It's been a while for the Flyers. Look, you can still obviously get a really good player with pick 6. I'm not going to act like I'm I'm not scouting the Eastern European hockey players. No. But I do know this, Ray.
I mean, you were so early on Mishkov. You were talking about him years before
dude,
they brought him
I had
over,
Mishkov when he was 11 or 12. I know. I will say though, Rhea, I am pretty sure pick 4 is better than pick 6.
Really?
Yeah, generally.
The math works out for you?
It does, except there is this exception of the rule. Sometimes the lesser pick, and that's just something better, like the Jordan guy instead of that Bowie guy.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
You know, so sometimes it happens.
Mistake.
Rhea, what's top of mind for you?
Or
on
like the
Eagles?
Jason Tatum guy instead of the Markel Fultz guy.
That's another 3-1. Rhea, top of mind for you, the Eagles without BG, and kind of moving forward.
It's not as much BG because I do have some trust in Fangio that, maybe he'll be able to coach up the new guys.
Yep.
My concern is Kevin Patullo. He's never called plays before. It's Jalen's 5th offensive coordinator in the last couple of years, 4th or 5th.
4th or 5th, something
Maybe
like that.
I'm scarred by Brian Johnson.
Yep.
And, not as much that it was maybe Brian Johnson's fault, that maybe Nick was too involved. Now, Kellen was brought in here. It was his offense last year. Obviously they went to Saquon a lot earlier than thought. But, I just worry that if there's any kind of fallback with Patullo, that Nick gets a little bit too involved more in it again.
Yeah, I mean, John, this was obviously your concern a few years ago when you identified even if Nick is really good, which he is, if they constantly have a different OC, it's a challenge to, like you got to nail it
continuity.
You got to nail it every time with who you hire.
Continuity that's so critical for
exactly.
For a young quarterback. We don't have it.
All right, 215-592-9494. How you can win Metallica tickets. We'll tell you that coming up in a minute because Metallica is a big old ticket to give away. And we'll tell you that coming up in just a moment. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center right now. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and it can get very complex sometimes. Obviously, it's great for you if it's the simple variety. And that's what it's been for me, year-to-year maintenance. And if you're in that category, get yourself to PI Dental Center. They'll take great care of you. But if you require the complex dental treatment, the really fixing a problem sort of stuff, well, know that PI Dental Center, they specifically specialize in that kind of stuff. It's, part of why I've been a patient there for the last 2 decades. With Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. And at PI Dental Center, they are the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a big-time dramatic transformation in a mere one day. If you need some serious help with your teeth, maybe some pain, maybe you just don't like the way you look, it's a self-esteem issue, well, know that PI Dental Center can fix you up. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right, how you can win Metallica tickets today. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Listen, great band. There's no doubt about it. And we're proud to give away tickets today to Metallica. Here's how we're going to do it. Here's the question you got to answer. From a TV show or a movie, what kind of doesn't make sense? Now, let me tell you what I'm getting at here. So we were talking about Friends earlier today, and Friends was a great TV show, no doubt about it. One of the things about Friends that just never made sense was that you've got this collection of 6 that are young. They're not rich. They're not rich, but,
And they have, like, coffee house jobs and stuff like that.
Yes.
The jobs don't,
But they live in this...
They live rich.
In this amazing apartment.
Like a $10 million place.
Yeah. Right. For New York City, that's crazy. So it never really kind of added up. It's one of those things from a show that doesn't make sense. Now, one stipulation here. As you think about it and get ready to call 215-592-9494 to win the Metallica tickets, we're specifically looking for answers more of that nature, not things that are supernatural. This isn't about, well, how does Superman fly? It's not that. This is not Mr. Miyagi rubbing the hands together.
Superman flying is not supernatural.
Well,
Superman flying is the
alien
light of the yellow sun.
Fair enough. Yes.
It's scientific.
Right. Miyagi rubbing the hands to help the leg. It's not that. Like, that makes no sense. Guy doesn't have that kind of healing power in his hands. All right. What is more simple yet just doesn't seem like it quite adds up and makes sense? John Ritchie, when you think of a big answer, and this goes for everyone, 215-592-9494, to win the Metallica tickets. John, you can't win them, but what comes to mind for you as a potential answer?
Man, I love Con Air. Con Air.
Nick Cage.
Classic.
Man, that movie came
Cyrus
out.
the Virus.
Yeah. Oh, Malkovich. Just a timeless performance by John Malkovich. But anyway.
I can't believe he didn't win an Oscar for it, to be honest.
You and me both. Cameron Poe,
Mm-hmm.
Nick Cage's character, defended himself against 3 guys.
Yeah, this is a great point
in a
by
bar. He's attacked.
They attacked him first
with a knife.
Yeah.
The guy has a knife. Cameron Poe defends himself and ends up killing a dude. And because he's an Army Ranger and a, quote, deadly weapon, he now just has to go to jail.
Great answer,
But
John.
it's not
Seriously.
normal jail either. Like, this is in Alabama, and they ship him the whole way to federal prison in California. Don't ask me why.
Yeah.
So much
Great
Just
answer,
didn't add
dude.
up.
So this is for Metallica tickets with their tour, which comes to Philadelphia and Lincoln Financial Field in just a couple weeks. May 25th, the Metallica M72 World Tour. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Seltzer, what's an answer that you're thinking?
This is not a winning answer. This is for the baseball heads out there.
Okay.
Because it came up on the show last week, I watched For the Love of the Game for the first time since it came out. I hadn't seen it.
Love that movie.
Yeah, the Kelly Preston stuff is meh, but the baseball stuff is as good as it gets. But one of the main hinges in the plot is the idea that the new ownership group is going to trade Billy Chappell if he doesn't retire. Billy Chappell has been in the league for 19 years and played for the Detroit Tigers the entire time. Is there an issue there? It's called 10-5 rights.
Yep.
Billy Chappell could just say, no, you're not trading me. This discussion's over. I can do whatever the hell I want. It's a whole plot point in the movie that just is irrelevant and doesn't make sense.
Man, Seltzer's a fun guy to watch a movie with.
I mean, though, I'm right, though, right? I'm right.
You're not wrong.
10-5
You're not
rights.
wrong.
Come on, man.
James, there's like 2% of the crowd watching that movie.
10-5 rights.
All right, Rhea, what does not make sense in a movie or a show?
So it's a sitcom, Friends. You've got Monica and Rachel,
Yep.
two single women living alone in New York, and their front door is never locked.
How about that?
Ever.
How about that? That's an interesting answer. Guys, give us big answers. What just kind of doesn't add up? Best answer, whoever gives it to us, wins the Metallica tickets. 215-592-9494. Phone calls on everything we're discussing today. Also, Stephen A. ripping James Harden yesterday.
No.
Music to my ears. It'll be music to your ears coming up next when you hear it as well on 94 WIP.
Hello, May, and hello, warmer weather, hopefully soon, as this rain all moves out. Before you know it, we will be deep into summer and searching for a way to beat the heat. So keep that AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows with a 20-point inspection of every window upon installation. And this is what I've done at both my home in the city and my home at the shore.
During Window Nation's semi-annual sale, you'll get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments. How about this? No monthly payments until 2027.
Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country, which means all of their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, their windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future.
Do what I did and call 866-90-NATION. I couldn't believe Window Nation's efficiency. My call, they were out for the estimate. It's a great value, so yes to the estimate. And then installation was so quick and easy as well. But you gotta hurry to catch this sale. It ends May 31st. So don't miss your chance to get 60% off a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, you pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Ravens have released longtime kicker Justin Tucker after 13 seasons. Tucker is the subject of an NFL investigation involving allegations of improper conduct during massage therapy sessions. General Manager Eric DaCosta calling the move a football decision. In a statement, the team saying in part, "We are grateful for Justin's many contributions while playing for the Ravens. We sincerely wish him and his family the very best in this next chapter of their lives." Elsewhere, the NFL, alongside President Trump, announcing that the 2027 NFL Draft will be held in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford has finalized a new deal that'll pay him $84 million over the next 2 seasons. He's entering the 17th year in the NFL. And former receiver and 3-time Super Bowl champion Julian Edelman has been voted into the Patriots Hall of Fame by fans, becoming the 37th inductee in team history. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more, this doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rush? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ike Reese here for my friends at Dietz & Watson. Spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like...
Hey, Google, cool down my car.
And...
Hey, Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey, Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Zach Wheeler starts for the Phillies as they kick off a 6-game road trip at the Tampa Bay Rays, 7 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Flyers, no luck in the NHL lottery. They'll pick 6. Flyers Matvei Mishkov snubbed, despite leading all rookies in goals, even strength points, second in overall points, and the only player to put up 3 or more overtime goals, 3 or more shootout goals is rookie Mishkov, somehow not even a finalist for the Calder Trophy. Big loss for the Eagles as their longest tenured member of the scouting department and considered to be Howie Roseman's right-hand man, Anthony Patch, has left for the Las Vegas Raiders. Now until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Storms today, a high of 76. It is currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, let's rock a lot of calls here. I told you 7:20 thereabout. We're going to re-air the hour, and it was a power hour of Jason Kelce, Brandon Graham, and part of that hour, Jeffrey Lurie yesterday. So calls right now. Let's go. 215-592-9494. Boy, it's a tough song to talk over. I love it.
That bass line. Listen to it.
I hear it.
Kevin Ritchie.
I'll have to tell you, man.
One of the best. Wait, is his name Kevin?
He's got a good first name. Let's go to the phones. Let's get to Jeff in Phoenixville. Jeff, good morning, bud.
Good morning, everybody. And Joe, outstanding job last night.
Thank you very much.
It was good to see you again. And you brought the energy. The crowd really brought it last night.
Crowd was wild last night.
Awesome.
Wild.
Awesome.
And I mean that in a good way. Wild.
And it's not a tiny theater. I mean, it's small in today's spec, but it's a small area, and it was loud. And
yep.
It was great.
I mean, the Eagles' chants were...
that was great.
I mean, it was unbelievable.
Well, plus some of the Dallas sucks chants too, which is even better.
Sure.
Yeah,
Dallas does suck, so that's good.
And BG was right in the middle. How about Brandon right before the event? Did you see it, Jeff? When I say right before the event, 20 or 30 minutes before, when he walked through the crowd?
No, I couldn't get VIP tickets because you had to buy pairs, and I couldn't buy a single VIP ticket. I would have, but I had to.
What a man of the people, Brandon Graham. What
awesome.
A man of the people.
Awesome. And the surprise guests, that was a bonus. I didn't expect to see Selleck or Jordan Mailata, which I've never actually seen him in person. My God, that is a tall person.
Massive. And by the way, they were surprises for Brandon. We didn't tell him that we were cooking that up. So what we did was for those listening right now that weren't there, Selleck on stage for the first half of Brandon's career, or because he was there all the way through 2017. And then when Brent was, then okay, we're done with 2017, and then Jordan Mailata up there for the remainder. And it worked out great because you got the perspective of both teammates and friends that could comment on everything we were discussing. Because we went, for the most part, as you know, Jeff, chronologically. And just what was the biggest revelation? What was the biggest revelation to you that Brandon said, or the most interesting thing you heard?
Just you can see how genuine he is. Yeah. You may not see it during the games, obviously. I mean, he's a great teammate and all that, and you can see that he's having a great time. But you can just see the compassion in him, and you can just see that he really, really acknowledges that the love that people have for him, and he just loves to give that back as well.
No question.
And it was he did zing you pretty good last night on that one, and everybody I forget what it was because there was so much going on, but. Everybody loves the Heat.
Oh, no, he got me a couple times. I had to hide behind the chair that one time. I mean, it's great.
You were turning beet red, man. I'm telling you.
All right, Jeff, give me an answer. What doesn't make sense from a show or a movie?
Okay, this is going back a ways, but we all love the A-Team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day. They, all the car chases, especially with the van.
No one dies?
Awesome. And no one dies, and nobody gets hit with AK-47 machine gun fire. Ever.
Yeah. It's not a bad answer. A-Team did have a way of
getting out of things unscathed.
Yeah, even the bad guys. Like maybe they go away and I don't know, handcuffs. I don't really remember, but they didn't die.
Well, that's what I wanted to see as a 10-year-old.
It doesn't work for the 10-year-old.
You know what reminded me of the A-Team? Have you guys watched Lioness?
No.
Season 2, the beginning of season 2, Lioness. I started watching just recently with Alicia, actually.
Yep.
The Lioness thing. Got the first season under my belt, and it's phenomenal.
Wow, okay.
Like one of my favorite shows I've seen in a long time.
I'll try to check it out.
You gotta check it out.
I like it. Good deal.
Yeah.
Hey, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet, proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question. There's some talk maybe the Sixers will trade Joel. Maybe they will. It's going to be really hard, obviously, with his contract and his injury situation. But we ask you this poll question. Do you think the Sixers will trade Joel sometime in the next year? Next year meaning defined as the next 12 months, which would be either this offseason or sometime during, this upcoming season prior to the trade deadline. Do you think they trade him in the next 12 months? Yes or no? Let's get to Dave in Wilmington right now. Dave, good morning.
Good morning.
What's going on, Dave?
Dave?
I want to start out by saying how envious I am of your guys' job, because that picture of you guys with Jason Kelce and Brandon Graham was phenomenal.
Well, that was really cool. And yes, listen, Dave, I'll tell you, my man, I'm well aware that we're very fortunate to have the jobs we have and the access that we have.
We don't take it for granted.
We don't. We don't. And those are two of the greats, and not just as players, but as people. So they're fun guys to hang out with.
And I haven't had the opportunity to meet Brandon yet. I bought 2 tickets of the meet and greet last night, and I couldn't go because of my anniversary, which I had mentioned yesterday. But my kids had such a great time. They told me you did a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
So that's all. That's really all I wanted to comment.
I appreciate that, Dave. Give me a great answer for what doesn't make sense. You can win Metallica tickets.
Well, why would you send drillers in space? Armageddon.
Such a good answer.
Okay, what did he say?
He said, why would you send drillers in space in Armageddon instead of training astronauts to drill the hole? Bruce Willis like, nope, need my guys. They're the best drillers. It's like, all right, so let's train drillers to be astronauts instead of the other way around is nonsense.
I don't know, maybe it's harder to become a driller in quick time.
That is his argument.
And it's
James,
ridiculous. I mean,
I
it's
think
absurd.
that's possible.
No, stop.
Possible.
Dude, do you know how long people train to be astronauts? You know that it's like, what's a bigger issue? Oh, the drill's not working, or you've got a space issue.
I'm not flummoxed by it. I'm
think
pretty
it's
good
nonsense.
with it. All right, up ahead in 1 minute. Something I loved it, man. James Harden's getting ripped, and he deserves to get ripped. And what Stephen A. said about James Harden yesterday upon his latest Game 7 flameout, you'll hear that coming up in 1 minute.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. We've seen their operation when we've done our show from their headquarters, their PDQ POS headquarters. The people there, the technology, it's so impressive. So if you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
So I got to hand it to Jolly, who, upon the latest James Harden Game 7 fiasco, bludgeoned Harden on Twitter this weekend. Here's what Jolly wrote after Harden pulled a Game 7 Harden. Jolly wrote, another shocking, sarcasm here, okay? Bear with me. Another shocking Game 7 first-round loss by a team that employs James Harden. 7 points. Simply the most overrated player in the history of sports. Totally useless. That's strong, man. Good work, Jolly.
And he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
He is going to be a Hall of Famer. But this guy, man, he really comes up small when it matters a lot. Let's listen to Stephen A. yesterday on ESPN just tearing into Harden.
This is Harden in Game 7. It's not the fact that, he only scored 7 points. How about only taking 8 attempts? He would have been better off shooting 1 for 25. At least you're going out there and you're trying. It's not about his poor performances. This is at least the third time his effort is being questioned in a Game 7. It was questioned in a Game 6, against the San Antonio. It was questioned in Philadelphia against Boston. It's being questioned now, if not a flat-out indictment. It's gotten to the point where Game 7 transpires, and what you're going to say is somebody going to perform, or are they going to have James Harden fever? They're naming it fever after this guy.
James Harden fever. John, there's not much we can take from it that makes us feel better about the Sixers. Frankly, there's nothing, in my opinion, that makes me feel better about the Sixers seeing Harden fail but it makes me feel better as a human being. See how it fell.
Well, him and Ben.
And Ben,
Simmons, being sat, more than sat, just not even.
Didn't get in the game.
Yeah, I feel like it's so little, so late, though, Joe.
Yeah.
Like, I needed more retribution and punishment and like just a return on all of our time invested or something. Like
I think what you really just need is the Sixers to get good. Again.
Oh,
and that's what we really need.
But how far away does that feel?
Oh, could it be the 2030s? How's that make you feel, ladies and gentlemen? But it is satisfying. It doesn't fill the whole heart up, because the main thing is you want to see the Sixers be good, but at least does give you a little
It's
something.
all we got.
It's all we got.
Little things to hold on to.
All right, to use an Eagles term and a flip around the term, it's all we got, and we need more.
Much more. Yes.
We covered that. That was another thing we covered last night. Malcolm's speech in the locker room. You know, the we're all we got, we're all we need thing, which was after Carson got injured, the Eagles won that game. You know, Foles stepped in that Rams game, played well down the stretch, kind of became a shootout. But then, of course, because one of the things we discussed, well, sort of didn't quite discuss, but it was sort of, I would say, put out there by the guys. We were so down, John. Like the fan base. Let's say that was a 4:25 game. So let's go to 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30 that night, December 3rd, I think.
I felt like Doug Peterson was out of touch. I felt like Doug Peterson's response after that game. I felt like I couldn't believe Doug was so upbeat and positive. Maybe it was the next day. Or I think it might have been that night as well. He was completely unfazed.
But one of the things, so I don't remember that. I do remember, see, it was interesting. I remember Doug saying if there's ever a time for a leader to lead, it's now, which he clearly did. But I was struck last night. I think it was Brent Selleck, not BG. I think it was Brent saying that he felt Doug stepped back and fostered a culture in that moment where the leaders led. The team players' leaders led, which obviously would be exemplified by Malcolm, who, you know, I've heard from many people through the years was the leader of the team. Like, he was the guy. And he gave the speech. Because when Malcolm gave that speech in that Los Angeles locker room around, let's say around 7:45 that night, East Coast time, James, we were despondent.
Devastated.
Yeah,
it was over.
And
The season was over.
And yet Malcolm saying, we're all we got, and here's the big K, we're all we need. And he wasn't wrong.
And I didn't believe it.
Me neither. I was like, you need more Malcolm. Sorry, buddy.
It didn't work on me. And I was hoping that it would work on all the guys in that locker room.
Took about a month and a half, to start sorting itself out and winning that close the thing about, not Rams game, that close Falcons game, the thing about winning that Falcons game, and it was a little ugly, offense didn't play very well, and Julio Jones could have won the game. But one of the things I remember after that game was thinking, well, doesn't exactly look like they're clicking on all cylinders, but they're 2 games away from winning the Super Bowl. I mean, you're close at that point. At that point, it's like, well, getting really close. Let's get to Brad in Westchester. Brad, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Brad.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, you did a good job last night on your being the host, man. Good feel for the crowd.
Thank you very much. Crowd was great. Crowd was out of its mind. It was unbelievable. It was like being at a football game.
I know, for that small place, man. It was cool. And you always getting ripped, man, but I don't think you get enough credit for the job you do on the air and then doing events like that, man. So good job, buddy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Real quick, to Ray's point about the Eagles, man, and I kind of, it irritates me. I think the NFL is set up this way on purpose. Like, I feel like it should be some rule like teams shouldn't be able to just snatch your coordinators just because you're successful.
How do you block it though, Brad? How do you stop that? I mean, if you want to go from a job that pays you X to X times 3, right? You're gonna leave for that job.
It's a promotion.
How do you stop that?
Yeah, it's no way to stop it. But the only benefit that I will say is that you kind of have to change anyway because it's a copycat league, and when you want to stop a coordinator, you just look at the tape from last year. So, coordinators, they got to change their playbook every season.
Well, that's part of where Andy. Listen, Brad, that's where Andy Reid deserves. It's one of the spots he deserves the most credit in his career. It's probably top 2 or 3 because if you think of the evolution of offense over the last now 25 years, really even if you want to go 30, 35 years, his early days with Green Bay in the early 90s, I mean, the guy has evolved. And so his personnel has changed. I mean, think about the personnel changes. That's one of the things about Brandon Graham. If you want to be great, sustain great, you're going to lose players, and you're going to add players, and you're going to lose players, and you're going to add players. And it's the coaches that can adjust to who's in and who's out. Not only the GM that picks them, but the coaches that adjust. That's part of how you sustain greatness. That's what Belichick did, and that's what Reed's done.
Yeah, it's true. Let me give you my movie real quick. I just want to kind of set it up. The diamond that rose through in the ocean in Titanic.
Yeah.
That diamond is worth like $500 million today, they said. And when you think back, like she had a caregiver. She didn't have a lot of money.
Yep.
That diamond could have fed generations of her family. Why would you throw it in the ocean? It was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in a movie.
So right, Brad. Honestly, one of multiple dumb things in that movie. Well done.
$500 million.
It's nonsense. It's so nonsensical. Like,
and
let
she's
the ocean
to
have
pay
it.
her caregiver.
Okay, yeah, right.
It's a great point.
Not just her
Struggling to
caregiver,
make
she's got a whole family, right? Her daughter's there, her
caregiver
grandkids,
payments.
like this whole extended family, like that's their future in your hands. Like, what are we doing?
And you know what? I'm gonna whip it out there into the waves. Who cares? Whoop.
It's really a good answer. It is. Listen, and I love the movie, but no argument from me. Up ahead, more phone calls. Also, Ben Davis will get to the Phillies and more as the Phil season rolls on with the new series starting tonight. That reality plus all of it regarding BG, what we discussed yesterday. And reminder, 7:20, that's when you're going to hear Brandon Graham, Jason Kelce, and Jeffrey Lurie, the power hour from yesterday. We'll re-air that around 7:20 today. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie on WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. As always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, it's the place. It's the best place to find all of your favorite player props. And right now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been in basketball flirting with a potential triple-double, well, get the latest stats. That's right, the stats themselves right inside the app and see who is heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things also get really interesting because you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win really big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, what are you waiting for? Now's the time. Get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer. Whether it's the NBA playoffs, the NHL playoffs, obviously MLB on a day-to-day basis, our local squad back at it tonight. It's all there for you, available to bet on at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, guys? Devin Caney here. If you're thinking about popping the question, you need to talk to my friend Paul at Cozy Jewelers. He'll walk you through every step of the process, whether you want something custom and one of a kind, or you need a stunning diamond ready to go. Paul makes it easy, pressure-free, and actually fun. Don't settle. Go with someone who gets it. Step up to the 5th C, color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Check out cozyjewelers.com, or of course, follow Cozy Jewelers on Instagram to see their amazing work.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB Odds Boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck, so step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Hall of Famer Michael Strahan and billionaire Mark Lasry are bidding to invest in the New York Giants. By the way, if any billionaire investors are listening, I'm available to partner up in purchasing a piece of the Bengals, Jets, or Cardinals. You're just going to have to put up most of the money. You can use my name if you'd like. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yo, Trey, drop the verse.
It's going down, fade to Black Street. The homies got at me, collab.
Well, great to be with you on this Tuesday morning, the day after BG Day on WIP, and it was quite a night last night. The Power Hour from yesterday, we're going to re-air it starting around 7:20. Lurie, BG, and Kelce. What a day that was, John, huh?
That was pretty spectacular.
My God.
Really fun, too. Just
it
having
was
a chance to, I don't know, gab with the guys a little bit. Hey, I spent $7 on a pomegranate yesterday.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Bad.
I think it's bad.
Okay.
But I love pomegranates.
It's a lot of money for one fruit.
$7 for one fruit.
Like it's unacceptable.
But
like,
I felt
you can't
like
do that.
it was worth it. I felt like, I bought more than one. I bought two, and then a third, and then I was thinking of going even higher, but it was like, holy cow! I'm about to go $20 deep.
Sure.
For
look, if it's worth
a
it,
ripoff of fruit.
Can I give you an example? Go ahead.
Amazing fruit. Again, I doubt you've ever had pomegranate.
No, I don't even know what it is.
It is. Oh, you don't know
when
what it is?
When you just said it is, I didn't know if you bought a table. I didn't know what a pomegranate is. I don't know what it is.
Stop, John.
I swear to God.
You really don't know what a pomegranate is?
I had no idea that's food.
Oh my God.
I don't know what it is.
Oh my God.
What do I care about a pomegranate? What do I care? I don't even know what. So you're saying it's
you're a
fruit.
human. It's not about caring about them. It's about like knowledge breaking into your brain over 47 years of life.
Right, over that course of time.
You would think a pomegranate,
like the juice, the palm juice became really popular for a while. You would think that would cross your path or something.
Didn't hit me. Never really a thing.
Pomegranates are out of season. I was looking for pomegranates. I have now found that you
for you.
can get them. They are incredibly
John did it.
Seasonal, but it was farmers market.
Oh, that's a great spot.
I had to go farmers market to go get pomegranate. But again, I feel like I paid 3 times the normal price.
I love it. All right, 215-592-9494 to weigh in on everything today. Let's remind you the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox from Armin Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, do you think the Sixers will trade the big guy, Joel, sometime in the next year? A, yes, B, no. You can vote at SportsRadio WIP on Twitter. Well, really almost all Eagles in the first hour, with good reason. The BG stuff yesterday, and we'll continue on with that. But also, let's introduce the Phils as a topic. They got a new series starting later tonight. And, James, you know we always love having Mr. Ben Davis in studio with us.
Ben Davis in studio, brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto. 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJTire.com.
Benji, how are you, pal?
Top of the morning to you.
And all of it to Brandon Graham.
I agree with that.
Did you get to hear some of yesterday?
It was phenomenal.
Really, right?
Everyone did such a great job. It was well prepared. It was well rehearsed. And you guys did, you nailed it.
Thanks, man. Well, look, it's quite an hour you're going to hear up ahead. Everyone listening, from 7:20 to 8:20, or from 7:20 to about 8:10, we're going to air the 9 o'clock hour from yesterday. It was special. Ben, the Phils, I feel pretty good. I mean, I wish Sunday they would have won. Spike had a pretty good tweet, something like, they don't quite, I'm paraphrasing here, but like right when you want to get back in and all believe, and they lose that Sunday game. And so they haven't
won 3 series in a row.
They have won 3 in a row. They're not like fully putting it together. And there always seems to be a couple guys that aren't playing well. Obviously, it was notable over the weekend. Rangers struggled, but I can live with that. Nola on Saturday, Ben, that was outstanding.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be back, maybe. So, I feel pretty good about our baseball team.
Yeah, I knew the rotation would be there, but now you have the bullpen throwing a lot better.
Yep.
You got guys hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
Kepler is playing.
I really like Max Kepler.
Can
he finally get the credit he
I'm not
deserves?
all in yet, but
Everyone's still going to say,
I told you, for 1 year, $10 million, like a good flyer.
I'm waiting to say. I'm still waiting to say, but I'm encouraged.
Yeah.
He's got a hammer encouragement.
He's consistent, man.
It's like pomegranate. Like, sure, I'll give you a little nod or whatever.
I think everything's starting to come back to where we thought it would be. And that's what's very encouraging for me. But my biggest takeaway from the weekend, the bullpen's thrown a lot better. I mean, a lot better.
Well, is that real?
Series.
Is that
sustainable
the stuff
has always
and
been
everything?
there, John. The stuff has always been there.
Romano wasn't supposed to have a 30 ERA.
I don't think that's
Correct.
the thing. Romano, but Romano still looks scared to death when he's out there.
He's always
when
looked
does
like
that go away?
He's always looked like that.
Well,
but
that's
the stuff
terrible.
is
I
there.
don't want my guy looking like he's
John, we're going to have
afraid.
That's this guy's thing. So
disarm the opposing batter with your fearful look in your eye.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Baseball.
I love it. Let's get to the phones. A lot to discuss. 215-592-9494. Gary in Whitehall. Gary, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. You are a dork of all dorks, let me tell you.
Come on, man.
Man, straight out the gates. What for? I like that you came out kind of chiding him.
You never heard of a pomegranate?
Oh, yeah, that is
I've
ridiculous.
heard the term. I wouldn't have known what it is.
You thought it was a table.
Could have been a textbook. Could have been anything. Could have, like if you had asked me 7 minutes ago, can you eat a pomegranate?
Well, it's pomegranate, not pomegranate.
Whatever the hell it's
Pommel,
called.
you keep not pommel horse.
Yeah, exactly.
Pommel horse or whatever. Yeah,
I know where you were going with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
it's
to
not
me,
bad.
yeah. It's...
Pomegranate.
Anyway, Gary, what do you got on our sports scene, my man?
And I tell you what, you guys did a wonderful job yesterday. Thankfully for the Odyssey app, I was able to recap the whole day.
Good.
And,
That's awesome.
A big shout out to all of WIP. You guys did an awesome job with BG Day. So
Thank you.
Well deserved. And he's going to be very much missed, but he's still going to be there. So
Totally.
But yeah,
And Gary, let me just say this: as kudos are going around, this is important. Kudos to the Eagles stars of yesteryear and this year, meaning a guy like Sirriani as a coach, that came out to support Brandon. I mean, think about who was incorporated, not just yesterday, but going back to last week with some of the interviews. Andy Reid, Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, Doug Peterson, Brian Dawkins, Jason Kelce, Brent Selleck, Jordan Mailata, LaShawn McCoy. I'm forgetting one or two. Mike Quick. I mean, that's coming out to support their guy, man. That's pretty cool.
Brandon deserves it.
He does.
It was just natural that everyone would turn out for him.
Yeah. Because I got to tell you, Gary, I'll give you $10 if you can come up with the next topic that gets that collection of guys to all be on WIP within 2 or 3 days. I mean, you know, as a sports talk show host and a programmer, I know that's pretty good content right there.
How about a back-to-back repeat of Super Bowl? How about that?
How about that? Makes it easier. That's for darn sure. No question. All right, Gary, give me an answer, my man, from TV or movie. What doesn't quite make sense?
Oh, I know he was a marine biologist, but Hooper, Richard Dreyfuss in Jaws. What in your right state of mind would you go into a shark cage with a man-eating shark?
Yeah. They had to figure it out. I don't think that's a
They
great
weren't
answer.
aware yet. Is that
No, they were aware, but it was like they had to get rid of Jaws. Like they had to solve the problem somehow.
They could have started with a bigger boat.
was-
I will say that.
Yeah, but that's not what he's saying. He's talking
Yeah,
about
I
when
know.
Dreyfuss goes down
I
in
know.
a cage.
Yeah, I understand. All right,
I mean,
let's
he
get
was
to.
sort of out of options. At that
Yeah, it's not like Dreyfuss was like, I'm psyched to do this. Can't wait.
You know what the Hammer would have done?
Fighting for his
I
life.
would have called the Coast Guard. Right?
Oh, good.
Right?
Yeah,
Coast Guard.
Call somebody else.
Ben, right? Ben, you
That
think
would
I'm
make more sense.
I get that phone call of the Hammer going, hey, shark just ate someone. Can you help us, please?
Because they definitely have a bigger
call
boat.
the Coast Guard? If not, then the Navy. Go to the phones.
That was damn impressive.
Navy.
I mean, I'm not getting out there myself. Come on, man. You kidding me? Let's get Kyle right now. Kyle, good morning.
Have you ever been out on the ocean, Joe?
Yeah, but in a big old boat.
But
not
I
a
mean,
little...
not on a cruise ship, on a small ship.
No. You think I'm crazy?
Well, that's not
Really?
crazy.
Deep sea
Yeah,
fishing and stuff is not crazy.
No,
Like people do
so-
that all the time.
That's the thing. Like,
Well, hold on. How far out are we
I've
talking
been
about?
deep sea fishing before.
I don't know.
How far out does that
Down
mean?
to the
past-
intercoastal?
You're pretty far off
past
the coast.
the
yeah.
shore. Like
Guys, you should
Like
see
an
me.
hour out type
Yeah.
of thing.
Let me
on
put
a
it this
boat.
way. You should see me at the beach. And you got that studly, barrel chest out for the whole world to see, although it's
Oh,
very,
yeah,
very
sure.
pasty white. It's not very good looking. And I am closer. Let me put it this way. I am closer to the 3-year-olds, okay, who go up to their ankles and then sit, okay, than I am the people that go out and really crash in the
You don't
waves.
swim, do you?
I'm just saying I'm very careful out there.
paddles.
I'm very, very.
So you
Zoe's
don't-
getting good, man.
you
I
don't
think
go
Zoe
in the
might
water?
be passing you as a swimmer now. These swim classes, she can motor around now, man.
think about that, Joe. Like you need to swim.
I'd
you
like
need
to.
for safety
And for getting in
purposes.
shape.
You know that I told you the story. My mother was never taught to swim.
Okay.
And so when she was in college, she was working at a local pool to make money in the summer, and they thought it would be funny. They threw her in. And they had to go rescue her.
That's a shame.
Because she's got clothes on.
Yeah.
She didn't know how to swim. So all of a sudden, she's not coming to the surface, and they're like, uh-oh.
That is an uh-oh.
Let's go get her. So, yeah, that's
I could
stuff
survive
like that.
I can handle that, but anything that involves breathing underwater,
well, this is something.
Don't do it.
Because you can't.
You can
Correct.
still learn.
Don't do it.
You can still learn. It's important to learn this,
I
and
know.
we can teach you this.
Yeah, I just want to be taught by you. I appreciate the
Look,
offer,
I mean,
John.
like this stuff, like
I know.
you can do it. We can teach you. All you need to do is practice it. It really is like anything else.
I know.
Joe, you can
This
breathe
is an important
underwater
life
with
skill.
scuba diving.
I know, but it's not.
I took scuba diving at Temple my senior
I took
year.
scuba diving,
Was it
not at
cool?
Temple after, but
Yeah.
Can I rip Temple for a second?
Absolutely, yeah.
So
Yeah, I
isn't
didn't
the-
take scuba diving
Isn't
in
the
school.
idea of college,
I played
a
football.
university to be higher education?
Wish
What
I
is
coulda.
Scuba.
Joe,
I mean,
Come on,
let me
you don't
tell
think
you something.
Fairfield
Scuba
has?
diving?
You don't think
Scuba
Fairfield
diving.
has its fair
No,
of like golf and
no,
whatever?
no, I gotta
Yeah.
rip the
Fairfield's
Temple
probably too
tough.
small to have a scuba diving class.
I'm
That's
gonna
the only
call
issue.
Temple not tough.
Now, let me
Scuba
tell
diving.
you, Joe, this was my mistake. It was my last semester,
Yep.
senior year, and I go, I'm going to take an easy class. It was the hardest freaking class I've ever taken. You had to measure gases. They threw you into the water with everything. You had to put everything.
You can die scuba diving if you're
You
not like
can
coming up
die.
too
So
fast.
if you
Yeah,
die, let me
that's
ask you a
true.
question.
Yeah,
If you
Get the
die in
beds.
the class, you die. You get an F?
Probably.
Yeah.
Like
Good
guy
question.
guy
Well, you
dies
failed
during
at
the
being
class.
safe.
Most
You failed
likely.
at safely scuba
Yes,
diving.
you
Most
get
likely.
an F, but your family gets millions and millions
Yes.
of dollars.
Probably.
Yes.
All right.
No, Joe, it was an epic fail on my part. I thought it was an
There
easy
you go.
class, and it was absolutely not.
Temple tough. I love you. I'm just playing around. All right, BG, Kelce, and Jeffrey Lurie. What an hour it was. You'll hear it next. So much up ahead. It's going to be a great day. And yesterday was so special, 9 to 10. Wait till you hear it. It's unbelievable. Next on 94 WIP.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you're an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. NovaCare Select Sports Center of Excellence, their specialty locations. They are focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening, and NovaCare will prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, care is provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the Delaware Valley and South Jersey's trusted leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way NovaCare is help meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to novacare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, with YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, hockey fans, ready for the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs? Get in on the action throughout hockey's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. Sign up or log in for odds boost tokens and more throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless NHL betting options, including new look same-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Follow the action and excitement for every goal and every game throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs with BetMGM. Get ready for this season's fantastic finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies at the Tampa Bay Rays to open a 6-game road trip. Zach Wheeler on the mound. Flyers fell to the 6th spot in the NHL lottery despite finishing with the 4th worst record. Flyers have never had a Calder Trophy winner that is given to the NHL's top rookie. They won again this year. Matvei Mishkov snubbed as a finalist. Eagles losing their senior director of college scouting, Anthony Patch, to the Raiders. 23 years with the Birds, generally considered to be Howie Roseman's right-hand man. Now until May 31st, get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Weather brought to you by PDQ Signature System. Storms today, a high of 76. It is currently 64. If you are in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what a day. What a day and what a night it was yesterday as, of course, we honored Brandon Graham. And, today we're discussing, amongst other things on the phone lines, the concept of moving on without BG and sort of what comes next for the Eagles, which, of course, is part Nolan Smith and part others to fill the void. Eagles are very lucky to have Howie Roseman to pick the players and pick the people. Because, with Brandon, you're replacing not just the player, but you're also replacing the person. That is part of how you dig in and become the kind of group that, makes the playoffs 7 out of the last 8 years, gets to 3 Super Bowls, wins 2 of them. Those guys accomplished a lot together, and BG was a big part of it. All right, what Brandon and Jason Kelce and Jeffrey Lurie all said to us yesterday in an absolutely wild and I thought really remarkable hour of content that those three provided with the stories from the past and just the camaraderie they share and were willing to share with us together. We'll get to that up ahead in 1 minute because it was a special day, and we'll relive that coming up in 1 minute.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives, the ones who gave you unconditional love on your worst days, and those women who hold your home together, mom to your children, and she's your best friend. Now it's your turn to give back with the timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square is your destination for timeless, beautiful, and meaningful gifts for all those we call mom. Show your love and gratitude with classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, an elegant diamond pendant, or the perfect forever symbol of your gratitude, a sophisticated diamond eternity band. Or browse Benari's extensive collection of famed designer David Yurman, with the largest selection of David Yurman in all of Greater Philadelphia. From cable and chain bracelets to pendants with eye-catching precious colored stones, whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship, just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
So one of the things we're always cognizant of as talk show hosts, it's our job to sort of be aware of the clock and how it works for you in your life. When I say the clock, like it's 7:23 right now. A lot of you listening at 7:23, probably out of your car by 9 o'clock, right? Probably go to work. Probably. I mean, not necessarily, but a lot of people go to work. A lot of people report before 9. James, it must take something pretty extraordinary from a 9 o'clock hour for us to replay 45 minutes of content from the prior day.
Yeah, I don't know if we've ever done it.
I don't think we ever have. But we want to serve you. And if you missed this yesterday, even if you didn't miss it, I would imagine if you heard it, you'll want to hear it again because it was, in my opinion, that good. And it was because of Brandon Graham and Jason Kelce and Jeffrey Lurie and the last, decade or so of Eagles football that these guys share together. Let's listen to what we had going on yesterday with our program. Listen, then we'll react coming up down the line on the show. There's a lot of great stuff in here.
Boy, if the Eagles can come up with their one turnover of the game right here, that would be sealing. Brady back again. He steps up, he's hit, and falls forward. And he fumbles the football, and the Eagles have it. It is recovered by Barnett. Barnett. Brady fumbles, and Barnett has the ball. They finally hit Brady.
How about that moment? How about it? Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. It is BG Day. And, John, you know what the beautiful thing about BG Day is?
BG?
BG. I mean, the day is good. but BG is better, and he's in studio. Brandon, good morning, pal.
Good morning, everybody.
BG! Brandon, this is for you today, man. You gave us so much for a decade and a half. We want to give back to you, my man, and the callers, everyone's showing you love today. Mike Quick calling in earlier, Andy Reid on the show last week, Howie Roseman on the station last week. We got all these other guys like Doc calling in later today.
Man.
How's it feel, Brandon? How's it feel to know people are showing you the love?
You know what? This time around, I'm really going to try to receive it and enjoy it because, like you said, man, I'm always in that service mindset trying to help others, and I know this moment right now is special, and I appreciate it. And just can't wait to reminisce a little bit. Definitely going to miss the game, but I'm excited for what's the future. Whatever it holds, I know we're going to be great at it.
Good for you, man. Well, we got so much to get to this hour. Of course, later tonight, we'll be on stage for BG Live, a big hour and a half. We'll go through the career, and there's a lot in there, man. So it's going to be Earl Thomas, by the way, special guest appearance.
Oh, my God, you are so wrong.
You can show, hey, Earl,
he will be sporting 1 Super Bowl ring and not 2.
Correct.
Let's throw that out there.
That's crazy.
It's so good. So, all right, Brandon, right then when we came back from the commercial break, we played that audio, obviously, of the strip sack of Tom Brady, the play that many consider the most important in the history of the franchise. Walk our audience through as great in detail as you can what you remember. You're lined up inside.
Mm-hmm.
Take us through the nuts and bolts of those 5 to 10 seconds, and everything just went wild.
Well, every play, you just don't know what play is going to be in the game that's going to change it, but every play you have that mindset, I'm trying to get there. And you hope on 2nd and 2 that it's not a running play because he had to pass. He had us all out there, and I'm at the 3 technique. So
3 technique means they
inside.
moved you from defensive end to defensive tackle, so you're lined up over the guard.
Over the guard. And I knew that Fletch was getting all the attention. So one-on-one, I told Chris, I'm going up. And that means I'm just going in the B gap, going inside, staying outside so that he can play off me. And I got through, and all I remember is one blink, look, I see him. Another blink, I closed my eyes, and then swiped it out. And, man, DB, when I opened it back up, DB had already had it in his hands. So, it was special.
But man, I look at that play, and that is an unbelievably opportunistic job by you, getting the opposite hand up, grabbing that ball. I think it was an unconventional, shocking hand usage by you that got that ball out. Tom Brady wasn't expecting that hand to flick that thing away from him. That really was unpredictable.
Yeah, you had to reach for it, Brandon. You weren't clobbering Brady.
No.
You were reaching for the ball.
I was reaching for the ball because I seen it, and that's what we practice all the time when we doing our individual drill. Always finish with a swipe or swipe at the ball. And so I went out there and I seen it. And, man, I couldn't believe that he still had it in his hand. And at that time, I was just hoping to get it. That was my main focus, and you secure the tackle after you strip the ball.
By the way, he pulled a real fast one. James, I don't know all the years we've done this show if we ever talked about it. He pulled a fast one 1 second later. He tried to act like, I threw the ball!
Yeah.
He puts the arm forward like, hey, ref, that was an incomplete.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? He tried to do the tuck rule thing.
He did. You remember that, right, Brendan?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. That was tough. That was a tough one.
I threw it! No, you didn't, Tom.
Hey, he got away with it once. Yeah. He got away with it 19, whatever. I'm not even going to get
Brandon, because you guys, of course, then go off the field. Offense is on the sideline. Defense is going off. Offense is meeting defense.
Yep.
What do you remember about how your teammates greeted you?
Man, all I remember is my head just being a bobblehead, people slapping me right on top of my head. Bam, bam, bam. I'm like, oh, it was so much fun. I mean, you don't feel those taps, but you just know your head is just getting hit every which way. And so I just went out there, man, and enjoyed it when I got on the sideline, because at that point I was like, man, the offense get a first down, boy, we about to win it. That's all I kept thinking about. And when I sat down on the bench after all the hoopla and everybody was going crazy, I just remember sitting on the bench looking up at the score. I mean, at the just at the clock, and just like, man, I stripped Brady. I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it.
Did that really happen?
Like that
Yeah.
happened.
Wow.
And all the stuff I went through that game, I had pulled my hamstring in the beginning of the game, and
you did,
and
wow.
we just heated it up and rolled it. And
Look who's walking in!
Oh,
Look at this guy!
What up? What's up, Kels? Oh man,
how about it?
How about it?
But
Jason Kelce walks in.
I had no idea.
Yep, I had like it was like a light strain, but I remember, man, I ain't getting out this game. I gotta put the heat on it, and so we rolled it. Every possession they was just rolling it for me, making sure they kept it hot, and man, all I know is we made it, and the rest was history after that.
You made history that night. Of course, Brandon, a huge part of it. Jason Kelce, a huge part of it. Jason, good morning, buddy.
What's up? How we doing?
How are you, pal?
Very happy to be here. Am I all plugged in? Everything working right?
You're ready.
All
Ready to
right.
rock.
No, excited to be here. I know we got a special day lined up for Brandon today. I just heard outside you guys thought about calling this Cinco de Gramo. That's pretty good. I like that name. But Brandon Graham Day works just good. Yeah.
Jason, we were just talking about the strip sack.
Yeah.
Did you see it live? Meaning, like, were you? I don't know if you're focused on the next possession. Like,
So, it's a great point. Typically in the games, you're with your position groups, right? At that point, the game was kind of in a situation where that so much relied on that possession that those are the type of possessions where the entire team is really watching it. And listen, we were really confident with our ability to go back out there and score if we needed to. Felt like our offense was functioning really well all game long. But I cannot tell you the elation that erupted on that sideline when that sack fumble happened by Brandon Graham. It still gets goosebumps to this day. There's really two moments I remember most from that game. The strip sack that Brandon had, and then for some reason still the last pass, Hail Mary attempt to Gronkowski. Like, it felt like that ball took forever in the air. But yeah, that strip sack was definitely the culmination of like the finally the momentum had really solidified in our corner. So, yeah, that was one for sure.
For us as fans, and a lot of people have said this today, and John, you expressed it, James, I think Rhea did as well. Like, that was the moment for us and I know, Jason, you had to go right back out there and be the center on the next play. But
yeah, we were focused on 4 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
We were focused on, as fans, we think the Eagles are closing in on winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, we think, Brandon, we think it's finally going to happen. Like, you delivered the moment. And, of course, there was still work to be done. And to Brady's credit, after the Jake Elliott field goal, he got the ball back to midfield. Jason, you brought it up. He got the ball into the end zone.
Yeah.
Like, the deal was not done. No.
Brandon almost had him sacked again on the fourth down, and then they make that crazy completion. Like, he almost ended it again.
Man, that fourth down play, boy, he got it. He definitely he a competitor, man. And, he made us work for it, that first one. And so I'm thankful to have the person that took away his first read for us to get there. And I know that now, I mean, man, we standing here now, 2 wins, 2 championships.
World champs.
And so I always remember it for sure.
And I don't know what's more iconic, to be honest with you. The strip sack from the first Super Bowl, or coming back before you're supposed to be ready to play with an injury, going back out there and risking everything just to play in another one. Like, I thought that's almost more remarkable, to be honest with you.
No, I appreciate you, man.
After playing for 16 years or whatever, 15 years too. Yeah,
I'm so thankful for that. Yeah. I know that I wasn't ready, but I was ready.
Well, you were mentally ready.
I was like, whatever I got to do, I'm throwing it.
How close did you come back to trying to run it back for 2025, Brandon?
You know what? It was close. It was close because I was excited to come back and be healthy that was my whole thing in my head.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm coming back. I'm going to be healthy and I'm about to. But I was like, you know what? I'm good. I know I'm just a competitor. It just make you. I mean, I'm always had that inside me. But now I want to deal with these feelings of playing this game for a long time, and I'm ready for it. I'm excited. Actually, being in it now, knowing that they in OTAs, you go through their schedule a little bit, but you be like, man, I don't miss none of that. For real. For real. You don't miss that part.
No.
I know the season stuff is gonna hit me a little bit.
Bad.
But if we winning, shoot, I feel the same way. Like,
have
we
you
all
guys
winning.
thought about the fact that, I mean, you both dealt with I mean, maybe more than anyone, player-wise, in Eagles history. You guys took some beatings from the fans.
Yeah, they were Ben
And
Eric.
you
From the
rose
fans. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying
we had highs and lows in
guys,
careers.
Some tough times, people getting after you, and
I think
somehow you took that in.
That's a rite of passage in Philadelphia, especially as an athlete. You got to go through those highs and lows, and I think.
Except if you play fullback and no one really pays attention to what you're doing ever.
Until you miss the block.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Don't really notice that.
People paid a lot of attention to Brandon, a lot of attention to Jason,
sure.
and they had a pretty good amount of attention to John, of course, 20 years ago. And our next guest has overseen it all for the last 31 years. It's going to be phenomenal here to have Jeffrey Lurie on the program in just a moment. His time in Philadelphia has obviously been the pinnacle of Eagles football through the decades. You consider the 31 years. Jeffrey Lurie's teams have made the playoffs 19 times, 31 years, 19 playoff appearances, 8 conference title appearances, 4 times have reached the Super Bowl, twice have won the Super Bowl, and we were just talking a lot about 5 minutes ago about Super Bowl 52. Let's not forget, it was only 3 months ago that this happened.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
And rejoice, we always will. And appreciative, Brandon, of you on BG Day, one of 4 Eagles to win 2 Super Bowls.
Man, hey, I'm just thinking about this, all the times that we had to straighten you out on this dang on
Hey,
you were so scared.
You're not kidding.
You were scared this year.
Well, let's talk to the owner of the Eagles, obviously one of the most important figures in the history of Philadelphia sports, the owner of the Birds, Jeffrey Lurie. Jeffrey, good morning to you, and welcome to BG Day here on WIP.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. Pleasure to be on, and BG, unbelievable.
Good morning, Mr. Lurie. Man, we appreciate you. Hall of Fame owner, baby.
I agree with that. That's right.
For real.
Well, Jeffrey, so much to get into regarding Brandon's, 15 years and all that. But before we do, let me just say to you and your whole organization, but to you as the guy that, is at the top, congratulations. I mean, what a spectacular journey it's been, especially these last 8 seasons, but really for the bulk of it, all these playoff appearances. And I congratulate you and I thank you as a Philadelphia sports fan for what you and your group has brought to our culture, because you have made a monumental difference in Philadelphia sports.
Oh, well, thank you for those nice words. But it's who you surround yourself with, and I've been so fortunate between players and everyone working in the organization, coaches, and everyone. I mean, really, honestly, it's just assembling a great group of people who are dedicated, focused, and talented, and it's been a joy, and we're just in the middle of it. That's the beauty of it. We're just in the middle of it.
I love that. I do. Jeffrey, when I say to you Brandon Graham, I ask you, what does Brandon Graham mean to you? What do you say?
Well, it takes a few seconds, but it's so much. BG, I think most people by now know we have an executive position, Director of Joy, and it's performed by a dog, and it's a very important part of the organization, Reggie. But Brandon Graham, more than anyone I can remember, is the giver of energy, the head of joy, the person who you constantly want to be next to, with, working with, talking to. He makes life around him better for everyone who is working with him or gets to know him. And that's rare in life. I mean, to be that much of an energy giver and so talented as pass rusher, teammate, high motor, all the great things he does in the community. I mean, they're just off the charts. But that to me sticks out. Really, guys. That's it's every day at practice, every day in the building, every day just high energy, joy, brings out the best in everybody around him. I mean, that's rare.
Mr. Lurie, thank you again for joining us. How has your relationship with Brandon grown and changed over the years? 15 years, probably a lot of growing and changing, I would imagine.
Well, I remember when we drafted him, and, we were all really high. Andy was, excited. We traded up. I know everybody was kind of hoping we were trading up for a safety who was also a very good player. And, Earl was a good player, but BG was just a huge, huge part of all of our success. And, such a dedicated kid from Detroit, and had to grow into what it was like to be a leader on the team, did early on. But, pass rush is a tough position in the NFL, as you know, with all those dancing bear tackles, and it's not easy. And, I think just got to know him early and often, and always wanted to be supportive. But he was his best own support system because he just gave to everybody, so everybody gave back to him. And Andy Reid loved him, and it was just it evolved because you get to know people, and that's true with most players on the team. It takes time. You develop the human connection, and you get the most out of each other.
What makes Brandon such a leader?
Well, I think it's his comfort with himself. I think because he's able to totally be natural, no matter what you're doing with him. It's genuine. It's honest. It's not, trying to be something he's not. He's just, and understands football is such a team game that if you give more to your teammates, if you give more to your fellow defensive linemen, you're going to get more out of the whole roster, the whole team. So he's always been a person that epitomizes what we always talk about as an Eagles player, just a giver, and selfless. And, he made the greatest defensive play in the history of the franchise. But even if he assisted on that, he would have been just as valuable. But he was, obviously made the greatest play a lot of us have ever seen on defense, and won us a Super Bowl there.
Jeffrey Lurie with us here on WIP on BG Day. So Brandon, we asked, Jeffrey a few minutes ago what you mean to him. Let's reverse it. Brandon, what does Jeffrey Lurie, as the tremendous owner of the Eagles and someone you really care about, in part because he cares about you, what does he mean to you?
Man, it means a lot because I know that he was brought into my life for a reason. And, he changed my life with just the belief in that I can help his organization. And just to see the consistency of, his schedule. You see him on Thursdays, on, the pass rush days. You see him every week. He was connected to his organization other than, I hear other guys, owners, they don't be a part of, you don't see him as often. And so he tries to get to know us, the handshakes before the games, the talks, the building of trust that he's had in me over these years. He's been so much because, you strive to be at that level of, just the confidence he has walking around, knowing that, you trust who you got around you. Like he said, those people that you surround yourself with. If anything, that's what I've learned over the years, watching people in those in higher positions and seeing the consistency of their daily life and what they do. And you don't know everything, but he definitely has changed my life and means so much to me and inspired me in so many ways. Just from the, just the back and forth, man, Mr. Lurie talking with me, he know me, what I'm saying? Like that type of feeling, because it's a lot that people assume with us that, man, we so busy, but man, he takes the time. And so, if anything, that's what it's taught me. And I'm thankful to have come across it. And then even now, on what we're going to build in the future, because they ain't done yet. And I want to be a part of that for sure. And, we going to figure that part out too.
Mr. Lurie, how often have you seen the chemistry between a player and the city transform in such a positive way, like it did with Brandon, like it did with Jason? I mean, we were just discussing that. Both these guys, just this city, it's a success story. How do you best just relate that?
Well,
concept?
you said it well. I mean, it stands out. There's so many players you don't know but the ones you do they're just so connected with both the community, their teammates. Jason, BG, they obviously epitomize that. Everyone aspires to that, but some, are just able to pull it off in such a human level. It was natural for Jason, natural for BG. Nobody ever questioned, what were they trying to accomplish? No, they were themselves, and they became so ingrained in Philadelphia and, the Eagles nation, and just so ingrained in it that you can't even imagine a team, without Jason or BG, a big part of it. So it was natural. It was a natural evolution of very special people.
Jeffrey Lurie here on WIP. Jeffrey, one of the things we touched on earlier regarding BG, particularly because he got injured in the final play that he played in Super Bowl 59.
Right.
I mean, it can literally be said Brandon Graham left it all on the field. I mean, all of it.
There is no doubt. And to watch him work to get to that final game, Super Bowl, I mean, it was monumental. Nobody had projected that he would be able to return from that injury and be able to play in that game. And, one of the first things I thought of was when we won was Brandon. It was like, wow, this is how it's going to end. And I'm so glad he even got to play in the game and contributed. And it was really heartwarming.
Sure. Unbelievable. And Jeffrey, Mr. Lurie, how sorry.
He said all of it.
You tried there.
That's great.
I'm so overwhelmed by the fact that you and this organization, you do it differently. You focus on character. And in today's NFL, where that's very rarely the case, it's just how do you do that and win?
Well, I think it's a reason we do win. It's a grind. It's a tough sport. It's really it's not an easy life being a football player. It's easy to be the star and have it all kind of in front of you there, but it's a grind. So I think our approach and our philosophy has been for a long time, if you're going to grind together, why not grind with people that are top-notch people? And they're givers, basically, selfless. It's like when I, accepted the trophy on the stage. I meant what I said. It's a group of selfless, humble, very talented people. And that's our formula. And, I'm sometimes surprised that others don't prioritize some of those things. We do. It doesn't mean every person's going to be, the perfect human being. We're not looking for that. We're looking for people that are genuine and can develop as human beings. And that's the thing. They're 22 years old when we draft them or younger. And we put a lot into development. We put a lot into the creation of what we think a team that can sustain itself and win big contains. And it's a lot of high character people.
And Jason, I want to bring you in here. Of course, we got, Jeffrey on the phone right now. Jason, the grind, the grueling process of being a player, how it beats up your body. You think about it, Jason, all the greats, and you got to be great to get 10 years and more.
Yeah.
The guy seated to your left, Brandon Graham, the most seasons in Eagles history.
Yep.
The most games in Eagles history. I mean, Lane's got a shot to get there. He's got a shot.
Yeah.
But Brandon Graham, in almost 100 years, it is BG with that distinction.
Yeah. I mean, it's a remarkable title to hold. I think really this entire era, I mean, it's pretty crazy. I think it's Brandon, me, and Fletch are all like 3 in the top 4. And like you said, Lane will be there eventually. And I think this speaks to what Jeffrey was kind of just talking about of, we went through 4 different head coaches. The fact that 4 guys stayed with the same organization for so long through really turnover and change and trying to reinvent, and the way a lot of other organizations would build that, they would kind of start over. They would move on, or they would, we're going to rebuild, right? So we're going to move on from these older players. And I think something that Jeffrey, it's really important to him, Brandon epitomizes this, is keeping these people around, whether it's us as players, the coaches that have retained. I mean, Deuce was there forever. Stout stayed through transition. And I think Jeffrey and the organization for years have done a great job of, through these changes, of keeping these important pieces and some semblance of that culture that has allowed the Eagles to have success and to feel like a tight-knit group and a family and connected to the city. And we inherited that from players that played before us. And I think that's one of the masterful jobs that this organization has done. And Brandon epitomizes who that person is to the organization and the loyalty and the joy and enthusiasm. I think Jeffrey said it so well of describing not just the player, but the person that Brandon was every single day in that building. And now who's going to be the next Brandon? It's going to be really hard to replace. Nobody's going to be the next Brandon.
But you're an example of the next guy behind you can be really good, his own person.
But they need to be their own person.
Be his own person, and you can still win.
For sure. And I think that, again, like us as players, the only way we live on is through the players that come after us, right? Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that I certainly take great joy, and I know Brandon will too, is seeing these guys that you were there when they first got there, and they looked up to, like, how do I play for 15 years in Philadelphia? You know what I mean? So it's it's fun to see how that legacy and culture continues to develop. And there's countless of players before us that were there when we were there and before we were there, and it's just been really well done by the organization.
Well, Jeffrey, with everything Jason just said, we thank you for bringing that kind of culture, to our city, and really congratulate you on what you've done. It's and you said it earlier, it's far from over. There's another season obviously up ahead with great possibilities, and we congratulate you on all that you've built here, Jeffrey. Thank you so much for being a huge part of BG Day today. Because Brandon, when doesn't Brandon have a smile on his face? But with the owner calling in and pay tribute to him,
it's kind of cool because I didn't know it's been that so long since he called in. So I appreciate you. I want to thank you for that. I really do want to thank you for that.
By the way, has there ever been an athlete who is known by his initials, first and last name, and as a sort of amateur observer, I would say it's because everybody wants to be close to this guy. So BG becomes the way to be close to him, or kind of an informal hi to him. And have we ever had an athlete anywhere where it's just first name, last name, initials? I don't remember.
I don't know. Oh, AI. Yeah, there's a lot of AI.
Okay, AI. Yeah. You're right about that.
And that's the level we're talking about here in Philadelphia is AI.
Yeah.
But you have to get to a certain point. I mean,
that's right.
To be just 2 letters.
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
For you to just say 2 letters and everybody, millions of people know exactly who you're talking about, that's pretty crazy.
And then there's Dr. J, which is a similar sort of thing. And Brandon, you are in that revere. You're Brandon, because Brandon, when the Phillies were in the World Series a couple years ago, it was you throwing out the first pitch with Dr. J, Bernie Perron, and Mike Schmidt.
Mike Schmidt.
Now think about that, Brandon. Mm-hmm. Bernie Perron, Mike Schmidt, Dr. J, Brandon Graham, BG.
That was cool, man. That was so cool. Got to talk to all them guys. And, Bernie want me to come out to
the boat?
Cape May.
Yeah,
Cape May, do the fishing.
Love it. Well, Jeffrey, thank you so much for being a huge part of BG
welcome.
Day.
I have a quick message for John. I miss you, but also, you know what? We're gonna try to quietly resurrect the fullback position. Kevin Turner, yourself, maybe Ben can do some things here. We're gonna try for it. How's that?
Thank you. And I really do think there's a place for the fullback.
Oh, me too.
It's coming back.
We all
will dominate.
We all do.
Yes.
And
I'm
Jeffrey,
excited.
I'll say this because John has said it to me many times privately, and I just want to say it to you on the air. He greatly admires you. Greatly.
Oh,
absolutely.
No, I appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
All for your kind words. And BG, love you, and see you soon. And
Love you too, and see you
we're going to
soon.
work at this and make it even better.
Let's go.
All right. Stay well,
Okay.
Jeffrey. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Take care, everybody.
All right.
Bye-bye.
There he is, Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie.
That was kind of cool.
Wow.
That was kind of cool.
That was really cool.
That was kind of
I
cool.
love the fact that he gave a little fullback hit there.
Me too. I didn't see that coming at all, right?
The fullback Easter egg?
Hey, he's softening
Wow.
y'all up. Like, yes, they ain't gonna go so hard on us no more.
You know what the irony is, so Jason, when you're doing that whole thing on passing it down, and it's so true. And the tight end position is one of the big parts of it when you consider it's gone from help me out here.
Selleck to Ertz to
Selleck to Ertz to Goddard, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So and it was a beautiful soliloquy 5 minutes ago, and I was about to jump in, Jason, but I didn't want to be a wise guy and say, yeah, and John's position doesn't exist anymore. And then Jeffrey was like, hold on a second here.
Yeah, right.
It was too beautiful for me to cut in with a snarky comment.
Been very good.
All right, let's get some calls in. We got Brandon here, we've got Jason here, and it's a special day. It's BG Day on WIP. Your opportunity to pay tribute, 215-592-9494. Something Andy Reid said to us last week that we're going to play for Brandon. That's coming up here in the next couple of minutes. Let's get to John and Manayunk right now. John, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. No one's going to talk about that Phillies bullpen because it's Cinco de Gramo. Listen, I'll tell you what, BG, this is one of the oldest cities in the country. We have almost a 250-year history, bro. There's an argument to be made that when you strip that ball, that was the happiest and most excited moment this city has ever felt at the same time. That is an all-time moment. And because, to be fair, we all thought it was over at that point. I was thinking of my grandma who passed. I was thinking of my loved ones who loved the game. That was such an exciting moment, and I love you to death, bro. I appreciate you. Now,
does that include severing ties from England?
Yes, and I just thought of it. I'll tell you why, John.
I think it might
because
be.
on July
4th, Joe's about this. He's like, yeah, I'll tell you
I'm
why.
taking it serious because back then people were afraid if we lose the war, we're going to get killed. I mean, one of the founders literally said, this is a quote, we have to hang together or we're going to hang apart.
And look, like it or not, there were pro-British people there. Like
there were.
It's just Eagles fans here. Like we don't mess around with anything else.
Graham, happiest day ever. You provided it.
You did, man.
We did. We all did.
You put so many therapists out of business that year, bro. Everyone was so happy. For a whole year, we were all so happy, bro.
Big pharma.
Joe, real quick, the best five, I'm going to do it through BG's view of that game because I got your best five here. I want the Metallica tickets. I'm going to wear my Eagles jersey to the show. Cooper DeJean! All right, I promise you right now, when Brady hiked that ball, all right, BG could smell the blood in the water. He could taste victory. He could see the opportunity. He smelled it, and he touched that trophy. The five senses. Straight down my baby.
Five senses is a big answer.
It's a great call.
Hey, listen, five senses is really big,
Good win.
man.
Yeah, good win.
That could win. All right, let me tell you something else that could win. It could win the hearts. It will win the hearts of kids throughout the Delaware Valley and, by extension, parents, because parents love when their kids take to reading. And BG, I know you have, because you got a lot coming up in retirement. And one of the early ventures for you, and I'm going to hold this up for everyone watching on YouTube right now.
Yes, that's awesome.
Brandon has written a book, and it's for the young kids. It's called BG's ABCs Tackling Football and Life. Congrats, Brandon. Tell us about this.
You know what? Opportunity came my way. Brian Wexbrook actually had a book out before, and then I came right behind him and wanted to do one. Wanted something for the kids to be able to, have. And, man, we've been reading it every night. But that was my whole goal, just to throw it out there for my kids to see one day. And, man, I'm just thankful that it was an ABC book, and I really took my time with what meant every word or every letter.
Yeah.
And what word came to mind when I thought about just, how to motivate the kids.
Well, I can see what you did here. So just to give everyone a little insight, and parents, you're going to love this because it's to inspire the kids and teach the kids. So I see, Brandon, you got A is for attitude, B is for bravery. These are all traits that are important to have. C is for confidence, D is for dream, and then you give a little bit on each page. That's some awesome messages,
you should
man.
show us the book.
Okay,
Joe.
so I had to read it. I can't
you're
read it
reading
backwards.
like in the library. I love this.
Well, I also got to speak into the microphone.
C is for confidence. Confidence is key.
All right, John, give me a prediction for E. What's E going to be, John?
E is for
excellence, maybe.
I'm going energy.
That's what I'm for.
Energy.
Oh, yeah, of course.
All right, here we go.
Course.
E is for education.
It is a kid's book. It is. That could have been a good
That makes sense. That's a good one. That's a good one.
All right, F is for family. Let's get G. John, your prediction of G.
Wait, do we
God.
go God?
I'm going God. Does Brandon go God?
Ooh.
He goes goals.
Goals.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're going non-denominational, Joe.
That's probably wise. Yeah.
So, Brandon, I understand, of course, this is, out there. on WIP social media accounts right now, people can see, because you got a lot of book signings coming up, events around town.
Yep.
Everyone listening right now, parents especially, because I think you got a better shot to drive there than the 5-year-old. Take the 5-year-old. WIP social media accounts have a listing right now of the spots Brandon will be at in the coming days. So get that, knowledge and get out there and meet BG and get this book for the kids. Brandon,
the book looks really
beautiful.
nice.
It's
looks
awesome.
really cool.
They did a great job.
They
with
did
that.
a great job. I mean, I love it, man. And it's
Congrats, man.
I'm thankful.
That's fantastic. All right, let's get back to the phones. 215-592-9494. By the way, we're not going to have times yours today. Obviously, we want to maximize our time with Brandon and Jason, both in studio with us. Unique day for us here on WIP.
I have a question for both of these guys.
Can I just do one thing before you do
go
that?
ahead.
When we do Times Yours, which we'll do tomorrow, Times Yours brought to us by Xfinity Mobile. The sponsor of WIP is Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. John, your question.
Do you, now that you're done, like when I first got done playing, I ballooned up to over 300 pounds. I was a mess. You look really slender. You look exactly the same, like you're still working
We've been working
out.
out. We've been working out.
Yeah.
I know, we both been there the same, working out every day.
Nice. I mean, that's outstanding.
You got to stay ahead of it, because you're right.
encourage that.
You got to. That's what people keep telling me.
And
I see him.
BG is as unbelievable as a player. He would come back some of these off seasons. He likes the cookies.
Yeah.
He will get.
I understand.
Tonight we go through all of the ups and downs.
So your weight would fluctuate a bit?
I gain weight easily for sure. And
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I know how it goes. And now that you're no longer working out with such, vigor, eating becomes problematic if you keep eating the way you always did, which was what I did.
For sure.
And now all of a sudden it was like, and I can drink beer too?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not empty calories or anything.
Not
And I didn't have a
about it.
scale. I didn't have a scale in my home because you only use the scales at work.
The facility, yeah.
So I didn't know that I was and I was wearing drawstring waisted sweatpants every day because I was now retired. I didn't have to do anything except water my yard.
Yeah.
So
And your position didn't exist anymore.
that too.
Yeah.
So 300
There's nothing to go back
and
to.
I didn't even know I was 300 pounds. But you guys are definitely a lot smarter about this whole thing. And you look slender.
He look good.
You look yoked.
Yeah. I'm trying to stay a little yoked. I don't want nobody to think they can try me, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, he ain't as big as I thought he was. But no, I honestly I'm still rehabbing too, my arm, my tricep. So that's easy for me to kind of stay in. And that's what a lot of people told me anyway. If you don't do it now, you're not gonna do it later. So I'm just making sure that
Smart.
I got a plan.
Very smart. BG and Jason both in studio with us here. Rhea, you've been at WIP longer than any of us. This is one of the all-timers, right?
Hello, Jason.
Hey, Rhea.
Look, Jason, you see the jersey I got on? Got my BG jersey on.
I love it.
There we go.
Kelly Green.
It's the best. What Brandon has just a unique thing in that I have never met anybody who doesn't like him.
Yeah.
And for an athlete in this town,
There's people out there, trust me.
Yeah,
they don't like the positivity sometimes,
but
and they think it's a fake, But it's like, hey, just stay consistent, baby. Like
And it's who you are.
I honestly know that we gonna go one day, and I know that it's your attitude you bring every day. And yeah, we got a lot of stuff we go through, but I talk more now to my family and get it off my chest, other than just trying to build your own case in your own head that 9 times out of 10 not gonna happen the way you thinking about it. So.
Yeah.
But I gotta remind myself too, because it ain't easy. Sometimes I do. My kids take me to that level of get your butt over here.
Yeah.
What is you doing?
Right.
So it's not like we not living. It's just I'ma choose to try to be that, to choose the hard right thing to do than the easy wrong thing. That's complain. And yeah, we all going through some stuff, and I mean I ain't got to show it, but I think that everybody just deal with those emotions and grow with those emotions.
Yeah.
And hopefully they growing in the right way. And so I'm trying to be better. It ain't perfect, but I promise you.
Joe, the two
What's
guys in
interesting
front of
too,
you.
I do want to say this because he brought up like positivity, and I think Brandon always has like this like optimism, like joyful look to him, but it also afforded him the ability to have conversations with guys that a lot of times guys might receive that information in a defensive mode.
Sure.
But because he's always so positive, and he just is like
That's a
genuinely cares
great
about
point.
you. He would say things sometimes where it's like
he's got carte blanche.
Yes,
he's got carte
yes,
blanche. He
yes.
can go anywhere.
Yes, yeah. So.
Wow, that's
Especially
a
once
great point.
once you became a vet.
For sure.
Because
No,
you know
what
that
I've
comes with
learned though? You know what's helped me learn to listen sometimes, as far as, you know, some people at the time just want to complain, and just let them complain and then it's over with. But I get that now. I always ask, like, man, what's this? Like, you know, you just want to complain about it. Hey, just get it out.
Yeah.
All right, bet. I ain't gonna say nothing. Because some people told me, like, I don't want to talk to BG because he gonna come with this positive. I ain't trying to hear that right now. I just want to let him know how I feel. It's like, all right, bet. Now I knew how to grow, and I was willing to hear that instead of be defensive, like you say, and say, "Oh man, you just want to." Nah, we all have that right to complain, but it's not staying there as long as you want to stay there, because then it takes over.
Sure.
But I know I've learned that, and I've gotten better with that, because that's been my knock. That's what people have been saying about me.
Love it. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day, and I'm going to fire this one at Jason. I'm really curious, Jason, what your recollection is. A Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox. From Armin Chevrolet, together let's drive. Visit arminchevy.com. So, Jason, until a couple days ago when I saw a photograph of rookie Brandon Graham, I had no memory of this. Tell me if you do. Jason, Twitter poll. Do you remember that Brandon's first uniform number with the Eagles was 54?
I don't. Now that you say it, I can see it, but I don't remember that. Was that before I was here, though?
Oh, that's true. You get a pass. Yeah, that's true. You
I
weren't
think
here.
I think since I was here, Brandon was 5.
So you were 2012, Jason, or 11?
11.
So you're 11 and Brandon's 10.
Yeah.
And then Fletcher was 12, right?
You might have been 1 year.
Yeah, 1 year with you with 54, but then it changed after because Daryl Tapp had just took it in that second year.
Yeah,
And
Daryl
then
Tapp.
Daryl Tapp went to Seattle after, or went somewhere else, Washington, I want to say.
Did we just talk about leaders too? Like Daryl was like a guy, like nobody really remembers him in that way. Now he's a coach. Yeah, like
you could see it in people, man.
Yes,
for
yes.
real.
Anyways.
Yep.
Well,
He's got the energy.
John, I want to close out this Twitter poll. So what percentage do you think remember, John, that Brandon was 54?
Jeez.
I'm so happy you changed it.
I think it's going to be
5'5" is so bad. Much better.
Ooh, don't say that, because Trotter was the reason why I had missed it, because he had said something on Twitter. That boy better get out my jersey.
Oh my gosh, really? Oh boy, that's why it changed.
You don't want to mess with Trotter
because of that bus label, and I ain't wearing it good. I ain't looking good in it. So it's like, all right, I kind of get my number back. But Stuart Bradley had it when I first got here, and then he was only here 1 year.
Yep.
And Daryl Tapp snatched it right before I could get it. And as soon as he was gone, I had already told Greg, like, I need that 55 back.
How about that?
One of my favorite things about your number is that it's on the craps table.
Oh yeah,
I could play BG on the crap, and I don't like gambling that much. But we were out in Vegas 2 years ago at the Super Bowl, and Gilly's out there, and he just keeps yelling, "Brandon Graham 5'5", and we're all playing the hard 10, and he keeps hitting. And it's like, that was fun. That's my man BG taking care of me. It was a good time.
So guys, the answer is 44% remember BG being 54. I don't.
I don't know. I fat chance on that. I think people are pretending to remember 54.
Yeah.
Well, you know who might remember it, because he was the coach back then, is Andy Reid. So Andy was on the program with us on Thursday of last week. And BG, at the end of our discussion with Andy, we asked him for a message that we would play right for you on the air. Let's listen to what Andy said last week. Whatever you've got from your heart, a message to Brandon to honor him. We're going to play this audio directly for him on Monday upon his retirement. What would you say to BJ?
Yeah, no, listen, I love Brandon Graham. He is one of the all-time greats for the Eagles. And not only was he a great player, but he's a great person. I call him a kid, but I mean, he's past the kid stage now. So he's just a great person. And that part and his work ethic are going to carry him through the second half of his life and career and our new career. And so, but listen, Brandon Graham's, he's a great one. Love him.
You know, BG, you were very lucky to come up with Andy Reid. You know, I know things got bad there at the end, but you learned from one of the all-time greats in the very beginning of your career.
You know what I've learned too, when it was going bad, he stayed consistent. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you want. Be able to stand stand on whatever it is in those hard moments when you on the media. You know that I gotta suck it up. I gotta hear y'all talk y'all stuff. If I play bad or this person played bad and all that stuff. I mean, Andy Reid definitely was a guy that never really. He stayed even keeled. Even then, those couple words was nice to hear from him because those team meetings, 5 minutes, maybe 10, and then you out of there. That's how it always was. So I know that I'm thankful that he got to get his championship after we was done. But that's that perseverance. I mean, I think he persevered through so much. I mean, with his son, losing his son, we being there and going through that with him, going to a funeral, being right there for him, and then to know that down the line, like this was lined up for you. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm always thankful for him because he believed in all of us. And this organization for sure is top notch, man, on making sure that they take care of the guys that they bring in. And those guys got to want to stay too. Sure. Of course, because everybody's situation is different. Money is some people motivation. But if I could tell anybody that's drafted by the Eagles, if it's close, stay with the guys, the people, and this organization. If it's close, so that you can be loved in this city if you just keep just stand true to it. And I stayed true. Kelce stayed true, and we figured it out, and we all worked well together, and we chose to handle those decisions that was hard in those moments. But that's how I feel like the next whoever, just make sure you standing on your decisions and make sure when those problems arrive, you handle them, because most of the time that stuff show up in the wrong way if you don't handle them out on the field, and then you lose, and then we talking about it all off season, and it's going to be a repeated cycle if you don't handle those. So that's what I would say to those guys. Handle your business always, and it's going to pay it forward one of these days.
Well, that was Brandon Graham yesterday, along with Jason Kelce, and obviously Jeffrey Lurie there a few minutes back from yesterday as well. And it's very, John, I don't know if we've ever replayed almost an entire hour of a show. That was the 9 o'clock hour yesterday. We're live right now, by the way, on WIP. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, as we broadcast from the Tasty Cake studio, which was graced by the presence of some all-time greats yesterday right here. And we want your reaction to what you just heard. I mean, there was a lot in there in that hour, unique for us to replay something, but we did it because we thought it was that good. I mean, those guys were sharing stories, John. They were sharing laughs. They were sharing camaraderie. I mean, there was a lot in there. So everyone listening right now, you can react. We're coming right on back with live phone calls, the remainder of the show, and we look forward to hearing from you, your reaction. 215-592-9494 to weigh in on everything you heard. Also, Doug Peterson, some of what he said yesterday, some memories of the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, and Doug's thoughts on the modern Eagles. The Eagles winning the Super Bowl just a couple months ago. With Nick Sirianni. So what Doug said about that, we'll get to that. We got Ben Davis here. We'll get to some Philly stuff as well. But again, very heavy on calls the rest of the show. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, your chance, 215-592-9494.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action. At Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars, live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa does not stop. So start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Rays. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Bryson Stott with a mad dash for the plate. Dives head first.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Mother's Day. It's time to honor the moms in our lives. Now it's your turn to give back with a timeless gift from Benari Jewelers. Show your love and gratitude with classic diamond earrings, a stunning diamond bracelet, or an elegant diamond pendant. My mom would love a gift from Benari's extensive collection of David Yurman. Whatever you choose, Benari promises exceptional quality and uncompromising craftsmanship, just what mom deserves. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries. Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot, it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. 3 Canadian teams have reached the Stanley Cup playoffs final 8 for the first time since 2004. President's Trophy winning Winnipeg needed a miracle with Connor Hellebuck again uncharacteristically shaky in net. The Jets tied Game 7 with less than 3 seconds remaining in regulation. And of course, won in double overtime. Man, there's nothing like the NHL playoffs. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystem. Phillies, winners of 3 series in a row, will try to make it 4 straight when they open one at the Tampa Bay Rays tonight, 7 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Flyers, no love from the NHL lottery despite finishing with the 4th worst record. They will pick 6th. And it's hard to fathom these numbers, but the Boston Celtics shot a playoff record 60 3-pointers. They also missed a record 45, and they lost their series opener to the Knicks 108-105 in overtime. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Philly's businesses, technology solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Chance of storms, a high of 76, currently 65. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, in the words from Andy and Deptford, are we live? Are we hot? Now, Seltzer, is it appropriate that time? Because we were not airing live content last
It's
segment.
never appropriate to quote Andy from Denver.
Amen.
Sorry.
But we are now
It's just
live.
not appropriate. I'm sorry.
No, it might not be.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning to you. Hope you're having a great start to your your Tuesday morning.
I did get a few calls during that being like, hey, can you get Brandon a message? And so it's like, sorry, man, not here.
Yeah, that was yesterday, guys. But I hope you enjoyed it. Especially if you hadn't heard it, when we aired that, when that occurred in the 9 o'clock hour yesterday. All right. We got Ben here. We got the Phils back at it later tonight. We've got the Eagles without Brandon Graham, meaning moving forward. And what's top of mind for you as they venture forward without BG? Look, one of the things that really stood out to me, and part of why I'm, no offense to Brandon, less concerned than I would have imagined, is they just went through this 12 months ago with no Jason Kelce and no Fletcher Cox, and they won the Super Bowl, John.
Yeah,
they
they
pretty good track record.
pretty well to the shakeup. And it does feel like what Brandon and Jason Kelce and Fletcher and Lane Johnson and the rest have built is sustainable.
Yeah, it does.
That's the beauty of this whole thing. Howie, Roseman, Jeffrey, Lurie, Howfrey, as I used to call the combination in a deriding way. I no longer am derisive.
I noticed you didn't Howfrey Lurie when he was on with you yesterday. Can you imagine that?
Oh my God.
Hey, so we hope you enjoyed the BG Day programming here on WIP yesterday, but we also hope if you were out there in Phoenixville last night at the Colonial Theater that you enjoyed BG Live. So we had about 2 hours on stage. We went through a lot, John. A lot. Let me give you what I think was one of the more poignant moments, and then right to the phones. And if you were there last night, I especially want to hear from you. What stood out to you? 215-592-9494. John, one of the things that stood out to me was Brandon told a story very late in the evening about how he had met it was either he met the person or he met the person's loved one. I just can't quite remember. But he was told that there is someone alive who has it in their will that the person has to be buried in a Brandon Graham jersey.
Wow.
In the will.
Wow.
Not like, hey, I'm telling my wife, I'm telling my husband, hey, when I die, help me out with this one, do this for me. It's in the will.
Does he not trust the family to do it?
I don't know if you could be paid a higher compliment than
Right,
that.
Ben?
Right?
In your will that the person is buried in the jersey.
It's incredible.
Isn't it, Ben?
I would be so beyond honored.
Right?
For someone to say that.
And
I'd be shocked if someone said that about you.
Touche.
It feels almost oppressive.
You're like,
to
wait, Ben
live up to.
Davis? Hold on.
Touche. Rio 1, Davis 0.
All right, Ben, let's get a quick Phil singing here and then right to the phones. New series. Look, they've rebounded from where they were. They're not on all strides. I will say this. I'm struck by the fact that as inconsistent as they were in the first month and the week, that they are currently holding a playoff spot.
Mm-hmm.
I think they will only play better from here, and I think the starting pitching will lead them there. But there are parts of the team you want to see play better.
Yeah. I mean, yes, there are. And there are certain players that you like to see
Correct.
play better and have a little bit more behind what they're doing. But yeah, I think they're on the right path for sure. And this next stretch, I think like this next month is very favorable for them. I mean, very, very favorable.
Scheduling-wise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very favorable.
Is
You got some guy tonight on the mound tonight for the Phillies. I think his name is Zach Wheeler. He's
favorable.
He's a pretty good pitcher.
Yeah, he makes it look like they're pretty good. So Brandon Marsh, when he gets out there and does more than just pinch runs, will he look like he's pretty good offensively?
I'm hoping.
He's got a bigger opportunity now.
He got. John,
I will say
ready?
this.
He got a hit. I just want to put that out there. Over the weekend,
he got 2 hits in his day back. I don't think you're going to see him against lefties. I think you're going to see Rojas.
I don't think you should.
I would agree with that.
And listen, there are points last year and there were points this year. I'd be like, put him in there. Give him that shot.
Yeah.
Look, Rojas, I'm going to fall out of my chair with shock. Rojas has earned.
He has earned it.
Some faith.
Yeah, I agree.
And listen, whether he can fully sustain it or not, too early to know, but he has earned, and Brandon Marsh has not earned playing against lefties. So it's what it is for now. Let's hope Rojas can maintain. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Rick in Easton right now. Rick, good morning.
Good morning. So great got me going. I thought being on hold, I flashed back to the show yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I missed it. So I was glad you replayed that. That was awesome work by you. So real quick, I want to talk about this because I know the city has starved for Hall of Famers. I'm 67, so I definitely have seen the least amount of Hall of Famers versus New York, the Pittsburgh, Chicago's, or L.A. and Boston's. But you know what? Jeff Lurie got on the air years ago and said, we are going to be the gold standard. And you know what? Think about it now. This era, under this ownership, the owner is a Hall of Fame owner. The GM is heading that way. Kelce's going to be a Hall of Famer. Lane Johnson, Jason Peters, Fletcher Cox. We've never had a team. What do we have? We had Mike Schmidt and Steve Carlton, 2 players on the same team that were Hall of Famers. We've never had a franchise in this city that has had as many Hall of Famers as we're going to end up being. And I got news for you. He may not have had a Hall of Fame career, but if it's all about winning, Brandon Graham's got 2 rings.
Yep.
And he played for 15 years. I don't know if there's been any defensive lineman in the history of the game that can say that. And if they
I'm sure Charles Haley, right?
Haley won 5. You think of those Patriot guys like Richard Seymour, he won a couple. I mean, it's happened. Obviously not every Steeler. 11 of them made the Hall, I believe, from the 70s.
Yeah, there's a lot of Steelers.
But some of them did not. So, some of those guys won multiple without being a Hall of Famer.
Interesting. A good friend of mine does the spring games and officiates the Big Ten football. And during the draft, he said, if you guys can get your hands on a defensive lineman, you guys got to grab Brandon Graham. He used to watch him play up close and personal. He was just an amazing, amazing player. And I know probably don't have time to talk Phillies, but they need to shore up somehow that bullpen, because when this team goes to an extra inning games, I don't feel confident. And if Bryce is going to be our leader, he can't go through 14, 15 game stints hitting 195.
I agree.
He hasn't played well lately. Rick, give me a great answer from a TV show or a movie. What just didn't make sense?
I always wanted to know, with the Cowardly Lion and the Scarecrow with no brains in the Tin Man, how the heck did they ever beat those 3 guards to get in there and save Dorothy?
Wizard of Oz. All right. I hadn't seen that one coming, but fair enough. Bryce Harper was just referenced, so let's talk about the star of stars right now in baseball, because we're a month into the season. And
Aaron Judge?
Yeah. John, we haven't commented on the Aaron Judge thing. So let me just, for everyone listening, if you don't know, raw facts.
It's insane.
It's beyond insane. Here we go. Raw facts. And remember, we're a week into May now. This isn't a week into the season. This is a week into May. Aaron Judge, .423 batting average, .510 on base percentage, .777 slugging percentage. The man has 55 hits through May 5th. He's got 11 home runs. He's got 33 RBIs. He's got 32 runs scored. It's one of the great starts, Ben, ever.
He's got a 1287 OPS.
Right.
1287.
Correct.
It's unbelievable what this guy's doing. And to realize that we're seeing greatness.
We are.
Absolute greatness.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Just
the numbers compared to this.
I was watching MLB Network yesterday, and they had the list of the Yankees that have been up there over time.
Sure.
And his what was the weighted runs created or whatever it is, he's second only to Babe Ruth, and he's just slightly behind Babe Ruth.
That's amazing. It's one of those kind of years. And by the way, in the midst of an error, he's been doing stuff like this, not to the same level, but he's been doing it for a good...
Like 62 home runs.
Yeah, right. Exactly right.
I walked into the clubhouse a few years ago with in the Yankees on the visiting side, because I was in spring training with them for a couple of years. I want to go see a couple people and go see Aaron Boone. And I walked in and I looked in and Aaron Judge was taking his shirt off. Yeah. And I looked in there, I'm like, good Lord. He was standing next to Stanton, and he made Mike Stanton look small. Or Giancarlo, sorry.
Well, this is Ben Davis saying a guy looks big and he's dwarving other people.
Right.
Like Ben dwarves everyone. So you're saying that he's bigger than you are?
I've never seen. Oh my God,
6'7".
He's
Right?
6'7".
Yeah.
But you're 6'7", aren't
No,
you?
he's like 6'5" or 6'4".
This guy had like 300 muscles in his back.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. But to be as efficient as he is as a hitter, to be that big and have that small swing, tightest swing, it's what he's doing.
Think how big the strike zone is.
It's
No, think about that, John. Think how big for a pitcher. It's much easier to throw strike.
And on top of that, we never talk about it. He's an outstanding defensive outfielder on top of it, too.
He plays center field.
Like, it's crazy.
I know. So anyway, I just went to, I know we're Philadelphia and all that, but I mean, Aaron Judge deserves an
Sometimes
attaboy.
you just got to step back and say, wow. You know?
By the way, coming
appreciate
up
greatness.
in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to tell you, because we didn't get to it yesterday, what I thought was the most astounding thing from sports this weekend. All right, I want everyone listening, everyone in the room, put the thinking caps on. Try to assess, because I'm going to let everyone take one guess here. The most astounding thing from sports this past weekend. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's get to Ruth right now in Drescher. Ruth, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, Ruth?
Excellent job. I say excellent job last night, John. It pains me sometimes to give you a...
John, she's
I
giving
thought you
you
did a great job last night, too, John.
John,
Excellent
she's giving
job
you a
by Joe,
compliment.
not by me.
No, Ruth.
Thank you, though.
Thank you, Ruth. I appreciate your words, even if you got the name wrong. Wasn't it a fun night? Wasn't it great?
Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, it was amazing. I was, as soon as you guys announced it, I bought the tickets, and I was expecting something great, but it exceeded my expectations, honestly. Brandon was, it was literally like sitting there talking to a friend, and just finding out stuff. He was so open and honest and funny. It just made me, I didn't know I could love him more, but I did.
He's so genuine. He's who you hope he is. He's who you think he is. If you've never met him, for everyone that's not met Brandon, he's exactly who you think he is based on what you've seen through the years on your TV screen. He's that real. He's that good. He's that person. That's who he is.
Yeah, it was incredible. But bringing on the guests, Brent Selleck and
Mailata.
Oh my God,
Mailata.
my mind. Yeah, Jordan Mailata. They just added so much to it.
They really did.
Mailata, my God, he is funny.
He really is.
Yes, when he was telling the joke about when Brandon was on the scooter and giving the trash talk to everybody. I think everybody was just rolling.
What he was saying, John, in 2021 when BG was out from the early part of that year, that he was just going around the NovaCare comps constantly talking about, like, like everyone else is lucky he's not playing because he'd be
On
dominating.
his little scooter, scooting around looking ridiculous, but talking trash like a champ to everyone. I'm sure.
That's what he
was
does.
Funny.
Hey, Ruth, give me an answer. What from a movie or show doesn't quite make sense?
Well, I've thought this for decades now, but how does nobody recognize Clark Kent as Superman?
Great answer, Ruth.
That could win.
That's a phenomenal answer.
Ruth, do you like Metallica?
Yeah, I do.
Good, because you got a great shot to win Metallica tickets. Ruth, good phone call.
Especially when it's Christopher Reeve.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's like, who else looks like that guy?
Dude,
and he
he's
just puts
6'4".
glasses on. Like, you can't do
Well, he
more.
changes his
Glasses
voice.
change
Changes
everything.
his voice.
Changes his
Okay,
voice.
cool.
Oh yeah, he acts a little bit uncertain.
Well, he's like goofy.
Hello,
He's like a
Lois.
little goofy.
I'm gonna
clumsy.
push my
Yeah.
glasses
Yeah,
up
he's
with my
clumsy.
finger like this, and it's gonna make me really look like a different person. Come on.
He would bump into the occasional desk.
Yeah.
Hi, Lois. My voice sounds a little higher and I seem nicer, but I look exactly the same.
Well,
I
it's me.
did slick my hair back.
So true.
Now I'm different.
So true.
Yeah.
Hey, Twitter poll question of the day is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer, now in stock. The Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs together. Let's drive. ArminChevy.com. Poll question. You know, there's some chatter out there the Sixers could trade Joel. I don't think they will, but they could. I mean, maybe they could. Do you think the Sixers will sometime in what we're determining for this poll to be the next year, meaning the next 12 months, which would either be this offseason
The only one
or
dumb
before the
enough
trade
to do
deadline?
it is the Dallas guy.
Whether
Nico
Dallas,
Harrison.
yeah. The only thing is he might be gun shy at this point after what happened in the
Well, might get
criticism.
fired.
Yeah. All right, but do you think the Sixers will trade him in the next 12 months? Yes or no? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, let's get to your guesses for the most astounding, amazing, remarkable thing from sports this past weekend. Each get one guess.
Okay.
It's nothing to do with the Phils.
And it wasn't last night with Jokic, right?
It's not last night. So I would have covered this yesterday, but we were so ingrained in the
Little
BG
busy.
stuff. All right, Rhea, do you have a guess?
I do.
By the way, I was
I
going
have a guess.
and I was
I
going to say
guess, too.
this. I was going to say $20 if anyone gets it right.
Offer me $20 because I think I
freaking-
have it.
Dude, I lost $20 last night to BG because when BG was up there and Selleck came out, I said to the audience, what do these two guys have in common? And you got to say what I'm thinking. Like, yes, they both played for the
Not
Eagles.
Cliff Clavin, right?
Yes,
yeah.
they both won a Super Bowl, but give me something to look. And someone's like, they played their whole career with the Eagles. I'm like, yes, something else. And it was. And you guess who gets it right?
BG, obviously,
Yes.
based on the $20 you told us.
Brandon, and he says, we both played our last game and won the Super Bowl.
It's because you said it on the show, too.
I had to hand him $20.
Well, also, he roundabout you because you said that on the
Hang with
show
him.
yesterday, so he got a little inside info.
Yeah, they didn't give it back to me.
So
The
no
hell?
money for us?
All right.
Hey, Brandon needs it, all right? So-
$5 tomorrow if someone
Okay.
tomorrow, $5 if someone gets in the first guess. What is it, Ray?
All right. Every horse in the Derby was a descendant of Secretary.
$5 to Ray Hughes.
Damn.
Absolutely correct.
It's an unbelievable fact.
Guys,
I was texting it to everyone I knew this weekend.
It has been, Ben, 52 years since Secretariat.
Yep.
52 years ago, every horse in the Derby is the Secretariat descendant.
Amazing.
Every one of them.
What a job he had after he won.
That is my bucket list.
What a
to go to
job.
Kentucky
$5 to Rhea. All right, Rhea.
I love the Derby. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah.
I used to have like massive parties where we would all
It's a fun day.
wear stupid hats,
Yeah.
and bet on the race. It was fun.
What a wild fact, though. I mean, is that going for another 50 years? Like, 100 years later? Is
Why wouldn't it?
Wasn't Secretariat small?
No, he was big. Smarty Jones was small. I think, because Secretariat's nickname was Big Red.
Secretary, yeah, it was
Smarty
Big Red.
So Secretariat was bigger?
I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his name was Big Red.
But there were outliers in terms of the size.
Smarty
and
was
the
small
shape
and Secretariat
of
was
both
big.
Secretariat and Smarty Jones. So I just wonder, the trends in horse racing, just like the trends in the NFL.
Oh, look at John
They
going.
do sort of cycle.
Yeah.
Do the trends in horse racing go on basically that horse won it all, so now every horse is made in his likeness for the next 20 years?
So, you know how I know a lot about sports?
You know nothing about horse racing.
Yeah, on my horse racing commentary I'm done.
I think
Are
supposedly
Are horses athletes?
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah,
had Smarty Jones in the top 20 in the last 50
No,
years when we
they
did
are
our
horses.
No, they are
Yeah,
horses.
an athlete has to be a person. We looked this
No,
up.
nope.
This is nonsense.
I'm with you, Joe.
Nope.
He's wrong. Like he's. The
I had
definition
Smarty
is
Jones.
wrong.
I had
Like,
Smarty Jones in front of T.O.
use
and our
another-
best
use
players
another
in the last 50 years in Philly. One
Yeah,
spot ahead of
use
T.O.
another word.
Well, I mean, come on.
And you say you don't like hot takes.
It's a horse.
It's not a hot take. It's an opinion.
It's a
What do you
horse.
mean it's a hot take? I'm going to say an athlete is not a person, which is the actual definition of it. That's like
the
the
horse is
definition of a
running.
hot take.
Horse is running.
You're like, I'm going to take something ridiculous and make it into a real take. That's called a hot take.
Well, ESPN, for what it's worth, had Secretariat 33rd last century, and they had Lou Gehrig 34. So you'd be the judge. Let's go, folks.
Do you know that
I'll go by the
fast
dictionary
horse.
and what
it's
it says.
It's a fast horse. It's supposed to run. It better run.
Bail me out of
It's
it.
a horse.
By the way, we're going to get to some of what Doug said yesterday. Cool stuff with Doug on the afternoon show. We'll get to that shortly. Dan in Philadelphia right now. Dan, good morning.
What up, guys? How are we today?
Great, Dan.
Joe, are Greyhounds athletes?
Why wouldn't they be? If a horse is, it's the same thing. What's the difference?
I'll give you a yes, but no one has risen to the level of Smarty
How do you
Jones
know?
or
Do you know
Secretary.
Greyhound history? How do you know there's not a secretary
Oh,
of
they banned
Greyhound?
it, didn't they? So it's banned, Joe.
Because
There, I got you.
I
It's banned.
study these things,
No,
and no
you
one
just said
has
you know
grabbed
nothing
my
about
attention.
horses.
No one grabbed my attention. Therefore, not good
I
enough.
think they banned it, Joe. So there you go.
And by the way, it's in my will that I want to be buried in your fantasy camp.
No.
Yeah.
Ew.
That's a great job by you, Dan.
No.
Yeah, so just
Ew.
if you can
Come
somehow
on.
get that to me, so the Phillies can actually win a World Series, just get it to me before next season. So.
Well, now that the Phillies are retiring numbers that aren't even numbers of players from the 1800s,
They
maybe
just
they
retire peas.
yeah, maybe they will retire my number 9.
Your fake
I doubt
number.
I mean, I got to
It's
admit,
not even like you didn't even choose a unique number.
Well, it's Roy Hobbs.
You copied off Roy Hobbs.
Ben, that's
You should have choose 7.
no. I
Sorry,
was
you
actually
two.
after Von Hayes. That's right.
There you go. Sticks.
Just saying. All right, Dan, what do you got? You're annoying me here. What?
I know. As long as the Phillies keep knocking out 2 out of 3, we got to be satisfied and happy. Yeah, we should have took that third game. I mean, actually, it was a good comeback, but it's annoying. But I think our expectations for the Phillies are so high all the time, considering the amount of money that we spent, and they should be, by the way.
Sure.
But like, if we don't win, if we don't sweep the series, we are kind of disappointed. But yeah, I think we have to lower our expectations a little bit, especially with this bullpen. So taking 2 out of 3,
I'm not lowering my expectations.
Wow,
I want
lower your
I want
expectations.
95 wins. I want a team that makes the playoffs. I can deal with 90.
I don't mean that. I mean lower your expectations as in sweeping every series. So
Well, I mean, you shouldn't expect that. I mean, they're not going to sweep every series.
Right.
But you would like to see them finish the job more. They've had a few different times this year. They've won the first 2 and lost the third. It's a little
I
irritating.
agree. And
All right, Dan,
you
give
know-
me an answer, my man. From a show or movie, what doesn't quite make sense?
I had another answer, but I don't think this one is heard. Why couldn't Jack just get on the headboard with Rose?
Exactly.
You're not wrong.
I've never.
Oh,
understood
another
that.
one from Titanic.
Yeah, Jack, Rose, and
And I can think of another one. that's not
Would it
insane.
have submerged if they both got on? It just wasn't buoyant enough.
It's just,
you find a way, man.
and also like Rose is so unlikable. It's like just let Jack live. You know. Who knows what Jack could have done? I mean, that kid got like effervescent, and then it's like Rose the
was
worst.
spoiled.
Rose is the worst.
100%.
And Jack
Made
could have
me
like, who knows what he could have done
resentful.
with the world? Like honestly, if you think about it that way.
He could have been president.
No,
Yeah, I think he could.
no, he was not born in America. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah,
He
he was.
was.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
fault. My
Yeah.
fault.
What?
My fault.
Where
my
was
fault.
Jack born?
Yeah, my
then?
fault. It was in North Dakota or something, and,
Holy
then he went
cow.
over there, and then he
You
came
thought
back.
Jack was
I
born in
got
fancy
confused.
France?
Yeah, a good accent he had.
Okay. Settle down. Settle down. All right, up ahead in 1 minute, some really cool stuff. Doug Peterson. Peterson. Yeah, baby. On WIP yesterday for the first time in a couple years. What he said, you'll hear it in a minute.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans, they've got candy cakes. They are the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics, crimpets, light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers, well, you've got options for days. Frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious new dip and stick flavors. I mean, there are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
All right, time's yours in about an hour, and we'll take your time's yours calls. If you were at BG Live last night, if you're not able to call into our program today, but want to let the world know, what you thought of BG Live, we'd love to get your thoughts on the air. So call the Time's Yours line at 215-238-4500. 215-238-4500. Your impressions of BG Live last night, your impressions of BG Day yesterday on WIP. Best of the best calls will make the air coming up at 9:45 with Time's Yours. By the way, the Flyers do not win the draft lottery last night. Not only that, they fall. So they go from 4
Two teams
to 6.
jumped up over, 10 spots for the Islanders and something
Utah.
Utah was like 8 or 10. Like, it's just, of course.
It's irritating. Sixers, by the way, draft lottery on Monday. Monday's the big day
I'm sure
for the
that'll
Sixers.
go well.
Yeah, well, we'll
It
see.
might.
It might. All right, Doug.
Wouldn't that be something?
You know what? But I'm not. But I don't
go well. It could go not just well. It could go.
I'll
like,
still be
like a
irritated.
dream.
I'll still be kind of
Dream come
irritated.
true.
Yeah, but it's not a dream. It's not. It's falling.
I don't care.
Backwards.
I don't care. I don't care. If we
I
can get to
think we'll
watch
care
Cooper
if we
Flag,
end up jumping
actually
way
not
up
hate
there.
my team, that'd be cool. I'd be down.
Can they just cut Paul George and amnesty him and get that cap space? Because if not,
Let's
it's going
bring
to
it
be
back.
Huh?
Let's bring it back. The amnesty. I'm in. It's a great move.
That's what the Sixers need.
Desperately.
Isn't that what happened with Bruce Galoff? Didn't the Flyers get out of that
I think they did.
through an amnesty? Because I don't remember it affecting their salary cap for years
That
and
was
years.
the strangest time period.
Oh my God!
I mean,
What was
he
it talking about? The bear in the forest, or what was that whole
the
thing?
moon or
Yeah.
something. It was because remember they did like a Hard Knocks thing.
Yes.
And he was just woo.
Yeah.
It's like,
Mr.
bear,
Snyder was-
bear, it's a bear.
He was hell-bent on getting a Scully, and they got him. It was wild.
It was after the 2012
And didn't we get rid of
goalie
Bobrovsky,
thing.
and he was like really
Ben
good.
Bobrovsky won multiple
Yeah,
Vesnas.
then he went to what
Columbus?
Columbus?
Yeah,
he
it
went
was
to Columbus.
phenomenal.
I know, he was amazing.
Now won a cup, too.
Oh, my God. All right. So,
Guys,
Doug didn't.
we have a 10.5% chance to
Cooper.
get the top pick. 10.5% chance. That's pretty substantial.
He can be the second best Cooper in
I mean,
Philadelphia
I know
sports.
it just went completely the other direction
I like
with
that.
hockey.
Yeah.
Like we could have gotten
Sixers
so
got a
much
shot.
better, and we ended up dropping to 6th. We could still get Cooper Flag.
Well, I'll just say this: I don't want
10.5%
them to go on a media tour if they get him. Like we accomplished something.
Okay.
Like I'm going to put.
I don't expect.
Here's let me put it this way, John. Let me say this. I'm
It
going to put.
becomes exciting
I'm
to
going
watch.
to put the request in again today
Good luck.
for Daryl Morey. This will be the third time in about the last 2 months. James, when I put this request in for Daryl Morey to join our show, like Jeffrey Lurie was on the show yesterday, you'd think Daryl Morey could, show up. James, do you think they'll say yes or no to Daryl Morey?
I think they'll laugh at you when you ask. Yeah.
Yeah. So just.
Right.
I'll
That's the
report-
response.
And you know what's going to be annoying? If they get the number 1 pick, you're going to have a media tour. As if it was an accomplishment. All right. Doug Peterson accomplished something. Man, did he accomplish something. And it was really cool to hear. I don't know when the last time Doug was on WIP. It may have been while he was the coach.
So
It
I
probably
think
was.
no. So someone tweeted this, and I thought it before, but apparently he was on when his son was in the draft with Angelo.
Oh.
That's right.
Remember
Yep.
that when he was already in Jacksonville, when his son ended up being like an
Got it.
undrafted guy, he came on to talk about that.
Very cool. Well, he came on yesterday to talk about Brandon Graham with the afternoon show, Spike, Lake, and Jack, but they certainly touched on a few other things as well. And one of them was Eagles fans, obviously, still showing Doug Peterson the love.
Living down here in Jupiter, Florida, there's a ton of Eagle fans around this city and around this part of the country down here, and whether playing golf or just out in the community having dinner, you're always going to run into an Eagles fan or somebody that's visiting down here, and they're very appreciative of that first Super Bowl, and they bring up a lot of great memories. In fact, my wife and I were just in Philadelphia this past weekend for a wedding, and we stayed downtown there, and it was fun. It was fun to run into a lot of fans, and people remembered that first one, and you feel proud, you feel honored to have represented that city and that organization to get them that championship, and it's very special to me.
I love the guy. I do, man. I mean, when I hear this guy talk, man, it puts me in a good mood. I know it got bad at the end. Everyone knows. I mean, 4-11-1 stunk. It primarily stunk because of Carson. I mean, I'm not saying Doug was doing great at the end, but Carson killed him. Just killed him. And one of the things that, maybe some people forget, Jalen started under Doug, kind of like how BG started under Andy Reid. And it was Doug in the middle of that Packers game, 4.5 games to go in the season, 2020, probably November of 2020. He's like, Carson, you're out.
He had enough of him.
Enough.
Yep.
Jalen, get in there. Let's see what you got. Well, Doug yesterday talked about Jalen's development, which obviously has been monumental since that moment. Here's Doug Peterson yesterday on Jalen Hurts.
There's no surprise. There is no surprise for me that he's been able to lead that team, that organization. Obviously the success they've had to win a championship. It's the same things we saw and what I saw in him coming out of college, whether he was at Alabama, Oklahoma. He's got a pedigree that is a winning pedigree, and he's the type of guy and type of player that's going to put in the hard work, the things you talk about as a coach. He's the one that does it, and the guys respond. The guys respond to that, and they appreciate that from him. And just watching him grow the last couple of years, and again, let's just talk about Saquon and Jalen Hurts together. I mean, that's what a quarterback wants, right? A quarterback wants the running game where you don't have to put it on your shoulders to win it every game throwing the football. And that's what the Eagles did this past year. And it took a lot off of Jalen, but at the same time, when the plays needed to be made, he made them. And that's what champions do. That's what winners do. And that's who Jalen is.
Yeah, no, listen, Jalen obviously delivered in the crucible of that season in a massive way. So the Eagles won it all, and it's the second time they've done it. Of course, this time without Doug. Let's listen one more here. Doug yesterday with a question from Ike about the Eagles winning it all again.
Did you draw anything from watching this team this year win it to the way you guys did it back in 2017?
Yeah, obviously I brought the Jaguars there, I think, in week 3 this past year, and played an Eagles team that we felt early in the season, if you're going to beat this team, you got to beat them early, and they ultimately won that game that day. But I saw the improvement watching them all season long, and how Jalen really, I think Jalen took that team from a leadership standpoint on his shoulders and led that football team. Now the addition of Saquon was tremendous, and having that type of run game that they had, and I just think they learned from the Super Bowl that they lost a couple years ago, and those guys were hungry, they were determined. Nick did a great job of just leading that team as well, and just the right guys, had the right guys there, and obviously today is BG Day, and he was one of those guys, that could lead that football team, and just like he did in 17-18 when we won the championship that year.
Doug Peterson, that was yesterday with Spike, Ike, and Jack. One of the things that stood out to me yesterday, John, in addition to all the love for BG, was just like regarding an upcoming Eagles season, like
can't wait,
because it's we're 2.5 months away from training camp. Remember, this is short off season. I mean, they played till mid-February, so we're getting. Well,
that's what's tricky. It is tricky. So abrupt. Like we're right in the middle of it right now. Like they drafted these guys. They're in town and practicing.
Yeah,
they're as we speak. They're in town and practicing. These young guys. Some of the old guys are in and they're practicing. The off-season program has begun. They're lifting. Even if they're not practicing, they're going to be lifting and running. 3-4 times a week. It is upon us, and this team is still the world champions. They are still the team everyone else wants to be, and I'm excited about continuing to just add and mold and shape things and watch what Howie and company continue to do with this.
No question. All right,
it's a big offseason, though. We're changing the offense. We have a new outlook that Jalen has to once again adjust to.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to have him adjust as much as they like. Look, let me put it this way: if the new offensive coordinator wants to rip stuff apart, he's an idiot. Just you coordinator, work with what's here. That's Ben. Does that make sense?
It does.
And I want to see Jalen play better in the passing game more consistently. But like John, you always talk about terminology. How about the offensive coordinator?
You're going to tweak it. Don't tweak it too much, right?
Right,
You just won the world championship.
Yeah, I mean,
it is that good.
That's all I'm trying to say. All right.
I'm with you.
Elliot joins us next. Phone calls as well. It's been quite a week so far. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on WIP.
If you are a pet parent like me, then you are always giving 100% of your focus to your pet. And in the case of my Cheney, 100% is never enough for him, but he's a good dog. And in today's complicated world, we always need help with our pets. And the lead dog, George Parante, will tell you the place to get not only help with any issue you have. Cheney deals with allergy issues, but many solutions for your pet needs is to head to the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. We've got springtime here, so it's really time to think about natural flea and tick prevention. We're going to be outside, maybe if the rain ever stops, a lot more. So maybe you need a new toy, outdoor toy, maybe a ball launcher, something for them to chew on, tug on. When it comes to food, the selection at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, well, it's second to none. They've got their large selection of raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, and premium kibble and canned, and it cannot be beat. Visit Dogs and Cats Rule. They have 7 convenient neighborhood locations: Princeton and Pennington in New Jersey, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope in Pennsylvania. For more information, online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plans. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com/switch.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Well, you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey, basketball fans, ready for the NBA playoffs? Get in on the action throughout basketball's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Sign up or log in to score odds boost, tokens, and more, supercharging your profits whenever you make a winning NBA playoffs bet. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless b-ball betting options, including new looks, in-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Just sign up or log in today and you'll be on your way to exciting NBA action all through the postseason. Get ready for this season's exciting finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense will remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan-favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. Is 2025 becoming the year of the self-help book? In January, Eagles wideout A.J. Brown was caught on camera reading Inner Excellence by Jim Murphy on the sidelines. Now, meantime, Mets right-hander Griffin Canning told the New York Post Eckhart Tolle the power of now has been a career game-changer for him. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. It'll be Zach Wheeler starting for the Phillies when they open a series at the Rays, 7 p.m. here on 94 WIP. Wheeler allowing 2 runs and 6+ in his most recent outing. Not a win for him, though, as the Phillies bullpen gave up 4 in the 9th before getting that walk-off. Eagles lost their senior director of college scouting, Anthony Pash, to the Las Vegas Raiders. 23 years with the Birds, and generally considered to be Howie Roseman's right-hand man. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Storms expected today, high 76. It is currently 65. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Let's talk to Ed in Phoenixville right now. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Happy belated BG Day. Couldn't get on yesterday. I have a confession to make. Despite living maybe a quarter mile from the Colonial Theater, I didn't make it to the the event yesterday. I feel like I need to hand in my card or sit in detention or something like that.
You're Ed from nowhere now. We can't give you Phoenixville anymore, I think.
So I think I had to kind of play my domestic points smartly. I think only James would understand this. I'm trying to see a fish show this summer with my cousin.
My man.
So that's kind of the decision I made. But, such a wonderful day yesterday. And, the way Brandon, I don't think his last name begins, I don't think it's Graham. I think it's genuine. I think that's just sort of the word that kind of permeates his entire just behavior, his personality.
Yep. Let me say one thing, though, and because this was an interesting revelation during the BG Live event last night. and I wouldn't call this not genuine. I would call this maybe different than you would have maybe perceived. He talked last night about there were days when he didn't feel it. As obviously, John, sometimes guys don't want to practice, but like he didn't feel the upbeat BG thing that we all know him to be. And he admitted that he would sort of fake it. Now, I don't think that's not genuine. That's a guy knowing that as a leader, he's trying
to fake it till you make it. Sometimes it's
right.
not easy to be the guy who keeps everyone else buoyant.
And part of leadership is
expectations of
and
the people
just
you're leading.
Yes, their expectations.
You can't come in a bad mood.
Listen, if Brandon Graham walks in a bad mood, you're going to get depressed.
Yeah, the world's going to hell in a handbasket.
Exactly.
Okay.
So Ed, he is very genuine, but it was an interesting distinction he made about how, sometimes he had to talk himself into it, so to speak.
Exactly, and it just sort of connected to Brandon Graham, what made this past year so special. We talk all the time about the importance of guys like Jeff Stoutland and Vic Fangio, who have such a reputation in this league for scouting talent, developing it. Let's not forget the job that Clint Hurt did in that defensive line room this year. And I think what he meant to those players, you saw in that Pittsburgh Steelers game when Sirianni was trying to get after Jalen Carter for punching that dude in the head, and Kirk kind of jumped in between and said, I don't know what he said specifically, but he sort of, I'll handle it with my players, and I think the players really respect that, and that's just, it was kind of a reflection of Brandon Graham's personality in a way. It's kind of
I agree with that, and also I don't think there's any player in my lifetime I've ever seen improve more in one season than Nolan Smith. And obviously, the D-line coach has to get some credit for that. I never saw a player go from, and I'm just going to be really frank here, go from a 0 to a massive contributor like that in a span of about 2.5, 3 months.
Clint Hurt's been amazing.
I mean, that was unbelievable. Hey, Ed, give me a big-time answer from a show or a movie, something that just didn't quite add up.
Well, any delivery room scene, congratulations, Mom and Dad. Here's your beautiful, healthy 3 to 6 month old baby.
That's a good point.
That is a good point.
It's a great point.
Yeah, I never thought about it like that, but you're right.
never
They're not
baby
newborns,
babies.
without a doubt.
Pretty good.
They're pretty old babies.
Yeah. And then there was the kid in Family Ties who went from being a baby to being a 5-year-old in one season. Because they didn't want to, have a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5.
Because they're really annoying.
Yeah.
Very annoying.
Yeah. And hard to manage.
How does Bart Simpson stay the same age for 30 years?
Hey, Ben, I've been wondering it too, man.
How does that happen?
I think it's that thing called animation.
Yeah.
But, All right, let's talk to Elliot Stewart-Parks. He's animated, and he's brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Now, Elliot is real. He's in person, or at least over the phone he is, and he's with us right now. Good morning, Elliot.
I got to tell you, I agree with you on Smarty Jones being listed as an athlete.
Totally.
Yeah, I agree the spirit of it. He's not like an athlete by definition, but I think for the rule, like what we're talking about, I think he belonged on the
Well,
list.
and I'll make it real simple, Elliot. Elliot, I'll make
rule?
it simple. Here we go. So, first off, why are we the
He's
humans?
not. It's like this is definition
Elliot,
stuff.
why are we as humans to determine the definition of an athlete? Why doesn't a horse get to define it? So let's start with
Because a horse doesn't speak
because a
English.
horse has no
Athlete is
idea
a
what that
word.
even means.
You understand? Athlete is a word in the English language.
Horse
right?
has intelligence.
A horse has to understand what an athlete is
Yeah,
horse
dude.
to
knows.
be an athlete.
Great horses.
You
sense-
That was
understand
one of
that?
the dumber
they
angles
sense-
you've ever
they
taken on one of
sense
these
the
type of
moments.
things.
And Elliot, here's the other thing about it. So, is a horse an animal, Elliot?
I mean, yes, I would say.
Okay.
So.
Yep. Is a human an animal, Elliot?
Now that's a deep question. For
You're
9
not
a.m.
making the
on
point
a,
you think you're making.
But I
Answer's
just
yes.
think, yeah,
We're
but
all,
I think
we're all
that
animals.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
What does
So-
that have to do with this?
But
So
we're
we're all-
also,
So athlete.
but we're
But we're not-
different
yeah,
species
we're different
too bad.
species.
of
That
animals.
doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Elliot,
Yeah,
let's-
it does because some species
You're
of
not
animals
arguing this as
are
well as you think you are.
I don't
tiny,
care.
tiny little meadow bulls that are this big. Are we going to count them the same as you?
Sure. Let's talk about Dallas Goddard.
All right.
So, yeah, I wasn't really. I
Good
didn't,
pivot.
I didn't feel like I was winning that, so I just say let's
Just quit
withdraw.
while you're
I'm
behind.
going to
Pivot.
withdraw. Elliot, what's going on with Goddard? Like, what? I feel like resolution's going to happen at some point here. What is happening?
Yeah, so the Eagles have now entered the second phase of OTAs, which means they're going to be doing on-the-field stuff. And I fully expect Dallas Goedert to be there. And for the first time, really, maybe in over a year, I fully expect Dallas Goedert to be on the team in 2025.
Wow.
I don't think he will be traded. I think he'll be back. We'll see what the contract ends up looking like. I don't think it'll be much more than 1 year. But if you're an Eagles fan out there that really wanted them to keep Goddard, and let's be honest, I think that's most Eagles fans.
Sure. Yep.
I think you should feel happy because I believe that's where this is headed.
Elliot, this is so
It's
you're
huge.
saying that you expect a contract to get hammered out like a 1 or 2 year deal, something that he feels comfortable with before the season?
Well, I guess here's the question, Elliot. Do you have any sense of who's winning the negotiation? Like a different contract, does that mean the Eagles won or does that mean Goddard won?
So I think the way you're phrasing that, I would say the Eagles probably won in that instance. I don't expect Goddard to get a raise. I don't expect him to get money beyond 2025. But I also think that from Goddard's perspective, with how this played out, it could have been way worse. Like it's pretty clear that Goddard's attempt to go out and get a big time contract did not work this offseason, right? Whether that was timing, whatever. And if the Eagles truly were stuck in like, we are not going to have you on the team, he could have been released. And at that point, you're a free agent after free agency of the draft. That's a tough spot to get money. So I would expect that he will make less in 2025 than he was scheduled to make. But I also think he will probably end up making the most that he could have considering the market for him this offseason.
Good.
Wow.
That's great news.
It is great
That's
news
big.
that Dallas Goedert will potentially be the tight end, the number one tight end for this team because it makes us a better team running the football and throwing the football.
Yeah, and
as long as
also,
he's healthy.
Yeah.
I would say this too. Me and James talk about this a lot, like on the pod and the radio show, that, I think our job is to analyze everything in terms of the contract, the depth chart, like what this means for 2025. And that's all important stuff when analyzing a team and discussing a move. But it's at its most simplistic form. I think the Eagles are just flat out better with Dallas Goedert. So does this work out for Goddard? Maybe not in the best way. Is it like create roster complications in terms of who they keep? Probably. But at the bottom line is the Eagles have a better chance of winning the Super Bowl with Dallas Goedert on the roster. And it didn't look like that was going to happen. And now I believe it will.
I totally agree. So, Elliot, we have the second phase of the offseason program, meaning they're out on the field, they're practicing with coaches. This is for the new draftees, the new free agents, but also, I would assume, some of the guys that we added free agency-wise before the draft, guys like, I don't know, A.J. Dillon or
for sure.
Kendall
Azeez
Lamb or
Ojulari,
Kenyon Green. What can you tell us about how many guys are around? Anything that you're picking up from interesting, little things you can glean from the young guys? What are you seeing?
Yeah. So, the Eagles always have very good attendance at this. I think one thing Nick Sirianni has done, especially early on in his time with the Eagles, is like he incentivized coming to these things. If you remember the first few years, they didn't have a mandatory mini camp as a way to get more people in the building. Now they do have a mandatory mini camp this time around, but I still expect them to have great attendance. The Eagles have already posted some like pictures and videos. You can see AJ Dillon's out there, and I would expect most of the new free agents are out there. So, for sure. For guys that are new to the team, getting out there, getting to know your teammates, and I would also say, like, obviously learning the playbook is important, but I think that what these first few phases of the first few weeks of the offseason are really about is like getting acclimated to the team, learning how things are done, learning how they practice, so that when they really get into like the nitty gritty of the playbook out on the field, they're comfortable enough to like fully take that in and participate.
So they were practicing yesterday, and you were able to see some of that, I'm assuming, correct?
No. Yeah, so it's all right. We weren't given
John
any
still
media
thinks it's
access.
30 years ago, and
I
everyone's
wish,
got
trust
access
me.
to everything.
Trust me. Yeah, I know we don't really get much access to the offseason. Now we do the mandatory minicamp, and there'll probably be 1 or 2 days over the next few weeks where we get to be out there and like watch them warm up.
Okay.
But no, yeah, the mandatory minicamp, we will get full access to that. So that'll be fun, but that's a few weeks away.
So it used to be there were 15 off-season days, like 15 days of OTA things, and then there were a certain number that were mandatory. There were a certain number that were voluntary.
Well, there was also the Buddy Ryan system, which it's called voluntary, but it's mandatory.
Fake
Rhea, do you remember that?
voluntary, right.
When Buddy would have it's voluntary, but if you didn't show up, I'm cutting
Be
your
there,
ass.
you're not going to be on the team.
Rules were
Right.
so Tom Coughlin, if you're 5 minutes late, if you're 5 minutes early, you're 10 minutes late.
There's always
it's like, well, your rules are the rules.
Players Association has gained more power over the last
a little bit, yes.
25 years. So, Elliot, one of the things to me that stood out with BG Day yesterday, and obviously was a hallmark of BG's tenure, was his personality. I mean, part of what we vibed with so much was just what a great guy he is and how funny he is and upbeat. So you've had a chance in the last, I guess it's week and a half now, to be around some of the draft picks, press conferences. Let's talk about the personality of some of the new guys. What has stood out to you from Jahad Campbell on through whomever? Who's got a personality you think Philly's going to take to? What are some of the guys like as people that you sense?
Yeah, so I would say Jahad, in the few times we've talked to him, definitely seems like he has a big personality. I think comparing anybody to BG at this point is probably silly, but like he definitely in his press conference, like big smile, he's laughing, he's making jokes, he seemed very comfortable. And I do think a lot of that is like just a very authentic kind of excitement that he's playing for the team he grew up rooting for, right? So you look at like him and Kyle McCord, and obviously Kyle McCord, not going to have as big of a role as Jahad Campbell this year. He probably won't play a single down. But I don't think there's any question that when you draft guys that actually grew up rooting for the team, like that's a bonus. I mean, put all of us like in their shoes, right? Like obviously if you had to go do radio in another market, like you would do a good job and you'd be professional, but there's nothing like doing it for the city that you grew up in and that you grew up rooting for. So
in front of the family and the friends who also cheered that team on.
Right. Yeah. So I think there is an authentic happiness there with Jahad Campbell that's definitely come across. Some of the later round guys we got a chance to meet, like Miles Hinton, the offensive tackle out of Michigan. His dad played 13 years in the NFL. I think he was a 7-time Pro Bowler. Like you could sense the confidence that Miles comes to the
Who
NFL
was his dad?
Chris Hinton.
What's that?
Chris
Hinton.
Oh, I remember Chris Hinton.
Yeah, he was a legit dude.
He sure was.
I think I remember him too.
Colts, right? Yeah,
correct. Colts, yes.
Yeah, I remember him for a long time. Absolutely.
So you could just sense his confidence up at the podium. Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle out of Nebraska, like it was just, in my opinion, I would say the word that described the rookie class so far in meeting them is confident. Like it didn't feel, the majority of them looked like prepared for the moment. And I think that's obviously big because they're walking into a big new challenge in their life.
So Elliot, what's next for the Eagles? I mean, these OTA things, I kind of get lost. Like when's the mandatory and what's in between?
Yeah, so they just completed phase 1. Phase 1 was 2 weeks. That's basically just weightlifting. Phase 3 started, I think it was yesterday. Phase 2 started yesterday. That's 3 weeks. Then they can do on-field workouts. They can do individuals. They can do group stuff. And they can start to do the football stuff. And so 3 weeks from now is phase 4. That's where the OTAs like truly take place for probably what you're picturing, 7-on-7, 9-on-7. And then that would be when the mandatory mini camp takes place. So we still have a few weeks to go before we get to see like the full team out there.
Which phase is kicking a team's ass in the Super Bowl? Is that phase 100?
I think that's the normal phase for this team.
That's pretty incredible. Did you enjoy BG Day yesterday, Elliot?
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, like BG deserved it. Like first thing I would say, just being there last night, seeing all the people lining up to take pictures with them. I'll be honest, I've gotten a lot of text messages this morning about what a great job you did, Joe.
Thank you.
Good job by you on that. And it was just a really cool day. Like obviously BG has been a huge part of the community. And I think like from getting to see BG behind the scenes for the past 10 years, the best thing I could say is he is just truly someone where if you're a fan of his and you meet him, that experience is a good one. Like I've seen, fans meet players and, not that the players are rude, but it's probably not the most like magical experience you hope when you meet someone you root for.
Right.
Like BG, the amount of time in his career I have seen him take for every single interaction to make it special is truly like it's nice to watch. So I thought yesterday was really cool.
Good stuff. Elliot, good work, bud. We will talk soon. Thanks, Elliot.
Yep. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, back to the phones we go. Let's get to Jordan calling from Princeton. Good morning, Jordan.
Good morning show. Good morning, Philadelphia. Very well done yesterday for Brandon Graham Day. Thoroughly enjoyable broadcast, so thanks to all.
Glad you liked it, my man.
Jeff Lurie had a great interview, and it was great to hear him in a more candid format on the show. He said something that I thought was just so appropriate and so emblematic of the Philadelphia Eagles. This guy's got a belief that choosing integrity over success will lead you to success. And as an owner for 30 years, he's picking the right players. He's picking guys with character. He's picking guys that are family-oriented and
Let me tell you something, Jordan. Saquon could have caused some problems with that record that he was kept from getting. But because he had the integrity to know the team matters more than individual record, it was a non-issue.
He also knew it was the closest he was ever going to get to a Super Bowl.
He was, but it was also the closest he's probably ever going to get to breaking an all-time record.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Become a Super Bowl champion.
No, I know. And there was also this argument, and John, you were making it. There's certainly, and we'll never know what would have happened, there's certainly the possibility they could have achieved both.
Yeah.
I think so.
You know, I mean, probably is what I'll say. Probably. Likely.
Again, though, think about Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens barely making it through the championship game and stuff. So, I get it, but I don't think we could say probably.
But here's
without ramifications.
Well, I'll stick by probably, but we know that it might not have happened. My point is he didn't cause a stink. So to your point, Jordan, part of Lurie's point and Howie is you pick not only the right players, you pick the right people.
People, the right personalities, the right attitude, the right outlook. That's what wins championships. It's not going out there and signing the one guy or getting the one draft pick. It's about building a culture. And I think Jeffrey Lurie should be commended and respected for what he's built here in the city of Philadelphia.
There's a lot to be said for that.
Totally agree.
A lot.
Especially compared to the Sixers. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that the best compliment you could pay Brandon Graham is you hope your son turns out to be like Brandon Graham.
Totally agree.
Like that's the way I feel.
Totally agree.
And that's the kind of culture I think that has made it such a winning force in the NFL.
Yep.
You hope your son grows up to be like Brandon Graham.
Because part of that is not just integrity, but it's being tough in tough times.
All the intangibles.
Digging down.
Yes.
Because we all have tough times. And you got it. And listen,
he could have folded up his camp and gone home years ago. Well, when he wasn't playing, when he got drafted, and no one was happy about it. He could have folded up shop and just left. So, you know what? It's not for me.
He finished with more Super Bowl rings than Earl Thomas.
Correct.
That really says something, given how it started.
Correct.
My God. Jordan, give me a big answer from a show or movie. What doesn't quite make sense?
I got to just make two more quick points here. When he's talking about swatting the ball out of Tom Brady's hands in 52, who else was thinking Jim Johnson in that moment? I mean, I don't think Brandon Graham ever played for Jim Johnson, but the legacy of Jim Johnson as a defensive coordinator remains in that locker room, and it's all about having a well-coached defense with effort that never stops. One quick thing on the Phillies. I see about 24 Phillies games a year. I'm not a season ticket holder. Can't plan my life that way. I was at the game on Saturday. It's great that we're all showing up and selling out games. Hey, Philadelphia, you're at a baseball game. Watch the damn baseball game. Stop taking Instagram selfies. Sit down with your food.
I'm going to disagree.
Watch the game.
I watch the game.
I'm kind of with Jordan.
If I want to put the mustard on my hot dog, am I not allowed to put mustard on my hot dog?
That's a very different thing.
No, it's it's the getting up and it's the getting down and it's the toy and it's a baseball game. You're watching the greatest sport that's ever been created, the American pastime. Be with your family. Put the damn phones down. Teach your kids something about the game. Enjoy the time.
What if there's a hot chick in your section?
Then look at her instead of your phone. What are you talking about?
He's saying just don't look at the phone.
Don't look at your phone.
But he also said watch the game. What if I'm looking at the hot? What if I'm looking at the hot girl? I'm not watching the baseball game. Fundamentally, I'm not doing Jordan said to do.
Was Amy at the game with you, or
she was not?
Joe, it's
hypothetically speaking.
It's like looking into the sun. You take a quick look, and then you look away. You can't look for too long.
All right, Jordan, give me an answer.
You can't just stare. Come on.
What do you got?
My 11-year-old is the world's biggest Metallica fan. John Ritchie. He plays Master of Puppets. He scored it himself on acoustic. So I'm hoping this answer.
Don't beg for the frickin' prize. Just give an answer.
He's begging, Joe.
I'm begging. Weekend at Bernie's. 2 movies. I love him. How did no one realize this guy was a corpse?
It's a great answer, dude. It's a great answer. He's so correct.
That's a great
That's got a shot to win.
That could absolutely win.
Like, when does rigor mortis set in?
That's got a shot.
It was great call.
I love it. All right, Ava Graham just walked in. Ava, good morning.
Joe to Cameron, man, what an incredible job you did last night at BG Live. I was really just blown away by the entire event.
Thank you.
The whole day was a labor of love, and I say that because we love BG. And I heard you on my way in discussing him and who he is, and, you know, what you see is what you get. And that's just 1,000,000% correct. And we love him. And we started this program that Joe put so much work into, by the way. I mean, he had questions for days, this guy. Like, nobody should be shocked. But we wanted it to kind of be around an hour and a half, right? I'm going to put that out there. That's what we were thinking. The crowd last night
went wild.
at Colonial Theater, man, they just wanted more and more.
Yeah.
The Eagles chants throughout the night, the energy that was in the building. People were just yelling out, "Oh, BG, I love you." And, you know,
It was wild, Ava.
It was.
And I mean that in a good way. It was
I
wild.
just got goosebumps because
Right?
it was a really beautiful display of what is so great about the city of Philadelphia, and that is sports make us a community. We all come together in these moments, and it was like, I think it was Ruth who was saying she felt like she was having a conversation with Brandon because he was so candid and funny, and, you know, he was poking fun at you from like time to time, and it was. And Joe, you were so animated in ways like he's getting up, guys. He's asking a question and he's like hiding behind a chair. I mean, like you really did a phenomenal
All right,
job.
rein it in, Ava. Enough already.
Listen,
yeah, it's BG Day, not Joe to Camera
I know,
Day,
James,
okay?
I know, and it
BG
does,
Day
it
was
does,
yesterday.
It does pain me a little. It pains me a little to do this, but I really wanted to say what a great job you did. And I think the entire WIP staff and Odyssey in general, Bonnie Hoffman, Walter Kosk, Melissa Rigg, Sonia Forsina, Michael Steinberg, Rob Kalustian, Rob Lakin, obviously our program director.
And Ava Graham.
And I was going to say Mike Angelina, but still.
And Ava Graham.
I mean, it was
really the whole staff did an unbelievable. I mean,
It
I'm sure we're not getting all the names.
Gabe, Tucker Bagley.
Yeah.
No, like I'm just thinking them as they come. And the people at Colonial, thank you so much, Drew, who helped us out throughout the evening. Ginger, who was doing our AV. We really came together as a team, and for somebody that we all really, really admire and adore, and it's seeing Jordan and Brent surprise them on
How
stage.
great was that when those guys came? Because Brandon didn't know those guys were about to
No,
pop
we
out.
had you know, miking them up. We're like keeping them outside the building,
Right.
and, you know, they're in the, and they kept, both of them kept poking their heads out. And I was like, I'm just waiting for some drunk Eagles fan, which I'm going to say drunk because we ran out of Gran Camino last night of tequila at the place. I mean, like, people were
That's a
having a
success
blast,
story. Yeah.
and that's my kind of good time. It was so much fun, and I'm happy. I can't wait to do it again in a different element. Maybe we all need like a little rest.
Well, so
you yourself being here this
I'm
early.
good. I'm fine. But I'll say so, Ava. Thanks for the kind words. Congrats to you and the whole staff. It was certainly a team effort. It did bring to mind two things for me. One, I hope we can do these kind of events more often. Any number of things we could focus on.
Mm-hmm.
Anniversary of championships, whatever. There's so many things you can. You know, I mean, at WIP we're a radio station, right? Hitting the microphone, but we're also now on YouTube.
Mhm.
Right, so we got the visual thing, but we should be in the events business as well. I mean, we can do this kind of stuff.
WIP Live.
Yes, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Wow,
And the
James,
other-
that's exactly it.
And the other thing, I like that, James. The other thing, and I said this to Brandon at the end, I'm like, we're going to have to kind of make fun of Kelce a little bit here. Now, maybe this is on us. Maybe it is our fault. But
oh, he did text me back last night.
we didn't do, no, not that.
Oh.
We didn't do this for Jason last year.
Oh, good point.
Well, I mean, like,
wait.
Really good
what
point,
is
Joe.
the guy chump change? You know,
No,
but I'm
no.
saying to Brandon, like, Brandon,
Whoa,
you did win too.
It's gonna be June 2nd,
Jason-
62, right? June 2nd.
Jason
Can we
did
make it
not.
happen?
Jason didn't want it. We
Oh,
did
really?
try to do
Oh,
that.
did we?
Jason was like very adamant.
Oh,
We wanted
okay.
to like tie it in with the Eagles Autism Foundation,
Fair
all this
enough.
stuff. He didn't
Well,
want to be
I
celebrated
told
that way.
Brandon, make sure you talk trash to Kelce because he got, Brandon got one.
But really, thanks. What an incredible crowd last night,
Yeah.
man. Thank you to everybody who came out. It was a great event. everybody who worked behind it. And yeah, and thanks for making me a part of it. I was happy
for including me, Ava.
Yeah, it was a great night.
Love it.
I'm done. I swear, James. It's over.
Real
I will
love
go back
vest
to
over
just
here. Real love vest.
And also, horses aren't athletes. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ava. She brought it back. Thank you, Ava. Well done. See, that was a winning comment at the end.
It's an outrage.
Drop the mic and out she goes.
All right. Time's yours up ahead. Phone calls as well. Plus something that Stephen A. said, ripping James Harden upon his latest Game 7 fiasco. That and more next on 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The second round of the NBA playoffs are here, and we got a great matchup between the Celtics and Knicks. Boston rocked New York during the regular season, going 4-0 against them in the playoffs. I don't expect much to change. The Celtics to win the series in 5 games. The gentleman's sweep is plus 200, and I like that bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Are you tired of the same old lunch, same old commute, same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join LifeSurge to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to LifeSurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. LifeSurge, featuring champions of faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit LifeSurge.com today.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
To
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Phillies on the road for the start of a 6-game road trip. They'll start in Tampa against the Rays at Steinbrenner Field. First side is home to the Yankees spring training facility. Seats only 11,000. Rays Field's damaged in the hurricanes and unavailable. Sportico reports Michael Strahan and Eli Manning will be competing to buy a 10% stake in the New York Giants. Giants said to be worth more than $8 billion, so a 10% stake would go for more than $800 million. Both Strahan and Manning teaming up with others for their bids. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Storms expected today. High 76. It is currently 66. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Danny, Dici, I'm out of order. What do I do?
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, and they were in Buffalo. Phillies definitely played in a minor league park against the Blue Jays, one of those.
Well, I don't remember that.
Dunedin.
Okay.
It was Dunedin. I thought
so,
it was.
Ben,
yeah.
what are we looking at today with the Yankees ballpark for a Phillies-Rays game? What's that? What is that like?
I would assume it'd be sold out.
Well, I would hope so.
It only seats 11,000.
Yeah.
God, 11. How cool would that be?
That'd be
to see
awesome to watch.
a Major League
I'm
Baseball
looking
game?
forward to it. It's different. It's
They're
fun.
cutting it down to 10.
Did I ever tell you that time I snuck into Citizens Bank Park during the pandemic? I was the one fan. Did I tell you about that? Yeah. I always wanted to say I watched a Major League Baseball game all by myself. I snuck in.
He stuck in.
Nah. But it was 10. You wanted to, I mean, John, how cool would that have been?
Would've
Talk
been.
about getting a foul ball.
Coulda.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. That's so true.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to. I'm on the trip later on in the year. We go to Sacramento to play the A's in their AAA.
Yeah,
ball.
Well, that whole thing.
That is a.
So they've gone. Let's get
people
this.
on the lawn.
They've gone from Philadelphia. The A's have gone from Philly to Kansas City to Oakland, now to
Sacramento,
and then eventually Las Vegas.
Eventually,
correct.
Well,
And they're doing
maybe.
well, right?
Maybe Las Vegas. Yeah,
Maybe.
Vegas has to say okay.
They might
still.
go back to Oakland.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Is that
I
on the
hope they
table?
do.
That's on the table.
I hope they do, man.
I hope they
That
do,
city
too.
I do, too.
deserves a team.
I agree, man.
100%.
Wow,
Yeah.
that would be amazing.
They're
okay.
great fans.
How
in
about
Oakland.
that?
They're great fans.
Hey,
But
let's
that
get
is-
to the
yeah.
Twitter poll question of the day. It relates to Joel. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox. From Armin Chevrolet, together let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question. Do you think the 76ers will trade Joel sometime in the next year? By next year, we're defining it as 12 months, not
Can you
necess-
imagine that? Like that team
They
that
could.
takes him, what's their plan?
No, I'll tell you exactly what their plan is. Whatever team takes him, if someone does, it's to try to win the title.
With
and have,
Joel's best friend
like we're
assembled
making
already?
a deal with the devil. We might get nothing out of the guy, but if we get something, we could win a title. Like that's the goal. And that's why you're only going to hear about probably good teams. Like there's talk of the Lakers. Not that they're great, but they got two. Try to add. Like let's put it this way: if Joel could play,
Oh, you would be perfect for the Lakers.
And
They need
join
big man.
LeBron
That's what
and
they need.
Doncic.
They need a big man. That's what they don't have.
Yeah.
right? So all right. So the question is, and obviously it would probably be a lot of draft picks and all that. Question: do you think the Sixers will trade him in the next year? John, how do you think people voted?
Oh my gosh. I think everyone is so fed up. They're probably just going to turn away and not even want to respond. So you've got 75% saying whatever the negative would be.
57% think he will be traded. Look, I don't, because it's hard for me to imagine a team takes him.
Exactly.
Until he reestablishes that he can play, at which point I think the Sixers, if that happens, will choose to keep him.
But they might not be able to. If he says, hey,
I don't
You
know.
say
like you
play
anymore.
You say play. Do you say play 60 games?
Well, that's the other thing.
50, 40?
It's like
Never
you'd have
going
to
to
see it
happen
for an extended period of time because
There's no chance.
it seems so implausible. Yeah. Anyway,
Which is a shame.
Follow the bouncing ball. Speaking of basketball, James Harden was a disaster yet again in a Game 7 the other day, and Stephen A. really called him out, and I appreciate this on ESPN yesterday. Listen to Stephen A. taking Harden to task.
When a Game 7 arrives, you got cats' palms get sweaty, backsides get tight, they shivering. And for some reason with him, that is what people are looking at right now. So that's the problem that James Harden has. And I don't believe, outside of getting to a Game 7 and just exploding, I don't believe his reputation overcomes this. It's not going to stop him from being in the Hall of Fame. It's not going to stop him being recognized one of the greatest scorers in NBA history. But considering his talent and his resume, yet how small he comes up in a Game 7, I don't know how you get over that, fellas.
Totally agree. It's defining. There's been so many at this point. It's like American knows, right? American knows.
Well, I think that when James Harden gets talked about, it's mentioned. It's like, yeah, great scorer, Hall of Fame player, but it's in the first sentence.
Yeah. And honest to God, I feel like I'd almost lead with it and then say, oh, and he was also a good scorer. I'm serious.
No, I get it.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, I get it.
Patty is giving us a shout this morning. Good morning, Patty.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well, Patty.
Fantastic.
Good to talk to you guys. Just wanted to let you know I was at the event last night. The WIP crew did an amazing job in honoring Brandon. I was also at the Great American Pub for the afternoon show.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun too. Joe, you were amazing. I did like when Brandon was throwing you under the bus a few times.
A couple times.
Giving you some trash talk. I thought that was pretty cool.
It was. It really was. It was.
He got you good.
He got me pretty good there a few times. Yes, he did. As if I was the only person that wanted Earl Thomas instead of BJ. It was me.
Right.
No. It was good.
I was going to single you out.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, in all sincerity, the WIP crew, I listened to the morning show, the midday, and the afternoon show. You guys should be commended for how you did honor Brandon Graham and bringing all the former coaches, getting Jeffrey Lurie on there. Rhea, kudos to you.
Thank you.
But no, it was just a great time, great event, and I was glad I was able to attend.
Absolutely. And I'll say this, Patty, about Lurie coming on, first time in 31 years.
Crazy.
So if he
Amazing.
keeps that going, some young hammer out there can talk to Lurie in the year 2056.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't take that long before I'll come back on the air. But no, again, like I said, you guys did a great job. Love listening to all of you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Patty, so very much. We appreciate that. With that, let's turn it over and do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
Let me just ask the question of Ben, because Ben, you and I grew up same era.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking to people that don't speak publicly too much, obviously Lurie, I mean, you hear from them, but it's owners' meetings.
Right.
Do you think Andrew Toney will ever do an interview in Philadelphia ever again? Like, the guy disappeared. For those of you that are young, just know he was such an amazing player, and it ended really bad here. And when he left, he left.
Well, they accused him of, faking his foot
Yeah,
problem.
but we did.
No. The team
fans did it. I need Andrew Toney.
I don't know if there ever be a need for him to do an interview.
Well, how about if they ever play the Boston Celtics and win a Game 7 the way he did in 1982? Seltzer, Toney, someday. Can you get him?
The Boston Strangler?
Yes. By the way, how's it going with any of the many celebs? I mean, James, every year we give you 2 or 3 names. John, we've given him Bradley Cooper.
Look, Sly
Stallone.
I'm working on. Like
Apollo Creed died.
Yeah,
Kirstie Alley died.
Apollo Creed didn't want to come on the show.
More people
Carl
have
Weathers
died.
said, I'm good. I don't want to talk to the Hammer. What am I supposed to do about that?
Okay, you tried on that one.
Persist.
But get something done sometime.
Try a different route.
I mean, how about Martin Sheen?
Yeah, Martin Sheen is a real easy one to get on Philadelphia Sports
Just drive to Jenkintown. Someone there knows Bradley Cooper. Get him on the show.
Someone there knows him.
It's not that hard.
Doesn't your mom live next to Jenkintown?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, nearby. We
Close enough.
Grew up in Huntington Valley. All right, time's yours for tomorrow. People, please rip Seltzer for never tracking down these high-level celebs.
Oh, never.
By the way, time's yours line. Let me tell you for tomorrow's good calls. 215-238-4500. Rip Seltzer for tomorrow,
That'll go
please. Well. All right. Time's yours today is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Let's hit it with Time's yours.
BG Live was electric last night. We must have done the Eagles cheer at least a dozen times and in the streets afterwards. The crowd was captivated, though, when BG talked with stories. It was really, really cool to hear him speak, and it was a really, really great event. Thank you to WIP for putting this on and for Joe for hosting it. You guys did a great job, and it was a really memorable event.
I love it. Our pleasure.
Awesome.
Thank you for the kind words.
Jeff Lurie announced that he wants to bring back the fullback position. Other than the upcoming starting fullback, I bet John Ritchie's the happiest man in the world.
Ooh. John?
I do think it'll work. I just can't imagine. How many plays are we going to use him? There's
Not many.
so many.
6.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
We'll
see
see.
what it looks
We'll
like.
see.
I can't wait.
BG, you the man. Topper, you are not. To see these things continually happening over and over with the Phillies is ridiculous. You take the best, hottest bat out of the lineup, Kepler's bat out of the lineup on Sunday. The dude's been hitting the ball on the nose every at bat. Moves just don't make sense. Discipline doesn't make sense. Topper, we got issues there.
Well, look, I'm not as down on the lineup as you're saying as some of his moves. I mean, sometimes guys aren't delivering. He juggles stuff around in part because guys don't deliver for him sometimes. So I'm not as down on Rob Thompson this year as some.
And you also have to let other guys play.
Say it again?
You also have to let other guys play.
Yeah,
you got 26 guys on the team for a reason. They have to play at some point.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yep.
Joe, if Secretariat is an athlete, do you think because it operates in such extreme conditions
that a bidet could be considered an athlete.
Inanimate objects, I'm going to say negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call
Don't you think-
215-238-4500.
Don't you think you have to be able to comprehend that you're playing a game to be an athlete?
I think they know there's a finish line.
Oh, really?
I do.
You think they understand?
You think that's their first time around the track?
No, it's not. But they run because that's what they do.
It's called the carrot and the stick. I'm going to give you a carrot if you finish
that means
first.
that's not.
And if not, I hit you with a stick.
Oh my god.
Carrot and a stick.
Yeah.
It's my philosophy.
Your arguments are bad today. You would not be a good lawyer today, as you always say.
not my finest day. Ben, negative Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. Is from what movie?
Top Gun.
Good man.
Mm-hmm.
Good man. Did they do Kelly McGillis dirty? I mean, they just discarded her. For the
No,
second
she's
one.
awful.
Jeez.
But doesn't it
She's
change?
the worst part of the first movie by miles. She's
But
like such a
doesn't it
wooden
change
performer.
the first one, Ben? Like
that's true.
Like the end
no
of
one
the
cared about that
I
relationship
did.
except you. Like no one thought
That's
they were a
also
great
true.
couple.
But
no
they
one thought
found
they
that
should...
loving feeling, and now we found out they lost it again.
They lost it.
Good job, Jennifer Connelly. Way better.
Well, Jennifer Connelly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
You know,
that
she went to
chemistry was off the
Stanford
charts.
too.
a whole
She
different
was
animal.
at Stanford.
With you?
Yeah.
We got to add her to the list?
Yeah.
With
How
you.
has that never
That's
come
another
up?
person James can't get.
Nice.
Let me tell you something. Seltzer single.
Actually, I think
and
she
Jennifer Connelly, he'd have
He was
no
talking about it on
shot!
the radio.
No, I
big
was talking
dog.
about getting him on the
Yeah,
radio.
well,
Yes,
I'm
yeah.
talking about what
Yeah,
matters
okay.
most.
Yeah,
You
okay.
know? A
Yeah,
dirty
good.
dog right here.
You are a
Christmas.
dirty
And
dog.
Seltzer
You're
and Jennifer
unbelievable.
Connelly. Give me a break. Go phones. What do we got here? We got Neil, Northeast Philly. Neil.
Thanks for letting me be part of your radio family. And you, Rhea, you've been a great friend to me for years.
Oh,
I
thank
don't
you,
know.
Neil.
You said you must be smart because you went to Temple years ago. I don't know if you remember that, Rhea.
No, I'm not smart enough to remember it. But thank you, Neil.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think Hurts is a top 5 quarterback, and Jeffrey Lurie is one of the greatest owners ever. You know, and hopefully they continue to be the gold standard.
Yeah, well, they've become it. That's for sure. All right, Neil, we're going to turn to and start moving really fast. This is for Metallica tickets. What does not make sense from a show or a movie?
Well, I'll say Bull Durham. You know, Crash Davis never making the majors. Him training LaRouche to be a major
He
leaguer
did make it, right,
because
James? He had
had
been
talent.
up there.
He
did make
had
it.
been
Yep.
up for a minute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
got a cup of coffee.
Cup of coffee is exactly.
Jim right now. Jim, give me something we're turning to. What doesn't quite make sense from a show or a movie?
The one-punch knockout punch. And all the detective shows and cop shows. They hit a guy one time, and he's out for 10 minutes.
You know, that's not bad.
It's not bad. I agree.
Not
Like
bad.
the butt of a gun, all of a sudden you're automatically knocked out when you get hit with the butt of a gun. Like
Right.
every time, really?
I don't know, James.
Right.
Why don't we try it on you tomorrow, and you tell me if we
I'll
knock
bet,
you
you it I'll bet you it
Oh.
doesn't knock me out. We could try it. I'll bet.
Let me know if you need a gun.
I like this.
I assumed
All
I
right.
would get knocked out if I was hit with the butt of a gun.
All right, so I think there are 3 really good answers here. So Titanic, the thing has come up before, the ridiculousness of Rose throwing the diamond in the ocean. Worthy answer. 2 that I don't think we've ever heard before when we've discussed things on our show that I think are great answers. The Clark Kent Superman thing.
Yeah.
Right.
How did people not know that that guy is that guy?
Oh my gosh.
It is ridiculous.
Like, okay, and then the other one
Because
is
he has glasses.
right. And then Weekend at Bernie's. He's dead.
Yeah.
I think it's
how do you
Weekend at Bernie's.
choose?
I think it's Superman and Clark Kent.
I mean, it's a dead person for an entire
All right,
weekend
so
that they're
we got,
animating.
all right, we got
So
5.
extreme.
We got 5 people here.
Like theoretically, you could be like maybe not want to see Superman. Like
All
look
right,
past
we got 2
Well,
choices.
that's a dead guy.
2 choices. Bernie's or Superman. It's 1-1 so far. John, which do you vote for?
Rigor mortis.
Okay. Ben,
Rigor
which do you vote for?
Bernie's.
Okay, that's it.
There you go.
Bernie says
I
1.
root for rigor mortis.
Yeah. Jordan, you have 1 Metallica tickets. Both were great answers. Hey, everyone, have a spectacular rest of the day. Phil's later tonight. Obviously, check it out. We'll be talking about that and more tomorrow. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
The Reading Fightin' Phils have been the AA affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies since 1967 and played America's classic ballpark in nearby Reading, PA. An our Phils game is like a trip back in time. Free parking, affordable tickets, and food. Take your family to an our Phils game and see Phillies' top prospects like Aiden Miller play in Reading. The our Phils are home May 13th through 18th. May 16th features fireworks. May 17th features a drone show. And May 18th is a belated Mother's Day Hawaiian shirt for mom. Tickets online at ourphils.com.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane, or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't... IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
The PGA Tour is coming to Philly. The Truist Championship will be played at the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to watch the top PGA Tour players while enjoying specialty cocktails, Philly's favorite foods, and a variety of fan activities. Kids 15 and under get in free with ticketed adults, so bring the whole family and enjoy excellence at every turn. Tickets are selling fast, so secure your spot at TruistChampionship.com.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. Meet TrustUC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-Ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-Ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-Ins. Get your Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
You know what's better than a limited time deal?
an unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Masanori Murakami. 30 years before Shohei Ohtani was born, the 81-year-old southpaw became the first Japanese-born player to perform in the major leagues, debuting with the 1964 Giants against, of course, my Mets. Mashi's pioneering legacy will be honored as part of a special Cooperstown exhibit called Trans-Pacific Exchange. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe DeLeo on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys on the phone lines after what was an incredible day yesterday for Brandon Graham Day and BG Live last night at the Colonial Theater. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, if you're going to go to an event like the Met Gala, which Jalen went to, I like his outfit was nice, but I feel like that's the time that if you wanted to let your hair down and wear something outlandish, that's the time to do it. I mean, his outfit was cool. His wife looked phenomenal. They look great. But it's like, come on, dog. You just won the Super Bowl. Like go ahead. Like Cassandre 3000 from Outkast. He had a piano on his back. He had a piano literally on his back. Like when I think of the Met Gala, the crazier the outfit, the better. Because I think it was one year where Doja Cat went like where she had Hershey Kisses all over her body, like red Hershey Kisses.
Not sure if that would have been the right look for Jalen.
Well, not. But he had the black suit on.
Yeah, it was just something.
Look like Simi from Coming to America. You know, it would have even been fire if he'd have put like the little lion head.
Yeah,
like a little wraparound on this thing. Like, yeah,
are you planning your outfit? You gonna go one day?
Listen, if you best believe, if I was ever invited to the Met Gala and went, your boy gonna put on something, and it's gonna be it. Like they might not know who I am, but they're gonna be like, "What the hell he got on?" It'll definitely be like, "What the hell he got on?"
How do you get invited to one of those things?
I don't know. You know what? The first time that I remember, or remember anybody talking about like athletes going was when Odell Beckham Jr.
Oh
went.
yeah, I remember that. Yep.
You know, and when he went, it has become a thing, man. And I think I saw pictures of Stephon Diggs was there, a couple other football players. And, man, it's become one of those events where you look to see what the outfits people wear. The guy that plays Snowfall, I can't think of his name, Idris. I think his name is Idris something. He had on a fire red suit. Like he came in with a racing helmet on. And he had on a racing outfit and they pulled it apart. and he had on this red outfit.
Yeah,
Man, it was like
pictures,
bell bottoms or something.
They always pop when it happens.
Yeah, you got to wear something crazy. You got to.
And Jalen didn't. Listen, we didn't quite go to the Met Gala last night, but you and I, Hugh, got a chance to be in Phoenixville for the little meet and greet before the BG Live.
Great time, man.
I got to
Shout
tell
out
you,
to BG.
it was an awesome crowd, both at the Great American Pub for the afternoon show, and then obviously everyone going in for BG Live. So great night last night. Not quite Met Gala dressed up, but people had their BG jerseys on, which was appropriate last night. Hugh, but I was thinking after what was a great day on WIP yesterday, right? About just a day to celebrate an all-time Eagle, and Brandon Graham was that, and we celebrated him yesterday and had BG Live last night. But Hugh, I was thinking about BG because yesterday was kind of the finality of it, right? He retired a little while ago, a month or so ago, but yesterday there was like it's over, right? His career is over, and now
they're getting ready for the ring ceremony soon or something.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the 2025 Eagles are now beginning their process, but the 2024 Eagles, including Brandon Graham, that's over, and now we kind of look forward a little bit. But I kept thinking yesterday as we had all these great testimonials and interviews about Brandon Graham on the station from our show. I mean, really every show, right? Jeff Lurie and Howie last week, and Doug Peterson and Sirianni and LaShawn McCoy with us and his former teammate, all these people.
Mm-hmm.
And Hugh, I just could come back to this. It's going to be really, really hard to replace Brandon Graham. And I know, and you might say this to me or someone might today, well, Joe, the Eagles have a lot of experience replacing some legends because they've done it a lot recently, right? They replaced Jason Kelce and they went to the Super Bowl. They replaced Fletcher Cox with Jalen Carter. I mean, the Eagles have been good at this, right? They prepare themselves. And from a player standpoint, I will say that Nolan Smith looks like he was drafted with the idea to replace Brandon, and I think for physically and production-wise, he might be able to do that. But Hugh, there's more to just football than just production. I mean, you know this. You played it. It's a team sport. And I think about everything everyone said yesterday at Brandon Graham, the teammate he was, the person he was, the positivity he brought. It's going to be hard to replace him. And I don't think the Eagles have done enough this offseason to make me feel confident that they're ready right now. Eventually they'll do it. Eventually everyone moves on, teams move on, player. I just mean for right now, 2025, I'm looking at the play. He was still a good player last year, and the leader he was, and the fact that this is the youngest defense in the NFL. We were looking before the show at just all the names on the roster. Other than Zach Bond, who's 28, nobody's older than 26. I mean, it's a young.
That's pretty dope, though.
It's cool, but it's young. And Brandon Graham brought experience, and he brought leadership. And that, it does, as much as yesterday was awesome, it did, as I left last night, I was like, man, that guy's going to be tough to replace. 215-592-9494. Hugh, have they done enough this offseason to replace BG?
Well, I think when you ask that question, there was a lot, and I'm gonna have to long talk just a little bit because I think
we didn't get any long talking yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't. I think when I think of leadership, I think of the evolution of leadership and how it changes with every Eagles team. Now, you said something that resonated with me is the fact that this team is younger. Yes, because the old guard is gone. I think it started with Jason Kelce leaving. You still got Lane there. Lane's not as vocal a leader, but he's still considered a leader.
Right.
I think leadership evolves and it changes with every Eagles football team and the guys that leave and the guys that step up. I heard something yesterday where these young Eagles players, when the new guys got drafted, they immediately reached out and they embraced the new guys. That, to me, is a form of leadership. Because a lot of times, I remember when I came to the NFL, when I went to the Jets, didn't get none of that. Didn't get none of that at all. Nobody called me and said, hey, buddy, welcome to the NFL. And, this is how we do things here. The fact that the guys from Georgia made it their business to call Samael, whatever, how you say it?
The linebacker?
The linebacker. Yeah. Thank you, Kyle. I started not to say his name, but I was like, hell, take a crack at it.
Yeah, what's the worst that happens?
But they reached out to him. And I know part of that is because it's 8 Georgia Bulldogs on the team. Yep. But still, I didn't have none of that. And that was something that resonated with me. I remember when I got drafted, it was just me. The only person from my school, Brandon Hayes, he played for Carolina, but we didn't communicate like that. We would talk every now and then. But to have 7 guys on a Super Bowl winning team that went to the same college that you went to.
It helps.
That is huge. And not only that, you have a connection to those guys. And not only that, you got a bunch of guys that have won and know what this city feels like to win in. And they want to keep that feeling going. So the legacy that BG left is intact. It's going to look different. It's not going to be as pristine as BG was. It just might not be because of some of the guys that are going to be, leaders or called on to be leaders, and people are going to not look at them the same way. BG's a one-of-a-kind individual, man. Like, you're not going to get that. You're not going to get exactly what he brought to the table as far as leadership is concerned, but you're going to get something similar. And I think that's where we have to evolve and embrace that, because it's not going to look like it did when BG was out there.
Well, that's true. And you know what? You said the word evolve. And some of these guys here that are very young, they may evolve into, quote unquote, the next BG. Sometimes it takes time, right? That what you are at 23 or 24, you're a different person and leader at 25, 26, 27. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. It kind of hit me yesterday as I drove home from the event, which there were so many people out. It was such an awesome night for WIP and for Eagles fans. I mean, for everyone that was out there in Phoenixville.
Shout out to the bosses for putting that on, man.
It
that
was really cool. I think everyone did an incredible job here. And I mean, not just forget hosts. I mean, I'm talking about like the behind the scenes.
Yeah,
here.
everybody that works here, the sales department, the people that set everything up, man. I mean, that the stuff that they do, the fact that we had like the picture booth with the WIP, and we got to take pictures with folks.
We were doing a lot of pictures last
night. Yeah, little handsy.
Well, people are just excited.
But it's like awkward man hugs. That's not comfortable.
Well, you know what?
Try not to be. You know what the worst was, because our boss Yad was standing there, Kyle, and dude wanted to take a picture, right?
With him or you?
No, with me. Mm-hmm. And so then he hugged. He didn't just hug me, dog. He gripped me underneath my waist in an embrace that made me feel like you should have bought me a drink before you grabbed me like that.
Vaseline,
you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, hold up, dog. We ain't that friendly. Like, we can take a picture, but you ain't gotta get all up under. You know what I mean? You ain't gotta all get up in my nooks.
Just hugging a beloved
eagle. You ain't gotta get all up in my nooks and crannies like that,
well,
man.
I didn't do that. Yeah.
And so looking like it, I'm like, hey, I just this the awkward man hug thing, man, is not. That's not my jam.
Here's what you got to do. When you go to events like this, you just got to know there's going to be 10 awkward man hugs. Check them off one by one, and then you move on.
But it's funny.
You move on.
I think there's a great balance between the two of us, because you are when we're out at events, you are so outgoing and you're a man hugger and you do all the other stuff, and I'm just kind of like, and I'm like, I'm trying to be more on the Joe Giglio pay, but it's
well, sometimes you're shy. It's all right.
A little shy.
Shy Douglas. All right, 215-592-9049. Oh, aside from Shy Douglas, Brandon Graham, leadership. Did the Eagles do enough this offseason to replace him? I don't think they did, especially when I look at, what do they really bring in on the defensive side on terms of veterans? Not just the rookie class. This is a good rookie class, and hopefully they turn out to be really good players, but like Aziz Ojulari and Josh Uche. I don't know if the guy's going to make the team.
I like Aziz Ojulari.
Me too.
I like Aziz.
But I don't think that's going to make the team. This was a good player still. He produced, he helped, and he's a great leader. Let's hear Nick Sirianni yesterday talking to the afternoon show about what he's going to miss about BG.
I know BG off the field also had to be great for you to coach and have as a player of yours. How much are you going to miss having him out at practice every day to keep things lively and keep things going?
Yeah, if you're, I've said this, right? I've said if every company, every business, everybody needs a BG, because man, one of my favorite things to kind of explain to you guys how ready he was every single day is anytime we had pads on, right? Anytime we had pads on, if it was a Wednesday in the season or training camp, he's at that team meeting first thing in the morning with his pads on his lowers. He had his thigh pads in, he had his hip pads in, he had his knee pads in, he had his butt pad in. He had it all. I'm like, man, this guy's ready. I love this about him. He is ready to go. Like, don't be around him and not be ready to go. He's going to be ready to go. And, man, and that's just a quick story about that. But, like, he's always, you can't have a bad day around him. Like, he's always smiling. He's always, and on top of that, he's always bringing people up. He has a great sense about him of, hey, this guy's going through a hard time. Hey, this guy's, going through a struggle, and he talked about it, right? I've been through that struggle. Let me help you, and let me tell you what helped me when I went through that. What an example. What an example that he was for the entire building in that aspect.
See, that last thing Sirianni said, that was a great story, especially the pads and the meeting and being ready to go. But Hugh, that's the moment that I'm going to be looking for next year, when I think they're really going to be tested to see if they're ready to move on without him.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a tough moment, right? Every team has them, and no matter how great, the Eagles were a great team last year, and they had like 3 or 4 tough moments where it felt like this thing's teetering here a little bit. He was the ultimate positive person. I mean, he even joked about that with us yesterday, that's just who he was, and he couldn't help, but he was positive. There was always someone in that room that was like, it's going to be okay. Publicly, and I'm sure behind the scenes, it's going to be okay. We're going to be okay. I don't know who that is now. I mean, someone's got to step up and be that, because I think teams need that, Hugh, especially in a town like this where when things start sliding a little bit, it gets a little squirrely around here. People I get nervous. People like me get nervous. So I think the Eagles benefited from his super positivity in tough times. I don't know who that guy is now.
Well, I hate to be that guy today, but there's never, ever, ever going to be another BG. That's just how it is.
Yep.
Because of the way that the NFL is set up. I think, and this is no way in shape, form, trying to disparage what BG brought to the table. We know how phenomenal he is, but let's be realistic about the situation. He was Howie's first draft pick, right? Howie gave him multiple chances to prove it. In the NFL, Joe, you don't get those. It's a league that moves on quickly from players that they don't deem worthy or capable of fulfilling anything.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you go back, because I was listening to all the stories that were being told about BG yesterday. There was I honestly believe for him to get to this point, there had to be some divine intervention. Had to be. No question about it. And I think that's a testament to his faith and the belief that Howie had in him. Howie, that was his first draft pick, so Howie's tethered to him. And it's one of those things, because I got to thinking about this yesterday. Howie was in the closet, and he was relegated to being like just a figurehead. He didn't have any real power. Chip took that, right?
All football power is gone, yeah.
And so, you have that, and you have the perfect storm of Chip trying to trade away everybody. And think about that. You traded away Deshaun Jackson and LaShawn McCoy, 2 of your better players, like 2 of your stalwart players, 2 of your Pro Bowl players.
And I know he wasn't as good then. And Nick Foles,
yes,
who was a better quarterback than the one they brought back.
And at the point where Chip tried to get rid of Brandon, that's when Jeffrey Lurie intervened. He said, you know what? This is enough. This is enough. And for whatever reason, Brandon was here and was able to thrive in this situation. So I think about that, man. And I'm like, man, his faith. I think his faith had a lot to do with the reason why he is who he is, and that's what makes him a one-off. Like seriously, that's what makes Brandon a one-off, is because of that. Because I'm pretty sure when he was talking to his wife and his family members, he talked about that and how close it was for him to probably not be here and us not have the Super Bowl moment that we have.
And if he was in a different team, maybe he never gets that. Yeah.
So that brand of leadership and that testimonial that he has, only way you keep that kind of leadership around is if you put him upstairs and have guys that are on the team talk about his stories, like echo his accomplishments and his achievements over the years.
Yeah, man, maybe
ain't nobody doing that. Ain't nobody gonna be in a position to do that.
Well, maybe I'm fighting upstream then, because when I say I don't think they did enough, that maybe there was no way to replace him in a sense.
It's not.
215-592-9494. Did the Eagles do enough to replace Brandon Graham this offseason? Kyle, where did he come down? As yesterday was an awesome day for BG.
Yeah, I'm not as worried about it as you are, Joe. Like, this isn't a knock on Brandon Graham, or at least in terms of his play. He missed a huge chunk of the season last year on the defensive line. And you know what happened? The defensive line got better and better as the season went on. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Vic Fangio's there. They're under the tutelage of Vic Fangio. And I really just think they're a tight-knit group on defense. So it might not necessarily just be one guy. that's stepping up and becoming like the big overall leader of the defense. But I think them as a group, I think they're a tight enough unit to where this thing isn't really going to kill them next year. So, I mean, like, they are all those Georgia guys. Jeffrey Lurie had talked about it yesterday, and we talk about it all the time. Like, the Eagles have intentionally built a culture on this team. Like, it's high-character guys. And Hugh said it, you said it. Brandon Graham is a one-of-a-kind guy. So you're not just going to one-for-one replace a Brandon Graham. You're not going to draft a guy who is the next Brandon Graham in this draft. But I think, like, a sum of all the parts will be good enough so that the Eagles are going to be able to get by next season without having a Brandon Graham on the team.
Well, I hope you're right. And the sum of the parts could be it, especially with the culture and the Georgia guys. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. Did the Eagles do enough this offseason to replace Brandon Graham? I mean, he is someone, and I agree with Hugh and Kyle both on this, that you can't replace just a one-for-one, right? He's a very unique he was a unique player, and he's a unique person. That's hard to do. Just feels like they're so young on defense.
So they are.
I mean, they really. This is not even a debatable thing. Like, this is one of the youngest Eagles defense I've ever seen.
Yeah, and I guess a situation I'll compare it to that you compared it to. When Jason Kelce left, we're all like, uh-oh, like, who's going to step up, be the next Jason Kelce? Sometimes when somebody in that position leaves, it does create a hole, but it also creates room for somebody to step up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Jordan Mailata, I think, has stepped into that role that he might not have been able to previously because Jason Kelce was there.
And maybe it's someone we're not even talking about. Because, you know, I don't know if I would have guessed Mailata a year ago, but now look how vocal he is. I mean, he does come across.
Like, this is an opportunity now, I think.
Yes. Well, that's true. And hopefully someone grabs it. 215-592-94. Let's go to the phone lines here. Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. Hey, Chris.
Happy Tuesday, man.
Happy Tuesday. There's no day. There's nothing for Tuesday, like a hump day. It's just Tuesday.
Well, I
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
Okay, we'll take that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know what day it is. So
Thank you. He didn't know. Yeah.
He does struggle with that.
Yeah, he really does. Did you know it was Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because yesterday was Monday.
May 6th is today.
Well, you know, I always know Tuesday because Tuesday
usually follows Monday.
Well, Tuesday is the reset for my video game, Destiny. That's when you do the reset. I haven't played in a while, but that's the reset.
What does that mean, a reset?
Well, that means that, like, all the loot that you get, they reset the loot pool for the week.
You lose your loot?
Well, no, it's like you get pinnacle gear on the reset for the week.
I don't get
and then you get another reset for pinnacle gear.
I'm sorry for
I know
asking.
you did. I know.
It's my fault. Go ahead, Chris.
And Kyle is like third here.
Yeah. All right. Like, so we're starting off on a great.
Yes,
great
and this
show
is all
here.
my fault, actually. Go ahead. You're up. You talk.
So first of all, we started the show with multiple personality disorder. Douglas, the many faces of Hugh, starts soliciting for Met Gala tickets. Because he's trying to put it out there.
That's really what that was. I mean, Hugh's just trying to get there next year.
Yeah, we see right through this. Let's lock in here because Kyle's going to get mad. Guys, I think we're going to be fine without BG. Hugh is right. That losing him is there's a lot of leadership that's going to be there, but there'll be another BG. Just like when Dawkins left, there was another leader that came on, and you guys mentioned this already. There's always a leader that will backfill the vacuum that's left behind. Now, I do find it very interesting that Hugh does think that they're going to be putting BG upstairs. I think they're going to do that too. They're going to carve out a spot and they're going to find a special place for him. But Hugh, doesn't that say defense matters if you got to keep?
Well, I think leadership, that says leadership matters.
But a leader from the
well,
defensive
I mean,
side.
I think
not an offensive player to carve out a special spot for.
See, I think this is the thing that we're missing, Chris. Like, BG's career is an anomaly. Like, seriously, when you look at, like, just take away the name Brandon Graham and what he means to the Philadelphia Eagles. I was looking at Brandon's numbers, man, from his first year and his first 5 years. 3 sacks, no sacks, 5.5 sacks, 3 sacks.
So like 11 or 12 his first 4 years in total?
Man, and like normally in a situation like that, when you're a pass rusher, and again, no disrespect to BG, you're looking for a job as a first-round draft pick. This is a testament to how special BG is and how much he meant to this organization. Because you look at Mike Mamula, look at Mike Mamula numbers. Mike Mamula got 31 sacks in like 6 years. and he was out of the league. You see what I'm saying? So that's what makes Brandon's story so fascinating, is that because when you talk about the position that he played and the production, like, he's had a phenomenal career. Let me say that first. But when you talk about the production,
it was very slow
on
starting.
A year-to-year basis, it wasn't that high.
Well, I mean, he had what, 1 or 2 double-digit sack seasons in his career?
He had one double-digit sack season.
That was 2022? Yeah, I mean, for the most part, what did he average, you think? 7?
5, 6 sacks a year.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Hugh, with all due respect, what I heard was a lot of long talking, and you saying that defense matters, and that's why.
If that's what we can go that.
We have a filter. We just take things you say and spin it a different way.
I'm just telling you what I heard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Now, guys, here's who I do, and you guys touched on this. Here's who I see as backfilling in and becoming the next guy. It's Jalen Carter. This guy has taken tremendous steps year by year in bettering himself and getting himself aligned to where he's at. He's already risen to the top. He's the best player on that defense.
Well, that's true.
Hands down.
Yeah.
Now he's got the pedigree too. He's got the ring. He's got the experience. And I'm looking at him taking the next step, that not only is he going to better himself, but he's going to better his own leadership ability. And who I see him as being, the personality that he's got, because he's a little spicy, let's put it kindly, but I see him as a Warren Sapp type.
Well, I think, he's got that ability. Yeah, I mean, look, Chris, there's a shot here, Chris, and we appreciate the phone call, that Carter is the best defensive player in the sport in a couple years. I mean, he has that ceiling. Now, leadership's a little different. You don't have to be the best player to be a leader. I think Nolan Smith's got a lot of characteristics too. We'll see. Did they do enough this offseason? 215-592-9494. Did they do enough to replace Brandon Graham with everything, the play and the other stuff? Also, when we come back, we heard a cool Brandon Graham story from Howie Roseman recently. A bit of a different version from that story from the Brandon Graham hour with us yesterday. We'll play that next, your phone calls, and we got a prize to give away today, which means Hughes Clues will set you up. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it, with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, with YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Unlock the fun at Oasis. Wednesday, May 7th, get to Oasis Club Philly for their Lock and Key event. You'll receive your own personal key upon arrival, and their stunning entertainers will be wearing locks. Try your key on their locks, and if they match, you win a prize. Unlock a night of seduction and surprises with the O-Girls at Oasis. Just minutes from the airport in Center City. Arrive between 7 and 8 p.m. and enjoy a complimentary open bar. Don't miss Lock and Key, Wednesday, May 7th at Oasis.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgana.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. But we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on My Plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stample, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire adds and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas.
Oh, this is one of my favorite songs, man.
It is a good song. Are you trying to get some cultural clout right now?
Get some cultural clout.
I was reading about how you get invited to the Met Gala. Now, one way is a sizable donation. I avoided that one. I didn't think you were going to do that. Yeah,
breaking bread.
No, you too well for that. So the other ways to get there are timely achievements or cultural clout.
You know what's funny? That makes sense because that year Odell Beckham caught that
he
touchdown.
Was famous all of a sudden.
Yeah. But they lost.
Well, they did lose that game.
That was crazy.
Yeah. But he had some cultural clout at that point. Now the question is, do you have any cultural clout?
Well,
I think you do.
What were you about to say?
Well, you did once famously state that defense is a luxury, according to Google AI.
Yeah.
That's cultural clout.
That's
if
that's
you famously state something.
I mean, that's true. I call it poisoning the minds of football fans, but you can say
that's cultural clout in itself.
Yeah, I think, okay. But now, who do I go present
Well,
that
I haven't gone any further in my research.
Yeah, I need to figure that out. Because I'm going to try to get on the list for next year. Then I got to find a designer to make my outfit.
Okay, Kyle, put up a poll. Does Hugh Douglas have cultural clout? We'll go from here.
Does Hugh Douglas have enough cultural clout to get invited to the Met Gala?
Okay,
Because that's really the benchmark.
Yeah, we'll send the results to the Met Gala people, and we'll see if we can get you there next year. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll keep that on the side of things. But for now, the Eagles and Brandon Graham, what a great day yesterday was on WIP and BG Live last night. Have the Eagles done enough to replace Brandon Graham? I don't think they have. It's a very young defense, and I'm sure a leader or two will emerge. But it hit me yesterday that they're not just going to miss the player, who still was productive, but really the person. And it's a very young defense. Hugh and Kyle think they've done enough, and there's enough infrastructure to replace him. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. Before we go back to the phone lines and tell you about our prize today, we do have to play this for you because I thought it was interesting. Hugh, we had BG in here yesterday, and I brought up the story to him about Howie Roseman and their meeting in Miami early in both of their careers. Let's listen to both of their stories because I thought it was interesting how Brandon framed it versus Howie. Here's Howie first with the afternoon show last week on that moment they had in Miami where they both were kind of on a rough terrain here in Philadelphia.
And in 2011, as he came back, there was a game that we played in Miami. And I want to say at the time we were 4-8, and he was inactive. And, him and I had a conversation in Miami, which was basically like, if you're going down, I'm going down too. And you and I are going to be in it together because if you're not going to be successful, I'm not going to be successful. There's no way I'm going to be able to make it in Philadelphia without you being successful. And we shared a moment, and I guess that would be my story. And I'll never forget being in Miami, me and him eye to eye, and in typical BG fashion, he looked at me with a big smile and said, "I got you." I'm not sure I believed it at the moment. But I was hopeful. But he did.
So Howie framed it as kind of like they had
He made it more palatable.
Yeah, he
for
kind
the
of
people.
The way I heard it from Howie was almost more like I put my arm around you, like
That's how you interpreted that.
I interpreted Howie before I heard Brandon. Like when I just heard Howie last week, it was more like hey, we're in this together thing.
Mm-hmm.
You succeed, I succeed. You fail, I fail. When we heard Brandon, so let's hear Brandon. Brandon, same story. Obviously, they happened clearly because they both remembered it, but Brandon's recollection, he obviously felt a little different when he told us yesterday. What's it been like, you and him together in this ride? Because you've both been here, and you both had some special moments together, and some lower ones, right, in the beginning of both years. What's it been like doing this with Howie, kind of on that same career track as him?
You had to be vulnerable in those moments because, with me, I used to get guys, man, don't trust the ownership, don't trust this, don't trust, because they are for themselves, and I understand. It's like I had to learn the business side, and it's like it's nothing personal. It's just they work for the organization. They're going to do what's best for the organization. So I got to make sure I handle my business accordingly. So sometimes it's the back and forth that you're going to have, even off the field, even when it's not your agent talking to him. It's sometimes you get cornered and he want to talk to you and be like, hey, man, let's get this thing done. Let's do this. And it's like, man, you got to have that. You got to be vulnerable in this. And so I let Howie in. Me and Howie definitely has grown because at that time in Miami, I was so mad because he deactivated me. But it was like, you know what? All right. He pulled me outside. I remember he pulled me outside the locker room and he was just like, look, you need to get your act together. Come on, man. Like, we ain't waste our first round pick on you for no reason. We believe in you. Like you say, we go in this together. You my first pick. And I want nothing but the best for you, but you got to make sure you're putting in the work a little more and make sure you're taking this more serious. And I understood what he was saying because it was more to that than what he said. But it's more. It was something that I needed at the time, and it was a good experience to overcome that. Because now when we talk about it, it's just like, wow, man, remember that? That could have been that was a crossroad in my career where I could have folded, and I didn't, and I just handled it the right way I was supposed to. And man, Howie, for sure, we got a better relationship than what we had when we started.
What'd you make of the two stories? Same moment, but obviously Brandon, remember, more like heavy-handed from Howie, and Howie, the way I heard it was more like, hey, I put my arm around him. We got this together.
Like, that's why, riding home last night, how I overthink things a lot. And I thought about that, long thinking, and I thought about that moment. And basically, they're telling the same story, but Howie's telling it more in a positive way because they've gotten past that point. Because I was thinking about that last night, Joe, and you have to go back to the moment that Howie was in. nobody in the organization outside of Jeffrey Lurie believed in Howie.
He hadn't accomplished anything.
He got relegated to the closet. Like, I know I wasn't here during that time, but I would hear about it. And Howie, that was one of Howie's picks. I would venture to say that there was a lot of talk about BG's production because, you know, he was benched or what he wasn't doing. And that's probably one of the things that they kept highlighting about how, well, you picked him. He was your guy. You were high on him or whatever. I don't know how the conversation went, but it sounds like that's what it was. It was one of those. So I commend Howie for this. Howie went to the player and said, listen here, sir, with some more colorful language that I can't use on the air, and said, me and you are in this together. If you don't get your stuff together, you're going to get us both out of here. So I need you to step your game up. That's why, man, listen, with all due respect to Brandon, he is a unicorn because you don't get that kind of cachet and have that type of relationship with management. He's right. I was always told management does not have your best interest in mind. And, you know, when I was here, it was a tough time. You know, we heard Brian talk about it yesterday, how it was for him. And that's why I asked him, because Brian never wanted to leave Philadelphia. Brian wanted to be here his whole career. I don't think, when you think back on that moment, I don't think Jeffrey wanted him to leave either. But Joe Banner was the bad guy. He was the bad guy when it came to me leaving, Bobby leaving, Trot leaving, and all these guys. And when you look back on that moment and that time in history, it was the right move to make. Yeah. Because outside of Troy and Dalk, everybody else, the game kind of fell off.
Yeah, if you have to take hardline stances on older players, most of the time you will be right as a team. Yeah. Now, once in a while you'll be wrong and it becomes Brian Dawkins.
Yeah, but for the most part, I think that the reason why Brandon is who he is and how he's beloved, because Howie believed in him. And that's something to be. Howie has a relationship with these guys on this team, man. That's like nothing I've ever seen. It's just kind of envious because when you see it and you see him interact with these guys, these are his guys. And it feels to me like Howie's not afraid to have the hard conversation. Hey, man, we're moving on. Like, it feels like that's what Howie does. Like, he's man enough to be in your face when times are good, and he also is man enough to talk to you like a man when it's bad. And that's something that, you know, Joe never did. Joe never did that. He was always, you know, this was the part that was really rough for a lot of players here when I was here. We preached family, and you talked about being a close-knit group and all this stuff. But when it came to business, it just felt cold. It felt super cold.
I think it's a hard line for executives to walk.
Yeah.
I think Howie might even be an outlier even among the newer wave.
I think he is an outlier. And I don't have that relationship with Howie because obviously he wasn't in the position that he was in when I played.
Right,
but
right.
I feel like the guys that he has, they have that relationship with him.
Well, and obviously the two of them, they did a lot of great things here together. 215-592-9494. Have the Eagles done enough this offseason to replace what they're now going to miss from Brandon Graham, both on the field and off the field? 215-592-9494 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your card 94 only at Sunoco. Aaron is in San Diego as I check in on the poll to see if Hugh has enough clout to get to the Met Gala.
Not going well.
Not going well. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Aaron. What's going on?
What's going on, man?
So I got another scenario: the 100 men versus the silverback gorilla.
Uh-oh.
So here's the scenario: it's a steel cage match. We got Andre the Giant in his prime against 15 Joe, I'm about to lose my mind, Giulio. Who wins?
I mean, that's an easy one.
You talking about in his prime before his back started hurting and we dig him up?
15 Giulios?
15. Aaron, I'm dead. All of me, you're dead. I mean, that's clearly Andre the Giant. 15. It's not enough.
Come on, Joe. You got to have a little bit of confidence in yourself.
I don't. None.
No, you don't.
Zero. Yeah, you have to be real. You have to like have realistic aspirations. I can't.
Confidence gets people killed.
That's true. You got to know thyself. That's it. Aaron.
He said confidence gets people killed.
It does.
That's the hell of it. Yes.
Hugh?
He wants your take. 15 knees,
my
Andre the
goodness.
Giant.
You're asking me if
that's it. That's what he's doing.
Get this over with.
Andre Giant big as hell, Joe.
Of course he's big as hell.
That's your ass, Joe. It's a wrap.
Yeah, it's over. Aaron, that's an easy one. That's a slam dunk. All right, Aaron, what do you got for us? Did the Eagles do enough to replace BG?
Hugh, do me a favor. Can you just reach over and smack Joe on the back of his noggin, please?
That's not HR. You can't do that.
No, we follow HR rules around here, except when we curse on the air. Yeah. Besides that,
Joe, I'm sorry, but this is a little bit insulting to the Brandon Graham legacy. I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
Well, you don't replace a Brandon Graham. You don't replace a Brian Dawkins. You don't replace a Reggie White. I think the better question is which one of these future Eagles is going to develop a relationship with the city and become that next Jason Kelce or Brandon Graham type, where they have that unique connection with the city and with the Philadelphia
So
Eagles.
while I agree with your overall point, you can't just replace them one for one. Both Hugh and Kyle and our first caller, and I'm going to guess 80% of callers today will say the Eagles have done enough. So while you say it's impossible, most people think it's been done already.
Well, I think the two questions. I think there's two questions there in terms of what he offers on the field. I think they've done enough. I think they've added some nice depth and some potential to become
Like who? Josh Uche? Tyrod. I like the draft picks too, but the veterans they brought in. I mean, these guys might be cut in camp. I don't know.
Kameda Tans.
They might be tomato. What is it?
Kameda.
I can't do it. It's
the egg. No,
trying to talk like you sometimes.
You know what, Aaron? Let me help you and Joe out real quick. There's never gonna be, not for a while, in my opinion, my humble opinion, the likes of a Jason Kelce or Brandon Graham that plays for the Eagles to come through here like that in a long time. It's not gonna happen because they have something that most guys don't have. And what I mean by that is this: they had it tough here early on, and they learned how to embrace it and become better players for it or better people for it. I'm gonna be honest with you. And I'm gonna go ahead and take the gloves off and just be totally honest with you.
Gloves off.
Most athletes here in Philadelphia tolerate the fans because of the way that they treat them. And we've heard that on more than one occasion. CJ gave you a perfect example of that. And when he talked about it, I think that Nolan Smith is another guy that's like that. Because from their perspective, the fans will turn on them in a minute. And that's the way they feel. So that endearing quality that these two guys had, y'all ain't gonna see that for a while.
Yeah, they became part of the community.
Yes.
I mean, they almost you forgot at times when you were around them they were players.
And let me tell you, like Jalen's not even like Jalen tolerates it. But when
you said the word tolerate, I thought of Jalen.
Yeah,
I think
Jalen tolerates.
Yeah,
it.
sure. And we appreciate the phone call. I think you're right on that. And I don't need any of these players to become the next BG from a media like that. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's not going to be. That's
no. And I agree with you. It's now. I do think Kyle's point on my lot is trending that way.
Yeah, he is.
He seems to enjoy it. He's good on the mic. He's good. He's got
but
an affable personality.
He's never going to be like
He's the next.
He's probably the closest thing to
voice.
It. Yeah.
And that's great. I mean, every team needs a voice. I just mean all of it. Like when I add it all together with Brandon Graham, he still was good. Kyle's point is fair. They succeeded without him. Jelix Hunt took a leap. Nolan took a leap down the stretch. But I can't forget the first 11 weeks of the season. He was their best edge rusher. Like he still was good. Like Brandon Graham still helped him.
He balled out, man. He balled out.
So we're losing still a good player. And this unique leader that I don't know how you replace. I just feel like they didn't do quite enough to replace him. Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff. What's up?
Man?
Joe, the way you're talking, it's as if there is a way to replace him with one guy. And I don't think that's even possible. I mean, the dude's an anomaly, like you said. You're not going to find a guy that's going to... First of all, he didn't become this person until 6-7 years into his career.
Mm-hmm.
So... I just don't think it's possible for them to replace what he gave them with one guy. Now, I will say this. I kind of agree with you guys. Mailata, to me, is the guy that would fill too many young guys on defense. Like, it's going to take 3 or 4 years for any of those guys to be close to what BG was as far as a leader. But I do think the kid they drafted number 1, his style of play is going to fill that playing void on the field.
It could, especially if they develop him as an edge quickly. I guess, Jeff, I understand your point, and good phone call. I guess for me, if they had acquired a veteran this offseason, at least I would say the checks that box. They got a vet in here. Or if they had signed or drafted a no-doubt edge rusher, right, to fill the void of the play, I would feel better. They didn't do either of those things. Right now, Shahad Campbell, they think they're going to develop into an edge rusher, and maybe he becomes the next Micah Parsons. I mean, that could happen a year or two from now.
The leader is Jalen Carter.
I don't look at him as a leader.
Well,
I look at him as a great player.
You don't look at him as a leader, but they do. Like, this is the evolution that I'm talking about, Joe. And here's the thing, because the caller that called earlier, I wanted to say it, but Aaron, I think it was Aaron said it or whatever, and I got sidetracked a little bit. But here's the thing: he's not going to be universally looked at the way that BG was, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to look at him, and they're going to vilify him for his past.
Well, for me, he also has a little bit of an immaturity to his game. I remember last year they had to calm him down. Like, no one questions his talent and his play. But, like, I can't have my leader slapping a player across the face in the middle of the game.
But here's the thing, Joe, and I think this is the thing that you have to realize about leadership. He's more relatable to the players that you have on the team now than BG ever was. BG is a dinosaur. BG's the guy.
What does that make you?
That doesn't really.
No, that makes me a fossil. That makes me. No, but what I'm saying is this, and I think Kyle is following me because it's the era that you grew up in. Like, Jalen Carter is more. He's more flashy. He's more flamboyant. He's more out there. That's relatable to the young players that are coming in now. Look at the draft. Look at how they dress. Look at some of the things that they do. It's BG and Jason Kelce's leadership was antiquated. And what I mean by that is this. You heard Jalen when he was talking about how it's time for me to take over. It's time for me to lead. Jalen's not like that. I think, and that's what I think of when I think of leadership. You have so many different types of leaders on your team. Jalen's more of the quiet, subdued type leader, and that's more relatable to the offensive side of the ball. Jalen Carter is loud, boisterous. He taking money with the cash. He got the chains on. Most of them cats on the team look at him as the leader.
Well, I hope he is. I hope he's exactly what you say and it works. 215-592-9494. All right, before we go any further, Hugh, we have a prize to give away today. $100. It says 94 on my paper. We don't do that. $100 gift card to Sunoco. Get the highest level of performance out of your car with 94 octane, now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations in Philadelphia. All right, let's play a little game called Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. It begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in, Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
Oh, these clues are like the best clues on the planet.
Here we go.
I can't help it if y'all don't, pick up what I'm putting down. But you ready for the first clue, Joe?
We're always ready.
This individual was a teammate of Brandon Graham's.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
He played for 15 years.
Yeah, he did.
What's 53 times 15? Like
close
to 800?
Think about it. You could figure it out.
Figure it out. You're narrowing it down to like over 700 teammates. Even if you repeat the same
700
ones.
is kind of high.
Okay, but even if you repeat the same ones.
Maybe 200.
No. In 15 years?
Yeah. Maybe 300.
I'm guessing it's closer to 400 different people.
Maybe math is not my thing, but 400 maybe.
Take a guess. He's got 400
He got
plus
400 teammates.
It might be closer to 500. Who knows the actual math? 215-592.
Somebody in the car just called me a mean and hurtful name right
They
now.
really narrowed it down for everybody. All right. First clue today, $100 gift card on the line to Sunoco here. This person was a teammate of Brandon Graham's. All right, there's your first clue. I mean, I kid with you about narrowing it down, but when you play 15 years, you do have a lot of teammates. Now,
You do have a lot.
There's probably, 10 or so that lasted a long time, so they check the box every single year, but there are a lot that just try to pass through or maybe play here for a little bit. All right, so that's your first clue. Teammate of Brandon Graham's. 215-592-9494. We got a lot to do today on the show, including, I'm excited to get to this coming up in a few minutes here. So Nick Sirianni joined the afternoon show yesterday, and he talked about his favorite Brandon Graham play. I mean, we know the favorite Brandon Graham moment in Philadelphia, which of course was the strip sack in the Super Bowl. But obviously Nick wasn't here for that. When Nick started going through this, and we'll play it for you coming up, when I heard him on the afternoon show yesterday, I was like, what? I was trying to remember the exact play. And then I went and watched it again. I was like, oh, yeah, that I could see why Sirianni loved that one. So we'll get to that coming up. We'll get to you people later on. A couple things last night that did not make us feel great here. We'll give you our reaction on that around the sports world. 215-592-9494. And a little bit that we found out this weekend, a little behind the scenes of the NFL draft, what happened with the Philadelphia Eagles and Howie Roseman as they went through their process. All right, all your phone calls on Brandon Graham. Did the Eagles do enough to replace Brandon Graham's leadership and play in everything? And your guesses at a teammate of Brandon Graham as Hugh's first clue today. 215-592-9494. That's a hop in. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Rays. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Deep left field, and that is gone. And Weston Wilson.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Hey, hockey fans, ready for the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs? Get in on the action throughout hockey's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. Sign up or log in for odds boost tokens and more throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless NHL betting options, including new look same-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Follow the action and excitement for every goal and every game throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs with BetMGM. Get ready for this season's fantastic finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com.
Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
When you're tackling life at full speed, like our favorite Philadelphia football players, you need a team that's got you covered. From sports injuries and joint replacements to expert hand and wrist surgery, Phoenixville Hospital Orthopedics Program delivers championship care to get you back to what you love with the same dedication and precision you'd expect on game day. Score big with our award-winning experts at Tower Health Medical Group Orthopedics. To learn more, call 610-525-1000 for an appointment.
Inhale the May sunshine. Exhale the heaviness of rainy days. This month, we're keeping things light and easy, including our drinks. Low effort, high flavor. So easy when the drinks are already mixed. That's the lightness you'll find in variety packs from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. A refreshing 4-pack of Monaco Tequila Lime Crush or a variety pack of Stateside Surfside Vodka and Lemonade. Shop more variety packs of ready-to-drink cocktails in-store or online at fwgs.com. Please enter responsibly.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night in 360 Lounge at Parks Casino. Robert Kelly from Live at Gotham headlines Thursday, May 22nd. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED. But Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Penn State has the roster, they have the quarterback, they even have the buzz. But do they have the coach? James Franklin is 1-14 against AP top 5 teams. That stat clings to him like a shadow. Still, this team is dangerous, fast, physical, and finally playoff tested. If Franklin can flip the script, Happy Valley may just roar again. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You're going to be at the Met Gala next
Yeah,
year.
I need to do better.
Yeah, I mean, and early on, you're getting cooked in this poll, Hugh. Just to be honest with you, do you have enough cultural clout to get invited to the Met Gala? I'm actually surprised how many people think you have no shot. 75% on no for Hugh Douglas getting invited.
I mean, that's about right. I mean, because when you look at, like, I see Jalen's there. You know, he won the Super Bowl, obviously. Who was that? A$AP Rocky was there. He's married to. I mean, even though he's a model on his own.
Why
of
is
his own,
Russell
right?
Wilson there? His wife?
Yeah,
because his days of having clout are over.
Well, his wife.
He's a fringe starter.
No, but he still
His
has
wife.
clout. He's
Russell
significant.
Wilson?
Yeah, Sierra has clout.
Well, his wife does. Yeah.
Tiana Taylor was there. She was dressed like Captain Morgan. Her outfit was kind of
So
dope,
how
too.
can we increase your clout is the question.
I got to slap somebody.
Okay.
Or I got to pick a fight with somebody.
You could have done that at BG Live last night.
Yo, that would have been.
Well, no, it got to be bigger. Like I got
like Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Yes.
I got to
Just
pick
go
like.
up to my lot and smack him.
No, I need to pick a fight with like Shaq or somebody.
Don't
need to swing on
No,
Shaq.
that's not a good idea.
What you mean?
His arms are way longer than yours.
Man,
Yeah.
listen, I'll beat the brakes off Shaq. don't just because Shaq bigger than me don't mean nothing. I put hands.
It does
put
means
hands,
little.
You
I put
can't
hands
reach him
on
with your
Shaq.
tiny arms.
You know what? I'll rush him. No, Shaq my dude. He cool.
The biggest worry with you is I don't think you know how to dress there.
No.
Well, no, I get a
We saw
stylist.
you-
I get
well,
a stylist.
You might need a few.
You know what? Hanging out with Stephen A. might do it. I know Stephen A. Stephen A. got clout right now.
No, that Stephen A. could show up to the Met Gala.
Yeah, he got
Yeah.
clout right now.
You and Stephen A. are very opposite ends of the spectrum.
We
in terms
are.
of dressing, yeah.
I think you're a better actor than Stephen A.
Well, I could.
Did you see him on General Hospital?
Did you see when he shot the
Not
lady?
good? Yeah, it wasn't good.
It was pretty good.
I think he's just saying his lanes of sports and politics right now and move away.
It's like,
Not everyone
It's
could be
funny
Hugh
that
Douglas.
you said sports and politics.
Well, I mean, he might be our next president. Who knows? 215-592-9494. All right, before we go back to the phone lines here,
we don't do that here.
no, but if Stephen A's the president, we have to talk about it. I mean,
Man,
that's,
stop it. But
wait.
then if he was the president, I would have the president's number.
I'm
and I
telling
would
you.
be calling him, talking.
We'd get the president on. If Stephen A becomes the president,
He ain't fooling with us no
Wait
more,
a
man.
second.
He'd be
You
way
asked him
too
to come
big.
on a couple of times. He came on.
Yeah, but you know that was before he got $100 million. Though.
I expect him to
You
join
know,
our show as the president.
I'm just saying.
I'm sorry.
You know, $100 million change. You know, you start when you text people, they be like, "Who is this?"
Lost that number. Wait till I get.
My bad.
If I ever get 100 million,
hey, listen,
losing your number.
My bad. I ain't got you saved.
Sorry.
I got you
All
now.
right, 215-592-9495. Have the Eagles done enough to replace Brandon Graham this offseason? I don't think so. You hit me yesterday with the whole day, with everything about him, the way everyone talks about Brandon Graham, especially his ex-coaches like Doug Peterson, Nick Sirianni. It's going to be very hard to replace him, and they really didn't do much to do it this offseason. A couple vets that I don't even know if they're going to make the team, especially Uche, and we'll see about the rookie class. But it's a very young defense, and they didn't really replace him much on the edge. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on that? Of course, your guess is for Hughes Clues. They really, really, I was going to say a hard clue. I don't even know what this is. The first clue is a teammate of Brandon Graham's. There's only been hundreds of these.
And you're forgetting that's not just the NFL necessarily.
Oh, geez. I didn't even think about that. The guy's played football for 20 years. And Hugh Douglas says, a teammate. One teammate.
I mean, you just got to think, man. Just think.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
Or here's an option. Just wait for the next clue. Just wait and call. Like, let the other people be the sacrificial lamb for the person.
Way to get people engaged.
Yeah, wait for the next
Actually,
clue.
don't do anything.
Bring forth the sacrificial lamb.
All right. Well, before we get to the phones, can we hear Nick Sirianni on with the afternoon show yesterday? His favorite BG moment.
And I get it. I wasn't here in 17, so I can't say, the Super Bowl sack, right?
Yeah.
But it was a heck of a play. But my favorite BG play was in Dallas, against Dallas at home in 2023. It's a 2-point conversion. We're up 23-28, and Dak breaks the pocket. And here comes BG, who he was inside on a stunt. And here comes BG flying, relentless effort on his pursuit, flying to stop Dak from scoring. Now, it appeared that he scored, and the referee gave him a touchdown, but he stepped out of bounds, if you guys remember, on like the 2-yard line because of this pursuit by Brandon. And long story short, right, they get the ball back. They're driving. They need a touchdown to win, and we end up keeping them out of the end zone where a point they would have been able to kick the field goal had they got that 2-point conversion.
And unsurprisingly, I watched it this morning. Sirianni remembered every detail exactly right. I mean,
That's pretty cool.
The score, the 2-point, and I rewatched the 2-point conversion he was talking about. Now, Brandon didn't really make the play as so much his pursuit forced Dak to take a weird angle, and because of that, he stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. That you remember that much detail from a play that seemed like just insignificant to most people, but it meant a lot to me.
Yeah, it was a November game. It was the Cowboys, but I think what was cool about it, it was a hustle play, right? It wasn't like this dynamic sack where he did a spin and he didn't bull rush the tackle. It was just his hustle and his motor. That's what Sirianni remembered. More than it wasn't. It is kind of unremarkable to play. I mean, you might remember it if you were at the game or it was only a couple years ago. But unless you remember that it was BG in the pursuit, you might actually forget it was him.
BG worked hard, man.
That's
a
the
hard-working
point.
cat. Yep. Yeah, definitely was a hard-working cat.
Let's go to the phone lines here. Mike in Norristown is up on WIP. Hey, Mike.
Hey, what do you know? What do you say?
What's going on, Mike? What are you thinking?
What I'm thinking, I was there yesterday. It was amazing. I just missed you at the pub. I got there around like 5:30. They said you just rolled out.
Yeah, we had to go.
They sent us down to the theater.
We had to go be doormen. We
weren't exactly doormen, but we kind of like were. Yeah, we were the meet and greet. We're taking photos in the photo booth.
I heard you were complaining about your bedtime.
When don't I complain about my bedtime?
It was 5:37, Mike, and you told me it was.
Then I was young and I was sleeping.
Okay, but I think they didn't do enough. I think that in free agency they should go after Austin Johnson from San Diego. They can get a good deal on him, like 2 years, $6 million.
San Diego.
He ain't gonna fill Brandon Graham's shoes, but he'll be decent. And Carter's going to open up for them guys, I think. I think he can open it up.
Well, he's going to have to. I mean, this year, Carter's going to have to step up and be exactly what he was last year, but just do it again and again and make everyone better.
Also, this is my buddy, my best friend of 43 years, Chris Ingross, his birthday. Happy birthday, my guy.
All right, happy birthday, your buddy. Mike, what's your guess? What's your guess, Mike, for Hughes Clues? First guess today is?
Jordan Mailata.
Jordan Mailata. Well,
it's not a bad guess.
It's obviously a good guess. It's clearly a teammate, not the answer. So, see, this is your fault, Hugh.
What?
Well, the first guess, I mean, did you feel that was close? It was a good guess.
It was a good guess.
But it's not really close.
No, it's not close.
Like, when I think of this player, it wasn't like one player removed from Jordan Mailata. I'm just saying, you led the people on a tough path
and
today.
I appreciate the people.
They were mad at you.
They stay mad at me. When aren't they mad at me? I mean, seriously. They talk bad about my clothes. They talk bad about.
What do you got today? The Grow Grow T-shirt.
Yeah.
What is it? Ignoring people to be swung on.
It's growth.
That is growth.
No, I'm just saying this shirt it spoke to me.
Yep. Yeah. That's a shirt made for Hugh Douglas. All right, let's go to Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Dream Team, how y'all doing?
What's up,
man?
Will?
All right. Listen, man. You asked earlier about do we have a replacement for Brandon Graham?
Yeah.
And the closest it will take two players, and I'm talking about on the field only, right? As far as leadership, being committed, determination, consistency, and able to put that work in, man, and always work hard and hold teammates accountable and themselves, right? I will go with Carter and our man, Nakobe Dean. I think both of them together, I think they can contribute and bring that type of leadership and that smash mouth back to the team. Hopefully, Nakobe will come back nice and healthy. And, I think them two is a possibility. You know what I'm saying? And just like you said, Hugh, let them Thundercats cook, man. They got to pass the torch sometime. And I think these are the two that will wind up leading the team to be able to do that.
So I like the Nakobe thought. Well, it's just the question, like you said, it's always with him. Is he around, right? Because when players are injured, football's weird. When players are injured, they're almost out of sight, out of mind. I mean, it's like they're there, but they're not. And I hope Nakobe, because I thought he played really well last year. I thought Nakobe finally played last year the way I think they thought he would when they drafted him. Unfortunately, he gets hurt in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right, and that's the only thing, man. I just I hope he come back healthy, man. And I think we're gonna cook again this season, man. I just can't wait for it to start.
Oh, well, we all can. We got the schedule release coming up in a couple weeks. All right, what do you got for us, Will? What's your guess? Hughes Clues, a teammate of Brandon Graham's.
Okay, I'm gonna go back a little bit. He was a little flashy. How about Chris Long?
Chris Long,
that was
a
good
one,
guess.
and a guest yesterday on with the afternoon show. Not our answer though. So we got Jordan Mailata, we got Chris Long. People are, I mean, you know what I'm proud of so far? Everyone has been a teammate of Brandon Graham's. We're not guessing people that haven't been here. But this is, again, the fact that no one's really that close so far is an indictment on Hugh Douglas. I mean, more than anything else.
Well, I mean, it's the first clue. Let's be real. The first clue ain't supposed to be the one that gives you the answer.
Well, I know,
it's supposed to be a little vague. You gotta get them
a little vague.
Yeah, I'm just saying you got to start thinking
hundreds of potential answers.
No, I mean, BG, it's not my fault he played 15 years. Think about it.
Well, that's not your fault. No,
I help y'all out though. When we help you out a little bit.
No. Don't
since
do
y'all
that.
complaining.
Don't break the rules. I mean, this is your game.
I mean, that's not. It's like, listen, I can throw one little bone out there and watch. I guarantee you, if I throw it out there, somebody's still gonna guess it.
So not gonna guess it. Or
no, they're gonna guess if I give a name of who it isn't.
Don't do it.
Of who it isn't.
Oh, you're just taking one off the board?
Just taking one off the board. I'm taking one off the board.
This is a good thought experiment.
Okay.
I like this, yeah.
I'm going to take one off the board.
All right. Who is it not?
It's not Fletcher Cox.
Okay. I mean, that would probably...
Watch somebody guess Fletcher Cox.
That would have been probably a guess pretty quickly.
Yeah, someone's going to still guess.
Yeah, okay.
Kyle has no faith.
There's no question.
Well,
people don't listen.
Yeah, right. No, we have people who even sit on hold that don't listen, just wait for their name.
Well, maybe they're tired of the nonsense. Maybe that's our fault.
They love the nonsense.
So they do. 215-592-9495. Hugh continues to lose ground in his Met Gala poll. 77%. Don't believe you have enough cultural clout.
I don't. I'm working on that, though. I got a year. Because it was just last night. I got a year.
What's going to change in a year?
Football season still coming up. I might have some more provocative takes.
So you think your takes are going to get you to
Yeah,
the
I
Met Gala?
might, and I might, I might do something spectacular as the year progresses. We'll see.
I think you need to go viral for something.
I do, but for not nothing bad though.
No, well, no, I know.
Because I done been viral for bad stuff before. I want to do it. I'm trying to do something different this time. I'm not putting hands on coworkers and nothing like that. I want to do something different. I want to try something different.
You kind of went viral before viral was a thing, but now it's even a bigger thing.
Yeah.
I need you to go viral for something fun.
Yeah, something positive.
Yes, or at least not that bad.
Yeah, it ain't nothing that's gonna get me fired or nothing.
No. We need cultural clout for Hugh Douglas. Rachel is in Red Hill. Hey, Rachel.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Rachel. What are you thinking?
To answer the BG question, I definitely don't think they added enough in the offseason. But I do think the addition last year with Saquon, I mean, we saw him go up and down the field, just getting guys pumped up. I just feel like the leadership on and off the field, he'll kind of take over the whole that is BG and Kelce.
Rachel, that's an interesting thought and name because after the Saquon after the Super Bowl, I mean, you heard Jalen, you heard Sirriani, Lurie, they all talked about how he kind of brought the team together last season. And I mean, they all thought that they wouldn't have won without him doing that. Now we'll see if the other part, Hugh, is he going to be as great this season as he was last year?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope he is. Rachel, I like that one though. That maybe the guy's already here, and maybe it is a Saquon Barkley. All right, Rachel, what do you got for us for a guess?
I'm going to go with that amazing Super Bowl win, and I'm going to say Nick Foles.
Nick Foles is always a great answer. It's not our winning answer today, but Nick Foles, yes, a teammate of BG's.
Me and Nick Foles are not the same size. We're not.
Boy, I forgot about that one. I don't even remember the context. It doesn't matter anymore.
Well, no, Lululemon pants.
Oh.
Never mind.
See, no one believes that. I mean, that's...
No,
Me and Nick Foles are not the same size.
No, because Elliot was talking about me getting some Lululemon pants.
Yeah, that's right. Elliot was in for you that day.
Yeah.
No, you played it for me the next day. I remembered, yeah.
And Elliot was talking about getting some Lululemons, and I'm like, nah, they don't. He was like, Nick Foles wears Lululemons. And I was like, I mean, he'll make the same. We're not the same.
Well, everyone now knows that that's the truth. You said it out loud. So we played it over and over again. What do you think about the Saquon thing? I mean, Saquon last year they all said he was that guy that seemed to bring the team together. I mean, maybe it's him again.
Maybe.
You mentioned Jalen. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. I mean, I just it's going to be interesting to see who emerges as the leader, as we go through training camp and everything. Because I think that, to me, I think it's going to be Jalen Carter. I think Jalen Carter's the next one, and unfortunately
that
for Jalen,
worries me a little bit.
Yeah, that one doesn't make me feel as good. So I guess the way I look at it is, I don't know if it necessarily needs to be one leader.
I agree with
think that they're a good enough group.
It's never just one leader.
Right.
It's never just one. But I think that when I think of leaders, I think of relatable. That's the first thing that I think of. And I think that right now, because Jalen was the tip of the spear, whether we want to admit that or not, and I know that he has a lot of growing to do. But this defense goes as Jalen goes.
Yeah. Sure. I guess I think if you mean in terms of like setting the tone by their play,
then it's him. Yeah,
and by their example, then sure.
Player.
Yeah, he's the best player. I do think there is an element of this where like things kind of change just because they won the Super Bowl. Like some guys that are already on the team, like including Jalen Hurts, they've now become Super Bowl champions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that if you're a new player to the team or if you're a rookie, you look at that and I think they carry a little bit more, there's a little bit more cachet to just what they do and how you respect them. And you sort of, and I think just that being there makes you want to work harder and not screw around. And like, I just think that makes, it gives you a different kind of focus, I think, because you want to match that level.
I agree with that. I think the offensive side's fine. I mean, those guys are now, they're not young and they're not old, but for the most,
not spring chickens.
No, and they've done a lot in the NFL. Like if you're a young player in this team and you want to look at who do I follow?
Jalen Hurts has been around a while now and has won a Super Bowl. A.J. Brown has been one of the best players at his position since the moment he walked in the league. Lane Johnson's a future Hall of Famer. There's a lot. I mean, but the defensive side is still very, I mean, I don't know if we're putting into context how young their defense is.
Very young.
Other than Zach Bond, they don't have a player on the defense older than 26. I mean, it might be the youngest defense in the sport. That's why I just wonder when things get a little squirrely next year, when they have a tough moment, who are they looking towards to be the tone setter? Not the best player. I mean, like, set the tone and calm everyone down. That was always seen to be BG. I mean, and we talked about him with you yesterday, Hugh. You asked him. He did something uncomfortable last year. Probably uncomfortable for him. I mean, to use your phrase, he flamed his teammate on his own radio show. I mean, it was wild. And it helped. And it worked.
That's the sound of flames.
That's the flame sound?
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like a fart. Somebody fart.
Well,
that he was going to stay there. No. But he did that. I think that's going to be Jalen for the most part. I think Jalen's going to be the catalyst. And Zach Bond is going to step up and be a leader. There's so many different types of leaders that you have on the team. It just doesn't have to be that one guy.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be.
Well, that's true. It doesn't have to be. 215-592-9494. All right, we have a $100 gift card on the line today to Sunoco gas stations. The first clue is a teammate of Brandon Graham's. Rob in Delco is up on WIP. What's up, Rob?
Hey, what's up, Joe? Hey, Hugh, how you doing?
Hey, Rob.
What up, man?
Man, Joe, you got me happy for a second. I thought you were about to bust out, ask you for a second clue right before you called my name, Joe.
Well, I was thinking about it. But then I said, nah, it's not quite time yet. Not quite time.
You're going to let this marinate for a little while.
It's going to marinate for a long while, Hugh. But listen, I don't know how these guys feel about this. Hugh, since I know you played, give me your honest opinion, okay? I think our opinion of Brandon Graham as a player is inflated because of how we feel about him as a person. Not saying he's not a very good player, Joe. Not saying he's not, beloved in this city. But if you look at the entirety of his career, I don't think there's any way. I know the weight of the Super Bowls carry, especially he's got 2 under his belt. But since it's such a team sport, I don't think there's any way in the world. And this might be a minority viewpoint in this city. He's on the Mount Rushmore of Eagles, Joe. I just don't think there's any way in the world that he is. Do you think that is the case here, where how we love him, how he loves us, how he represents us, inflates how we view him as a player more than what he really is?
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think that Brandon is I think a lot of people look at Brandon like this. Brandon could have taken 1 or 2 routes when he went through those tough times. He could have been like that guy. He could have been me and been like, screw y'all. I'm gonna be petty. He didn't do that, and he stayed and he worked through it, and now he became one of the most beloved Eagles of all time. So I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at it for exactly what it is. I mean, because that's what it is. Like we looked at this. I was looking at his numbers from his first 5 years. Do you know that his first 5 years, he only had 16 sacks? And in my era, Courtney Brown had the same comparable numbers. He had 19 sacks, and he was out of the league by then.
Yeah,
so,
he was Penn State boy. He was like, what? He
yeah.
was number 1, number 2.
Yeah, it was. Him and Chris Samuels were the top 2 picks.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, man, where things change, and there's nothing wrong with that. The measuring stick that Brandon is measured by is different than the one that I was measured by. And that's okay. That is okay. Times have changed. And Brandon, like he'll tell you, the league was different back then or now than as opposed to when I played. So that's okay.
Yeah, I think it depends on how you look at him, Rob. I mean, I think you and Hugh both make a fair point. At the same time, there is something unique about being really good or good to very good for 15 years, right? Like, most players can't do that. Like, there are plenty of players, the pass rushers, that have been better than Brandon Graham, but maybe they only lasted for 6 or 7 years.
And
right?
Something to be said about
longevity,
his work ethic, his ability to, if you want to say it, his numbers might not look that great to you, but his ability to pick up the defense and grade out well every week. There
was something, Rob. There's a steadiness to him.
Yes.
That most football players don't give, right? Because the league, I mean, we see it every week. There's a guy that's good one year, and then his body gives out, his knee gives out, he's not good the next year. That to me, Rob, is why he's included in that Mount Rushmore thing, because he gave 15 years and more games here than anybody else. Yeah, people like him too, but also just a very unique player.
Yeah, I see both sides, Joe. I can see that. I just think, longevity. It's all how you look at it.
Yeah.
Longevity.
Longevity matters. I know what you're about to say, Rob. Don't do that. Longevity matters, especially at the position he played. At the position he played, longevity matters. It does. I know what you wanted to say. Oh, he's played, just like Frank Gore, another guy, played damn near 20 years at the running back spot.
That's an interesting comp. Now, yeah, Gore was never Adrian Peterson. He was never Barry Sanders. He was never, I don't even know if at his best he was LeSean, right? And LeSean played a long time. But there was something, if you had Frank Gore in your roster, you had a steady running back every single year. That's an interesting comp. Rob, what's your guess? Who's your player?
All right, I'm going to go with Bo Allen.
Bo Allen. Now, that's a little bit of a unique name there. Rob, good phone call. Not it.
Nah.
Didn't Bo just announce the Eagles' second-round pick? I think Bo Allen was just at the draft. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, we will get you a second clue because obviously Hugh's first clue was not good enough. All right, so second clue for the prize, $100 gift card to Sunoco. Did the Eagles do enough this offseason to replace Brandon Graham, the player and the leader? Plus, an interesting look inside the Eagles draft room from over the weekend. Are teams tired of getting burnt by Howie Roseman? We'll play you some cool audio from the draft next. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and, well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority. With 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at FenceAuthority.com.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it, with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Showers and a storm possible through the afternoon, high 76.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Do. You ain't worried about them folks.
Well, you actually set them off into something else.
Me?
Yeah.
What'd I do?
What you doing, Joe?
We'll get into it later.
All right. My bad.
It don't take much to set them
sorry.
peoples off, huh? It don't
I'm
take
sorry.
much to set them folks off.
I'm not sorry. I didn't do anything wrong. 215-592-94 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car at 94 only at Sunoco. All right, Hugh, before we get to some great audio from the Eagles draft room, why don't you do it? Why don't you help everyone out? We have a $100 gift card today to Sunoco to give away. We're playing Hugh's Clues. First clue was really quite narrowed down. A teammate of Brandon Graham's. The guy only played 15 years in the NFL. So why don't you help everyone out? Second clue today is?
Oh, this one's going to be even better because there's only a few of these that this man has had. He's a part of a famous Merrill Reese call.
There's hundreds of these. What are you doing over there? All right, he's part of a famous Merrill Reese call.
I'm about to milk this thing. You know
Merrill's been doing games forever.
what I'm mad about?
What?
You giving out $100 gas cards and I can't get one. So I'm gonna make you work for this
You
thing.
keep up in the price too.
Yeah.
I know. Eventually, my check's going to be much lighter.
Do you
They're
know
gonna
how
say
much
it's all those gift cards?
You know how much I filled up these last couple of days? Like 3 times. Because you know my limit is only $40. So I gotta I live a little bit farther away now. I gotta go to the gas station a lot more.
You know there's an alternative to this.
What?
You just fill the gas tank up.
It's the principality.
It was about a year ago we had this debate, and it still bothers me that you refuse to fill the gas tank up.
$40. I only fill it up when I go on a trip.
You know, everyone that goes to the Met Gala, they fill their tank up?
No, they don't.
Yeah,
they probably
do.
don't even drive.
Stop. You think the people at the Met Gala are filling up only $40
I don't
at a
think
time?
anybody at the Met Gala drove themselves.
Well, that's fair, but at some point they drove somewhere.
So who pulling up at the Met Gala jumping out the Geo Prism or the Kia Sophia? Like who jumping out of one of those?
I
man?
don't know, but
Nobody.
all I know is this: those people don't fill up every 3 days like you do.
I do.
You
I
gotta
have
just.
$40.
You realize how much time you would save?
$40.
Just fill up the tank.
I refuse.
I know it's ridiculous. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, Eagles put out a draft room video. They do this every year where they have the cameras in there and then they give you the best of the draft room. Let's go inside here. Eagles draft room. First round. So there's a lot of lead up to this where the Eagles are trying to trade up. We knew they did, and they said they were trying to trade up for Jahad Campbell for like an hour. They couldn't get up. He ultimately fell to them. They trade up one spot to 31. But as you watch this, Howie was calling up to different teams, Chargers and Packers and Vikings. He couldn't get up. And then at some point, the Falcons are the team that trades back into the first round. The Rams trade out. Here's Howie and the whole room reacting to the Falcons giving up next year's number one to get back up in the first round.
Atlanta coughs up a second tomorrow night, a seventh on Saturday, and a first rounder next year.
Wow, they traded their one.
First next year. Who did?
For what? Atlanta.
Atlanta?
For what? Just the pick?
First and a third.
2 and a 1. Understand why people aren't taking our deals.
Howie kind of trolling the Falcons there a little bit. They gave up a lot. Hugh, when we were doing the draft that night, that was the one trade that I think was like, whoa. Because the Falcons traded next year's one to get back up in the first round. I mean, Howie's like, well, that's why no one's taking our deals, because we're not offering anything like that to move up. That was a big
ridiculous.
haul.
Yeah, it was kind of ridiculous. And it also felt like, some of the teams that he was trying to trade with, it was just, I just thought it was kind of weird, or ironic, I should say, that they were the ones that were so strong and adamant about getting ready to tush push.
Oh, like Green Bay.
Yeah.
That's coming up again in a few. We got two weeks from now. Yeah. That's going to be back up. All right, let's listen to this one here. As the Eagles apparently wanted to make a move with the Washington Commanders, so I think we're, 3 picks above them, 3 picks before them at 29.
Mm-hmm.
Here is that as how we wanted to make a move up with the Washington Commanders in the first round. Kyle, let's hear that. 29 Commanders first round.
Hey, buddy. How we doing? Yeah, it's a tradition. I feel like we should keep taking trades. Any interest in a small move back? Let's see. So there's an in-division tax. You really didn't want to do a trade with me.
So why that might be frustrating, I get that. I mean, wouldn't we want Howie to do the same thing? We talked before the draft, Hugh, about potentially trading because, the Giants moved back in for a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the Eagles maybe being that team that lets the Giants in. And I said, sure, I'll trade with them, but they're going to have to pay a tax. So the Commanders wanted the Eagles to pay a tax. I get that.
It's a little Anna. That sounded like it might have been a little Anna because we did beat their ass.
Sure.
We put what they say, belt the ass.
But would you charge a tax if you were in the division?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things. I look at it like this, Joe. This is a gentleman's business. And it's just, I always felt that it was like that, but this era feels like they're a little bit more petty.
You fit in then.
I mean, I definitely would fit
Maybe
in.
your front office era is
No, I definitely
next.
fit in, but that's why they put me in the right position. They don't want me to be in a position like that because, like all that, innuendo and trying to be slick with it. I'd have probably just slapped one of them owners, or one of the GMs, and got in trouble.
How would you fare in the front office, GM Douglas?
Awful.
No, because you know what, Kyle? You know how
pettiness does not have a huge place.
No, I know what happened. You would sign someone for big money, and regardless of production, you'd be like, I paid for that. Like when you bought the plant-based butter and you finished it. You would have played Bryce up the entire season.
You know what my biggest issue with being a grown-up is? It's kind of like, when you're having a conversation and somebody might say something that's a little, disrespectful, but they say it in a manner where you're not supposed to be disrespectful.
Kind of like when the person yesterday was a little bit annoyed about the size of their T-shirt that Brandon gave them, and it bothered you.
It bothered me. You know what? My response to that would be more of a direct kind of like forget you.
Yeah.
But take the forget out of it and use another F word. That's where I'm at with mine.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe in all that undertone of trying to keep it, above ground. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and just tell you how I really feel. See, that's the problem. Oh, you don't want to trade with me? Well, forget you then.
But you have to work with that person on another trade.
But how silly and childish are you knowing? That's my point. Because at some point, this is all about business. But you want to hit me. I'm calling you on the phone, and you want to play some old stupid-ass game talking about, it's an interdivision tax. Oh, really?
But there is. I get that.
Well, no, but it's like you've been there's been trade partners that you've had over the years. It's like, okay, just for example, just like the Kansas City Chiefs. They traded with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They beat the brakes off the Chiefs. Do you think anybody in the Chiefs organization was like, hey, it's a trade because you beat our ass tax?
No, but it's not. No.
You know what
they
I
don't
mean?
see
But
the
you know what I'm
Chiefs
saying?
twice a year every year,
But
though.
but my thing is, if it's good business,
I get it. Yeah.
then let business be good business.
Is there an in-division tax, though?
No.
They just traded with him for Cooper DeJean last year to move up.
Yeah.
And they felt like they got fleeced.
Do you feel like we had to cough up extra to do that because we're in the division?
Well,
we traded with the Cowboys before to get Devontae Smith.
Well, but but I get it because now they're closer to the Eagles and they don't want to help them.
Yeah,
right. So they're petty.
Okay, I could see that. I guess it's just I'm stuck on the phrase in-division tax. Like I feel like it's more of a petty tax or a salty tax.
That's how I took it.
Well, I get that too, but would we want Howie to do the same thing if it was the other way?
Sure.
No, because
that's my point.
This is about me, though.
Okay, well then that's different. I'm sorry. Then. Yeah, you guys want to be petty. I mean, Hugh's wearing a Grove T-shirt today.
I look at it like this though. If I'm trending in the direction that I think I'm trending in, I'm not too much worried about nobody else. Like that's my opinion. If I'm the Commodores, I'm not worried about that. I mean, you're
but the
happy.
Eagles are the direct.
Well,
that's
I hear what you're
stopping
saying
them from the Super Bowl.
I hear what you're saying. But, there's been good trade history with the Commodores over the years. Like when we traded Donovan there.
But wait, you think they felt good about that? He was crap there.
He had a good game. He beat us there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he beat us.
I mean, they also took him off of 2-minute drills. Remember that when they put Rex Grossman in the game? I mean, Donovan's watched it.
That's the original Ben Simmons, isn't it?
Oh,
Take him
yeah.
out at the end of the game.
Yeah, that was pretty ugly. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Your call on this, and especially the Brandon Graham thing. Have they done enough to replace Brandon Graham? You can react to the draft audio we just played there. And Hughes Clues, we have a $100 gift card to give away today. All right, clue number 1, teammate of Brandon Graham. Clue number 2, featured in one of Merrill Reese's famous calls. As Hugh continues.
Oh, that's cool.
Who you? Yeah.
Hey, you just tell you people in YouTube chat, y'all weren't gonna win anyway. Don't worry about it.
Listening, so.
Don't worry about it.
They could call.
Y'all ain't gonna win anyway.
Rodney.
Y'all ain't got the depth.
Rodney and South. Hold on, before we get to Rodney. Are you calling out the YouTube people?
No, they don't. They don't come with better jokes. How about that?
Oh, well now you've challenged.
Oh yeah,
them.
I'm about to get flamed.
now you've challenged the YouTube people.
I ain't worried about
the wrong tree,
They about to flame me. That's all right. I'm doing that for you, Kyle, because I know once they get. I need to get them to be a little bit more creative with the disses. They ain't been that creative in the last couple of days.
After the Super Grover and the Moldy Strawberry.
Yeah, that was it. Those are the last. That's the best y'all got.
Super Grover was good though.
Yeah,
you did look like Super
No, the
Grover.
Moldy Strawberry was the best.
Rodney is now up in South Philly. Hey, Rodney.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good, Rodney. What's up, buddy?
Hey, it was great meeting you last night too with Tyler in the parking lot, man.
Oh, Rodney, it was great meeting you. You guys enjoyed the show?
Yeah, it was a great time. It was really, really something that you could really get to know him a little bit more and dig a little deeper into his personality, which is a great personality anyway. So he's a real good time.
He does have a great personality.
Yeah, he does. Well, that's exciting you got to be there. All right, Rodney, what are you thinking about did the Eagles do enough to replace this guy?
Well, they're not going to do enough to replace him because everyone's heart is into him. So he won't. No one. When we look at it as far as the physical talent, they can replace him. But with the way that we feel about him, I don't think that he can be replaced that quickly.
Well,
I don't see anybody on that way.
Yeah, I don't either. And then you combine the fact, and you're right, you can replace the production because it wasn't like he had 15 sacks. But when you combine the two, it's a challenge. It's a big one for the coaching staff and the whole team this year. All right, Rodney, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues? Who are we talking about today?
Okay, so Hugh, is it Brent Fellick?
No.
But that's a good guess. See, Rodney's listened to the clues. That fits the criteria. Rodney, good phone call. Nice meeting you last night. So to go back to the production thing, Kyle said earlier that, the Eagles did produce without Brandon Graham last year, right? They got to the quarterback, and Nolan Smith took a leap. They are just thinner at that position, though. Like, I think Nolan's ready. I think Nolan showed, and especially how he played in the playoffs. Nolan Smith's ready to go. It won't surprise me if he has 10 sacks. Jalex Hunt looked like he came on at the end.
Yes.
Behind them, what do you trust what's behind them at edge?
Bryce Huff. I think he has a bounce back. I know I'm probably the only one that believes that.
Yeah. That's not growth.
I think he has a bounce back. I think that they're going to be creative in the way that they use the guys that they have.
Right.
So I think that when you talk about I think when I think about this, Joe, I'm thinking more from the leadership standpoint than the production, because if we're being honest, they need more production from that position.
Yes.
If Brandon played well, not saying that he didn't, but you need, in order for this team to be successful with so many different new people, you need to be more productive in their sack. What did they have, 40 sacks, something like that last year as a unit?
And how much walked out the door? So Sweat had 8.5. I'll look up Milton and Brandon, but of whatever they had, Hugh, a decent chunk walked out the door.
Yeah. So I think that this year, when you look at the speed that they've amassed so far, they're faster, they're younger, no question about it. But when you just look at it just on the surface, they're faster. They're a faster team defensively. So now you hope that speed translates into more sacks. That's what you're looking at. So if you can get 50 to 60 sacks out of this group next year with the potential rotation that you have and having Bryce Huff out there in some capacity, I think that's decent.
So they had 41. You were right. 8 from Sweat, 5 from Milton Williams. That's 13. 3.5 from Graham.
You want to be about 50 or 60 sacks.
Yeah. So of the 41 they had, they lost 16.5 of those 41 sacks.
Yeah. So now you're talking about, again, the speed that they've amassed. It's not just one individual.
Right.
It's probably a group. It's probably the collective. And with the collective, 50 to 60 sacks is cool. Or if you could just get the number that you had, not counting the ones that you had in the postseason, yeah, that's pretty decent.
Well, if they could get to the 40s or 50s again, yeah, well, I think because you could do that with this defense and with the way they play coverage with the secondary, they should be okay. 215-592-9494, but they are thinner at the edge. It all just hit me. I know we all knew Brandon Graham was retired well before yesterday. It just hit me yesterday listening to everyone, listening to the station, how much this guy meant to everything. Not just the play, which was still solid in year 15, but also the leadership stuff. Jay in Philly is up on WIP. Hey, Jay.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Jay. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man. So, production-wise, I think that we'll be all right, man. Nolan took that step. I think he'll come back great. We got 2 guys in the middle that, my God, man, you may have to dedicate at least 3 offensive linemen to our 2 defensive tackles. So that opens up things right there. And plus, man, we got 3 guys who are playing for contracts this year. And at the end of the day, it's a business. Look, man, as bad as Bryce Huff was, he's going to be playing for a contract, and that's going to motivate. Same thing with those 2 free agents that we brought in here. So I feel like the collective, we will have the production. There's no way to replace his leadership. The man went through so much here. Who could we have brought in other than Watt or Garrett, guys that were defensive players of the year? Other than that, no one guy's going to take his leadership. Maybe this year the guy will start being groomed, but no way we replace the leadership. But I do feel good about the defense because those dudes I feel like are going to play great because of contract years. Other than that, man, I don't really have too many worries. Other than the defensive line, I feel like is cool. Outside corner is where I'm worried about, and maybe safety. Other than that, man, I feel real good about it. I got to ask you a quick question, man, and if he can answer this. When he mentioned that he was looking at the Giants in his career but didn't go there, how he felt. Did he ever think about if he became a Giant and how that had changed things? And because I didn't know that. That was surprising to me. I can't believe that you almost were a New York midget, man.
No, I wasn't going. I wasn't going to the
What's
Giants.
the other place you almost went to? Chiefs?
I almost went to Kansas City, though.
Yeah.
I was thinking about going. I should have went to Kansas City. I wasn't going to the Giants, though.
Last question, though. How crazy would you have been if you thought BG was going to miss the season, the rest of the season, and he comes back for the Super Bowl. I think he has so much to do with that defensive line being hyped and having the best game that we had all year as a defensive line, man. Imagine Brandon all of a sudden he decides he's playing. So I think that sort of things like that, nobody's going to be able to replicate. You think about guys who've been here going on their 4th year, they've been to a Super Bowl, been to the playoffs, and won a Super Bowl. Like they know nothing but winning. So they're leaders in their own right when guys come in to the system.
Well, you're right about it. It's unique, some of these guys, to start of their career. I mean, especially like the 2022 group with Jordan. I mean, it's Super Bowl, playoffs, Super Bowl, and now expectations to kind of be back in it again. It's just like it was with Georgia. Expectations are huge every year. Jay, what's your guess for Hughes Clues? Who are we talking about?
Hey, man, man. We don't even get if they're on defense or offense. This is crazy. But I'm going to say, since he was on the show yesterday, Trent Cole.
Trent Cole's a good guess. It's a good one.
That's a really good guess.
It is a really good guess. All right. I mean, here's the good thing so far. Once in a while, you give out some of these clues, people don't even have an answer. They're fully stumped. At least people are guessing players. Now, you have hundreds to choose from because Brandon Graham played for a long time. 215-592-9494.
That was a really good guess, though.
It was. I like that one. All right. So your clues so far today for Hughes Clues. $100 gift card on the line for Sunoco. Teammate of Brandon Graham and featured in one of Merrill Reese's famous calls. Those are your first 2 clues. We'll have a third one obviously coming up for you in just a little bit here. And it sounds like the people are going to need them today, Hugh. It sounds like it. All right, 215-592-9494. Let me check in on some of these polls so far today. Does Hugh Douglas have enough cultural clout to get invited to the Met Gala? 75% no.
Oh, it's getting better. It was 77 last time, huh? I'm getting a couple votes.
That's like a vote or two.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Progress.
You think you convinced the masses?
No, I don't even think Hugh believes he has enough clout.
No, he doesn't.
I don't have no clout.
What would you wear if you went to the Met Gala?
It had to be something that is eye-popping.
Would you go with like a specific color scheme, or would you we do the piano in the back thing?
No, you know what? I was thinking I'd probably wear like somebody said I could take my suit I got from Temu and just cut that up and go like as a Norseman.
A Norseman?
What?
Or I'd probably dress up like a Zulu warrior, take like a spear and a shield and wrap the little fur around my ankles.
Yeah. I might ask AI to make this. Just
do like the Zulu, go like the Zulu warrior.
Zulu warrior.
Yeah, and do some face paint or something.
See this?
I had to. Hey, but you talk about shred season. I go to the Met. I got to be shredded because I'm gonna be half naked out there on stage. With the loincloth on.
Well, this might be why you don't get an invitation next year.
I'm gonna be half naked, so I got to go.
Well,
I'm gonna get a trainer.
Start shredding right now.
I'm gonna start shredding for the Met next year.
We got a lot of people shredding around here. DeCamera's getting himself in shape. They were talking this morning about him learning to swim better. I guess DeCamera's not a very good swimmer, so
he heard that comment I made about his belly. And he ain't like that.
Well,
he ain't saying nothing about it.
He
ain't like that.
He's trying to get in shape.
Because you say he's starting to slim down a little bit. The belly, he don't look. What was it?
He's
4 months?
working out for his
exactly
big event.
Him against Jack. Mm-hmm. So we buy it that DeCamera's working out. He talks about it a lot lately. Yeah, I buy it, and now I don't know how effective it's going to end up.
Did he incorporate sit-ups? Because it's like his belly going down a little bit. Because sit-ups help.
Yeah, that's not something you just ask a coworker. Hey, are you doing sit-ups lately? That's
why not?
Well,
why not? We ask awkward questions all the time.
When was the last time you asked a coworker, hey, have you been doing sit-ups?
I'll ask him tomorrow.
Well, then that's fine. I mean, I'm excited to hear the answer. I just when I cross paths with him, it's
man,
not what I think to ask him.
We are a family. We are all inclusive. So why not ask odd questions?
Well, you can, but there's got to be a line at some point with the odd questions.
Well, as long as I think an odd question is like, hey, what you and your wife do last night? You can't ask those questions.
No,
that's crossing the line.
That's when HR gets involved.
But if you ask, did you do sit-ups, or what type of workouts are you doing?
No, actually, it fits. It's not the most ridiculous question.
No, but you're right.
You're
right, because Spike did get offended when I asked him what kind of push-ups he was doing.
Yeah, whatever happened to that whole thing?
I don't know. I think it just kind of died on the vine.
Okay. So you guys aren't going to have the push-up competition?
I don't know, because we're buddies now, because he invited me. Spike moved into his home.
He came back towards the Delaware Valley, yeah.
Yeah, so he's not that far from me.
Are you guys going to movie nights?
We might have movie nights. I can see me and Spike having movie nights. And, I asked him the other day, I was like, have you found any local watering holes yet? Mm-hmm. He said, not yet, but, maybe we'll hang out and have a couple drinks, so who knows?
Make
it a date night.
With Hugh and Spike? I think
that's the segment. We can critique the movies or whatever.
Yeah, movie reviews.
Yeah.
Well, they can't be.
He didn't like. You know what? because we both saw, we didn't see it together, but we both saw Sinners. And he said it really wasn't, he didn't like it, and I told him it was kind of.
Didn't you see it multiple times?
Yeah, I did, because it was a lot that I missed the first time.
So you liked it? It
was deep, but I understand why some people didn't like it, because it was a lot going on, Joe, and that's why I'm almost want to go see it again, because listening to other people talk about it and how they interpreted the movie, it makes a lot of sense. It's a really good movie, and it has a lot of nuanced details in it that when you look at it, you're like, damn, how you think about all that when you write this script for this movie? It was a lot.
Yeah, it is. I think we're going to have to do a movie review segment with you during the summer, especially Tubi movies. I think we can get to this. 215-592-9400. Back to your phone calls coming up. Did the Eagles do enough to replace Brandon Graham this offseason? I don't think they did. I look at the edge rushers, it feels thin to me. I look at the age of their defense, it feels young to me. They didn't get a vet. They didn't really get an edge rusher that I feel great about as of this moment. Where do you come down as Brandon has his special day yesterday? It really hit me that they're going to miss him in a lot of ways. 215-592-9494. All right, plus we got to get to a few things that happened last night that are annoying us and perhaps making us a bit jealous. That's next. 215-592-9494. And your guesses for Hughes Clues, a $100 gift card on the line to Sunoco right here in the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, basketball fans, ready for the NBA playoffs? Get in on the action throughout basketball's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Sign up or log in to score odds boost tokens and more, supercharging your profits whenever you make a winning NBA playoffs bet. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless B-ball betting options, including new looks, in-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Just sign up or log in today and you'll be on your way to exciting NBA action all through the postseason. Get ready for this season's exciting finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Jenna Cameron here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Sebastian! Goldie is not dinner! Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in Big Box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Brian Schottenheimer moved Micah Parsons and Dak Prescott's lockers next to each other. It's the kind of thing a college coach might do. But this is the NFL. Grown men, millions on the line. If your leaders need locker room feng shui to hash things out, that's a red flag. Championship teams don't need rearranged furniture to have real conversations. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens. And that is gone! Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's off to Brown. Bridges there. They hold it. They drop it. It's over. The Knicks have won. What a comeback and a Game 1 win for New York.
Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. If you weren't sure what that was a call of the NBA playoffs, which we've opted out of this year as the city of Philadelphia. But I got to tell you, Hugh, we'll get back to everyone's phone calls on Brandon Graham. Did the Eagles do enough to replace him? And, of course, your guesses for Hugh's Clues. $100 gift card on the line to Sunoco today with some great clues out there for you. Ready? But, Hugh, I've watched. I didn't watch much of the NBA regular season compared to normal. Right, the Sixers season was virtually over in November.
Yeah, I mean we didn't choose to participate.
Yeah, no, we didn't. The Sixers certainly didn't. But as the playoffs started, I've checked back in and I've watched a decent amount, and it's pretty good the play so far. But what's caught my attention is I don't know any other word to use. For me, I'm jealous. Hugh, I have jealousy watching the Knicks because two reasons. One, they're better than the Sixers. They beat them last year. And two, I wish those guys were here. I wish Jalen Brunson was a Sixer. I wish Josh Hart was a Sixer. Not only that they are Villanova guys, that's just a small part of it. The way they play, they were down 20 last night. Hugh, if the Sixers in the last few years were down 20 in Boston in a playoff game, what would they have done? Would they have come
folded
back?
like a tent.
They would have rolled over. I mean, we saw it on Mother's Day 2 years ago. They would have rolled over and died. They had many games up there against the Celtics in the recent years where they were close or they were down a little bit, and they roll over and die. Meanwhile, I turned that game on last night. I'm like, oh, Celtics are going to blow them out. And then I'm like, oh, it's kind of close. Now it's 9. Now it's 7. Now they're down 4. I was like, holy moly, are they going to come back and win this game? And then they did in overtime. I am so jealous watching the NBA playoffs that, one, the Sixers aren't part of it. They're not even close to being part of things. And that the Knicks are 3 wins away from the Eastern Conference Finals. You get any emotion watching the Knicks do this? Because it's certainly, for me, jealousy.
A little bit of jealousy, because you're talking about a team in the Knicks that we played them pretty tough last year when we were healthy.
Yep.
And now you look at what they're being able to do. Karl Anthony Towns there, Jalen Brunson, and those guys, man. Jalen Brunson, remember last year in that series against against the Sixers? Everybody talked about he wasn't a star.
Yeah, he's a star.
He's a star now. Like, he's not a star. He's just a try-hard. He's a try-hard star now.
He's
like,
try-hard that scores 40 points every good game.
Yeah, and to have that kind of cachet and to fight through that 20-point deficit and bring them back to win in Boston, that's phenomenal. Against the defending champs.
I know.
Man, come on. Come on.
Yeah, I just have, every time they win a game, I'm jealous. I'm jealous that we don't have players that play like them, that play with the heart they have, and then they're just better. I mean, obviously they're better last year, and they beat the Sixers, and now they're back while the Sixers season was over in November. Kyle, the emotion as the Knicks go up 1-0 on this. I mean, it's a lose-lose when those two teams play each other, but I don't know. I mean, it can just make more sense if the Celtics just beat them up.
I totally agree. I'm past the point of jealousy. Like, the Sixers have stunk this entire season. They haven't gotten past the second round, and God knows how long. Can't even count anymore how many years it's been. But, like, I guess so I'll say I'm jealous of everybody that's in the playoffs right now, because I at least prefer having my team with a chance. And in the postseason, as small as that chance might be, I'm just annoyed at this point. Like, I need Boston to win this series. And I know that might anger some people who've been around watching the Sixers for a long time, and I know a lot of people grew up hating Boston and stuff. I have more hatred for the Knicks right now than I do Boston. I think I equate it to, it reminds me of last year in the Super Bowl when I needed the Chiefs to beat the Niners. The Niners pissed me off so much. Like, they were so annoying.
The Chiefs thing.
The Chiefs were already great. They were already at the top. They're like a dynasty. They're the best team. I couldn't have had the Niners beat them too. And then it's like, wow, well, the Niners passed us. They also beat the Chiefs that, like, we couldn't. And now it's both of them above us. Like, I need Boston to take the Knicks out. I cannot have the Knicks beat the Celtics in this series and double the amount of pain that I have.
Well, I mean, guess what's about to happen, though? Knicks are going to win.
No, they're not. No.
I don't think so either.
No, Boston's going to win the series.
I agree with Kyle.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
But
the Knicks were lucky. First of all, Boston, the brand of basketball Boston plays annoys the
I know
living
they're
crap out of me.
20 and they're bombing
team.
threes.
Yeah, definitely. They're a better team.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
But, like, they're not going to miss that amount of threes again in the series, I don't think. Like, that was a bad performance by them.
They missed, 53 pointers.
Yeah, and they barely lost in overtime.
Yeah.
Like, they should shred the Knicks the rest of the way. And I'm happy for that.
But just the fact that the Knicks have a shot is so, I'm jealous.
It is. It's annoying.
Well, it's the combination. It's not just the franchise. Like that's the rivalry thing. It's the fact that I like the way they play. I wish
they play gritty. They play tough.
They play with heart.
They play with
And I know everyone listening knows the Sixers would have rolled over in that same spot. They've done it many times.
I think as a Philadelphian, at least my age, I have much more disdain for the city of New York than I do Boston.
Yeah, and then they came down here.
Because the Boston stuff was years.
Yeah, and plus,
came down here
New York's our
and
rival
whatnot.
in every sport.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to see New York fans happy.
And meanwhile, Boston, it's not really in football.
Look, the Mets just took us out of the playoffs last year. The Knicks did the year before to the Sixers. Like, enough with the New York stuff. I can't take it.
I watched it last night. I was like, oh, geez. I mean, like, I agree with you in the point of it's just easier if the Celtics win that series. 215-592-94. We also had an update on the other winter team here who has not been relevant for a while. Kyle, we didn't have good luck in the lottery last night?
We did not. I mean, bad luck.
Bad luck.
They had the 4th worst record in the league, ended up with the 6th pick. Now, I don't think I know people are freaking out because they wanted at least, would I have liked a better pick than 6? Absolutely. I would have loved to win the damn lottery. But I don't think the Flyers necessarily dropped out of a tier of players. Like there was tier 1, which maybe the top 2 guys in this draft are. That would have been great to have.
Okay.
But I still think they're in that like tier 2 of they could get a pretty damn good player.
All right.
At 6. Like, and the teams ahead of us, I think, have very different needs, some of them at least, than the Flyers. So I think there's still a world here where we end up with the guy that we want.
All right, well, that's good news. But I was hoping for the top pick. I mean, that would have been fun if we got the number 1 pick. 215-592.
The Sixers got us, though. They'll get flagged.
Are we getting flagged? When's the lottery? Next week? NBA draft lottery? I think it is like next Monday or Tuesday night, the NBA draft lottery. Boy, if we get Cooper flagged, if there's something that could like rejuvenate me again for the Sixers.
It's May 12th, Monday.
Yeah. Well, we've had luck with one Cooper in a draft recently. Let's get another Cooper. 215-592-9494. Your reaction to all this? Brandon Graham, have the Eagles done enough this offseason to replace him, both from on the field and off the field perspective? Your guess is for Hugh's clues. Hugh, why don't you update everyone just what those first 2 clues were?
First 2?
Yeah, what were they?
This was a teammate of Brandon Graham's.
All right, that didn't narrow it down.
And he was featured in a famous Mel Reese call.
Okay, there are your clues. $100 gift card on the line. You think you're real funny over there.
No, I just
real funny.
I'm just laughing because of all the names I'm getting called when I say that. I'm probably, idiot and great clues and your clues.
4-letter words, all that kind of stuff. All right, as well, the Knicks beating the Celtics last night, and just the Knicks' success. What's the emotion you have? I mean, it's just, to me, I'm just jealous. I wish the Sixers played like them. And I wish the Sixers had this kind of success they're having. And those players, like I wish Brunson was here. Brunson would have been one of the most popular players in this town the minute he got here, if he was. Instead, he's a Knick. All right, let's go to John, who's up next on WIP. Hey, John.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, John, what's going
on? I don't think they've gotten enough good players for the D-line to help out. I think they're going to need more help.
Well, I feel similar. Yeah, John. It just feels thin. Like they have good players, obviously. I mean, they have Jalen Carter and they have, they have enough good players when you add in what they have on the edge with Nolan Smith, but they're just not as deep as they were a year ago. Not even close.
Yeah. I do have a guess. I think maybe Derek Barnett, who caught the strip sack after.
That's not a bad guess.
Yes, that's a very good one, John. It's a good guess. It's not it. Yes, he did fall on that football. Barnett made some plays in that postseason.
Yes, he did. I saw that strip sack when he fell on that thing, and they were celebrating that thing. Yeah.
Barnett is a weird player where he peaked as a rookie. I mean, like, he actually, I forget the number now, but I think he had 5.5 or 6.5 sacks as a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
He had a strip sack of Case Keenum in the title game, or he hit his arm in the title game in a big play. And then he recovered the fumble, and then he never did anything worth noting in Philadelphia again.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That happens once in a while.
Yeah.
Like, you play your best as a rookie, and then for whatever reason, you don't do much after that. I was actually a Barnett fan the first year, and then stopped being one.
Broke Reggie White's sack record.
Well, how could we forget?
I remember that.
Can you imagine the things you would have said about him?
What you mean?
Well, I mean, you defend Bryce Huff.
No, but like he could play. Yeah, I especially talking about for 6 seasons.
So casual.
Yeah, it'd have been like a 6-sack season. Yeah, I would have believed in him, no question.
Yeah, I mean, you did drop earlier in the show that you kind of threw Bryce Huff back in the mix.
Yeah, he has to be.
He does not.
He got $50 million. He has to be.
He had $50 million last year, and he barely was in the team photo.
He got to get in the team photo this year. He got to do better, man.
I do wonder what it's like this year for him, because if it doesn't happen now, it's probably
not going to happen. I think he bounces back. I do. I think he has a bounce back year.
When you say that, you envision 10 sacks, or you envision 4?
I'll say 10.
10?
I give him 10. He had a 10-sack season with the Jets. It's not far-fetched.
No, well, by that way of framing it, it's not. But then last year, they wouldn't put him on the field.
Well, that's the thing, Joe. You got to get him on the field. You got to get on the field.
There's that why, though. Like, why they looked at him. Yeah.
Maybe because he couldn't pick up what they were putting down. Hopefully, this offseason, with him being here and being around the other guys, he can get that monkey off his back.
Yeah, it's actually one of the more interesting stories as we get towards the summer and when we get to training camp and all that. Can he actually be a player? Because last year, because they were so good, it kind of was pushed in the background.
He didn't catch that much heat.
No.
But this year, the dude got $50 million. He got to do something. You got to do something.
You can give him extra money if he's not any good. It's not going to make him any better. All I know is they have a bigger need now. Like last year, they could kind of get away with just hiding him. It's going to be a big story this summer. Can they get anything out of him? Brian's in Maryland. Hey, Brian.
Hey, I just tuned in. I hear you guys talking about the Knicks, and
Yeah.
I don't understand why that's even a conversation. I don't want to be the Knicks, even right now. I'm a huge Sixers fan. I think the Sixers are awful, but 45 three-pointers the Celtics missed, and Jason Tatum couldn't hit anything down the stretch, and they almost won the game. Almost won the game.
Right.
They're never going to play that bad again against the Knicks.
Probably not. And I still think, Brian, the Celtics probably win the series. I watched a team against the Celtics play with heart. And we don't do that, Brian. If we're down 20, we watched it 2 years ago on Mother's Day in the Game 7, we would have rolled over and just died.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't really disagree with that point. I'm just saying, like, all they gave up for Mikal Bridges. Do you think Mikal Bridges is that he might as well be a little bit of an upgrade over Tobias Harris, in my opinion?
Well, he did make the defensive play to finish the game last night. I mean, he did steal the ball from Jaylen Brown to win the game.
Right, but also from Joe Mazzulla, who does an inbounds pass that has Jaylen Brown, who's smaller than Bridges, backpedaling and has to catch the ball and shoot it in the air and not get it deflected.
Yeah, I get it. Brian, I get it. It was a bad Celtics night. I'm just saying, why can't we have one of those nights? Why can't we do that to them?
I mean, they have in the past. Embiid in the playoffs hit that three-pointer to win a game. But other than that, I mean, they're as soft as you can be.
Yeah,
Every one of them.
And that's really more my jealousy. I don't think the Knicks are going to win the NBA Finals or anything. It's just like the way they play. I wish the Sixers players could play like that.
They might beat the Celtics.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
I'm just saying, it just has stranger things happen. I'm sorry, Brian. You got it. My fault.
If the Knicks drew the Pacers, I pick the Pacers to beat the Knicks right now.
Well, they beat them last year, yeah. So, and the Pacers,
Right.
they already took Game 1 against Cleveland.
Yeah, I just think the Knicks play hard, but they're not going to win anything. And at this point, as a Sixers fan, I don't even need just play hard. We need to win.
Well,
So
I want something. I'm just, Brian, I'm jealous watching the NBA playoffs because, well, first of all, I missed the Sixers in it, as bad as the season was, and I'm jealous that all these teams have passed them, and I don't even know when we're going to recover from all this unless we win the lottery and get flagged.
I agree. I think you need to move on from Embiid and take whatever you can get now.
I agree. All right, Brian, what are you thinking for Hughes Clues? You got a guess for us?
I just tuned in, so I haven't even heard the clues.
All right, let me give them to you quick. I'll give you a shot here. Teammate of Brandon Graham, and he was featured in one of Merrill Reese's famous calls. Who's the player?
Ronald Darby.
Ronald Darby. Brian, appreciate
that's
it.
out the pocket guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, did Ronald Darby have a famous call? I'm blanking on the Ronald Darby call. Maybe I'm not thinking right. All right, Tasty Cake Dom is on the phone here. He had to pull over. I'm glad he's making a safe phone call. What's up, Tasty Cake Dom?
Joe, Hugh, how are you?
What's going on, man?
Dom, what's
First
up?
time calling to you guys, but I listened. I was on my way to the doctor's, and I had to call on you. Joe, under no circumstance can you root for the Celtics ever. It's just a violation down to our core.
Well, but Dom, if you're not rooting for the Celtics, the Knicks are going to win.
Because here's the reason.
Okay.
Joe, here's the reason.
Listening.
The Knicks are run by two South Jersey kids. The Knicks are run by a guy that I went to high school with that grew up wanting to be Dr. J.
Who is that? Leon?
William Wesley.
Oh, William. I think I meant Leon Rose. I was going to say, how did Leon Rose could become Dr. J?
I don't know him. I've known William Wesley since I was 10 years old.
Well, that's pretty cool.
And there is no bigger Sixer fan in the universe. There is no bigger Eagles fan in the universe. There's no bigger, he grew up like us. So, and then you got the Villanova fact.
Well, that's true. Am I allowed to be jealous of the Knicks, though? Can I be? I'm jealous that we don't have Brunson and we don't have those guys.
But Joe, if you look at the core, there is no team in history that stood in our way more times than the Boston Celtics.
Well, that's for sure, and they continue to, and they continue to. They're still the best,
and they always got some Rick Roby, or they have a goon that is a cheap shot guy. So, under no circumstances for me, I'm 60 years old. Under no circumstances for me can we ever root for the Boston Celtics.
Well,
Did you hear
sorry.
that, Kyle? Did you hear that?
I mean,
Dom put his foot down.
I can't help it. I'm sorry. Like, I cannot have the Knicks win this series. I can't have it.
And Kyle? What is your appeal for those Green Devils?
Well, it's not appeal for Boston. It's
an appeal for the Celtics.
It's not an appeal. It's a disdain for the Knicks. It's like if I had to pick between the Giants or the Cowboys, I'd rather the Giants who stink. Like sometimes you have to make tough decisions, right? And I never want to see the Giants succeed. I never want to see the Cowboys succeed. If they play each other and the Cowboys are more on our way for the division, then I'd rather the Giants win. That doesn't mean I like the Giants or I have an appeal for the Giants. I just would rather see the Cowboys lose. Sometimes I got to pick, man. I'm picking the Knicks to lose.
Kyle, we had to endure Markel Fultz because of the Boston Celtics.
Well, that's probably more because of us. I mean, some of these are self-inflicted.
But Tatum did end up there with a trade. I mean, we traded up.
Right, but that I know. We didn't have to do that.
Danny Ainge is a rat. I agree with that, Dom. Dom,
right here. Am I out of line, Hugh? Am I out of line?
Is he out of line, Hugh?
I don't think so.
No, I think a lot of people are probably where you are at, Dom, and that I'm out of line. But I can't help the way I feel. I'm sorry.
I mean, Bird, that rat, attacked Doctor. Is there a more classy athlete in the history of sports than Julius Erving?
No.
And Bird attacked them.
I didn't watch either of them. So.
Well, yeah, that's true. Dom, good phone call, man. Call again. We appreciate you listening. Dom was mad at you.
Yeah.
And listen, you can't help when jealousy happens.
Yeah.
It's a feeling. I'm jealous. You're annoyed.
I'm just annoyed, man. I'm tired of it. Plus, like, another thing is, and some of this stuff is personal. I think one of the biggest reasons, I'll compare it to a Cowboys thing again. One of the biggest reasons I hate the Cowboys more than almost anything is because of the Cowboys fans here in Philly. They annoy me on a personal level.
Yep.
I have a friend who's a big Knicks fan.
Oh, so he's bothering you?
Big Mets fan, too. I can't.
Oh, it's a double whammy in the last year.
I can't take it.
Yeah, you had to deal with the playoff thing last. That's a double playoff. Yeah. You got to get a new friend. I mean, that's the bottom line.
We're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you got to do that. All right, we have some news here, Hugh. How about this?
What you got?
Well, the Wells Fargo Center is being renamed. How about this?
To what?
It's going to be renamed the Xfinity Mobile Arena starting on September 1st. It was announced today by Comcast, Spectacor, and Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. The name change will run through the 2030-31 seasons, and new signage will be installed on September 2nd. So just in time for the next basketball and hockey season, starting next fall, the Sixers and Flyers will play in the Xfinity Mobile Arena.
That's pretty cool.
Do you have any?
So they're staying. Obviously,
they got the 2031 with that naming rights there. Here's my question. You know how sometimes when arenas this happens every few years, right? Teams change the name or the naming rights. There's like a name attached. Like Lincoln Financial Field very naturally became the Link. Citizens Bank Park became the Bank. Is there a natural thing here? Is it X Arena?
Mm-mm.
You don't like that?
No, you're just probably going to say Xfinity Mobile Arena.
It doesn't flow.
It doesn't, but that's what it is, right?
Well, I'm just trying to see if there's anything natural tie-in here.
Because we have the Xfinity Mobile Lounge, right?
We do right out in the hallway.
Yeah, so it's
and we call that X Lounge.
No, do we?
No, we don't. I made that up.
Yeah, I mean, no, it doesn't. It's nothing that flows.
All right, but now there's a new spot. It's called it's the same spot, but it now will be called the Xfinity Mobile Arena starting on September 1st. All right, let's go to the phones and talk to Sean, who's up on WIP. Hey, Sean.
Sean.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Sean. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to call and say, agree with Hugh here with the Thundercats. You know, I think they're going to take up the mantle that Brandon Graham has left. I think we have to rely on his teachings and his, the spirit that he brought to the team. And, I think they're going to pick up right where he left off. And I think they did. They have plenty on that team to pick up where he left off. So.
Well, they do have a lot. I mean, they have a lot of – the defense still has a lot of good players. They're just so young, Sean. It's startling when you look at their depth chart and you look at the ages. Like Zach Bond at 28, I believe, is the only one over 26. I don't know if I've ever seen an Eagles defense this young.
But the youth on the defense is what really helped. Yes, Brandon Graham and the veteran level that he provided to that team. But, your Cooper DeJeans, your Quinyon Mitchell's, these guys really made the difference. And even having that 1 year with Brandon Graham, I feel like they're just going to pick up right where he wants them to be. So.
Well, I hope you're right. And if they are, we know they're talented. They can win a lot of football games this way with Vic Fangio. All right, Sean, what's your guess for Hughes Clues to try to win a $100 gift card to Sunoco?
It's got to be the nemesis. It's got to be Tom Brady.
Tom Brady's a great. No one thought of an opponent. Sean,
out of the box one.
Not
I like
it, but Sean had our most creative answer so far.
And he is featured in the Brandon Graham strip sack call of Merrill. I mean,
they were teammates.
Great guess, Michigan. Were
I didn't know. I don't. They were teammates.
Well,
on
no, I guess maybe not.
No, they weren't because Brady
But
came out
I-
of school in 99.
but
I like where his head was at.
Yeah, that's not a bad guess. It's not a bad guess. I just,
No,
I guess,
good on you to reinforce the clues. They were not teammates.
yeah.
Brandon had a lot of
Teammate
teammates.
of Brandon Graham.
Way to put your foot down.
Yeah. I mean, every now and then I have to, get heavy-handed with these.
So I have to ask you guys a question. What's your favorite name the arena's ever been? So what have we had? We had the Core States Arena. It was Wachovia.
I grew up on Wachovia.
I still call it Wachovia every now and then, and people are like, what are you talking about?
There was another one. First
Union.
Union Center.
Union, yeah.
And then most recently, obviously, the Wells Fargo Center.
Yeah.
And now we're going to the Xfinity
Mobile Lounge?
No, not the Mobile
No, the
Lounge.
Mobile Arena.
The Mobile Lounge is out there.
There's something very not intimidating about coming into the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. No, the arena.
Yeah, this is our house, the Mobile Lounge.
Yeah.
Bring your cell phone.
So what's your
recharge
favorite
them
one?
things.
Wachovia?
First Union.
First Union's old school.
First Union, old school. Yeah.
I like the First Union Center. 215-592-9494. All right, this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance from your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car 94 only at Sunoco. All right, your phone calls we get back. Brandon Graham, have the Eagles done enough to replace him this offseason? It really hit me yesterday, just everything they're losing with Brandon Graham as we went through BG Day here and, of course, BG Live last night. What a great day for WIP and everyone in this fan base. All right, coming up next, your third clue for Hughes Clues, and boy, does everyone need it. And what Doug Peterson said while on the afternoon show yesterday about Jalen Hurts, who he was here and helped develop when he was the head coach of the Eagles. 215-592-9494 from Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's that time of year again. Time to take a break from talking about bacon to share some of my grilling wisdom. It's officially grilling season, people. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer for any cookout. They got Tuscan herb that is, people. Honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic. There are so many different flavors to choose from. I don't know what you're going to do because, like I said, there's so many flavors to choose from. Head to simplyhatfield.com for retail locations and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Rays. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Deep left field, and that is gone. And Weston Wilson.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Golf season is back. Can't wait to play in the Surfside Golf Invitational at Ramblewood Country Club May 13th. Now, we'll be broadcasting our show from the course from 2 to 6, so come check us out. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Must be 21.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Surge featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Surge to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Surge featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Get 60% off and a free entry door with a house of windows. Pay nothing until 2027. Visit WindowNation.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles training camp. Chickies and Pete.
With Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu, grab the order you want with options at $2, $4, and $6. Limited time only. Gotta have a Wawa.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is a good day here.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. It's the Beatles, right? Yeah, I got this one right.
Your Beatles game is being improved.
I know my Beatles game.
I feel like they're pretty recognized.
Yeah, I thought. I agree with that. 215-592-9494. All right, a lot going on here. Brandon Graham, special day yesterday. Have the Eagles done enough to replace him? It all hit me yesterday how much the Eagles were missing, not just the player, but the person, the leader, everything. Have they done enough? Doesn't feel like it to me this offseason on the defense side. Very young defense and thinner at the edge. Have they done enough to replace BG? And the Knicks beating the Celtics last night. What was the emotion you had, or at least when you saw it when you woke up this morning? None of people were locked into it, but they were down 20 and came back and won that game in Boston. And the emotion I had was jealousy. I'm jealous of the Knicks. I'm jealous that we don't have players like that. And it didn't do what they went to Nova. I just love the way Jalen Brunson plays the game.
They play tough, man.
Yeah,
they
Josh
play
Hart,
tough.
yeah.
They play with heart, and they didn't give up. How did your boy James Harden? They didn't play it. They didn't play.
He went out sad.
Oh, he went outside. He went out like a loser. He choked. Yeah.
No, I didn't see that one. But I know he brought a porn star to the game.
That was his own. That was his highlight.
That was the highlight.
That was it. That was about it.
Run.
It was like those classic games.
No, he went to brought a porn star. I know that.
My favorite is the year they get fooled by Harden. Like he has a big game 3 or 4, and it's like, maybe it's different. And then the big moment happens, and he absolutely chokes.
Yeah.
Or would he come down on the Knicks beating the Celtics? And Hugh thinks they could win the series. I don't know if it's going to happen. I would doubt it. But they at least got game 1.
But it's more. I think more of that because of the irony of the way that they play, and they got one there.
Yeah,
if you get one there in Boston, that's good. But Boston's I know Boston's a better team,
but it could be a
stranger
series
things
now.
have happened. Yeah.
Boston's still favored by 10 in game 2, and they'll probably be favored pretty significantly.
Well, they're a minus 900 to win the series, which is pretty wild.
I tried to bet for the Celtics to win 4-1. It's only plus 320.
Wow. Well, that shows the gap. The
Knicks don't. Yeah, they shouldn't have belonged in that game, being down 20.
Yep.
I still don't think they belong in the series.
I don't either.
Would prefer they lose.
Yeah, but we're 3 wins away from disaster for some of us here. 215-592-9494. All right. Look, Hugh, before we go back to the phones here, can you help the people out? They need clue number 3.
You need another clue?
Yeah.
Okay,
well, obviously your first 2 didn't land it.
Oh, well, this one's going to rattle some people's brains with this one.
Uh-oh.
He was also a teammate of mine.
Hold on a second.
We're going back in the time machine.
Okay.
Going back in the day.
Now you got to put your thinking cap on. All right, so this player featured in a famous mural call was a teammate of both yours and Brandon's.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This guy must be
that narrows down the field.
Yes, this
big
is
time.
Because,
not a lot of crossover.
Right. This couldn't have been a teammate from last year. I mean, you played a long time ago.
Long ass time ago. Long.
You know what's coming up, by the way, guys? This summer, the 20-year anniversary of the. I don't know if you did it officially or just unofficially. Your retirement.
Oh, I didn't.
This
I just
summer.
said I quit.
This.
I just said I'm done.
Can we have a celebration? 20 years, Hugh quit.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Hugh's 20-year I quit moment.
I quit.
We should let Hugh write his retirement speech.
Oh, yes. You know what we're going to do? We're doing Hugh Douglas's official,
his official retirement from the NFL.
I hate both of y'all right now. I hate both of y'all.
It's like when people renew their vows. I want you to renew your football retirement on the air. This is going to be a great day.
Actual speech instead of
I hate both of y'all right now. I really do. Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This will be great.
You got to write a speech.
Hugh, it's going to be August, all right? We're gonna need something here, so we'll do this.
Look, always thinking about the show, huh? Hey, we're going to need some content.
People calling in. Congrats on retirement,
Maybe
Hugh.
just like with Jason and Brandon, we could bring people in.
Yeah, have a party?
Yeah.
There ain't nobody covered that party. Ain't nobody covered that party.
We start calling people, will you come to Hugh's retirement
We'll
ceremony?
get Jack Del Rio.
Like, what?
Wait, is he retiring
They'll
from
be
radio?
like, what?
No. They were doing the thing from 20 years ago. He never got one.
Most people know me now. They know of my football career, but they know me as a radio host now.
Yeah.
Like that's just
we're
the transition.
Remind them. We'll remind them of your career.
We'll get T.O., Jack Del Rio.
We'll get people from your hometown. This is going to be great.
Good luck with that. Jack Del Rio and T.O.
Actually, we could try to get Jack. That'd be awesome. All right, 215-592.
That would not be. That'd be a weird phone call. Because I'll be waiting for Jack to say something that I don't like.
Something slick?
Yeah, then I'll have to go.
All right, if we do this, who do you want there? We're going to start working on this. Who do you want to call in that day for your official 20-year retirement special?
I guess I don't know who. Troy.
All right. Let me write that down.
I think Troy doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to do this at all.
Troy. Who? Bobby Taylor, maybe.
Bobby Taylor. Are you writing this down, Kyle?
Derek
Troy,
Burgess, guys like that. Yeah.
Yep. We'll get it. I mean, look, we'll have Richie and Ike. We'll cross over a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out which of your teammates come to this because that's going to be a big thing, like, who didn't show.
I know what Ike going to be like. Huh? What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, I can do his 20-year special in a couple years.
No, that's just gonna be a whole mess.
Oh,
That
I
would
can't
be
wait.
a whole mess.
This is going to be great. All right, 215.
Hopefully, y'all forget about it by that time.
There's no shot we're forgetting about this now. The idea is in our head. Now we're going to do this.
Like a lot of people are gonna be like, "What?"
Be like, "What? Who retired?" I mean, I thought he.
But you never got a moment like BG and Kelce. So
It was a different time.
You get to write your whole speech out.
It was a different time.
We'll invite Howie.
And then when you look at what they've accomplished and the way that they retired, that's kind of par for the course. They were beloved here.
You were an Eagles Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but it was different. It was a different time, man. I was cooked, and I was like, man, you know what? I'm tired. I'm like, Hey, Joe, I was like, I'd never forget it, though. I kept telling Trey, because Trey was my roommate. I said, hey, man, I don't think I'm going to make it.
Trey on.
I was like,
Trey. I'll write that name
Trey
down.
was like, I don't feel, hey, man. He was like, hey, I don't want to hear that, man. You giving up, you quit. I was like, no, my body quit. I was like, hey. It was a wrap.
We got a good guest list brewing here. This is going to be a great show. I can't wait for Hughes.
Todd Harriman's, because, Todd beat me up.
Yep.
Before I retired.
We saw him at the.
Yeah, he beat me up.
We saw him at the parade. Is that
he accelerated?
I believe
way about that.
One of your favorite cuts here came from the Super Bowl.
And
ambiguity.
Stop, man.
What were you trying to say? Ambiguity.
Ambiguity.
I'm trying to save you there.
You don't hear Ike say it. He messes it up too, and then he just said, "Just stop." Because he was trying to correct me, then he was just like, just stop, just leave it.
You almost dragged him down with you.
He was like, just stop.
That's a good friend, though. He was trying to stop it. Meanwhile, when you do it on this show, we encourage it.
We just let it go.
So we can get a cut out of it. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494. Tyler in Delaware's up. Hey, Tyler.
Yo, good afternoon, Joe, Hugh, and Kyle.
What's going on, man?
Tyler, what's up? How'd you enjoy the show last night?
Man, first of all, thank you for getting to me so quick. Second of all, Joe and Hugh, that had to be one of the most well-done events I've ever been to.
That's a Rod Lakin production.
That's right.
When I say if I had the option of going to the Met Gala and being there last night, I'd have chosen that 100 out of 100. I mean, it was, as I told my Uncle Rodney, the seats reminded me of being at the old Spectrum. And I was in the building with my dad and my grandfather and my mom for the last Sixers game where they beat the Bulls back in 2009. And I was much thinner and much smaller then. And, man, them seats were like, for being a dude with broad shoulders, I was like fitting in a tight squeeze. But, man, everybody stayed. There was not one body in that place that left. And it was to see Brandon, to see they had both Brent Selleck and Jordan Mailata there, too, who came out for parts of it. But the one thing I'll say to what you had asked about filling Brandon's shoes, the fact that Brandon played here for 15 years, his attitude made all the difference in the way in which he played, because even though he might not have been the most talented or the most, he got knocked around because of his arms.
Mm-hmm.
But the attitude in which he brought was felt by every single person that he impacted. Inside the building, outside, the training staff, the coaching staff. And it was just so nice to kind of peel back the curtain, because for a guy of his nature to have gone through what he's gone through, to show just what someone can do when you overcome challenges, even challenges when he tore his Achilles. He joked, he said about he wanted to spend more time with his kids, and that was a neat way for him to say, okay, I got to take a step back, and then he came back even stronger and had an amazing season in 2022. It just shows, these young guys, for them to have had an opportunity to watch him play, but also to watch him work and the way in which he carried himself. That's the biggest thing that I learned, is these young guys have a role model for life. that when they need to go to someone in you were that during your era. The fact that you can have that kind of impact on younger players and pass the torch just speaks volumes to the way in which people will remember you, not just for your play on the field, but the way that you treat them. And that was Brandon Graham to a T. It really, really was.
Well, and that's part of why his legacy is going to be here forever. Hugh, it wasn't you said this today a lot, and yesterday. It's not just his play, right? If it was just his play,
it's everything that's Brandon,
right?
And it's one of those things, Joe. Like I said, when you look at it just from a football aspect, Brandon, if we're just talking strictly football, Brandon's not supposed to be here 15 years. That's a fact. But he was, because he brought something else to the table. And that's those, when I always talk about those unquantifiable intangibles, he has them. And that's what makes him special. And that's why when we sit here and we talk about replacing him in his leadership, you can't do that. It just has to evolve. It has to change. There's going to be a little bit of Brandon that's in that locker room, but as far as like emulating or duplicating what he brought to the table, no, you can't do that. It's impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it is. And then it's two parts. One, he still was a good player, which I think sometimes we forget. But also that part, and you're right, Tyler. Hopefully those guys are ready to step up. All right, Tyler, what do you got for us? Your guess for Hugh's Clues.
All right, so I've been stewing over here because the third clue really threw me for a loop, Hugh. But I'm going to go and I'm going to say Troy Vincent.
Troy Vincent's an interesting guess. I don't believe Troy lasted for Brandon.
Here.
I mean, he was gone before that. Tyler, we appreciate it.
Troy was in Buffalo.
He was in Buffalo?
I think he was in Buffalo.
So, you know what's interesting? A lot of times, all the clues obviously fold over each other and they add up. But sometimes I've noticed this in Hugh's Clues, the third clue is meant to narrow it down, but it kind of throws people off. Because people have a sense of after the first two, you throw that third one in, and now you got people a little bit of a tizzy here. Is this going to the 1 o'clock hour? I mean, that's the question I have in my mind now.
Probably.
Definitely.
It feels like it. Every once in a while, we get one of these. All right, 215-592-9494. You know what I keep coming back to?
What you got?
The Xfinity Mobile Center. The more I look at it, I kind of like it.
That's the name, though, right?
Yeah, that's the name of the arena.
Yeah, that's cool.
You like it better than Wells Fargo?
Well, Wells Fargo kind of like it just rolled off your tongue.
Well, it did. Well, we were used to it as well.
Used to it. So we just got to get used to this. Just like it's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. We got to get used to the Xfinity Mobile Center.
I'd like a nickname, though. You don't like the X Center? What about the X?
X Center, that might work, Joe.
X Center.
The things that I mean, I get it, though.
I'm fixated on this now.
I mean, I get it, because I fixate on stuff like that, too, so I get it. Yeah,
I'm just trying to picture the next time there's a big game there, right?
The X Center.
The X Center. Sixers and the Knicks at the X Center.
Yeah, that probably
I kind of like the X Center. I think we could do that.
Yeah, that might fit.
All right, let's go to Sam, who's up next on WIP. What's up, Sam?
Hey, Joe, Hugh, Kyle, thank you for inviting me in. I appreciate it.
You got it, Sam. What's up?
Brandon Graham, there's absolutely no way that you can replace him. But I don't know if you necessarily need to replace him. It's certainly been talked about. There'll be a number of players that step up to try and fill different parts that he did. But my question that I have is for Hugh. When you have a player like Brandon Graham that played with the team for so long and then retired, it seems like he's not going to go away in a good way. But what does the team allow him to do as far as access to practice facilities, access on the field? If he's not actually hired, what do they allow him to do? And can he still be Brandon Graham and bring what he brought to the table as a player, but now that he's an alumni? No,
he can't bring what he brought to the game as an alumni. It's impossible. But to have him in the building as a constant reminder of his contribution to this Eagles franchise and what he meant to the organization. That's what you do. And he'll be talked about like Harold Carmichael. I remember when I got here, Harold, Mike Quick, guys like that, they were mentors. I remember every day, I would watch Harold before we go to practice. Harold would jog around the field. And Harold would impart wisdom on us in one way or another just by talking about what it was like when he played. You know, I was telling you stories, Joe, about how Harold told me how when he was hurt, he would not let anybody know because he didn't want to get cut and how different the league is. So that's the part that Brandon's going to bring to the table. That's the part, like a couple weeks, Joe, when I was talking, and Sam, I was talking about how they have a good core group of individuals around that the inner workings of the organization is what helps make it as good as it is. Like I talked about Connor Barwin and Chris Naoli. Chris Naoli was my teammate in Jacksonville. Now he's one of the scouts. They've done a great job of putting NFL alumni in positions to impart wisdom on these young guys. And I think Brandon will be, if he wants to be, he will be a piece of that as we move forward. And the fact that, I don't have the kind of cachet that Jason Kelce and Brandon have, but I mean, we all, to a certain extent, have access to the NovaCare complex. Every individual that played here has some type of access to the NovaCare complex.
Well, and to your point, Hugh, on that, I could see a story coming out in the next year or two that someone on this defense is going through a rough time and they call Brandon Graham.
Yeah.
Right? That wouldn't surprise me at all if he's the kind of sounding board for the players that remain here. I mean, it feels like he'll have that relationship. We appreciate the call, Sam. All right, let's grab Maurice in Yeadon. And then we got to do after Maurice?
Yeadon? I thought it was Yaden.
Yaden, sorry, my I mispronounced it. Yaden.
That's an L.
Yeah, it's on.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to
me.
gatekeep the right way to say things. I just wanted to make sure.
No,
I just wanted to make sure I was saying it right.
Everyone, no. Well, I'm still going to get calls. Does Joe know that it's Yaden?
I'm sorry. It's my fault.
This is what we've become now, right? The word police.
I'm glad you did it.
No, I just was like, wait a minute. Because I'm thinking, like, is that Yaden?
So I was trying to think of the next thing I was going to say, and I just spit it out the wrong way.
My
What's
fault,
up,
man.
Maurice?
I didn't mean to gatekeep.
You know
Yaden.
what, Maurice? I apologize to Maurice more than you or anybody else. What's up, Maurice?
Yeadon. You're the first person to ever call it Yeadon.
Yeadon. That's not it. I know that.
Cook him, Maurice.
Maurice, you got me, buddy. All right, what's up?
Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate
You got it.
First of all, Brandon Graham, you can replace his play on the field. That's obvious. They draft well. Players going to step up. And, maybe two guys can step up and replace him. But as far as leadership, you'll never replace that. So they got to look for a new leader now. Maybe Otter can step up. I don't know, but they got to get a new leader. I thought it was going to be C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but we let him go.
Uh-huh.
But they need a new leader. Brandon Graham leadership, you can't replace that. So that'll definitely be lost, especially like film days, even game days. He can tell some of the players, move over, do this. Oh, he's going to do this just by being a vet that's been playing in this game for that long. You're going to lose that on the field. So we're going to miss him there. But as far as the Celtics, come on, man, I never root for the Celtics. I'm a 4-for-4 Philly guy. I'd never root for the Celtics. I got a little close to
Well,
the Knicks.
I'm not asking you to root for the Celtics. I am jealous of the Knicks, though, Maurice. I wish the Sixers played like the Knicks.
The Knicks going to lose the next round anyway. So
we can't get to the next round anyway. We don't get there.
Well, I'm pulling for the Knicks. How about that?
That's fine if you want to do that. I'm jealous. I'm gonna have jealousy in my heart the rest of the postseason. All right, Maurice, what do you got for us? What's your guess?
Once you said your last clue, I had to change it. I'm gonna go with Brian Westbrook.
Ooh, Brian Westbrook.
West.
Maurice, not it, but
guess,
I think people putting their thinking caps on here.
They have to.
Yeah, we have
They
that.
want that gas.
Well, $100. How many fill-ups is that for you? 1.5?
That's one. That's one fill-up with enough to get a snack.
But imagine if you had the $100 gift card, you could fill the whole gas tank up. You wouldn't have to go back every 3 days.
It would be half and half. I go half and half. At the gas station I go to, you can only put like $50 in. That's the max.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's the max.
Hold on. And what if you have a big tank and you fill it up?
I gotta put my credit card back in. I gotta fill it up twice. I gotta take it out, put it back in, and do it again.
Where are you going to get gas?
That's how it is at this one gas station.
Max.
$50.
If you got an SUV or a minivan or a truck,
there's some people that sit there and they do it
twice.
Do it twice.
No,
it's only $50 max.
That's BS. $50 max.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
Well, because wouldn't they want bigger expenditures?
I don't know, but at the place that I go, it's $50.
All right. Before we go on, and it's part of why I screwed up the last caller when he hopped on, because I was thinking about what we're going to do next, which is play this from Doug Peterson. Doug on yesterday with the afternoon show. How about this high praise for Jalen Hurts, the quarterback he helped draft when he was here?
There's no surprise. There is no surprise for me that he's been able to lead that team, that organization. Obviously the success they've had to win a championship. It's the same things we saw and what I saw in him coming out of college, whether he was at Alabama, Oklahoma. He's got a pedigree that is a winning pedigree, and he's the type of guy and type of player that's going to put in the hard work, the things you talk about as a coach. He's the one that does it, and the guys respond. The guys respond to that, and they appreciate that from him. And just watching him grow the last couple of years, and again, let's just talk about Saquon and Jalen Hurts together. I mean, that's what a quarterback wants, right? A quarterback wants the running game where you don't have to put it on your shoulders to win it every game throwing the football. And that's what the Eagles did this past year. And it took a lot off of Jalen, but at the same time, when the plays needed to be made, he made them. And that's what champions do. That's what winners do. And that's who Jalen is.
Well, that is exactly what it is. You could tell here there's some pride that Doug has. I mean, Doug was his first head coach in the NFL. I think Doug has some pride that Jalen has become what he's become.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what happens when you draft a guy and you feel like you made the right decision to see everything, kind of pan out for him the way you feel good about that.
Did you? I don't know if you remember. I know you weren't here then. Did you ever see the clip, or do you remember the clip of Doug's reaction when they drafted Hurts?
Mm-mm.
So 2020 was obviously COVID, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they weren't in the facility. They weren't in the draft. And that's when everyone did the draft from home on Zoom and all that. So if my memory serves, Doug and Howie were not in the same room. Doug was in his home office and Howie was wherever he was. But they had cameras, right? The NFL set up cameras like in all these coaches and GMs' houses. So they put them on TV. Doug was over the moon when they drafted Hurts. Like it gave off the sense, and that's when people started saying like, this wasn't just a bat. Like it's weird. Like he didn't have a subdued reaction like we drafted a backup. He was pumping his fists like we just
gonna get this guy up out of here.
Yeah, well, or we're getting a
real quarterback.
Yeah, right. There was.
You said a real quarterback.
Well, you said that, and I agree with you. He is a real quarterback compared to the other guy. 215-592-9494. But that was cool hearing Doug yesterday on BG Day, on with the afternoon show. All right, we got a lot to do here in the final hour. Huge clues. It is going into the final hour. We will get you a fourth clue. Well, you have an hour. You're on the clock. It's not about the people. It's about you today.
It
All
is
right.
about the people.
We have a lot to do. Knicks, Celtics. What's the emotion as the Knicks win last night? I'm jealous. Kyle's annoyed and is rooting for the Celtics, which caused at least one of our callers to pull over here today.
Yeah. Also,
salty.
I heard this a little bit.
Yeah.
Just from me taking calls.
What do you got?
Don't do the Nova Knicks thing. I don't care that they went to Villanova. They are now on a rival team. If somebody from here got drafted to the Dallas Cowboys, we would not be talking about where they went to school or that they're a local guy. Screw that.
Every time I want to bring Parsons here, no one cares. He's from Penn State.
Of course, things change when you get into the pros. I don't want to hear the Nova Knicks thing. Just get out ahead of that.
I agree with that. All right, your thoughts on BG as well. Have the Eagles done enough to replace in this offseason? 215-592-9494. That is how you hop in. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and get a $39.99 full synthetic oil change plus a free tire rotation, only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Restrictions apply. Offer ends May 31st. See store for details.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you. This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Summer's better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's helps refresh your garden in time for Mother's Day. Right now, get 5 bags of 1.5 cubic foot Scott's Naturescapes mulch for just $10. Plus, select 1.5 gallon annuals hanging baskets make the perfect gift. Now 2 for only $15. The best garden starts with great deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/7. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The sports media doesn't usually agree on much, but they were unanimous when it came to picking the Celtics-Knicks series. Every expert had Boston. That's why New York's Game 1 win felt like such a wake-up call. Turns out we underestimated the Celtics' injury issues and the Knicks' resolve. Boston is still favored, but New York sent a clear message. It's going to fight to the end, and it's going to take a pretty good punch to knock the Knicks out. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. This hour, 94 WIP is fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you may have peak performance from your vehicle, then nothing less Then Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car at 94 only at Sunoco. We got a lot going on here on the show. We'll check in with you people around 1:40. We'll see who they're mad at today. And we have to get to this in a few minutes. And within this segment here, Hugh put an edict down yesterday or recently for a Philadelphia athlete, and I think they totally spit in the face of that edict yesterday. I mean, just totally a lack of respect for Hugh.
Immediately.
That is just alarming.
I like how we just, spin these things. It's awesome.
Oh, we work with Spin Dr. Douglas over here.
I'm
so
just saying, it's awesome.
Yeah, well, it's the truth, too. Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation. PIDentalCenter.com. All right, let's check in. A couple polls today. Actually, more than a few polls over at the Midday Show account on Twitter. Most recent one, I believe, yes. If we're up to you, who would you prefer to win this series, the Knicks or the Celtics? And I haven't voted yet or seen the results. I'm going to vote right now. Just to see here, 66% on the Knicks. That's a little surprising.
It's too much.
It's the Nova thing.
It cannot be.
Well, but what else would it be? I mean, they're both disliked. They're both hated.
I mean, well, we heard Taste Cake Dom almost
Yeah, he was upset.
almost drove off the road when I
Sure.
said I was rooting for the Celtics. There's some of that.
And there's been more historic Celtics, Sixers, big moments. I understand that. Before last year, what had been a long time between the Sixers and Knicks having big series at the same time. Okay, we also had which better describes how you feel about the Knicks after last night, annoyed or jealous. That's a pretty close one, 52% jealous. My favorite poll today, though, does Hugh Douglas have enough cultural clout to get invited into the Met Gala?
But it say what percentage I'm at?
You're at 77%. No, you're
Oh,
losing.
it went back up.
Yeah.
It went, dang. Yeah, they about right, though. I can't even be mad at that one.
You know what? Maybe I
got to do something provocative.
I know. Well, you could do that. I have a way for you to get there.
No, how's that?
Maybe you need a date with cultural clout. Maybe you got to weasel your way in.
You mean like with Joy or somebody?
Well,
Joy Taylor?
I didn't say her name. You brought her back up again.
No, because did you see her outfit when she wore to the Beyonce concert?
I didn't.
Boy. Boy. I was like, she played way too much. She played way too much with that outfit.
So maybe next year you go with her. She has some clout.
What Hugh's saying is he's trying to get in as a +1.
I think that might be his best shot.
Yeah, because that's the only way I'm going to get in. I don't have enough pull culturally.
I think you should work that angle.
Colin Kaepernick was there. He was there with his girlfriend.
But
he had a lot of pull culture.
Yeah.
I think you need to find a date that has cultural clout. That seems to be your best way in.
Yeah, that's probably the only way I'm going to get to go.
Yeah. What's more likely? You earn cultural clout in a year or you find a date?
As both of them about to seem like they about long shots right about now.
Make waves, Hugh. You got to make waves.
Hey, both of those seem like a long shot. What was the long shot in the Kentucky Derby? That would be me.
we see Hugh Douglas in the news.
That's a long
All for the
shot.
sake of getting into the Met Gala.
Man. Because it's like, you know what it is? It's not so much date. It's like the hoops I got to jump through to date.
Well, especially if you're dating someone with cultural clout. They have time for you and your nonsense.
Yeah. Because as soon as she started talking about going to dinner at the fancy restaurant, I was like, hold up.
Well, we'll find out.
Like, hold up.
We'll find out how much you want to go to the Met Gala next year. Because obviously, right now, not enough.
How bad do you want it?
Can we just go? Can we go to the pub and get a beer and a shot? Can we go get some crab fries? Never had those before. I know the owner.
You think you're doing a drink and a shot with someone cultural
I know
clout?
the owner. Hey, listen. We can go to Shea Chicky and Pete's.
Are you hold on? Are you trying to?
I know Pete Cherokee personally.
You're trying to make it work with free crab fries?
Yeah. It's seafood. Seafood ain't cheap, dog.
I agree.
I'm gonna take him to Chicky and Pete's. I'll be like, I have this nice swanky restaurant in South Philly that I go to. It's called Shea Chicky.
That's how you're gonna get your +1.
So I'm working on it.
There's no shot you're into the Met Gala. I mean, with this way of acting.
It's a long shot.
Yeah, it is. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Big V in Mount Laurel. What's up, Big V?
Yo, Joe, Hugh, Kyle.
What's up,
Big
man?
V.
What's going on? Hugh, come on, man. You're going to have to loosen up a couple of dollars, take one of those, over-the-top girls, and, you'll be at the Met Gala next year.
See, that ain't my style. Over the top, that's ain't my
Well, do you want to go to the Met Gala or not?
I kind of want to go, but I might have to go on my own merit, though.
On your own merit?
I might have to, I don't know. I'm going to figure it out.
You'll be 90 on your own merit. Come on, man.
I'll figure it out. I got a year. I got a year.
Yeah, but I think they do the invitations way in advance.
Well, I got
It's not a
time.
last-minute thing.
It'll probably be. I'll probably have to strike during football season when the iron's hot. I have to do something provocative.
You think you're going to be able to top last year with the offense defense thing?
I'll figure it out.
All right.
But you know what the sad part about it is, because everybody's gonna know. Like when I do it, they're gonna be like, "Oh, he's trying to get that cultural
It's
crowd."
performative. Yeah.
Yeah. It ain't gonna hit the same.
What are you going to do? Slap Jerry Jones?
That would work. Yeah, but Jerry might not survive that. We don't.
Yeah,
want
that might be jail time.
Yeah.
What have I done to deserve this?
I've been in jail. Well, I've been locked up. I ain't trying to do that again.
All right, Big V, what do you got for us?
It's not what's hot in the street.
Yeah, you told us about that last week. You didn't go to the bathroom for 3 days.
That's not hot in the street.
Big V, Eagles do enough to replace BG.
Replace him as a player. I think they're there, but it's that intrinsic value that Brandon brings to the field, that inspiration, that big brother type of thing, and will jack you up if you're doing something wrong, pat you on the head when you're doing something right.
Mm-hmm.
That leadership, which kept him going, squash some fights and infighting. So I think that it's going to take a lot to replace that.
It's going to take an enormous amount. Yes, they're going to have to chip in. All right, it's not. I agree with you on this. It's not going to be one person isn't going to take the mantle. It's going to have to be a group of players that chip in for both the production and the leadership stuff.
Yeah, but like one of the callers said, or I think you said it. It's going to be some essence of Brandon all around. Some things he does, something he always says is going to come up. Work out. And it'd be great because, he, in terms of Philadelphia Eagles, he has to be one of our best ambassadors on and off the field.
Of course. Yeah. Ever. Certainly in the last 15 years. All right, Big V, what's your guess? Hughes Clues. Who's the player?
Dawkins.
Dawkins. Not it. Actually, Big V, it's an interesting guess because I think Doc and
before 2010.
Yeah, but they missed each other by a year.
1 year. Yeah.
Brian and Brandon.
08.
I think. Well, yeah, but Brandon was drafted in 10 and in 09.
Yeah.
In 09.
Okay. Well, so I guess I was counting 08 for.
Oh, I guess you're right. After the 08 season, right? Because Brian's first year in Denver was 9. Yeah, so they 2 seasons they made. It was pretty kind of close though. They're overlapping careers. All right, Hugh. I think people need help here. We don't sometimes give the fourth clue till about 1:30, but
you don't have any faith in the people.
I don't have any faith in your first 3 clues.
My first 3 clues were fire. It ain't been too many cats that overlap me and BG. It ain't been that
but
many.
It's hard to remember those cats.
Yeah, because it's been so long. Yeah, I do agree. It's been a while.
Okay.
This one might be a little harder. I give you that.
All right. So what's the fourth clue here?
He changed his last name.
All right, we have a teammate of Brandon Graham's. He's featured in one of Merrill Reese's famous calls. He was also a teammate of Hugh Douglas's, and he changed his last name.
It feels like we're down to just one guy.
Way to go, Kyle.
I don't think there are many.
Kyle ushered him right there.
There's all look.
No, it's technically
we've had some disastrous Hughes Clues guesses.
Well, technically it's 2. Technically it's 2, or wait a minute, 3. No, 4.
What?
Yeah, it's 4.
That apply to this?
Yes.
4 people changed their name?
No, well, I meant 4 team. I was thinking I was still on 4 teammates.
4 people were your teammates and also his. Yeah, but the change the name part there, that's where it all is at. All right, Anthony's in Norristown. What's up, Anthony?
Yeah.
What's up?
That clue really made things a little interesting.
Did it make it harder?
It did.
Yeah, that's an L for Hugh. If I'm counting my L's and W's for Hugh.
Can I throw one out before my guess?
No, that ain't how we do this.
If you throw it out, it's your guess.
All right. I'll hold up on that. But
hey, we just gave you the biggest clue. What you talking about?
With BG,
we steamrolled you.
He ain't paying.
We got some players on the team right now, and my guy has been Jordan Mailata. I like the way that he presents himself, the way that he does all the singing stuff in the holidays, and I feel like people can look up to him. So he's, in step for replacing a Doc or a Fletch or a BG. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I think Mailata, if you tell me to name someone who's going to be the next spokesperson that's going to talk, like I mentioned earlier, Anthony, who's going to be the guy to speak up when things are rough, like they're in a losing streak or people aren't happy?
Mailata might be the guy.
Mailata feels like he's going to take the mantle.
He's the biggest freaking dude. Who is?
Well, he is big. Yeah,
you're gonna talk back to him.
Yeah, you're right.
What?
I don't know.
What is wrong with him? Is you okay?
I don't know.
No, I'm okay. I was just speculating. I was doing some reckless speculating, man. I'm sorry.
Anthony,
not too many gummies?
I don't think today. It's only
No,
Wednesday.
you know what? It's since we're here, and I was kind of wondering what was up with you. You all right over there?
I'm chilling.
Fine,
I'm saying
Liz.
Trey Thomas, too.
Okay. That was your guess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that was wrong.
Did change his name, though, right?
Did Trey change his name?
It's William, right?
Oh, he changed his name from William Thomas to Trey.
But is that really Trey? Because it's William Thomas III.
It was William Thomas.
Okay, but
I think he's.
I think it makes it's a good guess, Anthony.
I
Because
respect that as an answer.
it changes the name he's presented as, right? Like it's
considering that the state we theorized.
right. No, well, that's part of it. Now he didn't change his name legally. You're saying he just changed the name he went by.
Yeah, he just called Trey. I always called him Trey, but his name is William Thomas.
But I can understand from a listener perspective, like that sounds. Name change could be like, hey, call me this now versus changing your name.
No, I get where you're going.
Yeah, there's
I get
two
where you're
different
going. That was
parts.
all right. I thought he had some gummies. Sound a little bit. He's a little slurry. I mean, I'm not trying to. If you're still
111.
listening,
It's 111.
if you're still listening, I'm not trying to say that you were drinking, but it did kind of sound like you were drinking.
Well,
a
it's
little bit.
111. It's fine. It could be 5
I mean,
o'clock
and
somewhere.
that's okay if that's what you want to do. That's your business. But I'm just saying, I don't partake in gummies till after 3.
Well, he did have the nerve to call out Hugh.
Yeah.
As if he was okay.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, I don't like.
Well, he heard you with he mumbles tongue.
Well, I mean, that mumbling irritates some folks to no end.
Yeah, like
You're telling
Anthony.
me. Yeah, they'll be all right, though.
Yeah, they will. Everyone's going to be okay. All right, before we go into further, you did put an edict down the other day, Hugh. We did our show on Bryce Harper on Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how he wasn't playing great. The Phillies needed more out of him. Frustrated, annoyed.
Say stop TikToking.
Concerned. And you had mentioned that maybe it's time to put the TikToks away and kind of just, hone in. Well, Bryce, as we know, who's a listener to the station, heard you. And I mean, listen to this.
That's what we're going with.
It sounds to me like he just totally said that Hugh Douglas.
Don't know what he's talking about.
That guy's a clown. Here's Bryce with his latest TikTok yesterday on the golf course in Florida.
What up, y'all? We're out at Cabot Farms today playing some golf, and thought I'd bring you along a par 3 16 and see what I can do. Not the greatest. Bogey golf. That's what I do. Or double bogey. 7s, 5s, all of them.
It's a shot at Hugh.
That felt like a direct shot at Hugh Douglas.
Can you do me a favor, Kyle?
Mocking.
Can you do me a favor?
Maybe.
Send me that video because I just want to see the comments. Because in times like this, I think it's bold. People on the comments when you do the TikToks,
I don't disagree.
they get brutal.
There's a time and a place.
Yes, they get brutal.
I got
They
some
get
for you.
brutal.
You ready for this?
Man, give me the mean ones. Give me the good
Comment
ones.
section on the Bryce Harper TikTok. If only he could hit a moving ball.
Yeah, that right there. That's what I'm
We
talking
don't
about.
need to see the golf swing. We need to see you in the cage working on hitting a high fastball and a lefty breaking ball moving
Hey.
away from you.
Can I just
Go ahead
for a moment?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna channel my inner black gritty. Bryce, thank you for choosing me first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
But I did that to protect you.
You did.
And
he didn't listen.
I was trying to protect you
King
because
of-
I'm
yeah.
in these streets.
King
You know
of,
what I mean?
King of pander while he's 8 for last 47.
Yeah.
Hey, Kyle. I know you might not like where I'm coming from, but I'm in these streets. I understand. Even though I go to bed early, I still know what the streets are saying. You put yourself
been
in a
there, done
bad
that.
spot.
Yep.
I've been there. You know what I mean? So I knew I'm helping you out, but you didn't want. You know what I mean?
That was sound advice.
I was
trust me.
trying to tell you, but you know, he probably turned the comments off by now. Or he obviously didn't because you could see him still, huh?
Well, there's someone reposted his TikTok. I don't even have TikTok, but I saw the video.
They flamed him.
Couple more here. That's the same swing I've seen every at-bat. How many times did he whiff? Wow. Are you bleeping kidding?
I try. Like, dog, listen. I was a former athlete. I know how it is. I know how I work around these parts. I'm just telling you, stay away from the social media, man, because you took, like, it's your day off. No question.
He can play golf if
You
he
can
wants.
play golf
Yeah.
if you want
Yeah.
to, but just be prepared for the
Maybe
backlash.
post it. Last one here. Stop with the stupid TikTok BS and get a hit.
See, Joe enjoyed that way too much.
You know, I think my favorite is just simply, "Are you bleeping kidding
Yeah,
me?"
are you bleeping kidding me?
The man's golfing.
Like,
Are you bleeping kidding me?
Joe, you enjoyed that completely too much. No, I'm just saying. I'm trying to help you out, dog. I mean, everything I say here, because I say it with all, with all due respect, and I think you phenomenal, but boy, sometimes you just got to read the room.
Now, you being
Nothing beats a good "Are you bleeping kidding
I know.
me?"
Are you being right about this? Doesn't change the fact that he totally disrespected
No,
what
I
you
think
said.
he felt he's done a lot. Like he's been more forthcoming. Well, he was more forthcoming
On Sunday he was, yeah.
on Sunday.
Yep.
And so I think he's just trying to chase normal. He's chasing normal.
And he should.
As you should in this game. But boy, you got to be prepared for the backlash.
Some advice. How about hit tonight?
You better knock him out the park
Get
tonight.
a couple knocks tonight, because you know what's going to happen tonight. If he goes 0 for 4, there'll be comments like, "But you could golf yesterday, but he could put a TikTok up
that's
yesterday."
about to kill him.
Yeah, I suggest a big night for Bryce tonight. Are you
That,
bleeping
that, that was strong.
Oh man, it was. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Jay in West Philly's up. Good afternoon, Jay.
What up? What up? Hey, yo.
What's up?
That is my favorite time of the week right there. I need that read every day. You need to read his comments for the Pandering King.
Well, if he continues to struggle, we'll read him all the time. And puts up the TikToks. Yeah.
About to be flamed.
Yep.
I need those read every day.
We did it just for you, Jay. We planned this out just for you.
I really think you did. You probably see me up there and say, look, try to get on my good side, Yo-Yo. Now, what are you worried about with Brandon Graham? You want him to play forever?
No, I mean, I understand it was time. I just I didn't feel like they did enough to replace him.
They got players out there. They did another draft. They picked up some more people. He don't mention people. He sat there and told you who's going to take over the room, but nobody listened. Everybody wanted him to play until he's in a wheelchair. Let that man go, man.
Well, it's hard, Jay. It's hard.
Let him go.
He's a great player.
Let him go, man. Jeez. Let him be free, man. He already told you Nolan Smith going to take over the room. You seen it from the clips last year. The leaders is going to be Jordan Davis and Nolan Smith. So they going to be all right, man. Look, people got to grow sometimes. You want him around here till he's 65. Then you going to complain. And he playing too much. We brought it back. That's what you were saying last year before he was playing.
Well, then he played very well. He played very well last year.
Okay, well, let him be. Let him go.
Well, you know me. I'm going to complain no matter what.
You like to hold on to the past.
Yes, of course I do.
It's a draft every year, man. Calm down. We going to be all right. Y'all said the same thing about the other pandering. Pandering King #1. Y'all said that about Kelce.
Well, I was wrong about that.
Kelce
I was wrong. They were fine.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll be all right, man. Then we just win the Super Bowl.
They did. But now we're on to 2025.
All right.
Jay, we're on to 2025 now.
I know 2 and 2, Julio. I know that now. You rooting for the Knicks there.
No, I'm not rooting for the Knicks. I'm jealous of the Knicks, Jay. Jealous.
Jealous of what?
Jealous. They play with heart. They came back from 20 down against the Celtics.
Come back, Boston.
So they choked.
Oh my God. Hold on, Jay. Would the Sixers
half of those threes, would they have been come back?
Well, no. If any team makes all their shots, like what does that mean?
I didn't say all of them. If Boston had just made 5 more 3-pointers, it would have been a comeback. It'd have been a gritty comeback.
No, well, of course not. But Jay, I'm not worried about anything. If the Sixers were in that spot last night, you and I know they roll over like dogs.
He had James Harden and Ben Simmons on it.
And Joel Embiid. I mean, don't forget that guy. He'd roll over like a dog too. Embiid.
Don't forget who?
Embiid.
Yeah, he was out there because the bum was scared.
Oh, jeez.
Harden was scared and he had to do too much.
Oh, there we go. Let's make excuses for Joel. Yeah.
Where was the new Rodney Pete at? I ain't hear nobody complain about him.
Rodney Pete?
Rodney Pete.
Yeah. Tyrese Maxey, old Smiley there. Ain't nobody say nothing about him.
Smiley. God, you smiley.
I didn't know he's the new Rodney Pete. Now we have a new nickname.
He's new Rodney Pete. He smiled all the time and everything. He missed his threes. Look, he was the same one laying on the ground when he was down for the loose ball.
You don't like Matt? You're not a Maxey guy?
Who? Lou Williams? Yeah, he overrated. He's a max up.
Called him Lou Williams.
Everybody want to build a team around him.
Well,
He's a six man.
Who else are we building the team around, Jay?
Number 2 pick. Huh?
Who else are we building the team around?
Hey, you see, Tobias Harris was in the playoffs this year, right?
I saw it.
Jay, I brought it up. Didn't nobody want to talk about that.
Yeah, they like to hear that. They want to hear that. Look, he was in the playoffs.
But what does that have to do? What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just talking about the team and everybody you rooting for.
Well, I'm not rooting for anyone in this postseason. I just wish the Sixers for it. Jay, what do you got for us? What's your guess?
I ain't got no guess. I don't know who just changed his name or none of that.
Wow, you stumped Jay. You proud of yourself, Hugh?
Oh, Jay, he ain't even give a guess, man.
That's a bad reflection on you.
But no, I mean it's easy because how many Eagles do you know that have changed their name? How many?
Not many.
I mean, it's not okay.
I could think of one other one besides the answer, but I don't think. Well, he doesn't fit the other criteria.
Mm-hmm.
There's not many.
Yeah, so think about it.
Well, I think people are thinking about it, but you have stumped people. I have a thought that this one might go down to like literally the end. I mean, we might need a fifth clue to help people out. 215-592-9494. Let's talk to G Money in Delaware. What's up, G Money?
You don't need a fifth clue. Jaquan Parker.
Whoa!
Hey, out the gate.
Boom!
100%, man.
He knew it.
Yeah.
What gave it away? Was it the name change?
I remember vaguely. I've been following the Eagles for a while. I remember vaguely they had a player that legally changed his name.
Yep.
It was Thomas before.
It was Thomas. Yep.
Yeah. I vaguely remember that. So, yeah.
Well, G Money, you got it. You got a $100 gift card to Sunoco.
I'll take it. I can use that.
Well, everyone can. Well, happy you won, G Money. Good stuff, buddy. All right, can we hear the call? So we did say a couple times. One of the clues was he was part of a famous Merrill Reese call. Let's hear it. 2011 Eagles in Buffalo against the Bills, and this happened.
Hasn't gotten the snap yet. Still calling. Eagles jump! They jump! Jaquan Parker jumped and just cost the Eagles their last chance. That's what they were doing. They were asked. They weren't going to run a play. They were just going to.
Well, I knew that.
We knew it. They weren't going to run a play. The Eagles just gave them the game.
That was strong.
It's an all-time Merrill call. That was early October of 2011. The Dream Team had begun to break Merrill.
Dark times.
Bad seasons break Merrill. I mean, the Taki interception with Carson Wentz in 2020 is an all-time Merrill's spirit was broken by how bad the play was. And that 2011 season started with so much promise, and then they just lost games left and right they should have won. Giants, 49ers, that Buffalo game, and then they basically by the middle of October, the season was dead.
The Taki
You have
interception.
Taki?
I'm trying to find it, but I remember the octave going up like.
That's the Taki pick was when I knew he was done with Wentz. I mean, he wasn't going to say it, but like
I heard that was a tough time.
Tough season.
Yeah.
I'm actually jealous of people like you, Hugh, that didn't have to live through the 2020 Eagles. Watching Carson
I
Wentz,
was watching from afar.
I know, but like coming in here on Mondays after.
Oh, it was rough. Yeah.
Well, having to tell people like this guy stinks. I mean, his guy
and
flat out.
then you getting killed for it. Yeah.
And that went on for a month or two, and then by November, I think everyone saw the same things I did. He absolutely stunk. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll check in with you people before we wrap up the show. Phone lines as well. We celebrated an Eagles legend yesterday. On the other side, we'll officially say goodbye to another Eagles legend as some news dropped yesterday. You may have missed this. We'll have it for you next. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Let's take the over 229.5 in the Cavs and Pacers game. Game 1 of the series hit the over, and Cleveland should score even more in Game 2. Darius Garland is expected to return, and Cleveland pitches 9 3-pointers in Game 1, a far cry from the 16 threes they average per game. The over is hit in 3 of the last 4 meetings between the Pacers and Cavs as well. Let's take the over in Game 2. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing. But I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're instant at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Breaking news coming in from Bet. At Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Catchy tune, right?
But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't... IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here is the punt by Gillen. He gets it away. It is a knuckler. Covey comes up, fields it at the 35, comes to the 40, cuts back to the 45, runs along the 50. Covey down the far sideline, to the 40, to the 30, to the 25, out of bounds at the 19. Way gets it away. It's a wobbler. Covey backs up. He takes it at the 23, starts to his left, comes across the 30, comes across the 40, up to the 42. This kid is too much.
Fantastic.
He is too much. They are so lucky to have him.
A lot of losses, a lot of big names walking out the door, Hugh. How you feeling? Britton Covey.
That was Merrill's guy.
Los Angeles Ram.
Yeah, that was Merrill's guy.
End of an era?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if love Merrill. Merrill really liked Britton Covey.
He did.
He did not do anything for us when he was in that slot receiver spot, though.
But he was not a bad punt returner.
He was not bad. But he was as far as a guy that played that helped out in as far as the offense is concerned.
Are you crushing the guy?
I ain't crushing him. I'm just being listen, man. Sometimes honesty hurts. I mean, but he was not a good slot receiver.
He was a punt returner.
Yeah, but they tried to make him a slot.
Well, they were a little thin at that point.
And he didn't work out.
Do you think we're going to have BC live here with Britton Covey at the Colonial Theater?
What you mean? You mean like have the same thing we have at BG?
Uh-huh.
Oh, hells no.
Oh.
I'm not going to that. Listen, our bosses here do a lovely job of creating these events. Shout out to Rod Lakin and everybody that helped put this event.
So if you were asked to participate in BC Live, Britton Covey Live, you wouldn't go?
I would say, Rod, with all due respect, do I have to go? He wasn't all that in a bag of chips. Like Brandon Graham is somebody that you admire and you look up. Me and Ben were talking about this morning, and Ben was like, he's the type of guy you want your son to be like.
Well, I agree on that.
You know what I mean? So yeah, no, Britton Covey. I mean, he was nice, but he wasn't BG.
All right. Well, if Covey returns a punt against the Eagles next year, we're replaying this audio because you poked the bear.
Oh man, he'll be all right.
You poked the bear.
That ain't no. Hey, listen, I ain't worried about poking that bear. He could come to town and be in a Rams uniform, and I would not be intimidated by what he brings to the table.
Well, they do play the Rams next year in Philadelphia, so
revenge game.
Uh-oh.
Well, who?
Covey.
Okay.
Well, it's not the Eagles. What are they getting revenge for? They didn't want him anymore.
Britton Covey.
All right. Before we go back to the phones, I just saw this. I want you guys to guess. NBA Basketball Executive of the Year voting results. Can you guys guess how many votes this year Daryl Morey got?
None.
Kyle?
No, 2.
2.
I'd say 2.
2. I'd curse on the air if he got any. He got 0.
He should get negative votes.
They like the anti-executive of the year. Yeah, no, he got.
I wonder why he still got a job though. I mean, I'm not calling. Let me be clear. I'm not calling for Daryl Morey to be fired.
You kind of are.
It's just like,
I mean, we've done that before.
Okay, let's do this. If you've had the kind of track record that he's had, and I'm not even talking about I'm talking about Shannon Joby to 90. He gave $98 million more this year on that badass knee.
Let's not excuse the Paul George signing either. I mean, that you could.
Oh, I forgot about that.
He flushed away
Podcast
$200 million.
P.
Yeah.
And he said during the season, I'm about to take time off and get ready for basketball. Guess what, Paul? It's a little bit too late for that. The season's upon us.
Wasn't it February when that happened?
Yeah,
they were dead and buried.
I'm focused on basketball.
Yeah, but no votes this year for Morey.
That was crazy.
Just in case anyone thought he'd get any. 0 votes for Daryl Morey. All right, 215-592-9494. You people will check in within a little bit. Mark in Woodbury Heights. Hey, Mark.
Good afternoon, guys.
Hey, Mark. What's up?
Perfect segue into General Manager Morey. I'm watching the Celtics-Knicks last night. I'm watching Mikal Bridges just dominate the game defensively. He's all over the court. He played 50-some minutes. He hit the winning shot in overtime. And I start thinking of the Sixers. You guys can have a show just on the Sixers for 2 weeks straight on the asinine decisions that this organization, including this current GM who's in hiding, we don't even know where he is, what he's doing, this organization, which has to be the biggest joke in the northeast part of the country.
Markelle Fultz situation, right, with Tatum and the trade with the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle, I don't know if we talk enough about 2018, the year after, when the Sixers literally drafted Mikal Bridges, and then they traded him during the draft for Zaire Smith, who I'm not kidding had a sesame allergy that ruined his career. And Zaire Smith scored a total of 48 points in the NBA.
These things happen.
They don't. They only happen here. And Mikal Bridges last night played 51 minutes in a road playoff victory. Do you guys know who the pick was after Mikal Bridges? Even if we say, what are you going to do? It happens. You know who the pick after Mikal Bridges was?
Who was it?
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who will be the NBA MVP this year on the best team in the league. Does that happen too?
Sometimes you miss, yeah.
Sometimes you miss a
good.
lot, though. It just feels like you miss a lot of misses.
Yeah.
A lot
Well,
of misses.
that's how you get the team we have here.
Mm-hmm.
That's back-to-back
Well,
drafts.
Joel Embiid will be healthy next year. We got that.
Willie.
Yeah.
That's great.
Somewhat.
That's great news.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, we got.
We don't have to
you know
lie.
what I mean? What'd you say? I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to tell you guys, but
Yeah, he's healthy next year. He'll be healthy.
Yeah, he
He's
won't-
going to have the experimental surgery.
Oh, sure.
And he's going to come back and he's going to he's going to work out hard.
Oh, yeah.
And he's going to get ready for the season.
He'll
If I
play
know one thing about experimental surgeries is that they always work.
foolproof.
No, and you know what I think even help him out a little bit better is if we help him find out who told the media.
Oh, that'll make things a lot better.
But yeah.
Oh, you're still trying to encourage him to find the snitch and act
Well,
on it?
I think that if he it's
Just write up
not
Q's
so
out.
much. No, but see, listen, fellas, it's not so much. It's about closure for him because I think he needs closure.
I want
I
closure
don't
from
think
the
that's healthy.
Sixers.
Closure. We're working on closure.
I mean, you could just
So hopefully,
you could
if
just
he
forget
gets
about the
if
whole
he
Just
gets
get
that
over
if he gets that closure, then he can move forward with life.
Can I move forward from the Sixers?
Oh no, he's gonna be here for a while.
Okay. Euro John is in Cherry Hill. What's up, Euro John?
Hey guys, what's going on? I got to get with Jay from West Philly. Who always defends Joel Embiid and Rich Jokic all the time. But also, I want to talk about the NBA GMs. Yeah, I used to cover games back in 2011. All right, I covered 10 Sixers games. I was in the locker room. So I asked these 4 NBA GMs, what do you think about this guy? He's 28 years old, 6-time Defensive Player of the Year in the EuroLeague. I knew he wasn't coming over. I just wanted to get their opinion. 4 NBA GMs making millions didn't even know who the guy was. And that's the guy that Kobe Bryant said that he wanted to play with. He wished he would have came over. This guy, Demetrius Diamantidis, all right? These GMs are all good old boy club, all right? I found that out firsthand, all right? The 2 Sixers GMs knew nothing. One guy, the one GM, I'm not going to name him, it wasn't Tony DeLeo. DeLeo knew the stuff. But one guy goes, how old is he and how tall is he? This guy was a top 5 player in the EuroLeague, and he's asking me, all right, who this guy is, all right, at 28 years old. That's the kind of good old boy clubs in the NBA. But I want to talk about Joel Embiid, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Joel Embiid would dream of going 24 straight minutes in the second half, 42 minutes after one day off, going for 42 and 22. Yeah, he gets a 70 points in a regular season game. Oh, let's put a banner up for that. Let's go play for the USA. Let's not play for Cameroon like Jokic plays for 7 million people in Serbia, all right? And he almost beats USA. And same with Luka, same with Giannis. They're about winning. They're not about this money. That's all Joel Embiid is about right now is money, and that's it. And if you don't trade this guy, you're a clown for keeping this guy around. And Jay, Jokic has never played with an all-star. I don't give a damn what Jamal Murray does and Porter does. Porter's a max contract. He's a no-show. Every 5 playoff games, he shows up once. Same with Murray. Shows up once every 4 games in the playoffs. Jokic carries that 6-man squad. All right, Jay? Learn the game, brother.
Learn the game. That's a mic drop from
want
Euro
Jay's
John.
number?
Yeah, we can connect you guys. Do a podcast. Do Euro John,
strong.
good phone call.
Powerful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, is anyone fighting the Embiid Jokic thing anymore? I mean, it's dead.
J-Mike.
Maybe. I mean, if you have eyes, I mean, it's over. I mean, Jokic is better.
I question that about Jay sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Nikola Jokic is moving up towards being like a top 15 player to ever play basketball. And meanwhile, Joel Embiid is, I mean, I don't know if he's going to play anymore. So that's enough of that. We've moved past that. Ken in Cinnamon is up. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon, John. How are you?
Hey, Ken.
What's going on, Ken?
I think you could get that cultural clout if you could get that Destiny's Child girl out of her car. I think you would go down as a humanitarian. That might get you to.
You talking? No, not In Vogue.
In Vogue. When you were going to rescue
Dawn.
her.
Yeah, Dawn. Yeah.
Why don't you go do that?
She don't want to leave the car. She liked the car.
But she hasn't met you yet.
No, she hasn't. She's a little different though. She enjoys staying in the car.
Why don't you just go in the car with her?
You gotta go to work. I'll take her to Shea Chicken and Pete's.
There you go.
We have some crab fries.
Yeah, free meals.
Trying to get you to the Met Gala, Hugh.
I'm trying to get there, man. I'm trying to get there. I got to figure it out. I got time. I'm figuring it out.
Yourself any
Yeah, it sounds like a tri-day experiment.
How can we get Hugh to the Met Gala?
Yep. Go ahead, Ken.
Maybe start walking around every day in a Roman centurion's uniform.
I got to figure out something, but it's also theme based, so I don't know what the theme is for next year. I don't even know what the theme was this year.
What did Jalen Hurts wear?
Well, he wore it was like black. He just wore black.
No, but he had something. There was something up top.
Well, it was like a Wakanda outfit. I guess it was like he wore Wakanda.
Was Wakanda the theme?
I don't know. I don't think so. Because then you had. I'm sorry about this, Ken. This is what we do. And then you had Tiana Taylor look like Captain Morgan. So I don't know.
Maybe drinks were the theme.
I don't know.
All right, go ahead, Ken. We're going to set up now.
Captain Morgan. So on the next real fast, I can't stand the way Jalen Brunson plays the game. Dribble, initiate contact, draw foul. It's like watching paint dry. I can't stand it. So I don't care who the guy's playing for. I'm going to root for the other team. It's just as simple as that.
There's actually a James Harden thing to his game, but he's just clutch. But he plays similar to Harden. Dribble, look for the foul, throw some assists. He plays kind of like Harden.
Well, comparing him to James Harden might not make him, more likable.
No, but he's actually a clutch version of Harden who's not clutch at all.
On the Eagles, look, obviously the production for Brandon is not going to be difficult to replace, and I don't mean that in a negative sense. And from a leadership standpoint, look, we've talked about this before. Jordan Davis going into his fourth year, Jalen Carter's in his third year, Nolan Smith's in his third year. I really think that the Eagles expect these guys to be the veteran leadership now. I mean, you're 4 years in the NFL. You're a vet, and I think that part of the reason that they extended or they picked up the 5th-year option on Jordan Davis is because I really believe that guy is a leader in that room. I mean, he's the guy that came in OTAs last year after Fletch retired and said, we know there's nobody coming in that door to save us. I think so. I think they're going to be okay from a leadership standpoint. You watch Nolan Smith play the game. You go back and watch the tapes of him blowing up pulling guards at his size. And then, go look at Hassan Reddick's tape for his entire career and see if you ever find one example of him doing stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that sets an example on the field. Leadership by example. Look at me. I'm 230 pounds soaking wet, and I'm blowing up this pulling guard and putting him out of the game in a playoff game. So I think they've got some of those guys there. You're not going to replace BG in terms of the individual because he's one of a kind, but I just don't think there's going to have to be this tremendous search for leadership. And, before free agency, there was talk about are they looking for a veteran presence? These guys are the veterans. These guys are the guys that are going to own this room and own this defensive line and own this team for years to come.
Well, and it sounds like we got our answer. I mean, if they wanted a veteran, Ken Goodfolk, they would have got one. I mean, there were some players.
Yeah, they want to go
with
the young cats.
Yeah, they did, and now it's their turn. All right, before we go any further, let's check in with you people.
You people. It's time to hear from you people.
What do you mean, you people?
Go Gilio, grasping at straws as always.
Oh,
that's the thing.
It's every day.
It's a reaction to that.
Yeah.
Threw up in there.
Grasping at straws.
Yeah, new trend in the chat.
Ooh,
people start predicting who's next clues.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah.
Because I bet people do this in the car.
Well, he has 10 fingers and 10 toes.
Oh, that's not original. We've done that before. They do that on the Twitter.
Oh, do they?
Man, be original.
That's the second clue. The dude.
That's a good one. I like that one.
People with a few suggestions for what you can dress up as if you do go to the Met Gala. I mean, you could just be Super Grover or the Moldy Strawberry.
Well, see, it's theme, and I figured out what the theme was this year. It was Superfine Tailoring Black Style. As the dress code is tailored for you, the theme focuses on black style and dandyism. That's the word, dandyism.
I don't know
highlighting the history and influence of tailoring within black culture. So
What
Jalen was in his wheelhouse, I guess.
What is dandyism?
I do not know.
Okay.
Do not know.
Well, it's a good thing you weren't invited to this one. You didn't need to know.
Well, it's like
next year you're gonna have
all
to
you need
figure
is
out
like
the
a
theme,
tailored outfit that's tailored for you, and it has to be in a theme of black. But there were some people that stepped outside of that a little bit. Did you see Kim Kardashian's dress, by the way?
I did not.
Man, it was super tight. She couldn't even walk.
So dandyism sprung from the intersection of African and European style tradition. So it's a mix of those two.
Okay, the mix of the two. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Yep. So that's why, what was her name? Tiana Taylor was dressed up like Captain Morgan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It
Okay.
only took us 4 hours to understand the theme.
Yeah,
of the,
yeah.
the event
I mean,
last night.
the themes are very, very deep. My fault, Kyle.
no problem.
It's you people.
All good.
Give it back to the you people.
Yes. You did call the chat out and challenge them to come up with more creative lookalikes for you.
Yes.
I don't really think they reached the level that I would have hoped after you called them out.
So if the bar is Super Grover and Moldy Strawberry?
You did get, someone said you look like a fluffier Jimon Hansu. If you ever
Diamond Hansu?
Yeah, Diamond Hansu.
Fluffy. That's all right. No, I mean, it's okay. That means that whoever that person is thinks I'm attractive.
Well, I had
a
to look him
fluffier
up.
version.
I could see it a little bit.
Yeah.
There's the salt and pepper in the beard.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't have quite the beard that you do. So
Yeah.
people could step that up a little bit tomorrow. Now, you had referred to, while we were playing that draft audio from Howie, that there should be a beat that ass tax for making trades. And somebody wondered that if T.O. called in for your retirement show, he would have to charge us a beat that ass.
Oh, write that name down for the retirement show.
Oh, yeah,
That's
he'll
a good
probably
one.
call in. I mean, but that was so long ago. Ain't nobody got beef with T.O. anymore.
Well,
Yeah, but nothing ever dies on WIP.
Nothing ever dies.
You're not escaping that one.
And we still talk about the same stuff. I mean,
every day.
Yeah.
Last one here. So it's not often that Joe says something messy that sends the chat in a tizzy. But Joe mentioned Stephen A. running for president.
Which, again, might happen.
And the chat became a frenzy of people talking about not only Stephen A., but the current sitting president.
Got it.
And
First of all, let's
screwed a lot of things up.
Listen, we don't talk about that here, man.
No.
This is a safe space because we know some of y'all don't know how to have grown-up conversations, so we choose not to have those here.
Well,
so we just keep it to sports.
We can't always control what they're talking about in the YouTube chat, and that did happen. But I think my favorite part about that was that somebody broke in and was like, hold on, like, why are we talking about this? And someone's like, well, Hugh brought it up. So
that's ridiculous. So now they lying on somebody.
You got blamed for it.
See, this is why you can't, you can't. This is because some of y'all don't know how to be grown-ups in a situation like this. Y'all like to call people names and talk about stupid stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why we love you people. And that's why y'all need to stay y'all asses on YouTube.
For the record, and you're right, Hugh, this is a sports show. We keep it to this
Yeah.
subject.
Mhm.
But, I mean, Stephen A. running for president would be amazing content. I mean,
and see, since we're here now,
watching him in the debates would be awesome.
And the reason why we said that, Joe brought that up, and I said he's not gonna if he runs for president, he's not gonna call us back anymore. That's what I said. So y'all need to grow up.
Just like how Joe started the war in the chat, so I was like, this is Hugh's fault.
Well, but that happens sometimes the opposite way. When we agree on something that the majority doesn't like, they'll say to Hugh, like, you believe Giglio's starting stuff?
I can't believe
people don't pay.
you
That's
go
what I'm
work
saying. I've gotten to the point now. I can't even get worked up about anything that y'all say because I know y'all ain't listening to what's being said.
Well, you got bigger fish to fry.
You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out this Met Gala thing.
Your video game group also dumped you.
Oh yeah, my clan.
Oh, you got dumped by
my clan. No, today is. I told you this morning. Today is the reset. So I got to get they were asking me, am I playing today? And then I said, yeah. They were like, I'll play. And they was like, oh, that's cap. You haven't played in weeks. So I was like, okay, I'll play today.
You're abandoning your clan.
Yeah, I can't. You can't. Once you're in the clan, you can't abandon the clan.
Now, let me be clear. Hugh said that. Be totally crystal clear on that.
You can't abandon my clan with a C.
And that's enough of that talk. Andy in Westchester. What's up, Andy?
Good afternoon, guys.
What's up, Andy?
Just picturing you and the clan. What are we talking about?
My clan with a C.
Someone tuned in for the first time, like, oh my gosh. What did you say?
So, Hugh, once you finish the Book of Petty, that might be your in for the Met Gala.
Yeah, the clan. Oh, you mean the Book of Petty?
The ABCs of Petty.
You need help writing it. You got all of us, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure out the Book of Petty.
You know what? The ABCs of Petty that's clout right there.
Yeah, that would have to figure out. Didn't you just see my book? I just dropped it like the other day. Yeah, I'm gonna hit him with that.
Someone needs to write it. I think it's you.
Yeah, I'm gonna write it.
Well, so yeah, I think we're fine. We didn't need to bring in any more. What am I trying to say, Joe?
Veterans.
I think we're fine with who we brought in. Yeah, you can't bring in a vet like to try to be the leader because that's not organic. You need that to happen organically and hope that BG instilled enough of his wisdom for these guys to just take it over on their own. It's not, somebody's not going to decide to be the leader. Somebody's not waiting to be. You're just going to be, or you're not going to be.
Well, that's true. You can't teach that. It almost comes just naturally and organically. Andy, we appreciate our Hugh. Before we go, afternoon show next. Phillies back in action tonight in Tampa. They're playing in a minor league park this week against the Rays. We getting a win tonight?
Yes.
Guarantee it?
Yes. Bryce Harper's going to hit 2 of them things tonight.
You guaranteeing that?
Yes.
Wow. Dinger Tuesday. All right, everyone have a great day. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in Big Box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Roto-Rooter.
Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't... IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese.
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I'll bet you mom is the best gift giver in your life. She always gives the most thoughtful, meaningful gifts. And that wrapping, that ribbon curling, top notch, right? So give the moms in your life an Aura digital picture frame preloaded with decades of family photos. Aura Frames was named the best digital photo frame by Wirecutter, and it's easy to see why. There is unlimited storage, so you can add as many photos, videos, and funny memes as you can find. And it is so simple to set up. Just plug it in and share away. She will feel so close to you, and you'll cement your place as the best gift giver in the family. Win-win. Dudes, I'm telling you, the technology on this product is incredible. Mom will love it. Aura's got a great deal for Mother's Day, too. For a limited time, listeners can save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver mat frame. That's AURAFrames.com. Promo code ROAM. Support the station by mentioning us at checkout. Terms and conditions do apply.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Nikola Jokic was uncharacteristically selfish last night for the Nuggets, and that's probably why they won Game 1 against the heavily favored OKC Thunder. Last night, he realized he had the biggest mismatch and went to work. Now the adjustments come. Do the Thunder have an answer to slow down one of the greatest players in NBA history? We'll see. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, yeah, we're back. It's the worst day of the week on the WIP afternoon show. Elliot's fine. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, as Ike always says, Tuesday's worst day of the week. Ike, how you feeling on the worst day of the week?
I'm feeling pretty good, Brother Spike. Listen, I'm glad you're adopting that sort of
I'm
mantra.
I'm in.
But I will say this.
Okay.
Tuesdays being the worst day of the week excludes the fact that Elliot is on with us for an hour.
Well,
today.
or it depends on who you talk to.
Well, I'm just saying for me,
Yep, you love it.
it's what I look forward to.
You love
It's the only
Tuesdays
thing I
with
look
Elliot.
forward to on a Tuesday.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, we got that going on. No baseball last night. Great job yesterday, fellas, as we celebrated 5-5 day,
Yep.
BG Day.
BG Day.
No baseball last night, Mr. Baseball. Holla at your boy.
Baseball's back tonight.
Yeah, it's back
There
tonight.
we go.
World Series rematch.
20 years
Yeah,
ago.
yeah. Still counts. Count it.
Well, it's a rematch for them, though. They're going to get their revenge.
Man.
Yeah. They were the Devil Rays then, right?
No, that was
I think
first
they were
year.
the Rays, right?
First year they were the Rays.
Oh, first year they were the Rays.
Yeah.
Well, and real quick on BG Day, is May 5th forever now BG Day? Do we do this every year now? Is there BG Day every year? Does he own 5-5 now?
Be a good move by the city.
Yeah, good move by the station. Lakin, you listening, Lakin?
Well, are we doing BG Day again next year?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Every 5-5.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that. It's great. Yeah, maybe some other.
Well, I guess you don't love Brandon Graham like I do.
Brandon Graham.
Well, it doesn't seem like it. Big show, as Ike mentioned. Elliott Shore Parks will join us at 3. I do want to start with yesterday, which was a great day. Thank you to Doug Peterson, who joined us. We will replay that interview if you happen to miss it. It was a great time we had with Doug. We'll play that at 4:30. Nick Sirianni was great. Chris Long was great. The entire day was absolutely great. BG at the event, on the radio, everything was great. And we had a chance, and Brandon Graham, one of the couple players who won 2 Super Bowls with the Eagles. So we had a chance to talk about both, right? We had a chance to talk about the 17 Super Bowl, and we had a chance to talk about the 24 Super Bowl that they just won. And as we're talking about both of them, it just seems to me like the team in 17, this is not to downplay this year. It just seems like the team in 17 means more to people. Like there's something about not even just the Super Bowl, but the team in general. And it actually hit me when we were talking to Chris Long. And we're like, here's this guy, only here 2 years, but for some reason, people think about Chris Long as this like forever Eagle, beloved here. It only played here 2 years. And as we were talking to our guests, as we were talking to the callers, as we saw people at the event, it just seemed to me, and putting it in the framework of Brandon, that the 17 team means more to people than the 24 team does as of yet. I agree with it. I mean, for me, it's that too.
Means more?
The team means more.
Yeah.
Which one do you think? Which team means more to you?
Well, the win means more because it was the first win.
That is part of it. It's certainly part of it. Yep.
I'll start there with the win being more significant because it was the first Super Bowl for the city. But the team meaning more. Oh, man, it's a tough one. Man, it's like choosing between 2 kids.
Yep, and they're both straight A students.
Oh, man. I got 3 kids, and believe me, there is a pecking order, but I'll never say it. I'll never say it publicly. But I'm going to go with this year's team.
Really?
I think this team, I know because we're so close to it right now, and because of the way the game played out in such dominant fashion, it may not have the same sort of nostalgia that the first one had, right? And so you know how you move further away from that first one and you start to think back on it and you reminisce and what that was like. So you think more fondly of it.
Mm-hmm.
I get
as
it.
time passes.
I get
it.
I think eventually that's what this one will be because of how dominant the team was all year long, the level of talent on the team, the sustained power of the team, meaning that, no disrespect to the guys in 17, but that was just about it for the 2017. That Super Bowl team, it was that year. They never looked like that before then. They never looked like that after the Super Bowl. It is strictly that 2017 season that team is sort of remembered for. And as far as this one goes, the majority of these players were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Yep.
Right? And then you get the guys who weren't there who are added to this roster that actually won the title, and these are going to be fan favorites for a long time. Again, no disrespect to some of those guys on 17, and we know the core 4 plus Nick Foles will probably always be attached. Wentz, just by proximity, will be attached to that team, although not as beloved as those other players.
Doug,
obviously, as the head coach, he'll always be attached to that and be beloved. But I think this team is the one. I think this team is the one that we stick our chest out with and say, we're with those other great organizations. This was the Super Bowl that actually solidified us what we always thought we were supposed to be with the teams that won multiple championships. When Howie says, he said this a couple times, and it's not by mistake. He's mentioned, and I'm paraphrasing, about how The first one felt like it was luck. It was lightning in a bottle. It came out of nowhere, right? You did it. You broke the seal. You finally got one. This one solidifies it. This one says, no, it wasn't luck. We can do it again. This is who we are. We're a championship organization. So when I look at this team, this is the one where I'm more or less sticking my chest out, and I'm saying, yeah, you may have that team, your teams may have had those players, but this team right here, this 2024 Eagles team, I'll stack this roster up against a whole lot of other championship teams and feel good about it. So this is the one for me. This is the one that I felt like I grew with this team. I got a couple years invested into these players.
215-592-9494. On the heels of BG Day, which team means more to you, the 2017 team or the 2024 team? And I do think there is something about the fact that nothing happened before and nothing happened after that makes 17 a little more magical to me. You know, you can look at it one way. You can look at it lucky, or you can look at it as magic. I think for me, I think about those guys not doing like Corey Clement, you know, like LeGarrette Blount, like came from all different
Another
ways.
one of my favorites. Yeah,
but just like
good guys.
These guys seem like they seem like a movie to me in some way, which is why I think it means more to me. Jack, where are you on that?
Yeah, but I do think that I know right now, because it's a blowout, we're going to look at it like, the game wasn't too exciting is probably the wrong term, but you understand what I mean.
No, you're right. No, a lot of people, it was sort of a boring game after the second quarter.
Sure.
But I think like 10 years from now, we're going to be like, dude, we kicked the Chiefs' ass.
Right.
You know, like up and down the field, and it was really 40-6. But like,
that's going to be a show one day, by the way. Where
it was really
we plant our flag and we change the score.
Like
of
WIP needs to basically bully the NFL into changing the score.
We can do it.
40-22 with an asterisk.
We can do it.
You know
yes,
what I mean?
You should have an asterisk.
But it's still a 17 team. It just is. And I know that those guys aren't going to be as great of players, but that's almost what makes it cool. It's like those guys turn into folk heroes and all played above their, out of body experiences almost in a way. And I think the game did factor into why we feel about the team the way that we do. Last year's team just showed how dominant they were. I don't know if we'll ever see a more dominant team than last year's Eagles team, but I think the way in which that game played out, and Brady and Gronk and the up and down the field and the no defense and the needing hero plays, like I think the game also contributed to why the 17 team has a deeper connection.
215-592-9494. Which team means more to you, the 17 team or the 2024 Eagles Super Bowl team? Man, 2 Super Bowls. We do have a next.
Do you ever think we get to argue about that?
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, which Super Bowl is
which
better?
Super Bowl means most to you?
Dude, the 2015 Eagles fans would kill us right now. You're arguing over which Super Bowl team you like better. They would think they had died and gone to heaven, by the way.
Just asking questions.
Yeah, we do have a next question today. Speaking of questions, on 04 was the final episode of Friends. 54 million people watched the final episode of Friends.
Wow. Losers.
So for today, next question is going to the losers. Everybody watch that show.
Dude, Friends sucked.
No, it didn't. Don't
Yes,
be
it
one of
did.
those people that says now that it sucked. It didn't suck. It didn't suck.
Yeah, well.
04, you were 9 years old.
Dude, I was in 4th grade. Don't worry about it. I knew it sucked.
All right. So for next question today, call out, we'll talk about the birds, but also we're going to get a notable finale. So it can be great or it can be horrible. We'll just say notable finale. Can be TV, can be movies, can be sports, whatever it is. Jack, give us a notable finale.
Yeah, so I growing up, I watched Seinfeld sporadically. Like I knew a lot of the episodes, but never sat down and watched it start to finish. And all I ever heard was the finale was horrible, finale sucked, yada, yada, yada. So a couple years ago when it finally got on Netflix, me and Jill sat there and watched the entire series all the way through. I liked the finale.
I thought the Seinfeld finale was also good.
It was fine.
Yes.
It was how else did you want it? I don't know how you wanted it to end where you'd be happy with it. I thought it ended in a very Seinfeld way. I think the Seinfeld finale is a little overrated in how much people think it sucked.
So it's underrated
Yes.
in its appreciation.
It was fine.
Okay.
Fine finale.
Seinfeld, but I didn't expect that from Jack. Ike, a notable finale from you?
Notable finale. So many to choose from. I'm going to go with a disappointing one for me.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the ending of the Martin series.
I do not remember how Martin ended.
Yeah, Martin was the whole final season was damn near terrible.
Okay.
He and Gina, they had issues off Tisha Campbell, I should say.
Yep.
Off screen.
Yep.
To where they weren't even filming together. So they were filming separate That was
a couple.
terrible. Yes, it was a married couple.
Yeah.
That was never in the same
room.
scene.
Oh, wow.
With each other, and then they did this whole Martin's going out to California to be to try to be a TV host. That whole thing. It was just bad all the way around, man.
So notable in terms of it being bad. That Martin's
just
finale.
bad for a series that was so good throughout its entirety.
Sure.
Like for it to end the way that it ended, I thought it was just terrible.
So I'm going to go movies, and I'm going Saw X.
Saw X?
Yeah, so Saw, the horror franchise. And by the way, this shows our relationship. One of the first things my wife and I started doing, she loves the Saw movies. I had to catch up on all the Saw movies. And I actually don't do well. I like horror. I don't do well with gore. But I actually thought Saw X, the final Saw movie, was done very well. I thought it was a good way to wrap up the and actually they left it open, so I wonder if it's even going to be the final one. But it was supposed to be the final one. So I'm going Saw X as my notable finale.
Is that like the 10th one?
Yes.
Saw X?
Yes.
Oh, God. I remember watching the earlier Saw.
Dude,
they got all the way to 10.
Dude, they are a tough watch, man. If you don't like gore, I mean, I had to, in a couple of different movies, and one of the Saw ones, I get dizzy when it gets too gory.
Yeah.
I've had to walk out of theaters before.
Right.
And Saw is one that's, yes, Jack, it's happened twice. I've had to walk out of the theater.
Dizzy from watching a movie.
All the blood and all
Dead
of that.
Presidents. You remember the movie Dead Presidents?
Yeah.
I had to walk out of that because the war stuff in the beginning.
Wow.
And I had to walk out of Prometheus. Yeah, I'm a coward. What do you want out of me?
Yeah.
Clip that. 215-592-94.
He will.
Yes. 215-592-9494. Which Super Bowl team means more to you, 17 or 24? Next question today based on the Friends finale. Give us a notable finale. Oh, Aaron in Mount Airy. Bronny leads us off. Bronny, you're on WIP.
Yo, I was so ready to give y'all the change Steph Curry number 31 jokes, but he disappointed me. But it's all good. But listen.
Yes.
Like Spike, I gotta call you out right quick.
Oh no.
You just told Fritz, don't be that guy when he was talking about Friends. Yet 2 weeks ago, you were that guy when it came to The Wire, who everyone
Says a lot about you, honestly.
Yeah, who everyone universally would say is the greatest HBO show. It's not the greatest.
Well,
show ever created.
everyone universally doesn't say it's the greatest HBO show.
Well, what's over it?
The Sopranos?
The Sopranos, yeah.
Okay. One
and two, yeah, it's a debate there. Yes, it's a debate.
People that watch The Wire watch The Sopranos for the most part. People that watch The Sopranos watch The Wire.
Yep.
They came on. I think Sopranos started like 2 years prior. So like one came. So you watched them. Like okay, boom, boom, boom. But Oz started it all. So you went from Oz to The Sopranos to The Wire. So, but how are you like? The Friends is a sitcom. It's not even the greatest sitcom. It's maybe number 10 greatest sitcom. If that, I'm probably being generous. So it's like we're.
I don't need Jack, who never watched Friends, saying that Friends sucked because people on the internet don't like it now.
Suck.
Because people are like, oh, Ross was a bad guy. Like, stop it. It's not real. And
I didn't watch Friends, so
Yeah.
I don't even have a real opinion.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't watch Friends either. But look, I really feel more. But look, like my dad said when before the game, it's just gonna be me and him. But it wasn't just me and him. It was me, his wife, and my lady. Right, we was there. It was just small, but the one we lost 2 years prior, I had all my kids there. My sister was there. My other sister. It was a couple. He had a party, and we lost. So that's why he said we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do it in 2017. So I don't really pick either or, but 2017 ended so much suffering for me because of growing up with all these nut-ass Cowboys fans in my city, so that it got the stench off me, and so that we got 5, y'all got 0, it meant nothing to me. Because the ones I grew up with, bro, we were 9 and 10 the last time y'all won anything. I don't care. So majority of your life, y'all haven't won nothing. So 2017 meant everything to me. This past year, it just, like I said, solidify who we are. Because I truly anticipate going back to back. I don't see no team better than us in the NFL right now. So we're gonna become Patriots fans, if you ask me. We're gonna become spoiled. I truly believe that. Mm-hmm. So 2017, it just holds that special place in my heart, and we know why. Spike is always gonna love 2017 because because it's Nick Foles' agenda. So we
I don't have a Nick Foles agenda.
Wow, I mean,
I don't have a Nick Foles
easy.
agenda. What is my Nick Foles agenda? Aside from he's like
anti-Wentz.
The Philly special is the best. No, it's not.
Well, of course it is.
Of course it's not.
Of course it is.
The strip sack was the monumental play of that game.
Oh, you know what I love doing, Aaron? I love walking outside of the link and looking at the strip sack statue outside of it.
Come on,
What
makes no
should be a
sense.
statue there?
But there isn't.
We talk about pandering. That statue's pandering. We know the biggest player of that game. But the Philly statue is just like it's what's that word I call it? It's like damn, what's that word I'm thinking about?
Which one?
It gives people just, it just makes you feel good. I guess it is, because strip sack is like, we exhaled with the strip sack. We got elated with that.
Yes, and as Doug Peterson said yesterday, the strip sack led to a field goal, whereas the Philly special led to a touchdown.
No, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah. Come on, our backup quarterback catching a touchdown pass in the Super Bowl.
No. We use the backup term too loosely. He was a backup on that team, but he was a starter for many years in the NFL. We use the backup term a little too
Nick
loosely.
Foles was a what?
Oh, he was a starter.
I think he's a star.
No, he said starter.
Okay.
He was the backup on the team. Will we stop it? You LTB people, the LTBB people are insane.
But we act like he's Ty Detmer. We act like he's Coy Detmer. We act like he's my man Jay Fiedler. We act
He's
like
better than the average backup quarterback.
Sure, yeah, I guess.
Cause just what 4 years prior we was all 25-2. Like, come on, we go for
27-2. Get it right, yeah.
27-2. Oh, he's a backup quarterback. No, he was just a backup for that team. And we all in the 99% of the states other than Ike wanted him to be the starter the following year. So was he really a backup?
Yes, he was a backup. I can't believe that now it's Nick Foles erasure. Now he wasn't actually a backup.
He wasn't.
He didn't play well anywhere but
career.
here.
He's in the prime of his career.
He wasn't in the prime of his
Yes,
career.
he was.
No, he wasn't.
In 17?
He was not in the prime of his career.
He was 28.
Yeah.
29.
But it was not the prime of his career.
What would you say the prime of his career is supposed to be then?
The prime of his career was the chip year, the 27-2. That was the prime of his year. That was a
young Foles.
It was still his prime.
But he's still in his prime. It's like some washed up Joe Flacco coming in here.
He was a backup. He never had a good season with another team in the NFL.
That's true.
Come on,
Yeah, well,
you guys.
And another one of Spike's agenda.
Oh, here we go.
Is the best quarterback he ever saw was Mike Vick.
Yeah, ridiculous. Another.
Why is that an
ridiculous.
agenda? It's not an agenda.
You know that's not the best quarterback season you've ever seen.
That Eagles season I've ever seen? Absolutely it is.
It's better. It's not even close to Wentz in 17.
Not even close to Wentz.
Sure it is.
It's either Carson or McNabb in 04. Those are the two best quarterback seasons in Eagles history.
Yes.
I'm not going back to back in the day when you could throw 50 interceptions, no one cared. I don't care about that. No disrespect to Ray Diddy, but
All right.
it's either McNabb or Carson who has the two best quarterback seasons in Eagles history.
Not me. All right. Do you have a next question to answer, even though you started with Friends? Do you have a next question, a notable finale?
Notable to me, I like the finale of Breaking Bad. I thought it had a very, and a lot of people didn't like it, but I thought it had a very good finale, and it tied into Better Call Saul.
What was the show? Better Get Saul?
Better Call Saul.
Better Call Saul?
Yeah.
Which I believe is right up there with Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Better Call Saul is
Better Call Saul's boring.
I never did get into Better Call Saul.
Yeah, it's kind of boring. Thank you for the call, Aaron.
Yeah, I never did get into it.
We were talking about Breaking Bad when we were talking about next question beforehand. The real great episode of Breaking Bad was the next to last episode of Breaking Bad. I think most people. I think that one won an Emmy or something.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody loved the finale of Breaking Bad. I think they loved the episode before the finale.
The ending of the finale.
Yes, it was like the PS. It was like the postscript of the finale. All right, 215-592-9494 on the heels of BG Day, talking about which team means more to you, the 2017 team or 2024. The only reason I bring it up is because Brandon won both, and it seemed like most of what we were talking about yesterday was 17. Coming up next, Todd McShay, NFL draft expert. We had him on right before the draft, gave his sort of headlines of what he thought of the Eagles draft, and we respect Todd McShay's opinion, so we'll get to that next.
Todd. That's Mel Kiper.
Oh.
Ike fought the whole time we had Todd McShay on. He was fighting himself the entire time about
Just
saying,
to do Todd.
So true.
You'll hear from Tom McShay next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, golf season is back, which means I have to get my swing ready for the Surfside Invitational next week, May 13th at Ramblewood Country Club. Now, there's no better drink to enjoy on the golf course than a Surfside iced tea or lemonade plus vodka. Now, it's light, refreshing, and it's made with real premium vodka and real brewed tea. Tea, that is. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairways, and cheers to Surfside, the official canned cocktail of Philly sports. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Rays. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Deep left field, and that is gone. And Weston Wilson.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, hockey fans, ready for the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs? Get in on the action throughout hockey's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. Sign up or log in for odds boost tokens and more throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless NHL betting options, including new look same-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Follow the action and excitement for every goal and every game throughout the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs with BetMGM. Get ready for this season's fantastic finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center and get a $39.99 full synthetic oil change plus a free tire rotation, only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Restrictions apply. Offer ends May 31st. See store for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Elliot joins us at 3 for Tuesdays with Elliot. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jeweler. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. Ike, we have a few different Twitter questions, so I'm going to let you pick. Which one you want this time. We have which team means more to you, 17 or 24. Okay. We have did you like Friends? And which was the better QB season, Wentz in 17 or Vic in 2010? Which one? Wow. Which one do you want to do first? We'll spread them out through the show.
Yeah, let's go with the which team do you like more?
All right.
I'll go with that one first.
Which team means more to you, the 17 Eagles or last year's Eagles team? What do you think the vote is at?
I'm going to go with most people are, nostalgic, so they're going to go with 17. Yeah, 17. But they're misguided. They don't know any better. But it's probably 17. Let's go 67%.
This is 52%.
Ooh, closer than I thought.
It's very close. It's very close.
So I misjudged that a little bit. I thought there'd be more people there. So actually, a lot more people agree with me than I thought.
I wonder though too. Not saying it's not.
Come on.
No. Sometimes we have a different split in the people we talk to on the air,
of course,
than we do online.
Yes.
This. It feels like what we're going to get on phones today is a lot of 17.
Yes.
But online we'll
Not
get
truth tellers though.
Yeah. It's truth tellers on Twitter. That's what we got. Truth tellers. So we'll hear what Todd McShay thought of the Eagles draft in a moment. 215-592-9494. Reason we're talking about this is because of BG Day yesterday. BG won 2 Super Bowls, and it seems like people
Shout out to everybody too yesterday. That was awesome.
It was awesome.
Everybody that came out yesterday.
At Great American Pub, it was great.
It was awesome.
Colonial Theater, it was great. Yeah.
Great job.
Phoenixville's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, I would say I want to make it one of my new hanging spots, but I'd be lying.
Well, it's only 55 miles away from where we live,
exactly,
but it is beautiful.
It's a good spot.
So we're talking about both their teams. It seems like most people felt like the 17 team meant more. So that is the question today. Which Super Bowl team means more to you, the 17 team or this year's? And next question, based on the 21st anniversary of the Friends finale, give us a notable finale. It doesn't have to be TV. It can be TV, movies, sports, whatever it is. 215-592-9494. Chuck in Mount Airy. You're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Chuck?
What up, Chuck?
Breeze.
What up, Chuckster?
Hey, listen, man. I got to say 17 was special, right? I love that team. That team's dead on heart. But 22 and 24 kind of like go together. You know what I mean? Let me explain why.
Yeah,
right?
I kind of understand that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? We had unfinished business in 22, and it's ironic that fate had it whereas though we faced the same team, same quarterback, same coach who beat us 3 points. And we avenged that loss, miraculously.
Mm-hmm.
So that meant more to me than 17. And plus the guys that won this Super Bowl, these guys been with us since the first Super Bowl. They built up to this moment. And then to see them actually go out there and achieve greatness at the highest level with our starting quarterback, the coach on the hot seat before coming into the season. You don't know where he was going to be at. It was just more adversity with this team that they had to face to win a Super Bowl, which to me sticks out more to me. And it was the second one. So now I can brag about the multiples. Go ahead, Spike. I'm on that.
So Chuck, and look, everybody feels the way they feel. It's not a debate. It's more just like a question. When you say overcame more, I understand overcame the other Super Bowl, but when you look at the story, and I think one of the reasons that people love the 17 team so much is because of what they overcame. Not just, first of all, overcoming the loss of Carson Wentz, but also overcoming the loss of Jason Peters. Also,
lost at least 5 guys before we even got the Wentz.
Michael Kendricks, we lost that. So I think Sproles and the identity of that team was underdogs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was. They went from being, the best team in the league to a team that nobody believed in except for us. So I understand the overcoming thing, but I do think both teams had that just in really different ways.
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, they overcame injuries during the season. This team overcame a season in between that Super Bowl year and them winning the Super Bowl. That really put this franchise, on the hook. You know what I'm saying? Howie was on, being questioned. Nick was being questioned, and there was a lot of questions that needed to be answered. They came out and they answered them. You know what I mean? They went out, they made the moves that they needed to make to add to this team with Saquon Barkley, some of the draft picks that they did. They took a step back and took 2 steps forward. And when I say they overcame adversity, I'm not saying they overcame more than the 17 team or the 17 team overcame more than them. But it was 2 different ways that they overcame adversity. And when I say that they overcame adversity, I mean like the season that they had before the championship team.
And they even
the season was a lot of questions.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just gonna say, and me agreeing with Chuck, I think what this team had to overcome this past season, in some ways, can be viewed as more difficult than what the Eagles had to overcome because they sort of rallied around each other through injuries, right? Us against the world, that sort of thing. This team almost had to fight internally, and they had to fight outside noise about the coach and everything else. So that's a lot harder to overcome than injuries.
I think also.
Think about it. I'm sorry. Think about it, right? They had every game home. I believe they had, if I'm not mistaken, the Eagles had a bye week that 2017 year. This year we had 4 games. They were all at home.
Yep.
We had 4 games that we had to get through 4 pretty good opponents to get to where we need to go. So this was a more dominant team that I could just hang my hat on and say this team, just like you said, just with your chest out, and you can sit with those other teams that got multiple rings and they can't say nothing to you. Can't say it was a fluke or nothing because this was the most dominant team in football in 2024. And I just think that they mean more to me than the 17 team. I'm sorry. I do. And I love 17 team. That team is the first. But this team right here, man, they just dominate. And they showed that I think that it could be more sustainable. That's just my opinion.
Chuck,
Jokic had 42 yesterday, 42 and 22. That's a player, Spike. That's a player. Jokic, you see him yesterday?
Yes.
I saw.
Yes.
Well, I didn't. I went to bed, but I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Chuck, for next question, you want to give us a notable finale?
Notable finale. I'm going to say, Martin Lawrence. Martin Show.
That's a good one.
That's my guy. No, that's a good one, Chuck.
Yeah, that's a good one, Chuck.
Wonder we heard that one.
Always locked in. You
I did not know the Martin.
Didn't sound like he heard the show prior to.
No.
I never even heard anything about the Martin finale.
Yeah, I've heard about it twice in 35 minutes.
Didn't know it was, bad.
Yep. That's bad on us. Bad on us. As Chuck brings up what this team had to overcome, I do think
that matters.
Well, I do think I have, and I wonder if other people have too. we remember the things that happened in this season, but I don't know if in 2024, I don't know if we exactly feel them, because what we talk about when we talk about the 2024 season is the winning 16 out of 17 games.
Right.
Like that is.
We act like that's where the season
dominant.
started.
like the controversies that happened with this team, and by the way, not just early in the season, because the Jalen AJ thing was later. It was later in the season. Brandon was already hurt when that happened.
Yep.
So not only having the injury to AJ early, but the losses early, the controversy around Nick after the Browns game,
and going into the season.
Yeah, going into the season. The Jalen AJ stuff during the season. Like this team, if it was as dominant the whole time as we said it was, without any trouble, we would have had a boring year. And we did not have a boring year.
It was not a boring year.
We were fighting about this team every week. So for a team that won 16 out of 17 games, there was a lot of adversity within the season that I think, maybe one day when you see an hour documentary about the season, they'll also highlight those things because they were part of the team. I
agree.
And I think it's what made them, it's what sold me on Nick specifically, was his management, even though some of it was created by him.
Sure. No, I totally agree. I think we look at the 2017 team and it's that year, right? And we chronicled everything they went through, the injuries, and no one likes us. We don't care. And the underdog, that was awesome. The playoff home stretch that, other than the Falcons game, was obviously pretty much of a cakewalk. I look at this team, and they had to overcome a lot. I think they played a more difficult schedule, so they had tougher opponents they had to beat. And as great as that game was in the Super Bowl against Tom Brady, and it was a great game. It'll go down as one of the best Super Bowls ever, the back and forth and all of that. But when you're talking about sheer dominance, against one of the all-time greats, that's where I don't think people realize how good the team was. It's like, dude, we got in the Super Bowl and did that to Patrick Mahomes. Like, we survived Tom Brady.
Right.
Tom Brady still did his thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Like we went in there and dominated Patrick Mahomes to a point, Spike. I said this, I was thinking about this yesterday. I said, I haven't rewatched the game one time.
Right.
So the first time I see the Super Bowl again will be like the first time, because I don't remember a whole lot of the small details of the game.
Yeah.
I remember the highlight plays that we run. The game was so dominant, I wasn't necessarily locked in, hanging on tooth and nail to every play. You're almost just preparing, how are we going to celebrate this team afterwards? And we had to do that for a whole half.
I almost feel like I
we had to do
remember
that for a whole half.
I almost feel like I remember the idea of this game more than I remember the game itself.
I remember more of the week leading up to the game than I do the actual Super Bowl.
Absolutely. Yeah. We should do a rewatch.
I do
at some
have.
point.
I'm like, whenever we rewatch it, and I figure we'll do it at some point.
We got a whole summer.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, it'll be like the first time for me.
Yep. 215-592-9494. Which Super Bowl team means more to you? 17-24 coming off of BG Day yesterday. We will get to what Todd McShay said about how the Eagles did in the draft right after I tell you about Guida during window. So, I'm a customer serviceman. I judge a company a lot of times. The product is very important, but it's how they treat you. And Guida, the product is important, right? You're going to get energy efficient windows, going to make your house better, right? Your energy bills are going to go down. Your house value is going to go up. You're going to feel good about it. Same with the insulated entry door, the best doors, sliding patio door, whatever it is. But the process of getting from point A to point B, when you call 877-GO-GUIDA, or you go to GoGuida.com for a big project, they make you feel comfortable. They make you feel like they've got it handled, right? Whether it's the free in-home, estimate where they come out and they measure the windows, they tell you what's going to be best for your house. Whether it's the project, if Sam came out to my house, whether you're in the office with Ronnie and the rest of the crew, and they're telling you, here's how we're going to do it. Here are your options. Customer service is so important, and I'll get to the price in a second, but the process from Guida was awesome. Speaking of price, 20% off everything. Every window, every door, 20% off right off the top. And this big project, you're going to start with no money down. So no money out of your pocket. Keep your money in your pocket and no interest for up to 36 months. It's great. Every part of it is great. The offer is good for a limited time. There are restrictions. So what I want you to do is call 877-GO-GUIDA. Get your free, no-obligation in-home estimate or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. All right, Todd McShay, one of the foremost draft experts out there doing everything, working for The Ringer currently, has the Todd McShay Show. And here is what Todd McShay said about how the Eagles did in the NFL draft this year.
Yeah, this draft isn't going to be like, it may not turn out to be the best draft that Howie's ever had, but he knew coming in, and this is some of the best GMs knew this. This is not going to be a great class, but there's a lot of depth. Let's backlog it and get a lot of picks, and that's exactly what they did. He made a kind of a weird movement up one spot, 5, but he got Jihad Campbell, right, the linebacker, who there's some durability stuff, but you look, it's just value. Like every team I talk to is a top 12 player, but he has the injury stuff. I like Andrew Makuba a lot.
I don't like him there.
I thought it was slightly early, but he's a ball hawk and a guy who can go make.
So he plays strong safety for them at his size. I think that he's more of a nickel, and you have the best young nickel in the game in Cooper DeJean.
Smile Munden was in the 5th round, and he's going to be great covering kicks and working him in nickel and dime packages. I thought that Drew Kendall, like I talked to some teams, man. Drew Kendall, I was surprised. They think he has starting potential. Miles Hinton from Michigan, Eagles fans.
Called you after watching him. I was like, man, this kid can play a little bit.
You look at his traits. Now he is not a glass eater, as we like to call. You can develop that in him. But if that doesn't work out, we brought in Cameron Williams, who I didn't think would get to the 6th
Who
either.
played hurt last
Glass
year
eater.
and probably should have gone back because he was only, I think, a 1-year starter and he was banged up all year, but traits for days. Kyle McCord, what'd you think about that?
I only was against McCord when people were starting to talk like this could be the steal of the draft. They were talking to him about him like people should have been, and I was talking about Tyler Shuck. Like, but like in the 6th, sure. And Howie always takes a quarterback, and so like let's see what we can get out of him there.
Well, I think McShay's the analysis was garbage. He's a garbage analysis.
All based on the McCord.
Well, it's just like, why don't you chill out, Todd? Why don't you watch some of the film? Why don't you grind the tape like us draft guys do, us draftniks, and you'll see that Kyle McCord was the steal of the draft. Hey, look, I think he's sort of at a spot where he is saying because it's deep, it's sort of like deep mid, right? Like it is a deep draft in pretty good players. So what they did was they said, well, we'll get as many as we can
and hit on
fewer of them.
If we hit on 5 of them, fine.
Yes. What I'm going to just off of him talking about trading up one spot to get Jihad Campbell, I'm going to put out a little nugget for the Eagles Insider of the Year candidates out there. I'm going to a bounty. We did this at some point. I need to know who they were trying to move up for earlier. When they're trying to move up it to 22.
Oh, you don't believe it was Campbell?
No, I think they're lying. I don't believe it was Campbell. They're always going to say that's what it was.
Yeah.
So I guess since they
be a DN, right? Or was it an old lineman?
What's his name? Starks was up there too.
Oh, yeah.
He went 24.
You know what it was? You're right. He did. Yeah.
He went 24.
Yeah.
So and
I wonder if it was Starks.
And the Ravens know how to draft defense, obviously. So
I wonder if it was Starks.
So that is what I'm putting out there. And because all of the Eagles Insider candidates just blew the draft terribly. I mean, just nobody mentioned Jihad Campbell, not one of them. And then immediately after the draft, they're all saying what a great pick it was. It's like, oh, we didn't think we'd be there. It was like, oh, you didn't even watch the tape. Stop it. You didn't think it would be there. Stop. Get better info next time. I need somebody to find out who they were trying to trade up to get. That's all. That's all I want.
I feel you. Makuba, how you pronounce his last name?
Makuba, but he said, Andrew, he goes by Drew. So it's Drew Makuba.
Hold on.
That's going to be hard to say.
We went through this with Slay.
Yep.
Telling us what they're calling. So he wants to be called Drew.
He goes by Drew, he says.
All right.
Yep.
Drew Makuba.
Drew Makuba.
All right, Drew.
Yeah.
Makuba. Lighting the bridges. $185. That's kind of small to be a safety, but okay, we'll see what he can do.
Yep.
We'll see what he can do. I like the smile Munden.
Yes.
It reminds me of myself.
I was thinking
there
the
it is.
same thing.
There it
Two
is.
big programs.
Hey, what is he, 6'2"? 200 pounds? 200 pounds. 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 200 po 225.
Flies around on special teams.
Yeah, special teams.
hey.
Could be a third down guy. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of myself.
There you go.
So therefore, I'm already in on him.
Okay. Because he reminds you of you.
Smile.
That's why I like Kyle McCord.
Yeah.
White guy went to Syracuse. Reminds me of me.
Reminds me of you.
Yep.
There you go. Other than that, I'm not really sure what the hell we got in the draft.
Yeah, like
I don't really know what we got.
Baldy telling us that Ty Robinson is better than.
I do like Ty Robinson, but better than Milton Williams. Okay.
It's like, come on.
He might be.
He might be, I guess. But if we had kept Milton Williams was like the Eagles' find of the decade until he left, and he became. It's like
we're gonna replace Milton Williams.
He was the highest paid defensive free agent in football.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean he's good, but
No, he was good. No, we watched him. He was good. Listen, if Ty Robinson I'll take Ty Robinson being as good as Milton Williams.
Seems like it would
be better.
It seems like it would be a pretty big hit.
Yes.
215-592-9494. John in Oxford, you're on WIP. What's up, John?
My guys, what's going on, Spike? What's going on, Ike? What's going on?
What's up, John?
What's up, John? Say hi to Jack.
So, I already said hi to Jack.
Okay, fair enough.
But again, no one hears that.
Well,
I need recognition.
Jack, enough.
Yeah. Jack, I love you. I respect you, brother. I mean, I'm Philly heart and heart, man.
All right.
Catherine Street, just for argument's sake.
Okay.
Anyway, I hear you both sides. 17. The reason why is a couple reasons. That was a hell of a season for us to get in there. And when we did get in there, they dialed up a game that you can't even dream of.
You're talking about the 17 team.
17 team, yep.
Yeah.
And then you had a quarterback.
Offensively, yeah. Defensively, left a little to be desired, aside from BG's.
I don't know what Jim Schwartz was doing that day.
Yeah. Thank God Brady dropped that pass, by the way. Yeah.
That's right. So other teams had to lose for us to get in. We got in, and then we dialed up a game that was, just as good as a Philly special, man. So going into halftime, how did you feel about that?
I felt good going into halftime of that game. Although I still said to myself, we got a whole half with Tom Brady still to go, so I didn't feel completely comfortable about it. But I felt good. That was a good game. That was because you remember the year before was the Patriots. They came back from the 28-3 game.
Yeah, was it? Yes, that was the year before. Yeah.
So I couldn't feel completely comfortable about the game.
Right. Yeah, I mean it was Tom Brady and Bill Belichick on the other side. I think for me there was something about, but after the Patrick Robinson interception, I just didn't think they could lose any games. I felt like as good as the Patriots were, and as much as we were underdogs in Minneapolis, felt like every Eagles fan was sure we were going to win.
It felt like our time.
It really did.
It did.
It felt like it was snowballing.
Yep. I agree.
John, do you have a notable finale for us?
I do. We thought about this long and hard. There's a lot of haymakers, but I'm going to take Sons of Anarchy with Kurt Sutter.
I never watched Sons of Anarchy. Yeah. It was a
brilliant. It was a brilliant little show.
It was a motorcycle gang show, right?
Oh, sounds right up my alley.
Yeah.
It went for 4 seasons, but the ending, the way they tied it together, with Chick Trackus, was brilliant.
Huh?
And Married from Children, she was in it too.
Who?
Oh, Peggy Bundy.
Peggy Bundy was in it?
Or Kristen Applegate. Which one?
No, Peggy Bundy.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's a real name now.
I don't even know her real name.
No, neither do I. Thank you for the call, John.
I don't think I remember her real name.
No, I don't. I certainly don't. Was she ever in anything else? I guess she was in Sons of Anarchy.
What the hell was Christina Applegate's name?
Christina Applegate.
No.
In the show.
Yes.
She was. Oh my God. Well, she was Kelly.
Kelly Bundy.
She was Kelly. Yeah,
I couldn't think of the name. Yeah.
Yeah. It was so. It felt so obvious. I felt like I was saying something wrong.
No,
Peggy
Bundy
was a mom. Bud was a kid. Kelly was a kid.
Katie Seagal is her real
Katie
name.
Seagal. That's what it is. Yes, Katie Seagal.
Was she up your alley?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I was in on Peg. Man.
Yeah.
I was in on Peg, man. I was.
I felt like that might be the case. Man,
I thought I was Al Bundy for a while.
Yeah.
Like for some reason, I even though I was younger at that time, I wasn't even married with children. I was young.
Yep.
something about him being the high school football star and that whole thing, and he's a shoe salesman.
Yep.
Never really got a good break. I don't know. He was like a hero.
Well, I mean, we kind of have our own Al Bundy here as the third name.
A lot of comparisons.
Yeah, a lot of Al Bundy here.
Okay.
Yep.
2012 first team all Chestnut.
There it is.
you go.
There it is.
There you go.
Yep.
We have a lot to fight with. We're talking about the 17 team versus the 24 team, and which team means more to you. 215-592-9494. Have a lot to argue with Elliot about. Coming up next.
Oh, God.
We have to argue with
But
Elliot.
there's nothing even on the dot. What do you have to argue with him about?
What? There's always
Perfectly
stuff.
happy.
Hold on.
Nice
Take a
time
guess.
right
Let's
now.
take a guess. Which team is he?
Last year's team. Nick Sirianni.
Oh, yeah, because he's so Eagles up right now. It'll be 24.
Nauseating.
Oh, my God.
He's going to make us hate the 2014. There's no doubt about it.
Yep. I mean, the mount, we'll hear the worm talking. It was Howie's masterpiece.
A real franchise quarterback won it.
Yeah.
Right.
Second best quarterback in the league.
We did have him on Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Wrongly. Should not be on Mount Rushmore.
Psychotic.
Yes.
More deserving of being on their team's Mount Rushmore. Quick question, not to derail the segment. I'm very sorry. But Bryce or Jalen?
Oh.
Ooh.
It's Jalen.
It's probably Jalen.
Yeah, it's Jalen. And I'm like, I wanted to say Bryce, but I have no way to back it up.
Bryce is probably closer to being on his Mount Rushmore.
Jalen gets way off the Mount
now that I'm
Rushmore.
thinking about it, Bryce is probably closer to being on the Phillies Mount Rushmore than Jalen is to being on the Eagles Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, it would be hard to argue Bryce over Jalen at this point for Mount Rushmore. Now, when we get to
Who's
top
been
11.
the better player? I would say Bryce has been the better individual player.
100%.
Right. That would be my argument. Yes.
And won an actual MVP, not a runner-up MVP.
But no one remembers that he won MVP.
Yes. Well, again.
Nobody.
Yes.
Even I tweet the MVP thing, and I don't even remember him winning the MVP.
MVP, yeah.
What was his notable moment that year?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
All right.
What was it?
Elliot, I have no idea.
This comeback against the Cubs. That's when he sealed it.
Is that the one? Yeah, with the Grand Slam.
No, that was his first year.
All right.
See?
Yes. Elliot joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. So when you're in the market, and I bet sometimes you're thinking you want a brand new car and you just don't feel like dealing with the hassle. Right. And you're worried about maybe what your trade-in's worth. You're worried about the price of the car. Maybe you're worried about financing. That's why Colonial Hyundai is perfect. Because whatever the trouble you think you're going to have is, the cars are John Ashdale, the staff at Colonial, they're going to make that trouble go away. So doesn't matter which Hyundai you want, because they've got hundreds of them on the lot. They've got Palisades, they've got Konas, they've got Tucsons, they got Ioniq 6s, Ioniq 5s, whatever it is. Whatever that hassle you thought was going to be there is going to be gone. Whether it's the price of the car, because they've got several that could be in your budget, whether it is the financing, which they can get to as low as 0%, and if you've got credit troubles, they're going to help you out on that too. Whether it's your trade, which is going to give you more for than anybody else, Colonial Hyundai is going to make the whole process streamlined, faster, better, easier. If you're going to wait, don't wait at Colonial. Online, 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Tennis elbow, griller's back, walker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Dog walker's knee, ping pong wrist, dishwasher's elbow.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 120 providers, over 20 PT rehab facilities, and more than 25 surgical centers all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Hey everybody, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers, featuring Skechers' new Contour Foam, a soft, cushy footbed that shapes your foot when you walk, softening every step.
Best of all, they have slip-in technology so I can just step in and go with no bending down and no touching my shoes. Once I start walking, this is like Contour Foam is hugging my foot, and normally I don't like hugs, but when it's my Cozy Fit's doing it, I'm all in. Hug away, shoes. Hug away!
You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold. Nice spot, Howie. Give me a hug. Give me a hug, baby.
Oh, I'm being hugged.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's your good boy? Oh, who's your? Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by Fisher Investments. Up until Saturday, in the 100-plus year history of the NHL, there had been 3 multi-goal third-period comebacks in a Game 7. And then last weekend gave us 2 in as many nights. Saturday, the Stars over the Avalanche. Sunday, the Jets over the Blues. Dallas, by the way, the only one of the 5 to win in regulation. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
For like a half an hour there, I was watching our screen up here. I was giving all this credit to Justin over there. If Justin had us off of YouTube, maybe it was just our screen.
He says no.
We were not down, so it's just our screen up here.
Yeah.
All right. I got my eye on you,
Yeah,
Justin.
it's terrible.
You know,
It's not a fun spot to be in.
Your mic's not on. There you go. Oh, I can't hear Elliot. Oh, there you go.
Wrong mic.
Well, that was a great moment. No. No.
Now is it?
There it is.
There we
Justin, could you clip that video part?
Yeah. Well, I don't know who hid the mic all the way over there.
Oh, yeah, it was
So now
hidden.
we're
It was
hiding
hidden.
mics.
Okay,
Yeah,
Howard.
Yeah, I think it was the Reggie White family. Just
Hello, Elliot.
What's
up? You must have enjoyed BG Day yesterday.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it couldn't have gone better for BG. It was cool seeing all the people lined up. It was a huge crowd. Ike was saying this as we were walking from the Great American Pub to Colonial. It was like we took over the little town.
Yes. Well, Phoenixville.
Awesome.
Awesome town.
Yeah.
Wish it wasn't so far away.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like the little street there with all the bars, like
Yep.
it's a lot
Everybody
of
having
fun.
a great time. So the reason this came up, Elliot, the 17 team versus 24, was because BG was on both teams.
Yes.
And it felt like most of the reminiscing yesterday was about 17 and not 24. So the question just became, what team means more to you? And like for me it's 17, but it also felt like for everybody else it was 17 as well. How do you?
I mean, it's a great question. It's one I've been thinking about. I was listening to you guys on the way in, and I think there's like the personal side for me, and then just like maybe how I would view it more as like a media member. So the personal one for me would be, it is just a truth that the fact I got to experience this Super Bowl with WIP as opposed to 17 I didn't does make it more special to me.
Oh, I forgot that you weren't with
Yeah, I
us
got
at that
hired
one.
after 17.
Yep.
So for me, like the experience, it just felt much more like connected to it.
Can
and
you
the
frame
fans-
it? Can you frame it the way it actually happened? Just say you didn't hire me till after 17. Can you say it
Correct,
that
yeah,
way?
yeah.
And
I
so-
didn't come
okay.
here until 17. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Sorry.
So there is that component to it. But I also think like in 30 years, I'll probably look back and remember the 24 season more than 17. Like obviously 17 is the first one and you never forget like the first time. But 24, I just think about like Brazil, the White House, being in New Orleans for a week with everybody, the way Eagles fans took that over. And then also, I think the 24 team is going to be remembered for me for two reasons. One, they're just the better team. Like we will remember them as a dominant, great team. And I think there'll be more great Eagles from this team than there was the 17 team during the collapse in 23. And like to actually win it in 24, I mean, the Phillies are seeing this now. Like when you miss your chance, it is so hard to get another chance. And so while 17 was underdogs and like the masks, 24 was a bigger accomplishment in terms of overcoming odds than 17 was.
So, losing your starting quarterback and winning the Super Bowl when the
It's
starting
definitely special,
quarterback,
for sure.
when the starting quarterback is an MVP candidate and MVP leader at the time, is pretty tough. The thing that you said in that you always say one thing that I'm like, oh man, when you said
Excited to hear what it was.
Well, when you're saying this year's team was more surprising to you than the 17 team, that's psychotic. Nobody, at least this year's team was in the Super Bowl 2 years ago and was good the year before. They fell apart and they had all of those same players. The 17 team was like out of nowhere.
Right,
It was,
but
we weren't good in 16.
Yeah.
But I think that the 24 team, it was so much harder to win it. So for me, the fact that they accomplished it was more surprising. Like 17, once we saw there was something special happening, and I agree the specialness came out of nowhere. Frankly, even the beginning of the season came out of nowhere. Like they weren't supposed to be 11-2 or whatever they were with Carson. But that was like a fresh team. Like there's been special teams before. We've all seen teams in all the leagues have special seasons, right? So it was cool and it was special and it was unexpected. But 24 was like the adversity they had to, like the things, pushing that ball up the hill was so much harder than the 17 team. Like the failures they'd been through, the scrutiny. I mean, 17, had they lost the Super Bowl, it wouldn't have been the end of the world.
That's
we
for
would
sure.
have been happy they just got there.
Right.
Yep.
It would have been, well, Carson will be healthy in 18. Like, that
the same way
Falcons
that
win
we
was
were
great.
in 22.
Yes,
By the way.
exactly.
Yeah.
But had the Eagles like not made the Super Bowl, had like they lost the Super Bowl, I mean that might legit be it for this team. So for me, I'll remember that more. I'll remember that journey and them like doing and them overcoming everything. I mean, they were at legit rock bottom, like rock bottom with the collapse, Nick shaving his head 2-2, the loss at Tampa. And to go from that to now we're talking about the greatest team we might ever see, like that's pretty unbelievable.
I think sometimes we take the end result and we let that sort of paint a brush over the entire journey as if that's what it was like. The end result, the season was not like what that Super Bowl was.
No, it's just what we were talking about. Yeah,
where they just dominated every team. And Elliott's point about pushing the rock uphill, while Saquon was absolutely exciting every week, we didn't blow out teams every week. You know, we had tight games where we had to pull it out late in the game. And so I don't know. I just feel like when I think about the 17 team, it seemed like when they got rolling, they steamrolled a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Like they got the rolling real good. It's like after week 5 or 6, maybe after the Carolina game, they just started steamrolling everybody until Wentz.
Talk about 17 now.
Yeah, the 17
the Carolina game on Thursday
Yeah.
night. And after that, they beat like the Bears, the
Yeah.
Cardinals, and they
And I feel like the 24 team, they went on a 16 out of 17 stretch, but it wasn't a dominant stretch where you just blew out every team. There were still some pitfalls in there that we had to overcome. And not to mention the internal stuff. That's
what I was going to say. So, like, going into the playoffs in 17, they had the bad outing against the Raiders, which was not good. And obviously, it was like, can Foles do it? We were talking about with this team, like, are they going to have to trade Jalen or AJ? Like, are they going to have to fire Nick? Like,
Who came up with that question?
Brandon Graham.
Oh. Well, no, he.
Oh, no, I was kidding.
Yeah, he didn't come up
Media
with that
member
question.
Brandon Graham.
We
did,
ignored that all BG day, except like 3 minutes during our show.
Yeah. Well, he talked about it with you. I don't know if you heard that.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
I
he
didn't.
did, yeah.
Okay.
But regardless, I just think to what I just said, like, we view it now because they won those final 2 games by 50-plus points. And I know the 17 team was underdogs, but, like, man, this team was not supposed to do this.
Yep.
So
215-592-9494. Shy and Cherry Hill, you're on WIP. What's up, Shy?
What's up? What's going on?
Hey, Shy.
What's up, Shy?
I just got back from my long drive and scrolling on TikTok, and I know we're not talking about the Phillies, but I just want to say, Bryce Harper, get off the green and get in the batting cage. We really
With
need
you
to-
on that.
There it is.
get
With
off
you
the
on that.
TikTok.
Yeah. No, he was golfing yesterday.
Oh, man.
Well, he made a TikTok of it.
Yeah.
Mr.
He thinks I'm
TikTok.
the fun police. He thinks I'm the fun police and thinks I don't know how to have fun. That's just not true.
There's time for fun.
Anyway,
There's time for work. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to golf later. And I told Jack, I'm a better golfer than Bryce Harper is. I'm not a better hitter. I'm
Wow.
a better golfer.
If Bryce is listening, we might have to set this up.
Yeah.
I hope you're listening. Anyway.
That'd be a big win for Shy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a huge win.
The new shirt, yeah.
Anyways, regarding the 2 teams, people say there's nothing like your first kid. I have no idea. I don't have kids. I'll put it in this way. There's nothing like the first Super Bowl win. And that team was special. I mean, I'm a little biased. I have a huge painting of, like, the parade, and it shows, like, Bo Allen and Chris Long and Jason Peters and all that. Very cool painting. But to me, there's nothing like the first one. We were supposed to be there, but were we? Like, were we supposed to be there in 2017? We weren't supposed to be there this year, but I mean, that whole underdog thing just it has a place in my heart.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's really it.
Preseason, there's no doubt that team was a longer shot to win the Super Bowl than this team was. Preseason, for sure.
But remember, Doug said it was the best roster he's ever had.
Yes,
Everyone
and we all
laughed
laughed at him.
Yeah.
He said it was better than the Packers roster that won the Super Bowl. There's the first part of it, and I think that the crux of it is, do you think the one and doneness of that team, does it make it more special, or does this team more special because these guys are here now? And I think one thing that will determine how this Super Bowl is remembered is what these guys do for the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Because if this is the beginning of something, like where they win again and they give us, then this, I think, grows. If it isn't, I think if this is sort of like a one and done, and I can't imagine it would be, but if it is,
I mean, it very well might be. It's like really hard to get back to the Super Bowl.
well, but just like as a team, I mean, you know what I mean? Like
I have no doubt in my mind that we'll go back to back. I don't want to jinx anything, obviously, but
no doubt.
I mean, the chances they go back to back are extremely slim. Let's just be honest.
I like it though.
I mean,
I think the odds are in our favor. And if they do win next year, then I'll change my mind. This will probably end up being my favorite team.
All right.
I mean,
Shy, you got a notable finale for next question today?
I'm surprised it hasn't been said. The Sopranos.
Yeah,
I mean,
certainly notable.
When you first watch the ending, you're like, what the hell? And then you like start to realize like, okay, maybe I don't want to give anything away because I don't know who's watching.
It's 30 years old.
I respect that though. I agree. It's past the deadline at this point.
It's
but
way past
I
the
respect
spoiler
the
deadline.
thoughtfulness
I haven't
of-
even watched one episode of The Sopranos, and I know how it ends.
Yeah, I've seen the ending scene too.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Yeah.
The Wire, extremely overrated.
Thank you.
Oh, that show sucks.
Thank you,
No,
Shy.
hold
It's
on.
Sucks is
boring.
strong. That's strong.
Boring.
Oh, no.
Shy's like
Boring.
20 years old.
Who
okay?
cares? What do you
Oh, when
can't
he
be.
says it, it's fine.
Oh, if he's 20, that definitely matters. I didn't realize his
Boring.
age.
Jack's 23 or whatever the hell he
31.
is. Yeah, all right.
Friends sucked. I'm sorry you loved it so much.
I didn't love it. Everybody loved it.
I mean, Friends
That's not
was a great
true.
show.
Yeah.
Friends versus Seinfeld is a huge debate.
At the time, but everybody watched both.
Well, because you had nothing else to do because you guys were losers.
I'm glad I didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it live. I don't think. I feel like I was too young for that.
No, you were not too young.
When Friends was live,
It ended in 04. It was
Yeah, so I
20
was
years
like-
ago. You were 20. You were 17.
04? Yeah, I was
You were in your
17. I
30s
don't.
in 2004,
You weren't watching
Elliot.
TV as a
No, but
teenager.
would you
What are
say?
you?
Would you say I was the target demographic at 17 for
I would
like?
say, yeah.
I don't think for Friends.
You watched Sex in the City.
Not when I was 17.
Dude, teenagers were watching Friends.
You think the target demographic of Friends?
I didn't say it was the target, but
That's
I'm
what
saying teenagers were watching that show.
Yeah, somewhere. I was not.
Okay. Now, so for the Twitter question here, I'm going to bring up yesterday's because this is a point of contention. Elliot, I want to see if you've come to your senses. So the Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jeweler. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. Question was, what is, quote, the play of this past Super Bowl?
Yeah, oh yeah.
69.5% say the Cooper DeJean pick six.
I disagree. I don't know what you want me to say.
All
I
right.
see the dagger way more online. It has a way cooler name. The Cooper Pick Six is a fine name, but that's more of a description than a name.
They should just call that the dagger.
And yeah, but it's not.
But
Because
it
you want to know
was.
why?
It was
The dagger is the dagger. The team itself. The sideline said, and the clip of Nick, if we make this, it's over. They did not view it as over until that dagger. We can think it was over, that whatever. The team itself views that as the dagger.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it the play of the game.
Yeah, I think it
the
does.
defining play of the game. It's hold on.
The pick six is a cool play for sure. It's an
Cool
awesome play. Yeah,
It's a pick six in a Super Bowl.
it's amazing. I agree. The dagger.
We've seen underthrown
Hold on,
touchdown
man.
passes.
Let me ask
It
you
wasn't underthrown.
Let me ask you this.
Slightly.
Let me ask you
It
this.
really wasn't.
Slightly.
When you think about this Super Bowl, what is the overwhelming thought with the game for you?
So I would say dominance, and then I would say defense.
Dominance by
The defense. The defense, for sure.
When I think about this Super Bowl, I'm thinking about how dominant the defense was in this game. And what is the best representation of the defense? Unless you have a huge sack play that led to it led to a fumble and they scored a touchdown.
I was about to go there with you. So I was saying the BG play is viewed as the signature play from the Super Bowl, and the defense wasn't great in that game. So I get your point. That look, I think the true MVP of that game, if you could get, was like the defensive side of the ball, right?
The BG strip sack is not the signature play of the Super Bowl. It's the biggest play in that
I
Super
think
Bowl.
it's-
No, the signature play or the defining moment is the Philly special.
The Philly special, to me, it's actually a perfect analogy. Like the Philly special and the Cooper pick six are like the Philly special is probably viewed as the bigger play. The BG play is the play that ended the game.
I agree.
And the
Yes.
dagger is the play that ended the game.
No.
You should talk to Nick Sirianni about this. I don't know what to
I
tell
don't
you.
want to talk to Nick Sirianni
Why?
about it.
He's the one that
No,
said it was
his
the dagger.
perspective is off. He's in the middle of it.
Exactly.
Whatever it is.
He's the one in the middle of it feeling it. They did not feel
They're
it was
never
over.
going to admit that they knew the game was over.
He wasn't on a mic, like a public mic there. He was being mic'd up. But
Yeah, he was being a coach. They knew the game was over at that point. I mean, like, if you're talking about big plays in the game, and you love to bring up that everybody thinks that Reggie is a Packer outside of Philly, therefore he is a Packer.
Yeah.
While everybody outside of Philly thinks the Philly special is the definitive play of that game, therefore
And
it is.
I think that's probably closer than this one. Like the dagger is I see way more of it online, which you can say that's just what I see, but it is what I see. It also included the Super Bowl MVP, so like that seems noteworthy to me that the player that won Super Bowl MVP was involved in the play. And it was the play that ended the game, and it has a cooler name.
Well, Tom Brady also won the Super Bowl MVP in the game against Kansas City where his defense clearly was the reason why they won the game.
Right. You can't give it. You can't give it to the whole side of the ball. I agree with you.
All of that. So they gave it to Brady because they had to give it to somebody over there.
But the difference is Jalen was outstanding in that game.
Oh, no, I'm not saying he didn't.
No, I know.
But the defense is what won the game.
So,
they were the dominating.
Let me push back on this a little bit.
Hold on, the defense wasn't the more dominating side of the football?
The offense was also outstanding. The defense, I agree with you. Like, I would put it ahead of the offense. The offense was they scored.
Jalen threw
I didn't say
for
that
200
the
yards.
Was bad.
They were both great. Is my point. The defense was better.
The defense's credit.
I'm giving the defense credit, but I think
it was the number one defense in the league, by the way.
No, I agree. The defense was outstanding, but the offense also could have won a shootout that game. Like, the offense was also outstanding.
You know why they didn't have to win a shootout?
Because the defense was great. But also the defense, the defense also was not playing in a close game because the offense kept scoring. So, like, the defense benefited from that as well. The offense had one turnover. Outside of that, they were very smart with the ball. So, like, the defense was also helped by the offense. That's the point I'm making.
I don't know where the offense helped the defense other than doing their job by scoring.
The Chiefs were shell-shocked because of the defense.
I agree with you, but
the defense scored 7 points, and they got an interception that helped get another 7 points. That's 14 for the defense right there.
The defense was outstanding. I'm not diminishing them at all, but the offense was also outstanding, and the Super Bowl MVP was on that side of the ball. So when I think about the signature play,
he's probably the third best player in the game. You may go Josh Sweat.
Josh Sweat was the best player of the game.
Josh Sweat had a way easier job than Jalen that day. Let's just be real. Well, that's what I'm saying. Right. So Josh had a great game, but Jalen had to manage the entire offensive side of the ball.
He did.
He was out.
I'm not saying he didn't play a great game. I'm not saying he didn't deserve the MVP.
Right.
I'm just saying when I think about that game, I think about how dominant that defense was. And it's no slight to Jalen. He did what he needed to do on that side. But the defense is sort of the feeling I get coming out of that Super Bowl. So, that, man, this was a dominating performance by the defense.
Held Patrick Mahomes to 6 points until the garbage.
They were outstanding. I completely agree with you. And I do think that you're right. The defense is probably like the thing people remember. But also, Jalen's a huge storyline in that game, too. Like, winning his first Super Bowl, like, coming off of losing the other one, playing outstanding in that game. So, they didn't win the game 27-4. Like, they scored a ton of points.
Why do you score 4 in a football game?
I just made that up. Yeah, it made no sense. Yeah.
Why was it so notable that he played outstanding in that game?
Two safeties. Yeah.
Why was it so notable that he played outstanding in that game? He played outstanding the whole year, right? There was no.
Yeah, but it was notable because it should have silenced all of his critics.
Ups and downs.
But there's 2 here that still won't give him credit, calling the dagger underthrown.
Well, it was slightly
underthrown.
It
was not underthrown.
It was slightly underthrown.
No, it was
the Barkley pass was underthrown. That one was definitely
that
cost me a parlay.
Yeah.
And the Dotson ball.
That Barkley one cost me a parlay. I still remember that.
215-592-9494.
Saquon touchdown.
Yeah. OG Wade, you're on
One
WIP.
of his few mistakes.
What's up, OG?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gee, you must have got it. Would you get like a dog whistle out there?
I was about to say, the Jalen talks.
The bat signal?
Yeah, because this is a moment, Ike, that me and you are going to have it out right now. Because I think you're going a little too overboard with this Bryce Harper being better than Jalen. I don't remember.
As an individual player, he has been.
So let me land this damn plane now. All right? Because I don't remember a moment where Bryce Harper came up big in a big moment.
Are you kidding me? Are you? He has maybe the most memorable play of the past 10 years in the city. Yeah.
Right. In the World Series, where he tried to hit the ball at the warning track.
That wasn't it. No,
right.
talk.
How about to get to the World Series?
Yeah.
Hold on. Because Jalen, not in my opinion, factually, outperformed Mahomes in the first Super Bowl.
I agree with you.
In all the playoff games this past year, he especially against the Redskins.
Not all the playoff games.
Yeah, hold on.
Not all of them.
Not
all of them. Not all of them. Half of them.
Not only was he the
half
best
of them.
player,
Well, half of them.
On the field, he was also the best running back on the field in this past Super Bowl.
All right.
He outreached,
no, he wasn't. He wasn't the best running back on the field.
Who, Jalen?
Yeah.
70 yards rushing,
because the other team had 5 guys specifically, focused on stopping on Saquon.
No, you're missing the point. With Jalen's ability to run the ball, that means that the defense don't have it's not a pick your poison type of thing.
Well, Spike also traditionally undersells the benefit of running. So
you got to learn how to give credit where credit is due.
Where am I not giving him credit at? Where's he not getting credit?
On this one, I'm not talking to you.
Okay, my bad.
He's bouncing around.
Yeah, it's hard for me to keep up with you, OG.
I'm talking to the guy who likes the Syracuse quarterback because he's just as athletic as you are. That's why you like him so much. You know what I'm saying?
Both of us more athletic than you. You know.
I ain't not worried about that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. All right. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Goofball. Yeah, I mean, Bryce has been better than Jalen has in his time here
As an individual
overall.
player,
yeah, as an individual player, yeah.
No slight to Jalen.
Yeah.
So I would agree before everyone, especially you, Jack. But I think it's worth mentioning, like, Jalen is on a Hall of Fame trajectory now. So while Bryce is probably already
Bryce.
in.
I agree.
No, I know. Bryce is probably already in. But, like, it's not as crazy as a conversation as it was like 4 months ago. Or whatever.
I can agree with
Sure,
that.
but
I mean,
I still
Jalen
don't
has
think
way
it's
more
close.
impact on the game, right? He's probably ranked higher in the sport than Bryce is in his currently, I would say.
Yes.
And he does have a championship. So Bryce is a better player, I guess. But, like, Jalen...
We're talking about in their time here. Bryce has been better than Jalen has.
I don't know if that's
individual.
true anymore now that Jalen is...
it is.
No, I'm just... I agree with you. But, like, it is much closer than I think just like a definitive statement you move away from.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't argue that.
I mean, he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback, the most important team in the city.
Yes. Right. And it's
He
a
is.
it's a
It
tougher
does.
position
It
to
doesn't
play.
make him better.
It does.
It's
Like,
a more demanding position.
Yeah, it is a hard, like, his job is harder than Bryce's job. And he has done it at equally a high level as Bryce has.
No, he hasn't done it equally as high level.
Well,
they never. There was never a season where they were like, you know what we're going to do to make our offense better? Not have Bryce hit.
Well, that makes no sense.
Well,
But, like, in 2022...
if you look back at this year...
In 2022, Jalen was unbelievable. Like, I would say that season is probably equal to a season Bryce has had.
Yeah, except that Bryce has had a number
I
of
would
those
actually,
seasons.
I would actually say that season was better than Bryce's MVP season.
Well, sure, but Bryce has had a number of those seasons,
Yes.
whereas Jalen's only had one.
But Jalen has also performed in the biggest games, where Bryce has not. Like, the Phillies did get no hit in the World Series. Like, Jalen in these past 2 games was unbelievable.
2 games.
Good argument. Good argument by you there over there.
Third highest playoff OPS in baseball.
Yeah, he's
history.
unbelievable. I agree.
fair
Bryce is a great player, but I'm
You
not.
said- you said-
were you
but the
alive
difference
back
is,
there in the booth.
but the difference is, I'm not
Elliot,
diminishing Bryce.
You
You're
said he's done
diminishing
nothing in the
Jalen.
postseason, you
Go ahead.
moron.
Go ahead.
Like, you said he did nothing in the postseason. You can say he's come on small after game 3 of the World Series. Fine. You cannot say he did nothing in the postseason.
I don't think I said he did nothing in the postseason.
You said he's done nothing in the postseason. That is what you
heard
said.
me say. If I said that, I didn't mean to say it because he obviously has been very good
There
in the
you go.
postseason.
It's okay.
But Jalen has now accomplished and
He's the
been
best.
better.
He's the best to ever walk the face of the earth.
Well, do you want to talk about it or not?
No, I don't really want to talk about it.
Okay, well then never mind. Spike
Thank
and
you.
Ike. Like,
All right, we got it.
Okay,
We'll be
yeah.
back. We'll be back. 215-592-9494.
Look at this guy.
I like it. I like it. A little bit of fire out of my guy.
It's all right.
over there.
Jalen won something Bryce didn't. We
I-
can
I-
all just
I-
For now. For now. Be great.
It's a WIP
Be ashamed
afternoon
if you
show
didn't do it next year.
with Ike Spike.
God, I hate this. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have of securing the most popular tickets.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's all so complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRUncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRUncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRUncomplicated.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yes.
All right, no. Now get Big Justice out of here. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Are we gonna see a full length from AJ and Big Justice, full album?
Do you think they'll go on tour? I mean, you guys would have to go, yeah.
We would absolutely have to go. We have to get them in here.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. More motivational, that song or the Rocky theme?
Wow, the Rocky.
I don't even find this
Kidding,
thing motivational. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all about motivated. That's the whole thing is.
Is
like,
it?
I just want to say to our
it kind
friends,
of sounds like a Linkin Park song.
and I think it does a little bit.
Yeah.
And you know our friends at Live Nation. If you want to book AJ and Big Justice to play one of your venues, this show would support it. I can tell you that. I don't know how many
we should
tickets
have
it would
them
sell.
play out in the hub.
Yeah.
Wells Fargo Center? Could they sell at the Wells Fargo?
I don't think so.
Oh, wait, sorry. Is it the Xfinity Mobile Center?
Yes, it is the Xfinity Mobile
Yes.
Center, which it is.
So used to saying Wells Fargo.
I think it's the
Arena.
Xfinity Mobile Arena.
Xfinity
It's not
Mobile
a
Arena
center anymore.
Yeah.
It's an
Okay,
arena,
Xfinity
I
Mobile.
believe. Yeah.
Actually, that sounds
it's an
better.
arena.
Xfinity
Yeah.
Mobile
Sounds
Arena
good.
sounds better. I think the name makes total sense.
I
Actually.
agree.
Yeah, it's like
Well, Xfinity Live is there. Like,
yes, and the casino is.
Oh, true. Yeah, I
Yep,
think, yeah.
is and when you're thinking about like Philly, it's a company here. I don't know. Like I saw people talking about it in this era of corporate sponsorships
Yeah.
of arenas. I was like,
I think
wow,
of
that
all
one
the
makes
names
sense.
Josh Harris could have picked, there were probably a lot worse. Like, some New York-based. Like, I
Well,
could
remember, it's
picture this.
50-50
Oh, true. Good
with the
point.
Flyers.
Good point.
who are owned by Comcast.
Right. So Xfinity was always going to
Yes.
be the one.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and yeah, you remember the Sixers never even said the name of the Wells Fargo
Yeah,
Center.
was it? Remember, it was like half put on the court or something like
It
that.
was just the center.
Yeah,
because they
exactly.
weren't
Yeah,
getting any
yeah.
money from it. So
I can
yeah,
respect that a little bit.
yeah, I think Xfinity Mobile Arena.
Yeah.
That is the name. Okay. There, and we have the Xfinity Mobile lounge over
Yes,
there.
that's exactly.
Yes.
That's where we do our prep for the shows.
Yep. It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Elliot Shore Parks with us here for Tuesdays with Elliot. If you missed it, by the way, we had Doug Peterson on the show yesterday during BG Day, and we're going to replay that for you at 4:30. Great conversation with Doug, who I'd love to have for 2 hours.
Doug's
on the
awesome.
show.
Like when Doug just talks, like I think towards the end of his time here, he was a little beaten down by like the press and everything. When he just talks and is himself, he's like a fantastic storyteller.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. We tried to get him to tell some stories about Ike, but he wouldn't do it.
He
'Cause
wouldn't do
they
it?
were teammates for a year.
They were?
They were.
What, like 99, I guess?
Yeah, in
Wow.
the year he started here.
What was Doug like in 99?
Like he was as a coach.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Same dude?
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much the same.
Yeah, I
dude.
could see that.
Yeah. A little more jolly back then.
Yep.
You know, I think that was his first opportunity to be a starter. Andy had a lot of respect for him. We knew he was a place card holder for Donovan.
Yeah.
Right? We had
Yeah.
already drafted 5.
He knew.
And he knew it too. But
Yep.
he was great. He was great. He's great as a teammate, great as one of those mentors. See, Doug's from that era of the backup quarterback really being the quarterback that everybody on the team liked.
Oh, yeah,
Because
yeah.
most starters back then, jerks, whatever. And the backup quarterback is back then, backup
Like
quarterbacks.
Foles. Yeah, no wonder him and Foles got along
backup
so well.
quarterbacks were on teams for like 5, 6, 7, 8 years. As
Right.
long as you were a
That's a
good
good point,
dude,
actually.
you
They
were
don't-
on the team for a long time.
They don't
Yep.
really like backups shift all the time now. It's a good point
Nowadays,
by you. Yeah, they used to be there like
Well, whatchamacallit played with us for 10 years. Coy.
he was
Oh,
10
right.
years.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's unbelievable. I didn't think it. So,
Think about that now. Backup quarterbacks are usually somebody that you're developing to be the starter.
Right.
Right.
That's a good
Coy
point.
was
That's
here
changed.
just
Yeah.
as the backup quarterback.
right.
Yeah.
Happy to be here.
Just happy to be here.
Happy to be here. So, as part of all the interviews that happened yesterday on WIP, one of them was Jeffrey Lurie's first call to WIP in 30 years.
Yeah.
And he
That was
did
amazing.
He did talk about one change. You know, Jeffrey is not like the gameplay guy, but he did talk about one position that the team is intent on bringing back.
Well, Jeffrey, thank you so much for being a huge part of BG
welcome.
Day.
I have a quick message for John. I miss you, but also,
I
you
miss
know
you
what?
too.
We're gonna try to quietly resurrect the fullback position. Kevin Turner, yourself, maybe Ben can do some things here. We're gonna try for it. How's that?
Thank you. And I really do think there's a place for the fullback.
Oh, me too.
It's coming back.
We
It
all
will
We all
dominate.
do.
I was going to cry for a second.
Richie is unbelievable.
Elite pandering from Jeffrey Lurie.
That's so
Just
good.
Thank you.
I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, this in the beginning too.
So you know
miss you
what?
too.
We're
Wait, did he hit it again?
So you know what?
Whoa!
That's Richie. Yeah, I miss you too.
You talking
yeah.
about Jeffrey there?
Yeah. Well, because Jeffrey said, "I miss you, John," and John's like, "I miss you too."
Wait, play it
Two
again.
long lost lovers. It was unbelievable.
So you know what?
I do wonder if the running NFL continues, whether the fullback really actually does become a thing. Yeah.
I mean, they signed someone to play it when Ben Van Sumeren got hurt last year.
Yeah.
Kyrie Blasingame, I think his name was.
Yes.
That's a Super Bowl champion, by the way.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Well, and it was funny when he was.
Not like these guys got rings, man. I'm telling you.
Hold on. Did Nicholas Moreau get a ring?
Yeah,
I think so.
He had a jersey
nobody
on
got a
for the
ring.
game. He was,
He
was active. Yeah, I think he gets
See,
one. Yeah.
Moreau was he signed right before the playoffs, or was it
I
after
think
the
no, I
Nakobe
think he got
signing?
signed after Nakobe. I think he was.
What a
Or
gig!
maybe right around there.
Listen, Bradbury's just taking his ring and running with it.
Yeah. Bradbury's got one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and every time they used Van Sumeren as a fullback last year, I was like, wow, this seems like a cheat code. You know, there's just a guy that runs in front of the running back and knocks everybody over. And last thing, so there was an article in the Washington Post basically saying that the NFL has the votes to get rid of
That's where I was gonna go.
to get rid of the tush push. And one of the ways that they're doing it is they're making it sort of a wider rule that will make it illegal also for offensive linemen to push the running back further down the field, which I think will make it, we already had a bunch of those penalties where the offensive lineman was too far down the field. And if that is more difficult to navigate, having somebody who is not on the offensive line, who is assigned for blocking down the field, will make a lot of sense, I think.
Well, so the defensive tackle they drafted, Ty Robinson, played fullback 8 times at Nebraska on 8 plays on red zone, and they scored touchdowns on 7 of them. So I wonder if part of the reason they took Ty Robinson is because they think he can go in there on fullback.
Dude, Ty Robinson is a monster.
Yeah, you should watch
physically.
the plays.
Yeah.
I mean, it's honestly not much different. I mean, my lot is bigger, clearly, but when you watch him in there fullback, it would be like putting my Lotta back there.
And didn't we bring a rugby guy on? Then we signed a rugby
but
guy?
he's like a linebacker body.
Oh, he's gonna be
he's small.
defense?
He's smaller. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's still,
Man,
huge,
Ty
but-
Robinson is a fullback.
Yeah.
That sounds terrifying.
And they moved Ben Sumeren fully to fullback now. But what I think's interesting about what Jeffrey said there, he sought that out. He wasn't asked about it. The interview was wrapping up, and he was like, "Oh, I got one more thing I want to say."
Yeah, he did that for Richie.
Yeah.
You could hear Richie. You could hear the
I think
underneath the table here.
I do. I do think Nick is an old school football guy more though. I could picture him being into a fullback.
Yeah, I could too. 215-592-9493. Now in this studio right here is, oh my God, look at him. Wait, what's that? What am I looking at here? Oh, right. Yes, we will get to that in a moment. Yes, Eagles Insider of the Year stuff about you in just a moment. So in the studio here,
check my phone.
We have 3 dog guys. Ike's dog guy, Elliot's guy, Kingsley, dog guy.
Yes, correct.
I have 2 dogs. If you are a dog person or a cat person, you care about your pet. For me, I care about nothing more than my pet. My wife is right there, but the pet's Rebel and Scotchy. Dogs and cats rule has to be your home, whether it is for supplements, whether, got allergies or maybe joint issues or something like that, whether it's for food, where Dogs and Cats Rule really shines. Top of the line stuff. All the new Fresh Diet stuff as well. Whether it's toys for out in the backyard during the summer, whether it's natural flea and tick prevention, Dogs and Cats Rule, Dogs and Cats Rule, Dogs and Cats Rule. And the very, very most important thing there is the staff to give you the answers to the questions that you have. And if you've been to other pet stores, the employees there, I'm sure they mean well. They don't have the information and they don't have the patience and they don't have the sort of customer service acumen that the folks over in Dogs and Cats Rule do. I can't recommend them enough. If you care about your pet, Dogs and Cats Rule is a great place to be. There are 7 locations, 2 in Jersey, Pennington and Princeton, 5 in PA, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, Bluebell, and New Hope. DogsandCatsRule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule, shop small, shop local, shop family. So you reported on the morning show today that you think it is likely that Dallas Goedert returns as a Philadelphia Eagle.
I think it's very likely that Dallas Goedert will be playing for the Eagles in 2025.
Hey!
The best way I can put it is
We tried to tell you that this was going to happen for weeks.
That's good news.
Well, but I don't think this was what anybody thought was going to happen. I think this has been like a long process.
Well, it took them a while to get to the point where we already saw where this was going.
Like the idea of trading him for a draft pick was insane.
Not if they would have gotten a good offer.
But they
didn't.
They were
I know,
never
I
going to
agree.
get a good offer.
I think all I can say is I think both sides entered the offseason thinking that they would split up. Now, you guys could be correct that maybe you thought all along the Eagles were playing chicken and they were going to keep him.
No, what we're saying is they were never. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That the first time you said it, well, they can get a draft pick for Dallas Goedert. I was like, wait a minute. If they get a draft pick for Dallas Goedert, like you're assuming that the rest of the league is valuing him in a different way than anybody else is. All we say is the guy's 30 years old, he's injured all the time, and he's getting paid $14 million. How are they going to get a draft pick for him? So,
okay, well, that's different. Okay,
yes,
Right.
It just seemed unlikely they were ever going to get a draft pick for him, and that he was worth way more to just be on the Eagles roster than anything else.
Yeah, but I do think if they now you obviously ended up being correct that they did not get a good trade offer for him. All I was saying all along is they were very open and trying to trade him, and Goddard was also open to going somewhere else that would pay him. Now that didn't happen.
Well,
but
the
or
Eagles'
hasn't happened yet.
messaging certainly wasn't that Dallas Goedert is going to be back here. So it always felt like they were certainly looking to move on.
Do you think this is a? So we take the Hassan Reddick situation, maybe even not Hassan Reddick, the Josh Sweat situation. Didn't they tell him he could go out and find a trade or whatever? And then, but the back of the mind, they're like, good luck.
Right.
I wonder if they didn't want to pay him this. They went up to Dallas Goedert and they're like, we don't want to pay you this. And he's like, fine, then trade me. And they're going to go, absolutely, we will try and trade you. And because it was no secret they were trying to trade him, right?
Nope.
They made sure everybody knew they were trying to trade him, knowing full well in the back of their mind, we ain't going to get anything for him, and knowing full well that they could at least approach Dallas after trying to trade him to get him to take less money to make it an easier situation for him to.
I think that could be it, but I also think that like they did sign 2 free agents early on at the position. I think they wanted to draft a tight end. Now you can give them credit for not like going against their board and reaching for a tight end. The board just didn't fall their way. If the board fell their way, this could be a very different discussion. So I agree with you that, and I think a difference too is there is times like Hassan Reddick, the Eagles were never giving Hassan Reddick like anything. Like they were always going to move on from Hassan Reddick, right? I think with Goddard, he does have people in the building that are big fans of his. So I think they would welcome him back in a way, maybe other contract disputes we've seen where the Eagles are basically like, we're not super interested in having you back. And I think your point's correct that maybe Howie thought, yeah, you can go try whatever you want. I know how this is going to play out, and it's going to be advantageous for me.
215-592-9494. Last thing with you, Elliot.
Okay.
We talked about this briefly yesterday, Saquon. Now, I want to do this carefully because honestly, Saquon can do whatever he wants. Saquon gave us a Super Bowl. The last season doesn't happen without Saquon. He is having the time of his life this offseason. Saquon's been around. Video him with Timothy Chalamet. He looks like he's having a pretty good time.
Great time, yeah. What'd you see? He puts his hand up and is like, let's not record this.
Yes. Yeah.
Too late, Saquon.
Yeah. The Met Gala, just said anyone who's like, Saquon want to come out and be Saquon, he's like, yes. It's like his last offseason was committed to one thing, showing that he was Saquon Barkley. This offseason has been committed to celebrating what just happened. And like that compared to the touches, I just think we're heading into a season with Saquon where I would be more surprised than not if he's great this year.
So I think it depends how you define great, I guess, right? Like it would be pretty surprising if Saquon ever had a year like he did last year. Like that just statistically, I do think though, like Saquon is clearly someone that I would be very surprised if Saquon showed up to camp like out of shape or anything like that. So I get what you're saying. Like we're seeing a lot of Saquon, partying here, doing this. Like I understand. But I just, from being around Saquon for a year and watching his whole career, like he seems like he's always been somebody that's in great shape. Now, I agree with you. Like
he never won a Super Bowl before.
That's fair. I would what would you set the over under at for yards for him next year? Like it's like 1,300.
If we get 13, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think it's low.
Yeah. See, I'm saying realistically, and it was the healthiest season of his career.
Yep.
And the thing we brought up yesterday was the Hamels off season after 08, which is he had every commercial thing and blah, blah, and he had the season from, I wouldn't say season from hell, but he didn't have a great season next year. And it was pretty, now I don't think Saquon will be as controversial, but like, I'm thinking more like 1,000. Because
now are you factoring like he's probably going to get hurt?
I'm factoring in the 507 touches, the offseason where I'm sure he'll come in shape, but there's just no way he can be as committed to
as he was last year,
as he was last offseason, just physically.
Now, and it's hard to talk about this without bringing up like they also just cut him a massive check.
Yes,
right?
which I think is a negative.
I think is a mistake. Like
yes,
I said,
yeah.
I would not have done it. I get he deserves it and all that, but the Eagles are not normally in the business of paying for past production, which is what they're doing here. So, I mean, if I told you right now, you could sign up for like, what would be the number you would sign up for? 1,200?
Well, for me,
but that's all you're going to get. Like, it can't be more.
For me, it's if he can be healthy at the end of the season, you
don't care. Like if he's just healthy going into the postseason, that's good enough for you.
I mean, really, because the passing offense is going to have to do more this year anyway. Even if he didn't have this offseason, from a touches standpoint, whatever. So, yeah, I would sign up for 1,200 yards. What would you?
1,750. Whoa. Total yards.
Well, he doesn't catch the ball that much.
Not here.
What did he have last year?
Yes.
He needs to start catching the ball more.
Yeah. I think 1,750 would be if he has 1,750 after having what he end up with 20 something,
20.
48 or whatever it was, right? Like,
we had 2048 rushing yards.
Yeah, I think if you could get 1,750 total yards out of Saquon next year, there's a positive to that in the way that's a great year, but I don't know what that 2026 looks like.
Now think about this. Think about this. When I say total yards, rushing and receiving, that's 100 yards roughly a game, rushing and receiving. Saquon shouldn't be able to get 100 yards. Rushing and receiving.
Well, the Saquon we saw last year, absolutely.
Well, yesterday you were like 10, 15 touches the first 4 games.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden that 100 yards becomes even more. Then
average like 10 yards a touch or whatever.
It just means as the season goes on, he's going to get stronger.
Okay.
Right. So you think like a slow start to the year, but then he has like 150,
I would
130.
purposely not use him as much early.
Yeah.
I think that's what they'll do.
That's how we.
They just have to be committed to it.
They tried last year.
Yeah.
Well, it's clearly tough for them in game too.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You know, like they go in.
Well, yeah, because if you can't get a damn first down, then we got to turn around and hand the ball to him.
Sounds interesting.
Well, Jalen was one of the best third down quarterbacks in the NFL. So it's not an opinion; it's a stat. Yeah.
Well, best.
Elliott has all the stats.
Again, best is not a stat.
Like he had the sixth best quarterback rating in the NFL on third down, and he was the best.
Well, that doesn't make him the best.
He was also the best rushing quarterback in the NFL on third down.
What does best mean?
The best means like number one.
No.
I said one of the best.
The number.
He's saying what's the number?
Oh, what was his quarterback rating? You're saying?
No, you're saying okay. So you're saying he is sixth.
He had
in
the
quarterback
sixth best
rating.
passer rating in the NFL.
And then you said he was the best runner on third down.
Yes.
What does best mean?
Oh, okay. So if you look at total rushing first downs, he was number one. And hold on.
Tush push?
And then if you also look at first down runs over 5 yards, he was number one as well.
That's a good stat.
Thank you.
That one is a good stat.
Thank you.
The first one, not so much. The second one, not so much.
Yeah.
It makes him one of the best on third down.
I said he's one of the best quarterbacks.
You said the best.
I caught myself if you look, and I went back.
All right.
Because I know anything other than, fourth is not good enough, right? Yeah.
Well, not when you're saying the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL on third down.
It's just a lot. And I love Saquon, so I'm not going to say I got my eye on you. But if it were anybody else, I would be saying, I'm monitoring. Put it this way, I'm going to use a Jack phrase.
Saquon.
I'm monitoring the situation.
I do think like everybody needs to lower their expectations for next year. Like all these calls that are like, we're definitely going to
Saquon. What do you mean by that?
Like they're probably not winning the Super Bowl. So like a successful year next year to me would be make the playoffs, hopefully win a game or two, and like that's kind of it. Like that should be the bar.
So that's what we should tell everybody going into the season?
No. But I'm saying, like, I think they have earned a year where if they don't win the Super Bowl, like, there's not going to be a whole Jalen's not the guy. Like,
listen, nobody does that here but Spike.
That's a good point.
Yeah, he does that.
Exactly right.
I was about to say. And
secondly, we don't go into seasons after winning the Super Bowl saying, you know what, if you make the playoffs, it'll be all right.
I'm just being realistic.
We don't do that around here.
I get
that.
We
want back to back.
I get that. Everyone wants that. I would love to be in Super Bowl week with you guys again. That was fun. But
repeat champs. When's the last time we had repeat champs? Chiefs?
In the NFL? Or
Chiefs, Chiefs, right?
The Chiefs.
Yeah.
So it just happened, yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think. It's only really been the Chiefs and the Patriots.
Yep.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
We're trying. Listen.
Well, that shows how hard it is.
We are, but what I'm saying is,
cut that audio.
Where we are right now, and this is where you guys got to get comfortable, because I think you're still uncomfortable with success. That's how great this team is. That's how great we're going to be moving forward. This is our era of football. So to go into a season where you don't expect to win the Super Bowl every year, that's the old Eagles. We don't do that anymore.
So
when our team is as young as it is, as talented as it is, as stacked and dominant as it was last year, you know what? They better find a way to get back to the Super Bowl and win it. Because I look at every other team in this league and I say, you know what? They're all looking up at the Eagles from a talent standpoint. They're looking up at the Eagles.
Honestly, you completely changed my mind. You're
Yeah,
right.
that's what I'm talking about.
There it is. It's a great
That's what I'm
point.
talking
Yeah, that's going to be
about.
my new opinion. I agree with that. Yeah,
That's going to be
We're going to have a strong year, you and I.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
People
It's a
are
good
seeing
point.
how the sausage is made.
I mean, they are the new. They have one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yes.
Come on, don't be a coward.
You're right.
Elliot.
It's a great point.
All right, Elliot.
I mean, Mahomes may be on his down.
Yeah.
spiral.
Elliot, is
Isn't
he
he
cooked?
29?
Yeah. Jalen made sure that happened. Yeah.
All right.
Well, that shows how hard it is.
All right.
There it is.
The Go Birds podcast, you can get wherever you get your podcast, hosted by Elliot Short Parks and sometimes James Seltzer. Go Birds Daily comes out every single day. So subscribe in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Thank you, Elliot.
Thank you.
ESP.
We will continue the conversation with you, 215-592-9494. Coming up next, we will check in on the baseball team, who is back in action tonight with the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, moms are special. They support us and they stand by us no matter what, and their love for us is unconditional. Now, this Mother's Day, Mark's Jewelers is offering something special to honor mom. A gift with any gift purchase for a mom. That's right. When you purchase something for your mom or your wife, Mark's Jewelers is going to give you a gift for purchasing a gift. It's simple. Come in and sing us or say, I'll always love my mama. Should I hit it for him? I'll always love my mama. She's my favorite girl. And you'll receive a gift with a gift. Available now at Montgomeryville, PA or Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Mark's showrooms, marks-jewelers.com.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, then get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
There's nothing like a neighborhood pub. The familiar faces it's filled with and the community ties it has. That's McGurk's. Walls plastered with local athletes, school flags hanging around the building, and longtime friends beside you. Looking for a spot? Make it McGurk's.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer, and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Professional baseball is in full swing as teams are deep into the second full month of the season. Two teams who are in contention for the top of their divisions will face off as the team in North Chicago heads into Queens for a 3-game series against New York. Two of the best right fielders in baseball will be put to the test to see who can carry their team to a big early season series win. Don't let the urge to sing along to that catchy tune distract you from that truck drifting toward your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers available class-exclusive advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you, and Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't get you, IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus Awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The New York Knicks pulled off a miraculous win against the Boston Celtics. Let's give them credit, and let's pause to remind you it's unlikely to be possible to win that way again. The Celtics shot an astonishing 63-point shots and missed 45 of them. That 25% clip isn't sustainable. Boston will bounce back. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Coming up at 4:30, Doug Peterson
an awesome interview with Doug Peterson about his time with the Eagles, about Brandon Graham, about what he's up to now. So we'll hit you with that Doug Peterson interview in a half an hour. And before we get to the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report, and I hate to do this because when I was program director, I would actually I would yell at the host at WFAN for doing this, but I can't, my eyes can't escape it. And Ike, I know you're going to love talking about it as well. Mm-hmm. I just saw a tweet. And it did come yesterday. I just didn't see it. It's a tweet from LeBron James.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
I did not see it.
Unfortunately, because of my knee injury I sustained at the end of the season, I won't be able to attend the Met Gala in New York tonight, as so many people have been asking and congratulating me on.
What are they congratulating
I
you
have
for?
no idea.
What is the Met Gala?
Well, it's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
I understand it's a big deal, but what is it?
Big fashion gala.
That's like a fashion.
Do they just go? Do they have dinner? Do they just walk around?
I assume there's food and drinks,
a little cocktail hour?
Yeah,
I would imagine that, yeah.
But I was like, are they raising money? Is it just a thing to?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's for the
Illuminati?
No, the Met. I'm sure it's to raise money for the museum, the Met, the museum.
Oh, that's the thing?
Yes. I would assume that's what it's for.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What is everyone asking him and congratulating him on? Missing the Met Gala? Having a knee injury nobody cares
great
about?
year. Great year. I
will say Savannah was there.
Yes, that's what he says at the end of the tweet. Yes, his queen. His queen.
Nice.
Yeah.
Looking fine.
Oh, really?
After he had to go back at Kevin Gates. Kevin Gates got in that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know it.
Yeah, it's
okay.
That was a whole thing with
on like 2
Kevin
weeks
Gates.
ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
All
right. Yeah.
Let's get to the High Hopes Jackie Baseball.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball
Rosie
Report.
knows who Kevin Gates is.
Jackie Baseball.
Come on, man. 2 phones? I think that's his song. I'll have to look it up.
I don't know any of his music.
Yeah. All right. A lot of important stuff in the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. One, we are debuting a new feature in the Jackie Baseball Report because we have to honor someone who is having such a remarkable year. And we have to honor someone that is just, frankly, taking the league by storm. And it's so hard not to talk about it every single time because of what he is doing at the plate. Ike and Spike and our listeners, I present to you the Alec Bohm home run tracker.
It's the Alec Bohm home run tracker.
It's going, and it is gone!
Still nothing.
Yeah, I kind of figured I wouldn't like this.
Still nothing on the Alec Bohm home run tracker.
323 Major League Baseball players have homered so far this year, Jack.
Wow.
Yes, 323.
5 qualified hitters without a home run left. That's it.
And do we know who the other 4 are?
It was Tommy Pham, who I know you guys are huge fans of. Joey Ortiz was on there.
Okay.
Who I know you guys are also big fans of. Jonathan India homered over the weekend, so I got that one's off the books.
Wow.
Either way, of qualified hitters, there's only
5 left who haven't
5
homered.
left with Bohmer.
Wow.
Yeah.
I look forward. Are we going to do this every day, the Alec Bohm home run tracker?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
All right.
it's such a remarkable start to the year.
Could you play it again?
It's the Alec Bohm home run tracker.
It's going, and it is gone!
Yep.
There we go.
You know who I'm taking tonight for a home run?
I know.
6'5", 218.
Yep.
6'5", 218.
Third lowest home runs per plate appearance by someone over 6'5".
Oh,
or
there you
6'5"
go.
and over.
There you go.
Yeah, it's going well.
Yep.
Now, number 1 is Joe Mauer. He's in the Hall of Fame. So,
well.
we're not done yet.
Yeah, but he was an excellent defensive player, though, Joe
and he
Mauer.
won an MVP.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Bohm's an excellent defensive player.
Yeah.
Wow.
Easy over there. Yeah. I mean, it's not exactly rolling.
Yeah. You have the Nola back. Relax. Yeah.
Well,
The Nola
Bohm's
Hill's heating up, man.
Hold on. Bohm's been hitting the ball pretty well lately, too.
He's still
You
hitting
guys are just hung up on home
220.
runs.
Wow.
Well, 220 compared to 130.
Well, his on base percentage is like 245.
And I think he's.
Okay, it takes time to climb back up there.
I think he's at.
Yeah, you don't go from 130 to 290 in 2 weeks.
You're right. I do think he's at 35 plate appearances without an extra base hit, so we're on that watch as well.
Yep.
Did he not have a big hit the other day to drive in the game time run?
He drove in a run.
He did.
Well, then point out the positives.
Wait,
Yeah.
listen, we
Come on,
tell
Jack.
both sides here.
Yeah.
Why not? Don't sound like it.
Yep.
It does not sound like it.
It's the Alec Bohm home run tracker.
It's going, and it is gone!
There you go.
A lot
Crickets.
of buzz about Otto Kemp, too. And now I don't see.
Otto.
Whatever. Whatever. Otto, whatever.
Otto.
Just say Otto, man.
No, it's bad. It's this turning into my new Bengals or whatever you idiots call it.
There's OTTO
No,
and
I know.
AUTO.
I can't help that I'm from here. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? But the problem with the Bone thing, like I know because people are like, well, just bring up Otto Kemp and start him at third base. Like my issue with that is, sure, I think if there was no human emotion, you could do that, but it'd be like benching Carson in 2020 for Jalen. If you just like, all right, we're gonna bring up Otto Kemp, he's gonna play at third base. I know. Maybe they get to a point where they would do it, but also last year they let Castellanos essentially just figure it out for 2 months.
Well, okay, 2 questions. One, where is Otto Kemp as a prospect? Is he a highly thought of prospect, or is he just a guy?
No, like I don't want to get people's hopes to think he's a star, because he was an undrafted player now it's 2020, so there's only 5 rounds, I believe.
Okay.
But it's not like he's supposed to be a corner piece.
Okay.
Now he's
cornerstone, you mean?
Same thing.
No.
Did everyone get the point?
Yeah.
No one's driving around confused when I say corner piece.
Okay.
Man, you are just on everything I say. It's like, oh, I was Jack an idiot today. Shut
up, Buzz.
Yeah. So I don't I think he's going to be a quality major league player, but it's not like Howard in 2004 or whatever with Jim Thome blocking him.
Here's the thing: just wait till after the trade deadline because they're going to trade Bohm. Yeah.
Well, maybe.
He's going to be gone.
Maybe. Speaking of prospects, I don't think Andrew Painter's going to the bullpen. This is a pretty strong quote from Dave Dombrowski. Painter is not going to pitch out of the bullpen.
Well, yeah, that's strong.
He's not built to do that. He's a young pitcher, a starting pitcher. There's also an adjustment phase to do something like that. We're building him up. He's just too good of a prospect.
Well, there it is. So it's got to be Ranger.
Well, Taiwan's in there now.
Well, yeah, but how many starts does Ranger get? 3?
Yeah, I would say 5. You're not going to pull the plug on him in 3 starts, I don't think.
Well, they already lied about the 6-man rotation thing. That thing didn't happen. Remember, that was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't happen. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're doing the solid by Ranger, knowing that he's a free agent, give it as good as he's been as a starter. But, Ranger for 2 innings as relief, I feel confident in.
Yeah.
I don't feel confident at all in Taiwan 2 innings of relief.
At all.
Yeah, I just rather have him start at this point.
And Taiwan's not a bullpen raiser.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Ranger is.
Ranger could be.
Yep.
Could be, theoretically. So we'll see. They have a lot of starting pitching depth, that's for sure.
I was going to say, something doesn't. There's no way they use all these starting pitchers, right? You got to trade one of them.
Package Ranger with Bohm.
I mean, maybe.
Right?
Ranger, I think, could be moved to the deadline.
Yeah.
If he's around now, he's going to get better than he did.
Bohm.
Yeah, the Bohm throwing. Bohm throwing. So a couple of quick things here. I mean, the Phillies Rays tonight. Looking forward to it. I got leading off. The Phillies are 6-9 on the road, so they've figured it out at home. They've won 3 straight series, but need to obviously figure it out on the road. Wheeler's on the mound tonight versus Drew Rasmussen. Pretty good stuff, but more of a 5-inning pitcher than a guy that can go deep.
Rasmussen.
Whatever, Rasmussen.
He's off today.
It's either one of those.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
I look at it, I'm like,
well, it's spelled Musson, but it might be Moosin. They're playing at Steinbrenner Field, who has allowed the 4th most home runs in baseball this year at the minor league park. So,
in Tampa.
Tampa.
Yankees minor league park in Tampa.
It's a good day for Dinger Tuesdays.
Maybe Bomer. Hold on. Do we need to hear it again?
It's the Alec Bohm home run tracker.
He's got to not hit a home run for at least a week so this bit can stay on. Because as soon as he hits a home run,
even though Ike wants it to be gone already.
Yep, I can see it.
See, I'm cool with it.
Okay.
You guys the one who wanted to be a home run hitter. The guy's never been a home run hitter.
Just want him to hit 1.
No, because if he only hits 1, then he didn't hit 5.
Well, that's a good point.
But you can't get the 5 without hitting 1.
To be a home run hitter, he's not.
Let's start with 1.
So speaking of we have the Xfinity Mobile Arena.
Xfinity Mobile Arena.
I want this on the record. You're never allowed to change the name of the link or Citizens Bank Park. You can change the name of that arena all you want.
Well, they're both sponsorships.
I know. Yeah. Guess what? For life.
I don't think the link is going anywhere anytime soon.
We can't change the names.
Well, but it's Lincoln Financial.
It would be
like if they got a new sponsor.
I know. They can't, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying, where the Eagles are right now, I'd be surprised if anybody wants to depart partnership with the Eagles.
I don't know. I don't have any idea how long those deals are. Those are usually 10-year deals, I think. So I wonder when those are
That
up.
would be a
And
real
CBP
shift.
has been CBP the whole time,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 04.
The whole time, yeah.
10, for eternity.
Sponsor talk
Yeah,
here
sponsor
on.
talk. That's right.
Yeah.
That's what we do. We talk sponsors. And then I was thinking about this off of our conversation about 17 versus 24 with the Eagles, right?
Yep.
Because I think there's one facet that says, well, the first one was special, and not enough time's passed before it really ramps back up for 2024. Enough time has passed now between I know there's a whole generation that didn't understand the 2008 team, but there's not that we kind of just one thing right with the Phillies with 2008. Yeah, because then there's a little bit of that with the 17 Eagles where it's we just won. I know
which makes 24 a little
maybe
less,
doesn't hit the same
because we just won.
If that was our first Super Bowl 24, it's oh my god, the best thing ever. Or even if there was 10 years.
Yeah,
but there's enough time passed with the Phillies, right? I mean, even though 2008 doesn't feel that long ago,
it doesn't.
It was 15
17 years ago.
17 years ago.
There
now?
you go, math guy.
Well, whatever. It's quick math on the top of your head.
Yeah.
There's a
I
whole
got news
generation
for you.
Yeah.
It does feel that long ago.
It does. It doesn't to me. It doesn't feel that long ago to me.
Well,
Maybe it's because I didn't have to talk every day about the Phillies on the radio
right,
for a lot of those years. I'm sure it would have felt like that.
years talking Phillies.
A lot of
like a decade.
Odubel Herrera, Michael Franco
I
seasons
know,
in there.
I know.
Yeah.
And the videos are getting grainier and grainier the more that you go back and look at the 08 team. It's like watching a European basketball prospect.
Yeah.
But I think enough time has passed.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. The good report, Jackie Baseball. On first pitch tonight, 7:05.
Yeah.
Good to have a nice 7:05. Right
Yes, absolutely.
To see what this.
Oh my God, I'm going to get to
spring
watch the
training
whole
stadium
game.
Looks like.
Yeah, minor league launching pad. Yeah.
I'm going to get to watch the whole game.
I know.
I've been 3.5 innings on the radio for the first. Now, obviously, I listen to the guys, but I'm going to be home in time for the game. Wow.
There you go.
The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Details at marks-jewelers.com. Which was the better QB season, Wentz in 17 or Vic in 2010?
Oh, that's easy. That's a landslide. Wentz in 17.
What do you think the number's at?
I'd go 75.
74.7.
Back.
There he is.
Back at it.
That's a good one. I'm glad I have 25% with me on Vic.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I love that season. 215-592-9494. It's not an anti-Wentz thing. It is a pro-Vic that season thing.
Yeah, sure.
No. It really is. I'm telling you.
I enjoyed the season too, by the way. I enjoyed 2010.
The Vic season was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tasty Cake Dom, you're on WIP.
Hey, Spike, Ike, and Jack.
What's up, Dom?
What's up, Tasty Cake?
Ike, I went out of my comfort zone today for the first time ever. I called the midday show.
Ooh.
Hold on, Dom.
Don't like that at all.
Well, I felt compelled, Spike. I was going to the doctors, and the young fellow on there, Kyle, was on a rant that all Sixers fans are compelled to root for the Boston Celtics.
Oh, no.
I'm rooting for them in that series.
You're rooting for the Celtics?
Yeah, absolutely. I hate the Knicks.
There's no way I can root for the Celtics.
Yeah. Is what it is. I would say
I
this.
can't root for the Knicks either, but I damn sure ain't rooting for the Celtics.
This is my personal plea to, and Tasty Cake Dom, you can rule however you want. Being surrounded by Knicks fans for 3 years changed my life. I hate them so much. I hate them more than any other fan in America. They are the sleaziest, grossest, smelliest, most obnoxious fans, most disillusioned fans in America. They win one game up there. They have another parade. They win every friggin' playoff game. I hate them, and I want them to suffer. And I actually am happy that the Knicks won last night because now they have a little bit of hope, and they're going to lose in 5 games. And it's going to, their tears. I was texting with Evan from FAN earlier because Evan hates Knicks fans too. That their tears are going to taste so much better to me. So it's not so much that I'm rooting for the Celtics; it's that I am rooting against the Knicks.
But Spike, as a 60-year-old Sixer fan, the Knicks are nothing to me.
I hear you.
They've never been nothing to me. The Celtics have been in my way my entire life.
I hear you.
The Celtics have eliminated us 6 times in a row last time. Spike, how many times have you had your ear bent about us not getting out of the second round?
A million times.
Right?
Yeah.
3 of those times were the Celtics.
I hear
3
you.
times. times Embiid got beat by the Celtics.
I hear you.
Tasty Cake don't get fired up too often.
Yeah,
he's fired up right now.
I hear what you're saying. It's personal to you. I'm just saying that this one's personal to me.
To the end.
I hear you.
Till the end of time.
I hear you.
Number one end.
I hear you.
I love it.
But just as a, so I called that show to be competitive.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they were very respectful to me. And there's a little ego. They recruited me.
They did what?
They
now?
tried to recruit him to this.
Joe at the end of the call said, "Would love to hear you call again, Jason."
Dude, they are unbelievable.
Well, nice thing to say.
Wow. You could either be the show or the show next to the show.
I'm going to tell you what we better start doing, fellas. We better start being nicer to our callers.
Or we're going to start setting up rules. There's two ways this can go.
Or we're going to have to fight the midday show. I think
I'm
that's...
happy to do that.
Yeah.
I can take you.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Ike, where am I at?
Oh, you right here? No, you with us, big dog. No, you with us. Yeah.
Where,
No, you're right here in the afternoon. I'm not so worried about you as much as I am some of these other callers that kind of be lured in by Gilio and Hugh Douglas.
Well, because Gilio's so friendly, but underneath the surface, there's an evil man.
Oh, Gilio's a terrible guy. So I was actually, this is a true story. I was out walking with Gilio about 6 months ago out on Market Street.
You went walking with Gilio?
Yes. He saw a six-year-old kid came up to him and said, "Oh, hi, mister." Gilio kicked him right in the face.
Wow.
6-year-old kid.
Right in the face.
Yeah. Kicked him in the face.
With those orthopedic shoes?
Yes. And the mom was like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "He looked at me wrong. Just kept walking." It happened.
That's right. Joe's a bad guy.
He's a bad guy.
He was respectful.
Fair enough.
Just on classic moments of your show, one of the greatest moments ever was when Elliot is telling Merrill that Reggie White is not on his Mount Rushmore. Ike, man, your reaction, you're covering your face.
Facial expression, yes.
It was awesome.
Forgot I was on video still.
I mean, I'm so glad you guys are on YouTube.
Yeah, I forgot I was on
because I
video.
wouldn't have missed that for the world because, first of all, I mean, I'm starting to feel a little bad for Elliot because he gets mopped up a lot.
Yeah, he asked for it.
Yeah, he's all right.
He asked for it.
Slapped him around a little bit.
Yeah, well,
even Merrill got him.
Yeah, you should have seen Merrill's face when I said, Merrill, he doesn't have Reggie White on his Mount Rushmore. And Merrill's eyes got huge. Couldn't believe it. Look, Merrill.
But you don't either, right? You don't have Reggie, right?
No, I do.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we all do. We all got Reggie.
Yeah, everybody with common sense does.
Yep.
Because for me, Chuck Bednarik is before my lifetime. I'm going to make my Mount Rushmore my lifetime. That's fair, right?
Yep.
And in my lifetime, the two greatest Eagles in my lifetime are Reggie White and Brian Dawkins. So that's 2 spots.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got to go, since I never thought I would see a Super Bowl, the 2 guys that gave me 2 of them, I got to go BG and Lane. That's my 4.
So,
you went BG and Lane.
So here's the only thing.
They're double rings.
Yeah.
They're double rings.
Yeah.
Like,
Now, anybody can do Mount Rushmore any way they want, but here is my counter to you saying of your lifetime. The problem is that's how you wind up with people like Elliot who don't put Reggie White on their Mount Rushmore.
Right.
Is because Elliot is only 37, so he never really saw Reggie. He didn't live through Reggie, and he's saying it's not why. But it's partially why, because nobody could have watched Reggie as an Eagle.
Yeah, it's definitely because he didn't watch.
So, which is why I put Bednarik on it, because I don't want to be like Elliot, not putting Reggie on it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But if like for me, if you saw Reggie White play, you cannot.
Yeah.
Just like on the Sixers thing, Moses wasn't here that long. Moses got to be on my Mount Rushmore. Got to be.
Yeah.
Because 83 was the most dominant season I ever saw a Sixer play.
I can't remember what yours was, Ike. So you would have AI.
I go AI. I go
Wilt.
Doc. I go Wilt. Who's that fourth man?
Joel.
Yeah, I think I did go Embiid.
I think you did.
I did.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm changing it now.
So who are you putting
Ooh,
instead?
boy.
Charles?
I can't go Chunk.
Nah.
On Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Now the other thing I got to
It
tell
might
you,
have to
Spike,
be Embiid.
Yeah, it's tough.
How long did Moses play here?
4 years.
Yeah, I got 4 years in Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, but he was Finals MVP.
I understand that.
And regular season
And
MVP.
regular season
Wasn't
MVP.
like the team was trash that he came and joined.
But he put them over the top. Dr. J was a choker before.
Yeah,
Moses
but
got
it'd be
here.
like you wouldn't put Pete Rose on your Phillies Mount Rushmore.
Right.
Yeah, but they only have one title. I mean,
They have 2 titles.
Okay, well, one. Okay, I agree. 2 titles. We tread carefully. I get it. One title that most
It's a
people
great
can
example.
remember.
You would not put Pete Rose on the Phillies.
No,
Mount
I'm saying
Rushmore.
the Phillies have
Yeah.
2.
No, I know, but I meant like the '83 team. Whatever. You guys all get the point.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. Keep it moving.
All right.
Head down.
All
keep
right,
it
Tasty
moving.
Cake.
Yep.
We gotta. Do you have a notable finale, Tasty Cake, before we go?
well, I wanted to say on the Friends thing,
Yep.
like I'm a huge Friends, Beverly Hills 90210, and Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman.
Oh.
bought me Friday night Sixers games.
Yep.
Bought me. I played in a over 35 men's league at Bartram High School. Those shows bought me equity into what I wanted to do as long as I sat next to her and watched those shows.
Well,
So I'm all about Friends.
Let me ask you this about 90210. Were you a Dylan guy or were you a Brandon guy?
Brandon guy all the way.
All right.
And, to go on and have 25,000 people listening to me say I'm a Brandon guy.
That's all right. That's all right.
I
We're all
feel
friends
like
here.
I got my answer. And then I'm shocked that nobody said MASH. Like,
MASH is a legendary one.
Yeah.
We were
Show us
thank
still
you,
an hour
Tasty
and a half
Cake.
to go.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah.
Gilligan's
There's
Island.
you guys
was,
MASH.
Gilligan's Island was better than MASH.
Yeah, but you never even watched MASH.
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I know.
Let's
right.
see if I can get a rise out
Yeah,
of
who
you.
would be on that? Who would be that fourth Sixer?
That it gets tough.
You think most people have Moses on the
I
Mount
think
Rushmore?
so. I think so.
Really?
Well, if they don't have Embiid,
Oh
they
no,
have
you know what?
Moses.
I had Wilt.
No, you have Wilt. You have
Yeah,
Dr.
Wilt.
J. You have Iverson. That's where the fourth
That's
gets.
right. That's the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe I did that fourth one.
Yeah. Mochi. You're not gonna put Mo
No, I
Cheeks
put
on
not
it.
Mochi.
No.
It would have to either be Moses, Embiid.
That's it.
Yeah.
You can't argue Charles over Embiid or Moses. I don't think.
No.
No.
I mean, Charles was here.
I like Charles.
Of course.
Charles had the same amount of seasons as Embiid, and Embiid won
can't put,
MVP, and Charles
You
didn't.
can't put like Tony above Moses.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think
Dolph
so.
Shays.
Yeah, so you got to forgive me. I wasn't here when they won it.
Yeah.
So the Moses thing doesn't hit me
Doesn't
like
hit
it
you.
hits everybody else.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
I just view Moses as, he came here and won a title.
Coming up next, Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson joins the WIP afternoon show. Talk to Doug about
yeah, that's right.
BG. Talk to Doug about winning the Super Bowl. Talk to Doug about what the hell Doug's up to right now that he's not coaching. That is coming up next on the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Well, it's about time that both Spike and I talked about our friends at National Appliance Warehouse.
You know, Jack, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I talked yesterday about the appliances I have in my kitchen from National Appliance Warehouse. The appliances are great, but like when they said it was going to be delivered a certain time, a certain day, it was there.
Yep.
When I went
and
in
that's
there,
not just because your last name's Eskin.
no, it is not. That's how they treat everybody there. All you have to do is tell them Fritz sent you. And also, when I went in there and I told them, I was like, look, I want this to be a quick, clean, decision making. That the service I got there, just awesome. Seeing everybody getting help there, smiles on their faces, excellent.
Well, and that's the great part is obviously you had a certain criteria you wanted for your appliances.
Yep.
They have over 100 brands, so they don't need to narrow it down to 2 like what happened with you. They
Like
have
a psychopath like me.
a total psychopath move.
Yeah.
Over 100 brands, a 15,000 square foot showroom down in tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware. So you go down there. like we just mentioned, you're going to get the perfect appliance. They have what you need. You're also going to get a great experience. Spike had it. They do installation, delivery, whole lot more. And on top of that, you walk in there, you truly feel like you're part of their family. So that's the National Appliance Warehouse difference. They're knowledgeable, smart, here to take care of you. And on top of that, you're going to get the right price, the best price, and that's guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store if it finds a lower price elsewhere. They always have great savings events going on, and of course, tax-free Delaware helps. So National Appliance Warehouse, visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
There's a Cavaliers role player with a really nice prop tonight. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Max Strus had 7 points for Cleveland in Game 1, but the opportunity and the minutes were both there against the Pacers. Let's buy low on that prop. 10.5, that's the over-under for points. I think Strus gets there tonight. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, basketball fans, ready for the NBA playoffs? Get in on the action throughout basketball's most exciting time of the year with BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. Sign up or log in to score odds boost, tokens, and more, supercharging your profits whenever you make a winning NBA playoffs bet. And that's not all. With BetMGM, you'll have access to countless b-ball betting options, including new looks, same-game parlays, teasers, live bets, and so much more. Just sign up or log in today and you'll be on your way to exciting NBA action all through the postseason. Get ready for this season's exciting finish with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy Jewelers.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
All right, in just a moment, we are going to play for you our awesome conversation with Doug Peterson in case you missed it. And speaking of awesome, I'm going to tell you about something awesome you can do for yourself, you can do for your home, you can do for your family, and that is just improve your home by replacing the old windows you have in your home, which are drafty, by replacing that front door that is an eyesore, and by calling GUIDA or going to their website to do it. You go to GoGuida.com or you call 877-GO-GUIDA, and here's how they're going to hook you up. First of all, the entire thing from beginning to end is going to be smooth, is going to be easy, is going to be well communicated. That is the first thing. The second thing is on price. You're going to get 20% off everything. So you've been putting this project off because you're worried about the price. 20% off every single window you get. 20% off every door you get, whether it's an insulated front door, whether it's a sliding patio door, whether it's a garage door, whatever it is, 20% off. You're also going to be able to start this entire project with no money down. You walk in there with no money in your pocket. You could walk out there with a deal. You're also going to get 3 years of interest-free financing. Up to 36 months with no interest. Your energy bills go down. The price of your home goes up. Your comfort level goes up. Everything's great. There are restrictions. This is a limited time. Do what I said. Call 877-GO-GUIDA. Get all the details. Also schedule your free, no obligation in-home estimate. Or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Yesterday was a huge celebration on WIP, BG Day. And as part of BG Day, we spoke to Doug Peterson. I think it is specifically interesting to talk to Doug Peterson, not just because he was here, not just because he knows BG, but because Doug, I think even more interesting now, Doug's not a head coach and for any other team. And I feel like we were able to get even more out of Doug because he doesn't have to worry about offending anyone. And Doug, we had a great conversation with Doug Peterson about the Super Bowl win in 2018, about Brandon Graham, about what he's up to now. And it was so good, we thought we would play it for you again. Here is our conversation with Doug Peterson. Coach Doug Peterson joins us now for BG Day. Coach, thank you for giving us some of your time today.
Oh, you bet. You bet. I'm honored to call in and talk a little bit about BG.
Dougie P, what's up, brother?
What is going on, man?
You know what, Doug? Jack and I were talking earlier. We never think about the fact that you and Ike were actually teammates for a year. Do you have any before we get to BG?
Oh, God.
Well, do you have any Ike memories as the player, Ike?
Ike was a stud, man. He was obviously a great linebacker, good special teams player, just an all-around great teammate, man. We had some didn't have a great year that first year, but man, we had some fun times.
We did, Coach. I appreciate the kind words. Don't let them bait you into telling you anything.
Well, you never know.
I'll keep it above board.
Yeah, for now. So, Coach, do you still, you as part of the legendary team, the first Eagles team to win the Super Bowl, do you still run into Eagles fans here and there? And if so, what is that experience like for you?
Living down here in Jupiter, Florida, there's a ton of Eagle fans around this city and around this part of the country down here, and whether playing golf or just out in the community having dinner, you're always going to run into an Eagles fan or somebody that's visiting down here, and they're very appreciative of that first Super Bowl, and they bring up a lot of great memories. In fact, my wife and I were just in Philadelphia this past weekend for a wedding, and we stayed downtown there, and it was fun. It was fun to run into a lot of fans, and people remembered that first one, and you feel proud, you feel honored to have represented that city and that organization to get them that championship, and it's very special to me.
What was it like for you, Coach, to watch this team this past year? Obviously, they went to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago and lost to Kansas City, but watching this team this year, Saquon being here, watching Jalen have the year he had, did you draw anything from watching this team this year win it to the way you guys did it back in 2017?
Yeah, obviously I brought the Jaguars there, I think in week 3 this past year, and played an Eagles team that we felt early in the season, if you're going to beat this team, you got to beat them early, and they ultimately won that game that day. But I saw the improvement watching them all season long, and how I think Jalen took that team from a leadership standpoint on his shoulders and led that football team. Now the addition of Saquon was tremendous, and having that type of run game that they had, I just think they learned from the Super Bowl that they lost a couple years ago, and those guys were hungry, they were determined. Nick did a great job of just leading that team as well, and just the right guys, had the right guys there, and obviously today is BG Day, and he was one of those guys, that could lead that football team, and just like he did in 17-18 when we won the championship that year.
Yeah, and we'll get to you with BG. I want to ask you one quick thing about Jalen, because you just mentioned him. You guys drafted him back in 20. Watching Jalen develop from his early days as a rookie to you seeing where he's at now, he's been to the Super Bowl twice and now has won the Super Bowl. I guess I'm trying to figure out the right way to phrase the question, but I know you got to be happy. I wanted to say proud, but how happy are you to watch his development at the quarterback position and what he has become since you guys saw what you saw on him back in 2020?
For me, there's no surprise. There is no surprise for me that he's been able to lead that team, that organization. Obviously the success they've had to win a championship. It's the same things we saw and what I saw in him coming out of college, whether he was at Alabama, Oklahoma. He's got a pedigree that is a winning pedigree, and he's the type of guy and type of player that's going to put in the hard work, the things you talk about as a coach. He's the one that does it, and the guys respond. The guys respond to that, and they appreciate that from him. And just watching him grow the last couple of years, and again, let's just talk about Saquon and Jalen Hurts together. I mean, that's what a quarterback wants, right? A quarterback wants the running game where you don't have to put it on your shoulders to win it every game throwing the football. And that's what the Eagles did this past year. And it took a lot off of Jalen, but at the same time, when the plays needed to be made, he made them. And that's what champions do. That's what winners do. And that's who Jalen is.
talking to former Eagles head coach Doug Peterson on BG Day. Doug, to talk to you about Brandon Graham, I want to ask you first about the player on the field, and then we can talk about what he was like, as a leader off the field. On the field, what do you remember best about Brandon as a player for you?
I think the biggest thing for me as the head coach, for the 5 years that I was there, was the fact that he was available every single day. Meaning he showed up to work every single day, ready to practice, ready to get better, ready to lead his football team, and would do anything you'd ask him to do. If we needed somebody to play special teams, he could play special teams. That's what he did early in his career. If he had to play, a 3 technique or a shade, he could do that. If you put him out on an end, come off the edge, he could do that. I mean, just a selfless individual, put his teammates first over himself, and that's who he is. That's the type of player you want to build an organization around, and BG epitomized that, and that's what I appreciate about him, was the fact that every single day he was the same guy, and he had a smile on his face. I mean, you guys know him. He had a smile on his face. He was joking around. He was having a good time at practice or during games, and he loved to talk, and that's who he is, and that's what I remember the most about him.
The funny thing about BG is he'll have a smile on his face even when he's mad.
Yeah,
exactly right. There will be opportunities where he is pissed off, but he's still doing it with a smile on his face. So he has figured out the way to deliver that. It does seem, too, as his career has gone on, he has taken on more and more of a leadership role, not just with his contemporaries, but with young players as well. Did you see that developing in the half a decade you were here?
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's the type of player that he is. He was always teaching and leading the young guys. We had Josh Sweat as a young player, coming in, and Derek Barnett was a young player at the time, the year we won the Super Bowl, these guys like that. And just over the course of the 5 years that I was there, just watching BG really embrace these guys and lead them, and showing them what it's like to be a professional athlete, and what it takes, and the sacrifice it takes, and just a great person that way, with some of those young players that you bring onto your team, and watching his career, obviously close up, and then again from afar, he's the same. He's the same person day in, day out.
And Doug, you got to see BG from when they drafted him, so you saw him early in his career, as you was a part of Coach Reed's staff back then. You got to see him young and develop into the player that he became when you got a chance to coach him. His maturity level and his leadership and that development from a coach's perspective, the importance of, I guess, those are some of the qualities you see in a player when you draft them, but I would imagine being able to stick with a player and believing in those qualities and traits in a guy is a little bit rewarding for a coach when you watch those things develop in him the way they did in BG. BG had some traits in him early that I'm sure the staff saw in him, but to watch him those things develop as career went on, I'm pretty sure that had to be rewarding as a coach to see.
Yeah, Ike, it was great to see as a coach. You remember early back in his early days too. I mean, there were days when sometimes you wouldn't think he was going to make it, and things were stacked against him a little bit early in his career, and but here's a guy that continued to work and really, as you mentioned, mature and grow as an athlete, grow as a person, not only on the field but off the field as well, with the leadership, obviously there, and then I get a chance to come back as the head coach and coach him as a head coach, and just see the growth and the maturity and the level of professionalism that BG, brought to the team. And the 5 years that I was there, just watching that, and then just continuing to watch. And then I've had, when I was in Jacksonville, we had 2 opportunities to come back and play the Eagles, and to see him from the other sideline, he's the same guy, and he's battled adversity. You don't get to the top, you don't win championships without adversity, and he's battled it physically and obviously mentally and emotionally and all that. But again, he's worked himself into that type of player, and so his career is just, to me, it's what the city of Philadelphia is. It's what the Eagles organization is, and he's been great at it his entire career.
Doug Peterson with us, former Eagles head coach. Let me take you back to the Super Bowl and the strip sack itself. Now, I remember the first time I was on an NFL field during the game on the sideline. I was stunned at how little you can see, like on the sideline, because you don't think, when you're watching on TV or in the stands, you see everything. But when you're on the field, everything's flat. It's very hard to see, across the sideline or whatever. When the strip sack happened, did you see it? Did you just know what happened based on the result, like the reaction from everybody? What was that moment for you?
Well, initially, I didn't realize that BG had jumped inside and got over the guard. That was the first thing. I did not see that. I was obviously hearing the defensive call and making sure the guys were, in the right spots and all that. But then when the ball was snapped and being an offensive coach, you kind of watch kind of the offensive team and how the play kind of develops against the defense. That's just where my eyes typically go. But there was a flash in the backfield, and next thing I saw, I looked back and Tom was getting hit, and it was BG that got the strip sack. A great move on the guard and was able to get himself back there and get his hand on Tom's arm and knock that ball loose. And then Derek Barnett was able to pick it up and big turnover, and obviously, helped us win that game. But huge play. I mean, huge play in that game where BG was able to use his athleticism, his strength, his power, his size at that time to really, push the pocket and get an edge and eventually, get the ball out of Tom's hands.
A regular debate on this show, Coach Peterson, this is very important. Regular debate on this show is, what is the bigger play, the Philly special or the strip sack? Now, if I had to ask you, Doug Peterson, Coach Doug Peterson of that team, what was the bigger play?
Are those
what
the
would
only
your
two
answer
plays
be?
I get to pick?
Well, those are the only two. We're only giving you those two.
I would throw in a third. I would throw in the other 4th and 1 at like the minus 35-yard line.
Yes, big decision, buddy.
Where we hit Ertz for a first down. That went on to score that drive and give us the lead. But honestly, the Philly special is a great play, and it's going to go down in history as one of the greatest plays in Super Bowl history. And I'm very proud of that and the way the team rallied and the way we executed. But really, I think in the biggest moment to really ice our game, in that moment, you gotta look at that strip sack and what happened. It led to a field goal, which put us up 8 points, and so with under 2 minutes to go in that football game. So to me, as coaches, we talk to players all the time. You never know when the play is coming to you. Make the plays that come your way, and BG made a play that came his way. Now, the Philly special, those guys made a play as well. So I'd have to go BG, strip sack 1, and then a close 1A Philly special.
I like it.
I had the other side. Coach.
That's the quarterback.
I got a defensive guy sitting in the room there, so I have to go with the defense. Come on.
I like it.
Coach, just a quick question personally. The NFL coach lifestyle seems absolutely excruciating to me. I mean, it's just a constant cycle of coaching and tape and preparation, and it never ends. Are you able to take this time and breathe a little bit, not being in that cycle for the first time in a very long time?
We just came through the NFL draft, and I I wanted to put on tape and watch college players and this, that, and the other, but I was able to also just kind of pull away and relax and just kind of enjoy it, just look at it from afar and just watch everything kind of unfold and probably look at it more from a fan's perspective, I think, than anything else. You're right. The coaching profession is not easy. The hours are long during the regular season, and you put in a lot of time to try to win a football game, and then obviously coach the guys, during the week, and get them prepared that way as well. And the biggest thing too that I can appreciate with the teams in Philadelphia and even the teams in Jacksonville for me is that players can see through coaches, right? And I always wanted to be one of those coaches that was very honest and open and transparent and roll up my sleeves and go to work with those guys. And if they can believe in that and you give them a constant message each and every day, they're going to fight for you. And that team in 2017-18 to win that championship, it was a great football team that way. They fought for each other. They fought for me. They fought for that coaching staff, the organization. And much like the team this past year, you could see it, with that Eagles team, how they pulled for one another and played for one another and ultimately won a championship again. So it is a grind, but this time of year has been good to just step away and spend time with family and enjoy our grandbabies and see what comes next for myself.
Now that I think there must have been a
grandbabies.
You're not old enough for grandbabies. Come on, man.
Well, hold on. I got
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah. Easy over there.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Welcome to the Granddad Club.
Yeah.
There you go,
Coach.
We're getting old.
Yep.
If you don't mind me asking, when Carson got hurt that year, there must have been some doubt inside of you that you guys could still achieve that ultimate goal. How do you get past that? Like, how do you move on and just say we still have a job to do?
That was a tough moment for the football team because Carson was playing extremely well that year and was having a heck of a season, and was obviously in the conversation for MVP and all that year. And I think that was like, I think it was like week 12 or 13. I think we won that game in LA, and I think we went to 11-2 after that. But you know what? It's part of the, for me, why that team is so special, how they rallied around each other. And it was always, as you know, you've heard that before, it's always the next man up mentality. And the guys, we lost Jason Peters that year. We lost Chris Maragos that year. We lost Darren Sproles that year. Jordan Hicks that year. We lost, and then Carson Wentz. So we lost five key players that season, and still go on, to win a championship. And the guys rallied around Nick Foles. Nick did a great job coming in and controlling the offense and leading the football team. But it wasn't about one guy. It was about the entire football team. And we had some great leaders that year. And I think that's what makes it so special for me as the coach, being around a team that just gave of themselves, for each player, and we were ultimately able to get it done.
Well, Coach, it was a great moment. I oftentimes tell the story. I was lucky enough to be at the ring ceremony because my dad made me his +1. And I think it was after the rings, there was a line for ice cream. And I'll always remember seeing you in line, because I was in line as well for ice cream, and looking at you and saying, that is the happiest guy in the world. He just won the Super Bowl. He's in line. He got his ring. He's in line for ice cream. What a moment. And I don't think I've ever seen anybody happier in my life, Coach, than you were at that moment.
Two of my most favorite things, right? Ring and ice cream. And I was happy that night. That's for sure.
That is for sure. Well, Coach Peterson, we appreciate you coming on today, talk about Brandon Graham and that year. And you're always a hero around here, man. So we appreciate it quite a bit.
You bet. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Coach.
There he is. Take care. Doug Peterson.
There it is, our great conversation with Doug Peterson. Thanks so much to Coach for coming on with us. Jack, what do we have coming up in the top 5 at 5?
Things that people have said to me the most recently.
Things that people have said to you the most recently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we got that. And a Joel Embiid trade rumor. What?
Oh.
That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2025 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening right now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Rays. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 7:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Deep left field, and that is gone. And Weston Wilson.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Mother's Day is almost upon us. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, your daughter, whomever it may be, Family and Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and, of course, their service. I've been in their showroom. You should be as well. It's awesome. A huge selection of gifts at every price point. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her the love by getting her a gift that she will love, a gift from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an Odds Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Odds Boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB Odds Boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck, so step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports, but it's sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Nikola Jokic last night had 42 points, 22 rebounds, and 6 assists to become the 4th player in NBA postseason history to record at least 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 assists in a game. The crazy part is these video game stat lines just feel normal at this point for the 3-time NBA MVP. And the thing I currently love the most about the Joker is the vocal role he's taken on since the firing of Mike Malone, and at times it looks like Denver as a player coach, which just further adds to his greatness. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Afternoon Show. On Sports Radio 94
New ones?
WIP.
New ones? New ones?
It's the WIP Afternoon Show. Ike, Spike, and Fritz reminding you. Well, first of all, we're on the radio, on the free Odyssey app, and live on YouTube.
Big take, yeah.
There it is, live on YouTube. Phillies are back tonight. First pitch, 7:05. Jack will have you for leading off at 6 o'clock. Speaking of Jack, he's here now, too. Let's do it, Jack.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
Oh, 5, beautiful 5.
I mean, don't sound so disappointed in there.
No.
Yeah, Jack's here now.
It's just a lot of Jack.
It is a lot. I agree. Some would say too much.
Yeah,
Speaking of a lot of Jack, I
Yeah.
want to make sure I forgot to plug this earlier.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, me and Seltzer at Casey's in Drexel Hill for the World Series rematch, Phil's Rays.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Delco. That was right down the street from my in-laws, Casey's in Drexel Hill.
I'm sure I'll see your father-in-law.
There you go. Joe, head on over.
Come on over and
Yep.
watch some Phil's baseball.
Yeah.
So obviously being the man about town that I am, yesterday talked and shook hands with a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Man about Westchester. I run into a lot of people.
Okay.
And I decided that there's been one thing that has been said to me a lot recently, which I'm kind of surprised by.
Really?
So what I have for you, the top 5 things that people have said to me the most recently. Starting at number 5 is the quote, "Spike's growing on me."
Oh, I don't mind that one.
Which means obviously the beginning.
They didn't like me at all.
They weren't there.
Yeah.
What the guy say yesterday as we were walking out? He's like, "Spike, you're really growing on me like a
Oh yeah.
Fungus?
Fungus?
Like a fungus.
something fungal related." I
Yeah.
believe is what it was.
Fungi.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well,
fungal related is
yeah.
pretty damn close.
Yeah.
Are you
I
gonna make a
take a
fungi
minute.
joke in there?
I take a minute for some people, especially here. And
I didn't know you took a minute.
well, on a good day.
Yeah, got it.
Hey yo.
Guys like to be stroked.
Yeah. There are a couple different reasons I
what?
see it.
Oh, sorry.
For that I would grow on people.
Right.
Or that it would take growing. First of all, they already had something they liked.
Right.
And it changed.
And there's nothing wrong with it, most said.
There was nothing wrong with it, yes, before I got here. Yes, it was going on just fine, number one, without me. And the second thing is like I can be a lot.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm a lot. As I said.
Well, and you also had the last name that I think people
for sure
immediately had their backup about.
Yeah. And as I said Tucker and Ava earlier, I said I'm a good person, but I'm really annoying. And it takes the annoying happens right away.
Yeah.
The good person you figure out after a while.
Sure. Yeah. I agree. I
Yep.
agree. And
Okay.
when I eventually have to re-update my most notable versions of Spike, remote Spike is going to be flying up the boards.
Well,
he is different on remotes.
I like things to
the
be
amount of table slams we get on remotes.
Well, dude, there's like
the side eyes.
Why you got to give him credit?
Yeah.
Yesterday could have went a lot worse than
I handled.
He did.
You handled going off the air for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, you really did handle the going off the air thing well.
We went off the air a minute before we were supposed to talk to Sirriani.
Yes.
Sirianni's on hold.
On hold.
Yeah.
He's sitting there listening to the.
That would have been justifiable for you to.
And the internet died.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I just sat there and I was like, Fran, go find the manager.
And I tell you what, no one moves slower in times of crisis than Fran.
Oh yeah, no rush.
Yeah, Spike was like, "Hurry up!"
Yeah,
Like
actually move with a little sense of urgency.
Hey, Fran,
this is the radio show. This is the whole. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Yep.
It's the whole product. Without us being on the air, there's no radio station. It's like your connection to. It's everything. All right, sorry.
Fran, the building's on fire. Oh, okay. You want to go check with someone? Oh, okay. Poor Fran.
Yeah.
Number 4, the
Yep.
things that people have said to me the most recently, and they think they're so funny when they say this. Who? Guess they let anyone write a book these days. Get that one a lot. Ringthebellbook.com.
That's a good
You
one.
probably get the book in July by this point.
Yeah. They let anybody write a book these days.
Yeah, they do. They do. And again, co-author with my boy Kevin Reevy, but the book's hot. We might go into audio version, which is great. I'm going to be might have to throw my little accent on it. I'm sure people would like that.
So you're going to be the one that's reading it for us?
Well, I'm trying to bully them into letting me and Kevin just read it because they're like, they admit us Phil has a whole questionnaire about it. I was like, why can't I just read it?
Can I offer you? Look, if you want to do it. It's way more difficult than you think it is.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, my friend Jason had to do it for his book, but also I remember once for the podcast, I did this thing where when we got to 1,000 positive podcast reviews, I'd read all of them. Yeah. I'm like, this won't be hard at all. 17 minutes into it, I was like, this is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. And it was 3.5 hours later. It was
3.5?
That was it. But that's
Oh, my
it.
goodness.
You're going to be reading forever.
Forever. All right. I take that in consideration.
But you should do it's difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like doing things my own
Okay.
way.
All right.
Okay.
Either way, they think they get me with that one. The other thing
you're going to mispronounce all the words in the friggin' book? You can't even spell
That's the
them.
other thing. That's right.
I know.
Yeah.
That's the issue. That's going to be the issue.
All right.
I'm sure we'll find it out. We'll
Yep.
figure it out. Anyway, the third thing that people have said to me the most recently, of course, not the hottest start to the season. What are your Phils doing? They can't wait to see me. There he is. It's like they do with you and the Sixers.
Yep.
Obviously, no one bothers like with the Eagles.
No.
They're the greatest thing to ever
Yeah.
happen in the history of the city. But it's like, oh, what are your Phils going to do?
Yep.
And it's always the same thing. Bullpen sucks. I know.
Yeah.
I know. So but yeah.
I've dealt with it for the Sixers forever.
Yeah.
No.
It's good. Like I wouldn't trade it because it means people like care, but still, it's like I know.
Well, listen, you've had the chance to enjoy the high times, 22 and 23.
23 was high for a moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. But you enjoyed that. That was the Trey Turner year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you've been to the top of the mountaintop.
And we're struggling to get back up there. That's what everyone's
Even
saying.
last year.
Well, I'm saying when he didn't mind being known as the baseball guy in the city when everything was going well.
Oh yeah, no, it's great though.
By the way, I didn't mind in the first
Right,
5
yeah,
years of the
exactly,
process,
yeah,
musical
yeah,
process
Sixer
guy,
guy,
blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
It'll all come back around for us, Spike.
Yep.
One day we'll be bullying Ike.
Yeah, I
Just hang in
can't
there.
wait. Your Eagles.
Yeah, what are your Eagles doing,
Yeah.
Ike? Idiot.
You're a quarterback. You're a coach. Can't wait.
Pretty good run. Pretty good run. The second thing that I've heard, the second thing that people have said to me the most recently, a lot of this yesterday, which was good to see. And now that, BG Live's done, great event, maybe we can get this thing figured out.
Yeah.
You're going to kill the camera? I've been getting that a lot
Oh,
recently.
yeah, you're getting that a lot.
Well,
yeah.
that started before I even got here, right? That started over a year ago. You and DeCamera physical challenge.
Yeah, the camerathon.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
By the way, he wants us to address. He thinks that we need to decide between.
Wait, who?
This is the camera.
person who?
This is
okay.
the camera.
Okay.
So he wants us to decide how many to reach base a certain amount of times would be successful. So like he thinks 3. If he reaches base 3 out of 10 times, like if we do 10 at bats, then that should count as a win for him.
I agree.
Now hold on. That's not a hit. That's just that could be a walk.
I agree.
I think it should be 4.
No.
3? That counts as the camera success?
Dude, I
could walk people. That doesn't mean he's going to win anything.
You were a college pitcher.
Yeah, but
he is a
radio.
Yeah, like barely.
Barely a radio host?
Well, yeah. I mean, a presidential candidate maybe at some point. Dude, 4 means he's excellent.
And we're including walks?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not,
but
he's not
in
3 base
OBP,
hits.
The highest OBP on the Phillies isn't even 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying.
That's the major leagues.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm just saying success level.
I know what you're saying.
And Jack should be.
Do you think the baseline should be 3 out of 10? That's a win for the camera.
I think
getting
so.
on first base
because you should crush him in there.
Sure, but I could also walk him. Like I don't think walking proves that he's more athletic than me or better at baseball than me.
Well, I guess this is where. Well, are you batting?
I don't think. I think I'm just throwing to him. I think we're going to do 10 at bats.
Okay, so then if all you're doing is pitching, then the walking does count against you.
Yes.
Because it's control.
It can count against me. That's fine. But I could see myself walking in 3. I don't think it proves anything.
You're walking 3 times?
I could see that. It's like I don't know where the ball's going as much as I used to know where the ball's going.
Oh, hell no.
No.
This is not good.
Yeah,
All
here's the
right,
other
then
thing.
We'll do 3. I'm fine with
and
it.
he's not getting any credit for infield hits or anything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are we
He has
playing?
to-
Are we infielders out there?
Well, yeah, he wants us to recruit like 8 fielders.
I think we should get some of our wiffle ball guys from Dolan's.
Oh, they'd love it.
They should field.
I was going to say I would do it.
Well, that's fine.
I'll stand in the outfield.
Yeah, I'm not.
Well, I think, but also
I'm betting on you. I'm not going to get much work out there, so yeah, I'll just be standing out there.
No, I know. A ball won't reach the outfield in the air.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a 0% chance.
Yes, the ball's not getting out of the infield.
I think 3 is fair.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
All
As
right.
long as you have a baseline for it.
Do I get to play shortstop?
Well, you're a lefty.
That's what I'm saying, but this will be the only time I get to do it. They let me do it at fantasy camp.
Well, that's because you were Ike Reese.
Well,
I think he's got to play third base.
I'm still Ike Reese.
We've won 2 Super Bowls.
That moves me out. That's what he's saying.
Maybe first base.
Okay.
Maybe first base.
Oh, you'll put me at first base. Okay.
Well, the last time I did this, we had a guy in a wheelchair playing second base, and that's the only reason the camera even made that close at first. It's awful. One of the worst experiences of my life. Anyway.
All right.
Yes.
The number one thing that people have said to me the most recently. No, what do you got?
Okay, this would be my. I'm sorry, I just keep thinking about this. Maybe we'll have to get through this. Maybe 3 is a push, 4 is a win for DeCamera, 2 is a win for Jack, and if we get to 10 and it's a push, we get 5 more at bats or something. Like there's got to be maybe there's a push in there somewhere.
Right.
Because I agree 3 out of 10 is not successful, but I think 4 out of 10 is very successful. So maybe 3 is a push. I think we're close.
This is how it's gonna. I'm just
And
letting
2 is a win for Jack. If he only gets on it twice, that's a win.
Well, honestly, anything above 0 is a loss.
Yes.
For me.
For you personally.
For me personally.
Yes.
So yes, I guess 4.
Because he's going to go up there and try to let you walk him.
Well,
yes, that's what I'm worried about.
All he's gonna do, and I probably will. Like,
What,
let's hit the
will you
breaking
throw
news.
strikes?
Well, but it's hard to throw strikes.
Are you training?
When we eventually figure out the freaking date, I'll start throwing.
Are you
again.
at least throwing yet?
No.
Oh, God.
It hurts every time I throw.
Dude, it's May
hurts.
already.
You sound like the camera.
But at least there's real wear and tear on this right shoulder. You know.
Dude, you haven't pitched in over a decade,
That's the
bro.
point.
Yeah,
That's
stop.
the point. That's why it hurts all the time. Yeah.
I just have nightmares of
Fritz, I'm just telling
seeing
you.
you sweating
You let
against
us
Elliott.
down.
That was Fat Jack.
Okay.
If you let us down, man.
Yeah.
It don't sound like you're taking this serious.
It doesn't.
Not yet. Not yet.
God.
Not yet.
Okay.
Anyway.
Number one.
The number one thing, though, that people have said to me the most recently, I find it so funny. So, I don't know if you've obviously, Spike hasn't experienced this, but like, there's a look that people give you when you walk around with 2 kids by yourself. And I've been walking around with just Walker and Sutton. We're going on a morning walk with both of them.
Okay.
And a guy on Saturday stopped me, and he was like, "You should be commended for what you're doing." I'm dead serious.
What, does he think you were a single dad because you were walking them yourself?
Solving world
Saving the
hunger?
world. Yeah.
You know? But that's been every time I go on a walk with both my kids, people are like, they stop in the streets. They're like, "There he is, the best dad we've ever seen."
Yeah.
And I'm like, think about think about moms. Like, moms are at home with
Doing
the
it
kids
all day long.
all day long.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just expected of them.
Yeah.
The guys' expectations are so low that you walk around 2 kids at one time, people they're flooding the streets saying, "There he is." I told Jill, she's like, "Are you guys kidding me?"
She's like, I walk around with both of them all day, constantly.
She takes them to the park. You know, Walker's running around like a madman. She's got to handle both of them. This guy, I was like, oh, he's a fan. Like, I was getting prepared for the whole, like, oh, what do you think about the Eagles? And he was like, "You should be commended for what you're doing." It's like, sir,
there you go.
I'm just walking around with my 2 kids.
Yeah. But then there's going to be a time when you want to be commended for that.
Yes.
Sure.
You're still in the happy phase of just walking around with the kids.
Yeah.
Wait till you're not happy doing it.
Yeah, wait till you want to murder them.
I just think the bar is so low.
Well, it is.
Sometimes.
For dads. Well, for dads being hands-on is what it is. There are more dads that are hands-on nowadays.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the
in touch with their feelings.
I think the dads are heating back up.
Yeah, this isn't the 60s anymore. Yes, in the 70s where, yes, dads are actually involved.
Dads are heating back up, he says. This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with up to 36 months to pay it off interest-free. That's 3 years. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. Jack, our little hero, 215-592-9494. Yoshi in Brewery Town. You're on WIP.
My man Spike, Big Ike, Jackie, baby. What's poppin'? Happy Tuesday.
What up, Yosh?
Hey, real quick, top 5 things I get asked because people know that I call the radio show. Do they pay you? No, they don't.
Nope.
How tall is Ike? He's pretty tall. What's Spike look like? Does he act like his dad? I don't know what his dad act like. Does Jack really spit? And does Chuck really talk like that? That's top 5 things I get asked what's name on the regular about the WIP.
That's pretty good.
What's up, fellas? Hey, man. Hey, I'm excited. It's kind of weird, man. I got my AARP card the other day, bro. I was like, I was running through the house like, oh, man. My wife was like, "What's wrong with you?" I was like, "I got my AARP card."
Yeah, I started getting mine, about a year ago, I think.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You get it at 50? Is that when it comes in the mail? Oh,
Yeah.
no. Oh, I'm not that far. I'm 49 this summer.
It's coming.
Oh, no.
Well, you got another year. You You're almost there. Young whippersnapper. Hey, I was on that Peg Bundy float too, boy. What's name? Oh, ow. Running through there, them tight hotel jeans. I was loving it.
You don't miss anything.
No.
Man, I was loving her. But real quick, man, what's name now? I love that first Super Bowl. It brought some tears to a grown man's eyes. I loved it. Oh, man, I enjoyed this Super Bowl. I can't pick which one. I just love them both. I love that I feel like we got a revenge game with that first one. You know, what's name? That was for Ike, McNabb, and Doc, all of them getting that one with them. Let's play the same team.
Yep.
Another revenge game, what's name, early in the year that made us Super Bowl champions again. I mean, I love the excitement of the first one. You know, biting your nails, but you know I knew we was gonna win, even though I was biting my nails. And like Ike said, either yesterday or today, what's the name? You just felt like Tom Brady could come back. When BG got that daggone strip set, he was like, "Oh, it's a wrap." Oh man, this one, like I had to watch the game like 3 times because come third quarter, I was like, dang, I didn't even know that happened. Seeing stuff on Twitter and
Yeah, we have to watch the game again. Yeah. I haven't watched it again. Yep. It's only the.
I haven't rewatched it yet.
Yep.
Yeah.
I still be catching stuff in the fourth quarter. Like, dang, I didn't even know that happened. It was just blissful. I love them both. I'm not gonna pick Spike. You can't make me pick, baby. I love them both. Jack, I'm still waiting for my book. And when is Herb's book coming out?
We haven't heard about the Herb book in a while.
Oh, did he talk about writing a book?
Yeah, but it's going to be, I think, 16 chapters, 100 pages.
My kind of book.
16 chapters.
Hey, I know I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it. I've been waiting for it.
Yeah.
And my finale. We're talking about movie finales or TV finales.
Whatever finale. Could even be a sports finale.
Or a sports
Well,
finale.
I'll be cheating anyway. What's name? So I'm gonna say Cheers was my favorite TV show finale, and I really enjoyed the way Rambo ended. What's name? In that last one. You know how that ended. So those.
Oh, Rambo 3.
Right,
I don't even remember Rambo
it was
3.
actually Rambo 4, brother.
Damn, it was 4 Rambos?
Rambo 4?
That's too many Rambos.
Yeah.
Hey, but it was good. It was good. Check it out. Love y'all cats, man. Hey,
Yo.
We still riding to September.
That's right, baby. Champions. That's right.
like 2 Detroit Pimps, baby. Whoa. Love
2
y'all
Detroit
cats, baby.
Pimps.
Calling in on a good phone again. That's two
did.
straight
That's
Yoshi
2 straight
calls.
times, yeah. Which says when he wants to, he can call in on the right phone in.
Of course he can.
That's what that says.
Because sometimes he just, I think he's on Kelly Drive. It's a little warmer out. You get the top down.
Yeah.
He's maybe looking at some eye candy.
Well, when
that's when his phone's bad.
Well, yeah, when he's yelling on the speaker on the AirPods or whatever.
AirPod, yeah.
It's like we can't hear him, and we got no delay here. You see, he's right there. Yoshi on WIP, my man Spike, boom, right there. I like when he's boom, right there. Boom, right there.
They must have anxiety when they call up.
Yep, that's the way I like it. You're saying
Because Spike doesn't even listen. Like, he's just only locked in on how it starts.
He's locked in on how it starts.
I listen, but if it starts bad, I'm gonna here's the thing. We should do it one day. First of all, I was thinking a couple different ideas for shows. This isn't a whole show, it's just a thing. But we've been talking about the 2024 season, how there were more ups and downs than we remember.
Mm-hmm.
We could do a whole show on going through each week and what happened and like the feeling after each game. Because I feel like we talk about the bye week, but we don't think about what happened before the bye week.
All right, now you got to claim us. You're on the air saying that somebody's going to steal our idea.
Well, as long as it's not the midday show or the morning show. Nobody else matters. It's like, is my message to Giglio? Don't do it, Giglio. It's my message to camera. Don't do it to camera. Yes. It's my idea. But the other thing is, I know you talk about keeping the callers on their toes. I know what they all do wrong. Like I see, and I'm trying to, like Aaron. I love Aaron. Aaron from Mount Hour, great caller. He always starts off with the next question. Starts off the first 3 minutes are about the next question.
I think it's because he wants to make sure he doesn't forget to get his answer.
I get it. I love Aaron, but
I'm with you. Yeah.
First, the one thing I realized today, Aaron can't be the first call of the day. He just can't. He can't. Like we're trying to get the topic off, and he's like 3.5 minutes on how Friends wasn't that popular. You know?
Well, if our leadoff hitter would call like he's supposed to.
Never slack during football season.
It's off season. He's busy at times.
Yeah.
He's busy.
Speaking of which, we'll talk to him next. We will get to the Embiid trade rumor and also just a real bummer for the first-round pick of the New York Giants, Abdul Carter, just struggling a little bit.
Yeah, he's struggling.
I feel for him, be honest with you.
On the way out, I got my, from a suggestion from a Twitter follower of mine, my fourth Mount Rushmore guy for the
Sixers.
Yes.
Okay, we'll have that too. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Now, want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, you know it, that's when things start to get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old, same old, same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Sports fans, listen up. It's the bottom of the ninth, and you don't want to find yourself dancing on your own. Get to Joseph Anthony and take care of your loved ones this Mother's Day with the gift of relaxation at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. With 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. From specialty massages to lavish treatment suites, Joseph Anthony has everything you would expect from a spa and more. Stop by Joseph Anthony today to hit a home run or visit josephanthony.com where gift cards are available.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Wawa's new $2 $4 $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 $4 $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94, WIP.
Phoenixville yesterday.
Not the same juice today as we had yesterday.
No, that was juice. They wanted it yesterday.
They're pulling out the lighters.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful moment.
You know, Elliot said to me,
here we go.
Afterwards, we were talking about it. Oh, stop. Yeah, Elliot said to me, and he was like, we were talking about the sing-along there. He's like, my wife always sends me, like TikToks and Instagram reels of that song. It seems like it's like, having a moment or whatever. I'm like, yes, Elliot. It's I know you're denying that the song is popular, but it's definitely, having a moment.
It's like he's shocked.
Yes. Like he didn't know this whole time. The Twitter question is brought to you by our friends at Mark's Jewelers. Show the mom in your life how much she means to you this Mother's Day with a special gift with your purchase. Marks-Jewelers.com is where you go. Why don't we do one we haven't done yet? How about this? Do you like the show Friends? Do you like the show Friends? What do you think the poll is at here?
Well, it certainly was a popular show, so I'm going to imagine it's yes.
Yeah, it was one of the most popular shows of all time.
But the younger generation could they have watched it? I don't know if Fritz actually watched Friends. I'll say
they hate it. The young generation craps on it all the time.
I'll go 58% yes.
50-50.
50-50.
50-50.
Okay, yeah.
The younger generation would pick The Office, or what's the other one? How I Met Your Mother was big with the younger generation. The Office was big with the younger generation. What's that?
Like The Office is bigger. I think my generation likes Office much more than Friends.
Yeah, my wife has transitioned from when we first started dating. When we first started dating, all she did was watch Friends, and now all she does is watch The Office. I swear we pay for cable just so The Office can be on in our house half the time.
Yes. And especially on 83-inch TV.
Oh.
The Office on the...
wait till you get have you watched your first game?
Oh, I watched Phil's on there?
Yeah.
Baseball's watching, I haven't watched football on there. I was watching Knicks Celtics on it last night.
How'd that go? Yeah, good basketball.
Now, do your eyes hurt? Like, do you need blue light glasses to watch it? Or?
Dude, I love it. I feel like I'm in the game.
Now you're going to get surround sound? You get some speakers in the back.
Well, I got one of the soundbar things underneath it.
Yeah, you gotta get that.
My room is like, it's very open downstairs, so I don't think the surround would work that well. And then I said, Val complains about how big the TV is. I was in the kitchen cooking dinner last night, and I was like, I can see the TV fine from here. And she's like, yeah, I know.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
I want to be able to see the TV from everywhere in the house.
Yes, I want to see it from down the street. I want to see it when I go over the Commodore Barry Bridge. I want to see the TV 10 miles away. So Bill Simmons was talking to Ryan Russillo on the Bill Simmons podcast, and they were talking about the Lakers and Joel Embiid. Here's what they had to say.
I think Reeves at 14 and 15, when you throw expirings with him, you could get some really good players at that point.
Can you think of anything where if you're the Lakers, you go, now I have to think about this a little bit?
Embiid?
That's something the Lakers would traditionally do. I
Talk
think the
about
Sixers-
get out of jail free cards.
I think the
If they
Sixers
were
do
like,
it in a second. By
We'll
the way.
give you all of our expirings and a first, and we'll get you out of the Joel Embiid business. Here's your get out of jail free card right now. You don't have to deal with them anymore.
I heard Embiid was available at the trade deadline. It'd be irresponsible to not even ask. Yeah, oh yeah.
Come on.
You think it's surprising that that Daryl would potentially float the idea?
I just hadn't heard that. I was excited about the info. Yeah, so all right, that's my favorite Lakers move. All their expirings and 2 first-round picks, and they get Embiid. And Philly
So
just
not
gets,
Reeves.
Reeves isn't in it.
Oh, Reeves isn't in it.
He's not in it. You don't even get Reeves. We don't know if Embiid's ever playing again. I'm like, I'll take Embiid. You can have one of our first-round picks, and here's some bunch of expirings.
So one just point of clarity there. They couldn't have traded Embiid at the deadline because of his contract extension. So now I don't doubt that. I think it's certainly possible that Daryl could have not called around about the deadline, but I don't think he would have not fielded calls, or at least he's always making calls. The question being, would you trade him for expirings and 2 first-round picks? And I think the Sixers would do it, and I would do it too.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, I just like at this point. Now, here's the couple of different things. If they don't get the pick this year, I wonder if you say no and you give it a run this year. If they end up getting 1 or 2 this year, and you do get this chance to just rebuild with Maxey and McCain and Flag, or who's the other, Dylan Harper or whatever, and you have your own picks, and you have 2 picks from the Lakers, and then you have a clean cap sheet after all these guys expire. It's like, I don't know. I think you'd have to. I don't think the Lakers would do it.
I need Austin Reeves in the deal.
Yeah? I don't think they would give you Austin Reeves.
Well, they can't get Embiid.
Really?
I'm not doing what the Mavericks did. Basically, the Mavericks should have stripped the Lakers.
Yes, absolutely.
Anything
now,
of value.
Luka and Embiid in different situations, in that Luka's
Sure,
25.
he's healthy. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Which is even more reason why the Mavericks should have stripped the Lakers of
Well,
everything.
By the way, the Mavericks only got 1 first-round
Yeah,
pick.
so it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Man, I guess I would have to completely be out on Embiid to do this. Because, see, I would be – the last thing I want to do is give him – man, if we look up Spike and Embiid is in the finals playing with Luka and LeBron.
Can I tell you? Wouldn't work. Wouldn't work.
Oh, you don't think it would work? Yes.
Well, yes, it would crush me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I couldn't even imagine him going out there and somehow remaining healthy enough to get through the damn playoffs.
Or they have a team. They have Luka who can keep you afloat. You know, it's just like if you're a center who plays with Luka, you got to be able to screen and roll, run to the rim and run to the rim and run. It's not who Joel is.
Sure.
Joel's a guy who wants to hold the ball the whole time.
Doubt, yeah.
So does Luka.
So does LeBron.
So does LeBron, right?
Yeah.
But if you're the Sixers and you have an opportunity, it's just like that.
Wow.
My thing was
taking Paul George too.
Well, Paul George you can get rid of. I think. I think you can get rid of Paul George. And by the way, you have to pay somebody. So if you're rebuilding and you have like a functional Paul George,
you need him
there
for the
playing,
money part of it.
Yeah, like you got to pay somebody. It's just like I always said no because I didn't want to restart.
Right.
That I didn't say my thing was always if you want to restart then fine, but if you think you're going to trade Embiid and win now with an Embiid trade, it's never going to happen because you're never going to get a guy who gives you the chance that Embiid gives you. I'm just sort of at the point where like I don't think he's ever going to play enough. I just don't. It's not some big take or anything. I just don't. And I think if you're given the opportunity,
you're willing to make the trade, then you really don't believe he's going to ever play enough.
No, this has been a point of contention. We don't really debate it on the podcast. Mike just has more hope than I do.
Yeah.
And Mike would always be like, well, if you don't, what are we even doing this for if you don't think you could ever, And I'm just like, well, we get paid. And then, no, but because it's about the Sixers, not about Joel.
Sure.
The end of the day. So.
Wow, I had to think about that one.
Yeah.
I wish LeBron wasn't there.
Oh,
then I might be okay with doing it.
Right.
I don't want to send LeBron any more help.
Right. Because then you could be a Laker guy again. If it's Joel and Luka.
Don't need you to point that out.
Okay.
don't need you to point that out, but yes, you got to point there.
Yeah, you could. Let's put it this way: you wouldn't hate
right. Yes.
You don't have to turn it on and go, "I can't stand this guy."
I agree.
You like Luka.
Yeah, I do like Luka. I can't even enjoy him being with the Lakers.
Right.
I can't because the king is still there.
Yeah, but once he's gone, guess who's coming back? Lakers Ike. He's getting league pass, be watching all the games. Yep. Purple and gold.
Jack, would you, if the Lakers said 2 firsts and a bunch of expiring contracts for Joel?
Of course.
Yeah, do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Would you do it for 1?
Yeah. I'm ready to hit the reset button.
Yeah. All right.
Get the reset.
All right. 215-592-9494. Stop.
Wait a minute.
Hair loss.
I hate y'all, man. All right, fellas. Are you wearing that baseball hat a little too much?
Yeah, look at Spike.
You're
Yeah.
switching it up.
I have plenty of hair.
Worried about that? Worried about your hair failing or even thinning, right? Then the team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30-plus years and have mastered the Glad Hair technique. Now, if you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up check-ins, and ongoing maintenance, they've got you covered. It's the reason they are Philadelphia's first pick for hair restoration. Give them a call, 610-980-4000, or visit gladhairmm.com.
All right. As we live and breathe, our leadoff hitter coming up, batting 9th. 215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hold up. Let me put this out there. Listen, ain't nobody, because it's baseball season, I took over a new position at work, so I've been doing some training in different markets, so I've been traveling. Check the caller ID. I guarantee you I still call every day. So call them other top 5 callers y'all got. See if they calling every day. Check the caller ID. All right? Second of all, let's get one thing straight. Ain't nobody ducking nobody. People want to at me on Twitter, you ducking Ike. This ain't duck, goose. I ain't done. Listen, I call every day. We have back and forth. Me, Spike, I call. I don't go missing for 4 or 5 days like certain.
Why would you be ducking me?
Oh, because we got the back and forth about the number yesterday, so people thought I was mad.
No.
This is what we do.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Exactly. Come on, man. This sports, man. Certain people get mad, don't call 4 or 5 days, call themselves the best caller and all that. But not everybody can lead off. Certain people, they try to step in. You hand them, the baton, and then they just drop it. You know what I'm saying? Coming in talking about, the next question. That's why it's called next question. You got to answer the first question first, buddy. But that's how
boy.
Different day.
No.
Let's get on the Lakers real quick. The Lakers don't need no 2 cheeseburger Eddies. They got enough with Luka. They got passing White Castle burgers. They not winning. LeBron gonna be crying
Cheeseburger
about that.
Eddies.
You know what I'm saying? LeBron gonna be crying, cheeseburger Eddie number 1, cheeseburger Eddie number 2. Nah, they need somebody that's gonna keep them healthy. You know what I'm saying? And B need LeBron to go there. So you know what I'm saying? We Lakers send LeBron over there to Cleveland. Might help y'all out. To the Pistons might help y'all out. You know what I'm saying? And one more thing too. Why we always got to put our players against each other? Why? Vic McNabb, Vic Foles, Vic Hurts, Bryce Hurts. Man, hey man, we celebrating them all. I'm closing it out. All the seasons is good. 2010, 2017, 2013, Bryce Harper 22, and number 1, number 2022. Yeah, that season was clean. So you know what I'm saying? I ain't putting none of them. All of them is good. All of them is good. You know what I'm saying? And don't ever think the leadoff hitter is ducking no smoke, y'all. All right, y'all. My next question.
Yes.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
I don't remember the finale.
I don't remember the finale.
Did Uncle Phil die?
No, it's remember when he was standing in the middle and the meme when he standing in the middle, ain't nobody there.
Is that the finale?
I didn't know that was the finale.
Oh, I don't think I ever knew. I don't think I realized that. Okay, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I remember the meme. I don't remember the episode.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I was out on Fresh Prince by the time when they brought in that second kid, little boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was out. I'm out.
Well, that's when sitcoms, it's like the last breath.
They're hanging on by thread when they bring in the new kid.
Like when they brought Leonardo DiCaprio into Growing Pains. When they're like, the kids aren't cute enough anymore.
Yeah.
We need another cute kid.
They brought in Raven Simone for the Cosbys.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about Leo with Growing Pains.
Yep. So Abdul Carter, number 3 overall pick in the draft for the New York Giants. I feel bad for this guy in this situation. So a great player.
I'm laughing at him.
Yeah. Well, the second part is not really his fault. So the first one is he approaches Lawrence Taylor about wearing number 56.
Pretty bold.
Pretty bold.
Pretty bold.
I want some draft pick, by the way. Hey, Doc.
Yeah. I want
Can I
20.
wear number 20?
Yeah. And LT says, make your own legacy, blah, blah, blah. I think what Abdul Carter was trying to do was show, I think, a tribute to LT.
Yes.
I think he's trying to ingratiate himself to the Giants fan base. I can appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
The second one, I feel bad for him because it wasn't his fault. Phil Simms says publicly, after this happens, I wouldn't care. He could wear 11 if he wanted to wear 11. So Abdul Carter's like, I would be honored. I would love to wear 11. And then Phil Simms is like, actually, my family said no.
Which is ridiculous. Was that Chris?
What's that? Chris Simms?
Probably was
said no?
Chris.
Yeah.
It could have been. Or I guarantee you. Now, Phil Simms may have just threw his family under the bus,
right?
To take the blame. But would you be, if my dad's number is retired and he won a Super Bowl with this organization,
right?
There's no way that I want some new player, I don't care how good he is coming out of college, taking my dad's number down and playing in it. So I'm saying if I'm a family member of Phil Simms,
I don't want it either.
I'm like, yeah, what are you talking about, Dad?
Well, and if I'm Phil Simms,
Because then what if he's better? Like if he ends up being better, then it almost erases 11 from the record book.
Yeah. Or now, for a moment, what it does is it now? There's no shortage of people who remember Phil Simms in New York,
Right.
For now.
But it does elevate him when it happens.
Yes.
Like that he becomes associated with this great new player.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they have 2 11s hanging up. It's double retired or whatever. But if you're Phil Simms, by the way, like one of like. He's close with the Boomer, and we did a lot with him in New York. He's awesome, great guy.
Yeah.
But I also want to say
And he doesn't deserve to have his number retired as a Giant, but that's
But also I'd like to say, if you're going to say publicly the kid could wear your number, I'm sorry, your family can't exit. Like now you make the kid look
still
like
alive.
Yeah. Now you make the kid look like a jerk.
Yeah.
Now he looks like he's thirsty, just asking every Giant if he can wear. Wear their number.
I agree. You should have just kept that to you. Either you let him wear it or you should have just kept that to yourself.
Well, let's check it. Can he wear 92? We checking with Strahan?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Did he check in with Stray?
Is he next?
Now he's just got to pick
And I
his
know
own.
Phil won the Super Bowl with the Giants.
Yes.
But
you don't. Yeah, it wasn't.
I mean, I guess for the Giants, you can decide what you want to do, but I don't see Phil Simms in the same stratosphere as Lawrence Taylor.
You wouldn't put him on the Giants Mount Rushmore just for winning one Super Bowl?
I would not.
Okay.
Eli is the greatest quarterback to play for the Giants,
What is
right?
the Giants Mount Rushmore? Strahan, Taylor.
Yes.
Well,
Eli. Those are the
Eli.
3.
And who was the guy that Bednarik knocked out?
Frank Gifford.
Gifford.
Could be.
I mean, that's a good
Y.A.
one.
Tittle.
Ow.
Jack's never liked Y.A. Tittle.
Why don't you float that one up to your old friends at WFAN?
Yeah.
They're a little Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, you know what? Because Eli is the quarterback, right?
Yes.
It's not Phil Simms. It's,
No,
it's Eli.
it's
Eli
Eli.
went to 2. He won 2.
It's Eli.
Yeah.
Tiki?
No, Tiki, great player. Not Mount Rushmore, though.
No, but did they retire Tiki's number?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
don't
wasn't
think
sure.
so.
He's
No.
their greatest running back.
Yeah, he only recently has Tiki been back
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
that's
good
right. Got back
graces
into the
of
good
the
graces
Giants.
of the-
Yeah, last few years.
Yeah.
Seahorn?
No.
Exciting white Mount Rushmore
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he should be back out now.
Yeah, dude.
Because
I need a
the white
poster.
cornerback is back.
Dude, I need a poster with Seahorn, Reed, and Coop.
And Austin Reeves when we trade for him.
Yeah.
And Austin Reeves.
And Austin
That's right.
Reeves, yeah.
And Cooper Flag.
Yeah.
And Cooper Flag. Throw Ty Robinson in there, too.
Sure,
Yeah. Man,
Get everybody.
can you imagine how much Richie is going to love Ty Robinson if Ty Robinson plays
Oh, man.
fullback? Oh, my God.
Do you think Goddard is upset he's not in the exciting whites?
Yeah, he's
That's
been
actually a fair
he's
point.
been exciting in white the entire time.
What about Cam Jurgens?
Well, he's not exciting.
He's one of
He's
the
a
grunts.
center.
Yeah. He's already with a group. He's with the
Yeah.
grunts.
Yeah.
Sure.
The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose. Who decides who gets to be in the exciting whites?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Not me. I know I don't get to decide it.
Yeah.
But Dallas Goddard is coming back. I don't feel like that's been a big enough celebration.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
We
Yeah.
see if Elliot's
Wrong again.
in a blender.
Yeah.
No, not
Yeah.
again.
Text line. Anyway, text line brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Andrew Makuba wants to be called Drew? Okay, dude, if you say so. Isaiah Reese.
Did he purposely say my name that way?
Yeah.
Yes, because
your name's
you
Isaiah.
shortened your name, and why can't Andrew Makuba shorten his name?
But he meant to say Isaiah, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, did he not say Isaiah?
It didn't sound like it. It sounded like he said Isaiah.
Oh, no.
That could be a battle issue.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, yeah, that's a
Oh,
battle
I got to
issue.
hear it again.
Isaiah Reese.
Yeah,
Andrew Makuba.
Yeah.
Isaiah Reese.
He
That's not
combines
Isaiah.
it. Yeah, he makes it Isaiah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was too swamped with the Alec Boehm
Yeah.
home run
Ask him to
tracker.
do one thing.
Yeah,
Guy
yeah.
talks. This whole thing is saying stuff. All right. What's next?
Chuck in Mount Airy likes the 2024 Eagles more because he thinks Jordan Mailata is Hawaiian. Alex in Lancaster.
Chuck's diversity rant.
I was going to say, what the hell does that mean? I do, yeah, the diversity rant for the baseball team.
Shane Victorino, not American.
Yeah.
What's next?
Ike and Spike don't remember the details of the Super Bowl. Color us shocked. Pop culture fans that listen to the afternoon show.
We don't even know what happened.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah, I can't even. I don't have a
Yeah,
comeback
I got
for that one.
no
Yes, I got no
excuses.
comeback for
Yep.
that.
What's next?
There's a time for fun and there's a time for work. When is the fun? People that know Spike.
That's not a bad point. I did realize it might be a new era for me as I woke up again at 6 o'clock this morning. And now that I don't have to drive an hour and a half here, I finished my show stuff by like 7. I was like, wait a minute,
I don't know what to do.
I don't have anything to do. I just unpacked for 2 hours. I unpacked boxes.
Dude, I talked to Spike at 11. And he's like, I'm out walking my dog.
Yeah.
Like a normal human being. Yeah, he's not on the expressway. He's not on the turnpike.
Yeah, I've been driving for an hour and 10
You're not
minutes.
in the
already.
car yet?
You know?
And you're trying to fight off your other neighbors.
Well, no, the dogs.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
And